Introduction asterisk. Intern Dr. Cao Dali, during a late-night shift, falls into a slumber and unexpectedly finds himself transported to the fantastical realm of A Song of Ice and Fire, where he assumes the identity of Will, the Night's Watchman who is on the verge of execution. Indeed, he is the very ranger who first encountered the White Walkers outside the wall. Cao Dali finds himself forcibly restrained on the executioner's block as Eddard Stark raises his colossal sword, Ice, and pronounces, "In the name of the kings of the Undulls, the Roiner, and the First Man, the sovereign of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm, Robb I of House Stark, I, Eddard Stark, the Duke of Winterfell and Warden of the North, hereby sentence you to death." Chapter 1. The Omen of the First Man. It is dreadfully cold. Cao Dali abruptly opens his eyes, only to realize that his entire body is frozen, his limbs numb and tingling. It is merely the early winter's deep night. How could it be so frigid, as though he has fallen into an ice cellar? Wait, what is this before my eyes? Why does the world appear skewed? The ground seems alarmingly close, with sparse, withered grass stretching endlessly in tawny hues, not far from patches of lingering snow. Am I dreaming? When did the hospital corridor transform into this? Cao Dali instinctively attempts to lift his head, but discovers that his neck is immobile, as though an irresistible force is pinning him down. His head is awkwardly pressed against a slab of ice, and the coldness on his cheek has rendered it numb. The air is sharp as a blade. Inhaling it feels like being stabbed in the lungs, causing a suffocating pain. Is this a nightmare? Am I experiencing sleep paralysis? As an intern doctor, Cao Dali does not believe in ghosts, nor does he subscribe to the notion of sleep paralysis. Yet in this moment, he finds himself wishing he could believe. He struggles once more, yet remains unable to break free. A sudden terror grips him. This does not seem to be a dream, but a stark reality. The pungent scent of blood fills his nostrils, and from the corner of his eye, he catches sight of a chilling black object pressing down beside him. It resembles a piece of iron or perhaps dark wood. The sanguine odor emanates from this grim object, and he can discern brownish stains upon it. From his medical experience, he knows that these are remnants of dried blood. What on earth is happening? Where am I? He realizes he is no longer in the hospital, but in a strange and terrifying place, rendered immobile by someone pressing down on him. Moreover, it is not night, but day. Suddenly, a voice booms, deep and commanding, as imposing as a mountain. "In the name of the kings of the Undulls, the Roiner, and the First Man, the sovereign of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm, Robb I of House Stark, I, Eddard Stark, the Duke of Winterfell and Warden of the North, hereby sentence you to death." Wait, how familiar are these words? A Song of Ice and Fire? Game of Thrones? He is indeed a fervent fan of the series, a diehard supporter of House Stark. In a flash, a torrent of information floods his mind, and Cao Dali realizes he has truly crossed over into the fantastical world of A Song of Ice and Fire, and has become Will, the Night's Watchman. Will, a ranger condemned to the wall for poaching deer in the forests of House Manderly, known for his skills in stealth and tracking, is not a young man. He is already middle-aged. Days prior, Will and his patrol companions, Garrett and their superior, Ser Waymar Royce, encountered the White Walkers, creatures thought to have vanished for 8 millennia, while on patrol in the Haunted Woods. Garrett and Waymar perished, while Will, in a moment of cowardice, fled southward. Captured by Stark's cavalry days later, he is now facing execution, and it is happening at this very moment. Cao Dali finds himself tragically inhabiting the body of this unfortunate soul, Will. A metallic sound echoes melodiously through the air as someone unsheathes a sword above him, a chilling aura of death pressing down upon him. In an instant, with life and death hanging in the balance, now infused with Will's essence, Cao Dali cries out, "Lord Eddard, wait. I have an omen from the old gods." The biting cold rushes against Cao Dali's neck, striking terror within him as he exclaims, "Winter is coming, Lord Eddard. I bear a divine message from the old gods," his voice piercing and fervent. The renowned blade, Ice, halts in midair, showcasing Eddard's remarkable swordsmanship. An omen from the old gods. House Stark only venerates the old gods, the ancient deities. Raise him. The voice, heavy and authoritative, resonates like a mountain descending upon him. The icy blade's chill leaves Cao Dali's neck rigid as stone, immovable. He is roughly lifted, facing a man of tremendous stature, as robust as an ox, his physique imposing, with a beard resembling steel needles and a weathered, frostbitten visage. His eyes, gray-brown, are cold and unyielding, and his immense hands grip an extraordinarily wide greatsword. its length nearly equal to Will's height. The giant slowly lowers the blade towards the ground, its surface gleaming with silver light. A glance at the sword's brilliance reveals its sharpness, akin to the surgical scalpel he is accustomed to. Having narrowly escaped death, Cao Dali's heart races wildly. A fleeting observation reveals a small slope to his left, where several diminutive horses carry young riders, one of whom appears to be a beautiful child, no older than 5. If the narrative has not changed, this child is undoubtedly Bran, age 7. The 3 other youths beside him exude noble bearing. Their deep-set eyes suggest they are Jon Snow, Robb Stark, and Theon Greyjoy. Not far behind the boys, a loosely formed semicircle of over a dozen horsemen armed with long spears watches with expressionless, ruthless gazes, as if regarding a pitiful insect. The leader brandishes a large banner, which unfurls in the cold wind, revealing a menacing wolf's head. The sigil of House Stark, the direwolf. Before his transition, Cao Dali was an ardent admirer of House Stark, yet now, all fervor has dissipated. His sole desire is to survive. Clearly, his winter has arrived. No need for speculation. To Eddard's right are several men, most likely his captain of guards, Jory Castle, and the frowning old man scrutinizing Cao Dali is likely the stable master, Hullen. A short-necked man with gray-white hair and steel-needle beard is undoubtedly the castle steward, Desmond, along with 2 younger fellows, one a guard and the other Hullen's son, Halwyn, deduced from his familiarity with the original story. Although these observations may seem lengthy, they transpire in a mere instant for Cao Dali. Regardless of whether this is a dream or not, survival is paramount. Cao Dali feels a profound sense of disorientation. Lord Eddard, I am not a deserter from the wall. I have received an omen from the old gods. According to this divine sign, I have come to convey a message to you. Once I have delivered it, I shall return to the wall and resume my duties as a night's watchman, serving faithfully until my last breath. The Stark family venerates the old gods, the ancient deities, while Eddard Stark's wife, Catelyn, follows the 7 gods, the new deities. Mentioning the old gods elicits a more somber expression from Eddard. Eddard is not particularly inclined to believe in omens. Nevertheless, the faith in the ancient gods is deeply ingrained within House Stark, and one responded to Cao Dali's words. Everyone remained silent, gazing at him. The atmosphere is frigid as a winter frost, even though it was actually late summer, with a harsh winter yet to arrive. Eddard Stark regarded Cao Dali, his gaze as sharp as the glint of the great sword he wielded. Winter is coming, Lord Eddard. I have a secret omen to share with you privately, one that must not be known by others. The ancient god's prophecy must remain undisclosed. If you find that I am lying out of fear of death, I am willing to accept any punishment, even to be torn apart and turned to dust. Still, there was no response. Eddard Stark remained motionless, and the fact that Cao Dali uttered the Stark family motto indicated that he was no simple-minded black-clad figure. Finally, Eddard Stark imperceptibly nodded. The burly captain of the guards and the master of the castle, standing beside Cao Dali, stepped back, leaving only Cao Dali and Eddard facing each other. Cao Dali lowered his voice, trembling slightly. Winter is coming, Lord Eddard. One of the omens from the ancient gods reveals that you have an illegitimate son named Jon Snow. In the unseen realm, a true dragon and a direwolf are perpetually guarding him. In the darkness of winter, I see Jon Snow transformed into a colossal pillar holding up the sky. Lord Eddard, the meanings of the true dragon, the direwolf, and the towering pillar elude me completely. I merely pray that you may glean divine insight from the prophecy. Eddard Stark's pupils constricted sharply, his entire body shuddering, the veins on the backs of his hands bulging as he gripped the sword's hilt. Chapter 2. A plea for divine insight. Eddard Stark's reaction was intense. Cao Dali, however, felt a surge of calm within. He knew his words had struck at the deepest and most perilous secret within Eddard Stark's heart. This revelation would cement Eddard Stark's belief that he was indeed there to convey a divine warning. Jon Snow's father was Rhaegar Targaryen, the valiant eldest son of the last king, the Mad King Aerys II Targaryen, skilled in both arts and arms, and a talented musician, who was slain by the current king, Robert Baratheon, at the Trident. Jon Snow's mother was Eddard Stark's beloved sister, Lyanna Stark. The dragon in the prophecy hinted at Rhaegar, the direwolf alluded to Lyanna, and the towering pillar foretold that Jon Snow would become a great hero in the future. This secret regarding Jon Snow must not be revealed, for should it come alight, he would be executed for possessing Targaryen blood, and the Stark family would be implicated, potentially facing annihilation for treason against the crown. This was the true reason behind Eddard Stark's unwavering silence concerning Jon Snow's mother's identity. Anyone with Targaryen blood posed the greatest threat to King Robert Baratheon, who was deeply unsettled by even the mere existence of two surviving Targaryens, the foolish and brutal Viserys Targaryen and the young Daenerys Targaryen, who was merely 13. After all, the Targaryen dynasty had ruled the 7 kingdoms of Westeros for nearly 3 centuries, and many families and subjects had once benefited from their reign, remaining loyal in spirit. The wildfire cannot be extinguished. Spring will inevitably bring it forth again. Eddard Stark was not only Robert Baratheon's closest brother, ally, and comrade, but also the man he trusted above all others, even more than family. If this information were to be disclosed and reach Robert, it would trigger the gravest catastrophe between them. Trusting in Eddard Stark's character, Cao Dali hinted at this lethal information, employing metaphors of dragons and wolves to avoid entangling himself in the perilous knowledge of the secret. "Well, how did you receive the prophecy?" Eddard Stark asked in a low voice, tinged with a slight rasp. The secret of Jon Snow was known to but one other in the world, and strictly speaking, Eddard was the only one who truly knew it. Beyond the ancient gods, no one else could possibly be aware. Fragments of dreams, glimmers of hallucination, whispers in the dark night, and vague divine insights while praying beneath the weirwood tree. "Lord Eddard, I worship the ancient gods," Cao Dali replied, growing more composed. As long as he remained alive, all could change. Having come thus far, he must find peace amidst the unease. Moreover, he admired the Stark family, known for their integrity, bravery, and sense of responsibility. The land beneath his feet was also the ground of heroes. "What further insights have you received?" "A deer in sorrow, 3 wolves heading south." "What does that mean?" Will is dim-witted and cannot comprehend. Eddard furrowed his brow. "Will, were your parents sorcerers?" "Lord Eddard, my parents have passed. I have an elder brother and sister, both commoners from the Riverlands, residing in the port city." "When and where did you receive the divine insight?" "Lord Eddard, I have served at the wall for 4 years, adept at stealth and reconnaissance. For years of honing my skills allowed me to patrol the haunted forest without fear. However, this time I was terrified. I encountered the others. My companions, Gary and Sir Waymar Royce, were slain by the others, and as I fled on horseback, I knew I was doomed. Suddenly, a shadow flashed, and the others burst into ice shards. I narrowly escaped with my life, praying for the ancient god's protection. Then I saw a vision, vague yet comforting, repeating the words, "Winter is coming, winter is coming." The voice bore no malice, bringing me peace. I cannot say how many days I evaded capture, nor how I crossed the wall. When I was utterly exhausted and dozing off, I would enter strange dreams filled with bizarre symbols, some visions swirling with blood and fire. Finally, I beheld a 3-eyed raven, who told me, "Go to Winterfell. Will, go to Winterfell. Tell Lord Eddard that winter is coming, the others are approaching. Tell Lord Eddard that a deer is in sorrow, and 3 wolves are heading south. Tell Lord Eddard that Jon Snow is under the protection of a true dragon and a direwolf, and he will become a towering pillar in the winter. Will, I want you to make an oath beneath the heart tree in Winterfell's weirwood grove, declaring your prophecy and seeking divine insight." Cao Dali felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Before his crossing, he had been an atheist, yet now, his soul had merged with Will's, possessing Will's skills and memories of this world, a land steeped in mystery and fantasy, inhabited by numerous gods and endless miracles. The drowned god, the fire god, the old gods, and the 7, among others, would lying before the weirwood tree, invoking the ancient gods, provoke their wrath. In the north, each castle harbored a weirwood grove, and within each grove stood a heart tree, ancient and venerable, etched with the faces of long-lost men, their eyes filled with compassion piercing the soul. The tree's trunk resembled a human's pale skin, its leaves like blood, shaped like human hands. It is said that the heart tree embodies the old gods, inscribed by the children of the forest who vanished 8,000 years ago. Cao Dali believed that the more ancient something is, the greater its supernatural power. Would he anger the ancient gods by lying beneath the heart tree, fabricating a prophecy to seek divine insight? However, having crossed over and gained knowledge of certain truths, it could hardly be deemed a lie. "Lord Ed, I am willing to swear beneath the ancient trees of the sacred grove, before the divine eyes of our ancestors, and to voice my request for divine revelation." Cao Dali felt the chill within him dissipate, warmth beginning to envelop his body. He sensed a peculiar nervousness towards the heart tree in the sacred grove, akin to the trepidation one feels when first wielding a scalpel before a professor in an anatomy class. Ed's gaze was as steadfast as the snow-capped mountains. Within his eyes, Cao Dali discerned no flicker of emotion. Ed shifted his attention, casting a glance at Captain Jory of the Guard, who promptly approached, drawing his short blade to sever the ropes binding Cao Dali's hands. He then presented deerskin gloves to Ed, who, in return, handed him the icy blade, which Jory sheathed at his back. "Provide him with a steed. Let him return to Winterfell," Ed commanded. Chapter 3. Winter has arrived. Cao Dali had never ridden a horse, yet his body belonged to Will, a skilled equestrian. As he accepted the reins from a passing free rider, Cao Dali attempted to mount the horse, and to his surprise, he executed the maneuver with remarkable finesse, showcasing an unexpected proficiency in horsemanship. Leading the charge was Ed, riding at a leisurely pace, accompanied by the striking young boy Bran and 3 spirited youths. Following closely were Captain Jory Castle, the stablemaster Hullen, and the steward Desmond, alongside a dozen or so free riders who galloped past Cao Dali, either casting him a fleeting glance or regarding him with disdain. Cao Dali steered his horse aside to clear the path, for he was aware, through Will's memories, that he was unworthy to ride alongside them. Unarmed, surrounded by free riders wielding long spears and clad in resplendent armor, he felt no fear of them pursuing him from behind. As a pair of riders passed by, one of them offered his mount to Cao Dali, prompting him to bow in gratitude to the 2 riders who had shown him contempt. Once all the riders had passed, Cao Dali did not hasten to follow. The group maintained a slow pace, their hooves echoing as they journeyed southward. With a swift motion, he tore a piece from his black attire, biting one end while deftly wrapping it around his right hand. The biting cold had inflicted severe abrasions on his hand, and without prompt insulation, the surrounding tissue would soon turn black and blue, rendering it susceptible to frostbite and compromising his dexterity with a sword in the future. Having learned herbal medicine from his father since childhood and furthered his studies in Western medicine at university, Cao Dali understood the urgency of protecting his right hand. Should the temperature continue to plummet, the lack of timely disinfection and treatment could lead to infection, pus, and frostbite, ultimately jeopardizing the delicate nerve endings in his hand. The sound of fabric tearing was distinct, drawing the attention of several free riders who turned to observe him. They watched as he skillfully fashioned a bandage for his frostbitten and severely injured right hand, their hearts stirred by his adeptness, a skill they themselves lacked. However, they soon dismissed their admiration, reasoning that a black-clad fellow who had endured years at the Wall of Despair might possess some knowledge of first aid. Cao Dali quickly secured his right hand, grasping the reins with his left while tucking the injured hand into his chest to preserve warmth, ensuring the blood continued to circulate and prevent the necrosis of cells due to the freezing temperatures. As his hand nestled against his chest, it felt as though it had plunged into a block of ice, sending a shiver through his entire body. This discomfort did not betray his expression, which remained stoic, his nerves steely. At this moment, the combined strength of both Cao Dali and Will coursed through him, far surpassing that of an ordinary individual. The 2 souls had harmoniously merged, creating the entity that was now Cao Dali. As the procession advanced, Cao Dali's gaze swept over several free riders, passing by Xiao Li and others, finally resting upon the silhouette of a red-haired youth. This young man, as he brushed past Cao Dali, cast a glance at him, his expression cold and resolute. His skin was fair, and his azure eyes mirrored the striking features of the handsome boy Bran, with hair, eyes, and complexion identical to his. Cao Dali deduced that this remarkable youth must be Robb Stark. The sigil of the direwolf emblazoned on his black fur confirmed Cao Dali's inference. Recalling memories from before his transmigration, he recognized that Robb, Bran, Rickon, Sansa, and Arya all bore the distinctive auburn hair and characteristic blue eyes of House Tully, inherited from their mother. The boy accompanying Robb appeared slightly leaner, yet his gaze was sharper, with gray eyes bordering on obsidian, darker skin, and lustrous black curls. He wore attire as opulent and refined as Robb's, but lacked the sigil of the direwolf on his breastplate. His visage bore a striking resemblance to Eddard Stark, whose eyes also possessed a gray hue. Cao Dali surmised that this youth must be Jon Snow. As for the slender figure with a faint smirk of derision, he undoubtedly was Eddard Stark's ward, Theon Greyjoy. If memory served him correctly, Theon should be 19 this year, 5 years their senior, yet slightly shorter than both Jon Snow and Robb Stark. As Theon rode past, he let out a soft snort, the corner of his mouth curling upward, revealing a hint of cruel superiority. Cao Dali perceived the underlying desire of Theon to exact violence upon him. tempered by a disdainful arrogance that suggested he did not wish to soil his hands. Theon was a perilous individual, yet Cao Dali felt no trepidation. With his current abilities melded with those of Will, he could effortlessly drive a blade into Theon's throat. For years of arduous training at the Wall had honed him, where the absence of missions meant rigorous combat practice, and missions themselves were fraught with unpredictable dangers. Those brutal days were not spent in vain. In terms of past experience, the portion of Will that Cao Dali had assimilated was akin to a soldier forged in the harshest of conditions, a battle-hardened elite. Prior to this, Will had been a seasoned thief, navigating the realms of the Seven Lords, adept in swordplay and larceny. Cao Dali recognized Theon as a quintessentially duplicitous character, arrogant yet fearful, bloodthirsty yet cowardly, haughty yet insecure, in pursuit of honor while simultaneously treacherous. Yet, buried deep within was a latent kindness, unbeknownst to him. Maintaining a modest distance, Cao Dali trailed behind the group, revisiting the trajectory of this world's unfolding events. If the course of the world had not deviated significantly, not far ahead lay the site where the fearsome direwolf was to be discovered. The Stark children would each receive a direwolf pup. To the south of the Great Wall, an icebound wolf, unseen for centuries, will make its debut, albeit in death, marking the second signal of the impending winter. Ahead, Jon Snow glanced towards a distant thicket and said to Robb and Theon, "Shall we engage in a contest of horsemanship to see who can reach the grove first?" As a bastard, Jon was often the subject of ridicule and disdain, prompting him to train rigorously in swordplay and riding. He had already surpassed Robb in swordsmanship and was confident that his equestrian skills ranked among the finest in the castle. Only in the presence of his father did Jon dare to express such provocations. He would never have uttered such words if Lady Catelyn were present. "Let the contest begin." Robb responded immediately. "Very well. Let us see who reaches the thicket first." Theon kicked his legs, and his small pony bolted ahead. The children understood that their father, though outwardly stern as granite, possessed a heart as tender as cotton. Thus, in their mother's absence, they felt emboldened to act with abandon. The three horses galloped away in a flurry. Eddard Stark's frosty visage betrayed a rare, faint smile. His love for his children remained unspoken, yet they, being astute, recognized the softness that lay beneath his stern exterior. Eddard halted his horse and commanded, "Desmond, return to the castle and summon Maester Luwin to the Godswood. Jory, instruct the black-clad man, Will, to follow. We shall take the path behind the village and enter the castle through the rear gate, proceeding first to the Godswood." "Yes, my lord," Desmond replied, spurring his horse towards King's Landing. Jory turned his horse around and called out to the distant Theon, "You there, Will, keep up. We are taking a different route." Chapter 4. Secrets Beneath the Ground. Hullen, leading the riders, escorted Bran closely in pursuit of Jon and the others, while Eddard and Jory, along with Theon, took an alternate path, crossing King's Road and veering onto a smaller lane parallel to it. They intended to enter Winterfell through the northern gate, as the Godswood lay nearby, adjacent to the warm glass gardens. Meanwhile, Hullen guided his party through the southern gate, returning the horses to the stables to facilitate the young lord's entry from the training grounds into the keep. After a half-day's ride, Theon glimpsed a towering round tower in the distance. As they approached, he observed that the summit had collapsed inward, leaving it in a state of disrepair. Yet it remained the highest structure in Winterfell, resembling a stubborn, aging giant unwilling to succumb. The stone walls of the ruined tower bore the scars of a devastating fire. This was the remnants of Winterfell's tower, ravaged by a lightning strike a century prior. Soon, this very tower would bear witness to the tragic moment when Bran was cast from its heights by Jaime Lannister, shattering his spine and legs. Suddenly, Theon let out a low grunt. Eddard and Jory turned back to see Theon's pallid countenance and vacant gaze. "What is amiss?" Eddard inquired in a grave tone. "In the faint glow of a hallucination, I glimpsed the silhouette of this crumbling tower, vaguely perceiving a figure tumbling from its height, though perhaps it was not a person, but merely the shadow of a bird in flight. Upon first sight of the tower, the hallucination resurfaced, bringing with it a piercing pain in my eyes and a sense of unease in my chest." Eddard felt a stirring within. He recalled that Bran had a penchant for climbing this dilapidated structure, often gazing into the distance from its summit. This tower, after all, was originally constructed as a watchtower by the ancestors of House Stark, yet it had remained in disrepair since a thunderstorm ignited a fire there a century ago. Jory also felt a flicker of concern. Having spent years beyond the wall, he was unaware of Bran's affinity for climbing. If the fragments of Eddard's vision were indeed prophetic, it suggested that Bran's return to this tower could herald danger. Eddard, having indulged Bran, had never deterred him from his climbs within Winterfell, But Lady Catelyn was ever anxious about Bran's safety. Given the ominous implication of the vision, it would be prudent to advise Bran against ascending the tower. After a brief pause, Eddard inquired, "Will, are you feeling better?" His icy tones softened considerably. Will offered no reply, merely nodding in acknowledgement. He harbored a fondness for Bran. The boy's exquisite visage was a masterpiece of perfection, and he certainly wished for Bran's safety from any perilous fall. As the three entered through the northern gate, Will noticed that within the towering walls lay a moat approximately 20 meters wide, with an even broader wall opposite it. The two walls enclosed the moat. This marked Will's first venture into Winterfell. During his previous life as a thief, he had never set foot inside, having only lingered in the town of Wintertown outside the southern gate. In summer, the town was sparsely populated, but come winter, it overflowed with inhabitants. The guards had already lowered the drawbridge, allowing Eddard, Jory, and Will to cross over. Will observed that the inner wall was broader and thicker, though lacking the height of the outer wall. Eddard dismounted, followed by Jory and Will, as a guard approached to tend to their horses. To their right was a vast glass garden. As they neared the entrance, the warmth from within enveloped them. The garden flourished with vibrant flowers, vegetables, and fruit trees, resembling a small paradise of eternal spring. In the frigid north, the garden's underground hot springs provided warmth, ensuring the flora thrived. The civilization capable of producing glass sparked a sense of wonder within Will. Evidently, the techniques of ironworking and glassmaking in this fantastical realm were quite advanced. Passing through the glass garden, they entered a grand iron door leading into an immense grove of ancient trees. A musty, damp aroma of decaying leaves hung in the air, creating an oppressive gloom. Upon entering the grove, the light dimmed, obscured by the twisting branches and trunks above. Towering sentinel trees, oaks, ancient ironwoods, and dark-hued cypress bore leaves akin to dark green steel needles, which would fall with the slightest breeze, pricking the skin painfully. In this secluded realm of solitary trees, ancient giants stand like towering black walls. The ancient forest is enveloped in an uncanny silence. Cao Dali feels as though he can hear the subtle movements of earthworms and insects beneath the thick layer of decaying leaves. Could it be that the fusion of two souls has endowed him with an extraordinary consciousness? Such a possibility cannot be dismissed. After traversing for quite a while, he encounters a small lake, its surface adorned with lush green moss, from which a delicate mist rises. Following this, he discovers a second and a third small lake, their waters bubbling like natural hot springs. By the shores of these three heart-shaped thermal springs, Cao Dali beholds the enigmatic heart tree he has long envisioned in his mind. As he gazes upward, the tree's dense foliage seems to stretch infinitely into the heavens, its branches branching endlessly, creating what appears to be a world unto itself. The bark resembles human skin, while the leaves evoke the fingers of a hand. At the center of the massive trunk, a long, ancient human visage looms, towering several meters high, with enormous eyes exuding a silent, poignant compassion. As Cao Dali locks eyes with this visage, his heart races. He senses an ancient and silent vitality emanating from those eyes, which seem to possess an enchanting power, as if they might draw his very soul inward. Cao Dali finds himself in a state of reverie, his gaze ensnared by the tree's dual eyes, where he perceives a pair of gray-brown eyes gazing back at him. "My child, you possess a formidable soul." He hears the mouth of the visage move, its voice ancient and desolate, echoing as though from the depths of time. Suddenly, he feels himself lifting, drifting away from his body towards one of the tree's colossal eyes. In horror, Cao Dali turns back to see his own body standing vacantly, eyes glazed, expression vacant. Beside him, Aid kneels on one leg in prayer, while Chali kneels beside Aid, head bowed and eyes closed, murmuring incantations. "Has my soul been severed from me?" Cao Dali gasps in shock, yet he cannot resist the pull towards the giant eye. What does he witness? Within the giant eye, storms and lightning emerge, accompanied by countless giants, spiraling dragons, and peculiar beings with green skin and plant-like appendages. These creatures resemble vegetative beings. Then, he sees the others, those with icy blue eyes and frost-bitten bodies, swarming in throngs. The plant-like tendrils ensnare the others, while the giants wield massive war hammers that crush them into oblivion. Dragons roar and soar, flames raining down upon the horde of others. This tableau is entirely absent from Cao Dali's memories of the world. "Child, this is the Battle of Dawn, the final conflict between our ancestors and the children of the forest, where the giants and dragons united against the others. Beneath your feet, beneath Winterfell, lie the countless remains of our forebears, the children of the forest, giants, and ancient dragons. Beneath these bones rests a colossal secret. The purpose of Winterfell's establishment here was to conceal this mystery. Only those with exceedingly potent souls can withstand the oppressive forces of the spirits dwelling below and uncover the truth hidden beneath. That ancient voice resonated slowly, akin to the sigh of a primordial titan on the brink of demise. Child, you possess the most formidable soul power I have ever encountered. At last, I have awaited your arrival. Yet, with your current soul strength, it is impossible for you to delve into the depths and retrieve that magnificent treasure. Winter has arrived. Do not struggle, child. Enter my gaze, and I shall amplify your soul's might. Cao Dali was struck with horror at the abrupt transformation. Had the trajectory of this fantastical, yet brutal world begun to shift due to his mere presence? Did he truly possess immense soul power? Could it be attributed to the fusion of his soul with that of will? Compelled, Cao Dali was drawn into the right eye of the heart tree. Before him, the scene shifted as flames danced, dragons roared, and the ancestral giants clashed with the forest children against the others. Cao Dali floated in the azure sky, witnessing the giants and forest children constructing a city under the command of a singular figure known as Eddard Stark. The walls, watchtowers, now the remnants of what was, and the lordly keep were all completed. Beyond the city moat, there were no fortifications. It turned out that the walls outside Winterfell's moat were constructed by the descendants of House Stark. When Winterfell was built, it had only a singular wall, which is now the inner city wall. The scenery transformed once more as Cao Dali ascended, resembling a colossal avian being, soaring through the air towards the north. He arrived above the wall, where the frigid winds threatened to dissipate his translucent soul. With all his might, he resisted the biting chill, and his soul power surged. Yet, the icy might of the heavens was not something he could withstand. Just as his ethereal form was on the verge of being scattered, an intangible warmth enveloped him, allowing him to regain his composure. Looking down, he saw the immense wall, 700 feet high, vanish from sight. The robust figure of Eddard Stark reemerged, leading the ancestral giants in the quarrying of massive stones, blending them with solid ice. And with the assistance of dragons, they began constructing the wall from both ends. Thus, it became clear that both the wall and Winterfell were erected by Eddard Stark, alongside the ancestors, forest children, and giants, all aided by dragons. The builder, Eddard Stark, who united the ancestors, giants, forest children, and dragons to collaboratively raise this wall, was indeed a remarkable hero. It was revealed that dragons were not solely imported by House Targaryen from the Narrow Sea. They had existed on this continent since the Dawn Age. Cao Dali felt a sense of relief. The dragon lineage, such celestial beings, must have existed for at least 10 millennia, far surpassing the few centuries of House Targaryen. The builders of the Dawn Age, like Stark, were also able to command dragons, suggesting that the unique ability to control dragons, attributed to the Targaryen special bloodline, may not be as singular as once believed. Chapter 5. The first encounter with Catelyn. Jory suddenly heard the resounding voice of Eddard Stark. Will, kneel and proclaim the prophecy, so we may seek divine guidance. No response came from Will. Jory opened his eyes to find Will standing rigidly nearby. The foul-smelling figure clad in black was exceedingly rude. Jory rose, extending his hand to forcefully shove Will. You scoundrel, kneel. Will fell to the ground, as if he were a mere log, maintaining the stance he had just held, resembling an ice sculpture. Eddard Stark stood in astonishment, reaching out to touch Will, who still exhibited the faintest breath. Yet his entire body was frigid, his eyes closed, and his form had already begun to freeze. How could this be? Jory was aghast. Quickly, go check if Maester Luwin has arrived, he commanded. He is likely in the Maester's tower at this hour. Eddard Stark hastily instructed Jory. Upon returning from the execution site, Eddard had already dispatched Desmond ahead on horseback to inform Maester Luwin to come to the Godswood, but for some unknown reason, Maester Luwin had yet to appear. Yes, my lord, Jory replied, promptly rising and striding through the Godswood, soon vanishing from sight. Will, awaken. Will, what has befallen you? Eddard Stark struck Will with considerable force. Will's body swayed slightly, akin to a puppet. Above the wall, the transparent figure of Cao Dali was enveloped in dissipating warmth, the biting cold piercing through his body like a knife. To stave off becoming frozen, he desperately concentrated all his consciousness, envisioning himself surrounded by flames. Meanwhile, his soul energy gradually grew stronger in the face of the ever-sharpening, impenetrable chill. However, his suffering deepened swiftly, reaching a critical point where Cao Dali felt his entire being gradually merging with the cold, his consciousness becoming increasingly hazy, thoughts beginning to fade. Am I to be lost forever? This agony was unbearable. He longed for a swift release. In a daze, He was utterly consumed by the cold. Time passed, though he could not discern how long, when Cao Dali heard a distant voice. Awaken, quickly, awaken. Maester Luwin, do not let him succumb to eternal slumber. His consciousness began to revive little by little. He first sensed the bone-chilling cold emanating from his back, followed by a sensation of swaying, as if he were seated upon a vessel. My consciousness is returning. I must strive to open my eyes, lest I succumb to sleep, for if I do, I shall truly never awaken. As a physician, Cao Dali fervently reminded himself of the will to survive, a notion capable of bolstering one's instinct for life and awakening the vast potential within. Yet, deep within his soul, he was gripped by a profound terror, the kind that stemmed from the insurmountable, numbing cold that had just enveloped him. He had endured the agonizing sensation of his body being gradually severed by the chill, as if a merciless executioner wielded a cold blade, meticulously carving into his flesh, penetrating inch by inch, from skin to muscle, to veins, to bones, and ultimately to the marrow's core. This torment was so intense that even the thought of it now sent shivers of dread coursing through him. Perhaps only the term hell could aptly describe the experience. It felt as though he had returned from a visit to the underworld. In that moment of involuntary soul testing, as consciousness slipped away, Cao Dali would have preferred a swift demise. His eyes fluttered open to reveal 4 faces before him, somewhat blurred and swaying. A wave of dizziness washed over him, prompting him to close his eyes and quell the tumult within his heart. An elderly yet exuberant voice reached his ears. Lord Eddard. He has awakened. He is all right for the moment. We must give him a bowl of poppy milk. Eddard Stark's voice resonated with a sense of relief. Fear not, Eddard. As long as he regains consciousness, he shall not perish. The Night's Watch are the least fearful of the cold, and besides, Winterfell is not particularly frigid. The hot springs surrounding the castle elevate the temperature significantly compared to the outside. I failed to understand why he was found frozen beneath the weirwood tree. Could this be a ruse of a cowardly fugitive? A clear, melodic female voice interjected, laced with vigilance and skepticism. Historically, the Night's Watch was a brigade of warriors, yet, regrettably, in recent decades, it had devolved into a refuge for thieves, con artists, and other dishonorable scoundrels. The lady's suspicion towards Cao Dali was not without reason. He opened his eyes once more, inhaling deeply as warmth returned to his body, feeling the blood within his veins thaw and invigorate. As he sat up, he beheld a striking woman with long, chestnut hair, sharply defined features, and piercing blue eyes that regarded him with a cold, scrutinizing gaze. She was draped in a sweeping black cloak, adorned with a luxurious black mink shawl and deer leather gloves. Despite her aloof and disdainful demeanor, her noble bearing was unmistakable. Night's Watchman, I am honored to meet Lady Catelyn Tully Stark, Cao Dali proclaimed, his voice steady, slightly astonished by his own composure. Was this newfound tranquility due to the recent fortification of his spirit? Encountering a duchess, why was he able to remain so unperturbed? It felt as though he had seen the world and transcended the trivialities of life and death. You have seen me? Catelyn inquired, tilting her head slightly, her tone icy and distant. I have not had the pleasure of meeting you before, my lady, Cao Dali replied, rising slowly, neither submissive nor arrogant. Then how do you know it is I? Intuition, my lady. Is your intuition so keen? With logical intuition, my lady, for Lord Eddard Stark stands here. For this is the Godswood, and because of the lady's remarkable demeanor, exuding grace and majesty, Cao Dali slightly bowed and spoke. Maester Luwin, dispatch the swiftest raven to the wall, informing Commander Mormont that we have captured a fleeing Night's Watchman. Furthermore, convey to Commander Mormont that we seek to uncover every detail regarding this individual. Oh, by the way, your name is Will, is it not? Lady Catelyn was not as gentle and beautiful as she appeared. In truth, she felt revulsion and suspicion towards this foul-smelling black-clad wretch. Indeed, my lady, I am called Will Chow. Will hailed from the lower classes, a proletariat devoid of land or property. In times past, such individuals were akin to slaves, many bearing no surname, only a given name. Now that he had crossed over, he would adopt his own surname. Will Chow? Yes. Though I bore no surname in my days of freedom, I am now a ranger of the Night's Watch, and the old gods have bestowed upon me the name Chow. Cao Dali glanced at the heart tree, and then he beheld the vigilant brown eyes of the heart tree observing him intently. As he endeavored to gaze closely, those brown eyes vanished, and all returned to normalcy. Catelyn was a devotee of the Seven, not a believer in the old gods of the first men. The old gods present a peculiar quandary, for they are nameless and formless, lacking any specific idol for veneration. All deities residing in the forests or mountains with mystical attributes are objects of reverence for the first men. Whether tree god, beast god, wind god, fire god, or snow god. All are worshipped by followers of the old gods. In contrast, the 7 whom Catelyn worships are distinguished by names, forms, and specific domains of governance. Will, do you follow the old gods? Catelyn inquired, a subtle furrow appearing on her brow. Indeed, my faith aligns with that of Lord Stark. I revere all the old gods. The ancient deities, the gods of the first men. Although Catelyn married Eddard Stark, a follower of the old gods, her own faith remained unchanged. To the left of the keep lay a clearing where Eddard had constructed a shrine for Catelyn, housing statues of the 7, dedicated solely for her worship. The surname bestowed by the old gods is your honor. I have nothing further to say. Catelyn stated coolly, her gaze drifting towards Eddard. Will Cao politely bowed once more, resembling a well-mannered knight of the vows. His courtesy and composed demeanor were not typical of a rough-hewn ranger born of thievery. Eddard Stark and Jory had often witnessed the boorish behavior of uncouth rangers, and even the learned Maester Luwin found himself quietly astonished by the comportment of this ragged figure. Likely illiterate, yet exhibiting such poise. Chapter 6. The prophecy fulfilled. Eddard gazed at Catelyn. Catelyn, Will claims he encountered a White Walker. Ned, do you believe it? White Walkers? Catelyn replied. Ned was Eddard's diminutive name, known only to Catelyn and the old nurse. Catelyn had grown accustomed to Ned calling her that. It was a tender nickname between spouses, seamlessly woven into the fabric of their lives. Ed, the man, reserved the name Cat for moments of intimacy. Much like the affectionate moniker bestowed upon Catelyn by her father, Duke Hoster Tully. I do not believe in the others, Ed declared, shaking his head. The others have vanished. Much like the children of the forest, no longer existent. Do you truly believe you can bring him to the Godswood? Catelyn inquired. He venerates the old gods and possesses fragments of prophetic visions, metaphors from dreams. I wish to see if the heart tree can grant me some divine insight. What metaphors from your dreams? She pressed, to which Ed replied. The stag shows mercy, and the 3 wolves journey south. He kept to himself the prophetic fragments concerning Jon Snow that were conveyed to him by Will. The symbolism of dragons, wolves, and great pillars. Any prophecy relating to Jon Snow was safest buried deep within his heart. King Robert's sigil was the stag, while theirs was the direwolf. He had brought Jon here, hoping to gain enlightenment from the heart tree to unravel the meaning of this proverb. Catelyn was visibly taken aback. She exchanged a glance with Maester Luwin, realizing the remarkable alignment between this proverb and the news she had just received. Maester Luwin nodded slightly, and Catelyn spoke softly. My dear, I am uncertain how to broach this with you, but I must inform you that Maester Luwin and I have just received word from the Ravens of King's Landing. Jon Arryn has passed away. Ed hesitated. Jon has died. Is this news true? The king's letter bore his seal, confirming its authenticity. Ed fell silent. The sudden death of Jon Arryn, akin to the loss of a father, filled him with an indescribable sorrow. Catelyn moved closer, gently taking Ed's hand in hers. Her beautiful eyes radiated warmth, and the sadness etched on her face was deeply moving. After a moment, Ed's gaze slowly turned to Will, his heart heavy with complex emotions. Jon Arryn was the foster father to both Eddard Stark and Robert Baratheon. Their bond resembled that of father and sons. Eddard Stark and Robert Baratheon had grown up in Jon's eyrie. Jon Arryn not only employed the finest sword masters to train them, but also took it upon himself to educate them, doting on them as if they were his own children. Years prior, when Prince Rhaegar abducted Robert's betrothed, Lyanna Stark, Eddard's brother, Brandon, led a band of northern men into the royal palace, demanding Rhaegar return his sister. However, Rhaegar was not in the palace. He had taken Lyanna to the Tower of Joy in Dorne. Brandon, known as the Wolf, was valiant and fierce. But his intrusion angered the Mad King, Aerys II Targaryen, who ultimately executed him by strangulation. Subsequently, the Mad King ordered the execution of Eddard's father, Rickard Stark, and turned his wrath upon Eddard and Robert. The Mad King demanded Jon Arryn surrender Eddard and Robert, but Jon Arryn refused. Bravely rising against the Mad King to protect his foster sons, Jon Arryn rose in rebellion. Seeking the support of House Tully of Riverrun, he wed Lisa Tully, the sister of Catelyn, while Eddard Stark took Catelyn, his brother's former betrothed, as his wife. Thus, a father and son married a pair of sisters. Although their familial bond transformed into a relationship of brothers-in-law, the affection they held for one another deepened amidst the ravages of war. Furthermore, Robert Baratheon regarded his foster father, Jon Arryn, as his own progenitor. After slaying Rhaegar at the Trident, Robert declared himself king, eschewing his own kin in favor of Jon Arryn as his hand of the king. In all of King's Landing, if anyone could reign in the reckless King Robert, it was only Jon Arryn. Eddard and Robert shared a brotherly bond, Yet Eddard's influence over Robert remained limited, apart from Jon Arryn. There was no one who could counsel or restrain the king. The death of Jon Arryn left both Robert and Eddard in profound sorrow. The bond among these three men transcended mere kinship. Maester Luwin, learned and wise, was summoned by Eddard to Winterfell, hoping that his sagacity could unravel the prophecies spoken by the weirwood. Now, with the mysterious prophecy validated by Jon Arryn's demise, Robert's grief echoed the lament of the stag's compassion. Eddard finally inquired, "Catelyn, what of your sister Lisa?" Robert's letter indicated that Lisa had returned to the Eyrie with her child and guards. The Eyrie? What purpose does she have there? Her family is not present. Indeed, Eddard mused. He would prefer she return to Riverrun, where her brother and father remained. Why not take the children to the Eyrie to keep her company? She ought not to dwell in solitude. I long to do so, yet the time is not ripe. Why? The letter stated that the king was en route to Winterfell. Robert is coming? Eddard's heart, heavy with sorrow, felt a surge of relief. It had been 9 years since he last beheld Robert. They had grown up as brothers, fighting side by side as allies amidst the flames of war. Indeed, the letter proclaimed, "Robert wishes to discuss matters of state with you." Matters of state? Eddard cast a glance at the weirwood, his doubts toward it dispelled. With Jon Arryn's passing, Robert's most esteemed father figure was gone. Among the three men who shared a bond akin to blood, only he and Robert remained. Robert's visit was undoubtedly to solicit Eddard's assistance in governing the realm, to supposedly deliberate on state affairs. As king, Robert's word was law. He could summon a lord to King's Landing with a mere raven. Yet, his personal journey to Winterfell underscored Eddard's significance in his eyes, for Robert understood Eddard's disinterest in power and his preference for a quiet life. Eddard defied royal command. Given their deep-rooted friendship, Robert could rage all he wished, yet he could not compel Eddard. However, with Robert arriving in person, the circumstances shifted. Once the king arrived, Eddard would have no choice but to comply. Eddard's gaze met that of the weirwood, and he comprehended the omen of the three wolves journeying south. The wolf refers to Stark, and the three may represent an actual number or merely a symbolic reference. In any case, with the death of Jon Arryn, the hand of the king, several members of House Stark must have accompanied the king to King's Landing. We'll discern from Eddard's gaze that he had grasped the significance of the three wolves journeying south. We'll side with relief. The prophecy he had received was indeed true, and his life was spared. Eddard Stark remarked, "Maester Luwin, the king did not undertake this journey lightly after 2 months of travel. What is your perspective on the king's summons to the north?" "The king seeks your presence in King's Landing as the hand of the king," Maester Luwin replied. "Three wolves journey south," Eddard Stark slowly articulated. Maester Luwin nodded. "The stag shows compassion. I believe the meaning of the three wolves' journey has been fully realized." "Well, swear by the old gods, are you a warg?" "It is said that 1 in 10,000. In the original text, it was 1 in 1,000. Leading to a proliferation of wargs, possesses this ability. A warg can merge with an animal to observe the world, and those with advanced skills may glimpse fragments of the future. More formidable than a warg is a prophet. In the Seven Kingdoms, both King's Landing and the Night's Watch have seen wargs and prophets. "I am not a warg, my lord," Will replied, bowing slightly, embodying the demeanor of a knight. "I merely act upon the guidance provided in my dreams. I am not a warg." As he spoke, Will recalled the calm, gray-brown eyes of the heart tree, evoking the ancient mountains. "Then the White Walkers you mentioned are indeed real?" Catelyn's voice was tinged with unease. Eddard and Catelyn clasped hands, and he felt her hand tremble slightly. Chapter 7. The Genesis of the Warg. Visions from Dreams. Will stated, "I believe what I have seen with my own eyes." "My lady." Eddard gently patted Catelyn's hand and reassured her. "Catelyn, do not worry. I will send someone to ascertain the truth. Beyond the wall, there are many mysterious and unspeakable horrors, but they need not be White Walkers." Jory added, "My lady, the Lord's brother, Jon Stark, is the first ranger of the Night's Watch. If White Walkers are indeed discovered beyond the wall, he will be the first to send word." The gaunt Maester Luwin remarked dryly, "My lady, even if White Walkers were to appear, they cannot breach the wall. The ice and stone of its foundation are inscribed with magic, and the intricate underground passages are laden with spells specifically designed to thwart the undead and White Walkers. I would argue we should be more concerned about the growing threat of wildlings." Eddard concurred. "Yes, Maester Luwin speaks wisely." Benjen's last letter indicated that the various tribes of wildlings have united under the king beyond the wall, Mance Rayder. This is indeed a cause for concern. A confederation of wildling tribes poses a significant threat to our border at the wall. We cannot allow the wildlings to grow in strength. Winter is approaching, and I may need to summon my vassals to confront Mance Rayder beyond the wall," Catelyn remarked. "Yet, I find myself increasingly troubled by the return of the other's children, especially since they have brought back the direwolves. Direwolves? Eddard exclaimed. Indeed, 6 direwolf pups. Ned, when has a direwolf ever appeared this side of the wall? To my knowledge, they have not been seen for millennia. Direwolves inhabit the lands beyond the wall, yet suddenly, they have manifested here, which is ominous. Direwolf pups? What of the adult wolves? What is the meaning of this? Eddard spoke with urgency. Are the children safe? Did the riders slay the adult direwolves? His gaze turned towards Maester Luwin. Maester Luwin replied. The lads encountered a deceased direwolf on their way back, beneath which lay 6 pups. Catelyn continued. Eddard, Bran mentioned that the deceased direwolf was larger than his pony, twice the size of your strongest hound. Fortunately, there was only one female, but direwolves are pack hunters, unlike the solitary shadowcats. Why then? Did only a single dead wolf appear? Where are its companions? How many were there? Is this pack numerous? I am truly concerned. Yet, the children remain blissfully unaware of the danger. Bran, Sansa, and Arya are bickering over names for their new wolves. 5 children, each with a wolf. And Jon has one as well, a white one. Eddard turned to Will. Will, have you ever encountered direwolves this side of the wall? Will replied, my lord. My dreams are fragmented and chaotic, yet before receiving the prophecy, direwolves frequently appeared in my visions. When we patrol beyond the wall, we often encounter them. They are ferocious and large, akin to ponies, typically moving in packs with few stragglers. However, we are not afraid, for they fear fire. Yet, I struggle to discern which fragments of memory belong to the prophecy and which are mere dreams. Ah, by the way, did the lady mention that the adult direwolf was dead? How did it meet its end? Was there a broken antler lodged in its throat? Catelyn's eyes widened in shock as she gazed at Will, her breath quickening, her emotions tumultuous. Yes, the Black Brother. Bran stated that a broken antler pierced the throat of the dire wolf, and maggots had already infested its eyes. It has been dead for some time. The deceased dire wolf bears our sigil. My lord, I fear this may be an ill omen. Moreover, a lone adult female dire wolf would not appear unless startled by some grave fright or terrifying occurrence. Will added, what could frighten a dire wolf? Scattering the pack and sending them fleeing in disarray? Catelyn's voice trembled slightly. Will wisely chose to remain silent. At that moment, silence was far more appropriate than words. Eddard spoke. Jory, take 50 cavalrymen and meticulously search both sides of King's Road for any traces of the ice wolves. Yes, my lord, Jory replied. Lord Eddard, I am well acquainted with the ice wolves. If permitted, I could offer my assistance. Will interjected. No need, Black Knight. Jory retorted. This is not the haunted forest. I am more familiar with this land than you. If there are ice wolves, we shall capture them. Will understood Jory's disdain, recognizing that the term Black Knight was laced with sarcasm. Thus, he wisely chose to remain silent. The era when the Black Legion commanded the respect of the noblemen and knights of the 7 kingdoms had long since faded. The laws of this land dictated that any captured criminals, reluctant to face punishment, were sent to the wall to become Black Knights. After bowing, Jory departed. Due to Will's 2 prophetic visions proving accurate, Catelyn was struck by a strong notion. She smiled at Maester Luwin, yet her gaze lingered on Will. Maester Luwin, I have heard that ordinary individuals transform into shapeshifters often begin with mysterious revelations in their dreams, and gradually comprehend their shapeshifting abilities through fragments of those dreams. Is that true, Maester Luwin? Indeed, most shapeshifters do commence their journeys through such dreamlike revelations, Maester Luwin affirmed. Will's prophetic dream fragments align remarkably with the initial awakening of shapeshifting abilities. As it appears, my lady, he added with a smile. Do you recall the song sung by the bards and minstrels, 1001 Eyes? When Bloodraven Brinlin River served as hand of the king, he effortlessly thwarted any plots or assassinations against the crown, for Brinlin River was a shapeshifter endowed with 1001 eyes. I certainly do remember Bloodraven Brinlin River. The illegitimate son of King Aegon IV, served as the prime minister to both Kings Aegon I and Maegor I. He ultimately fell from grace for betraying his oath not to kill Aegon Blackfyre, thus staining the royal honor, and was sentenced to death by the succeeding King Aegon V. Yet, Aegon V offered him a chance at life by donning the black cloak and journeying to the wall. His shape-shifting prowess allowed him to command nearly all beasts beyond the wall, rapidly ascending to the role of the Black Knight's commander, though he subsequently vanished after a patrol. Indeed, shapeshifters are rare divine selections, and before us stands one on the cusp of transformation, Catelyn remarked, her gaze warmly fixed upon Will. My lady, I am not a shapeshifter, Will responded. Before becoming a shapeshifter, one often does not perceive themselves as such, yet the prophecy has marked you as a chosen one. With diligent training, nearly all chosen ones evolve into shapeshifters. Will, the prophecy has bestowed upon you a surname, urging you to sever ties with your past as an unhonorable thief. I believe this is indeed a harbinger of your shape-shifting potential. Even so, I still do not grasp your intent, my lady. Will, would you be willing to remain by Lord Eddard's side as a knight? From commoner to knight is a dream cherished by every ordinary person, is it not? Eddard said, Catelyn, we cannot abandon him. Even if he is destined to become a warg, we in Winterfell have no authority to keep him. He is a night's watchman, having sworn his oath beneath the heart tree of the Godswood. Moreover, in the face of the increasingly formidable wildling army, the Night's Watch requires wargs more than ever. You need a warg by your side to serve as a warning. Ned, winter is coming. The king's company has already passed the ancestral graves, and they will soon arrive at Winterfell, accompanied not only by the king's sworn knights, but also by the Lannisters. Catelyn remarked. The Lannisters were the most despised and scorned family in Eddard's heart. Deep down, Eddard harbored disdain and animosity towards the Lannisters, and they felt the same towards the Stark family. In the past, after Robert and Eddard had fought valiantly against the Targaryen king's forces and the tide had turned, the Lannister patriarch, Tywin Lannister, who had remained passive, swore allegiance to the mad King Aerys Targaryen. When King Aerys commanded the guards to open the gates of King's Landing to welcome Tywin Lannister, Tywin ordered his army to seize the city, slaughtering all loyal subjects. From soldiers to civilians, from adults to women and infants. Jaime Lannister, sworn to protect the king, killed the Mad King from behind, forever earning the title of Kingslayer. This act extinguished any favorable sentiments Eddard had towards the Lannisters. At that time, Ned had entered the palace with his army and a drawn sword, threatening Jaime Lannister to descend from the Iron Throne, as the army rallied behind the current king, Robert Baratheon. Now, upon hearing the name Lannister, Eddard could not suppress his revulsion. Catelyn, regardless of who arrives or what challenges we may face, even if winter has come, Willem is still a Night's Watchman. No matter how powerful his prophetic abilities may become, he must return to the Night's Watch. Catelyn looked to Maester Luwin for help. Maester Luwin, wargs are rare and precious. He is a chosen one. We could send 10 knights or more, along with resources, to aid the Night's Watch in exchange for this brother in black. What do you think? Maester Luwin replied, My lord, my lady, the prophecy has been interpreted. I believe we should return. Brother Willem must be quite hungry by now. Look at his black garb, it is tattered beyond wear. We ought to provide him with clean clothes, a warm bath, and a hearty lunch. Willem smiled. Thank you. Maester Luwin, I am indeed quite famished and filthy. However, before I eat and bathe, I would prefer to visit the Maester's tower. Please, Maester Luwin, tend to the wound on my right hand. The area around my injury is already covered in frostbite, and if it goes untreated, I fear it may hinder my swordplay in the future. Chapter 8. The verdant horizon, the Stark family's exquisite crimson wine, fragrant platters of beef, honey-laden bread, rosewater porridge, and golden roasted wild boar legs, alongside an array of vividly colored fruits piled upon the dining table, all ignited a profound appetite within Will. During both lunch and dinner, he indulged to the point of inebriation and satisfaction. In the Maester's tower, his injured right hand, now neatly bandaged and treated with mugwort powder and regenerative ointment, began to itch and radiate warmth, a sure sign of rapid healing. Will resolved to dedicate some time to studying the medicinal properties of the mugwort powder and the ointment. Coming from a family steeped in traditional Chinese medicine, he possessed an innate sensitivity towards herbal remedies. Though the world had transformed, the principles of medicine remained universal. Only the names of the herbs differed. As night fell, he sank into a bed as soft as sponge, adorned with pristine linens. The spacious room allowed him to wield the Valyrian steel sword gifted by Eddard Stark without feeling constrained. While the sword was of commendable quality, it did not align with Will's preferences. His own sword had long been lost in the chaos of his escape. The blade he favored was slender, sharp, of moderate length. Unlike the broadswords favored by northern knights, such broad swords excelled in cleaving, advantageous for cavalry charges, yet cumbersome for stealthy maneuvers. Will's slender sword was ideal for covert operations. Its short length permitted it to hang gracefully at his waist, unobtrusive even when he crouched low. A longer sword would necessitate a cumbersome sheathing on his back, rendering it less accessible for sudden strikes. For a shadowy assassin, drawing a sword from the back was impractical for silent, opportunistic attacks. To slay quietly, one required a fine, pointed blade capable of piercing the heart with minimal spillage of blood. After days of fleeing, Will found himself well-fed and sheltered for the first time. And as he lay down, sleep swiftly enveloped him. Do you believe in the divine? Inquired a gentle, aged voice. Perhaps not, Will replied uncertainly. Yet, without belief in the divine, how have you received fragments of prophecy? The voice carried an ancient, melancholic resonance. Those are not fragments of prophecy, Will countered. What then? They are memories. Memories? If your recollections are not prophetic, from whence do they originate? Today, your insights regarding the Stark family's prophecy proved remarkably accurate. How could a mortal foresee the future without divine revelation? Through supernatural forces. Supernatural forces? Indeed. Humanity, unable to explain the miraculous powers of the supernatural, crafted deities in response. An intriguing assertion. However, regardless of how one interprets it, the existence of gods remains. No matter how they were conceived, they exist. Yet I prefer to believe in those supernatural forces. What I know of the three-eyed crow, the dragons that breathe fire, the Targaryens who possess the blood of dragons and are unafraid of flames, the whites and white walkers beyond the wall, or other mysterious and inexplicable phenomena, I perceive as manifestations of supernatural power, undoubtedly rooted in intrinsic reasons that we have yet to comprehend. Oh, look at yourself now. Will gazed at his own form. Incredulity suffusing his voice. Have I transformed into a tree? He felt his roots. Have I become a heart tree? Where am I? The Heartwood Grove? How could I possibly have morphed into a heart tree? Will's voice trembled with astonishment. He sensed his branches, leaves, body, and roots. A voice spoke gently, imbued with an irresistible force. Its tone was soothing and amiable, compelling one to heed its guidance. Am I dreaming? Are you hypnotizing me? Hypnotizing? What a curious notion. I am training you, my child. Look up at the sky. Will lifted his gaze, and the heavens were a crystalline blue, so close that he felt he could reach out and touch them. The sky loomed above him, merging with his blood-red hand, which resembled the leaves of a tree. Survey your surroundings. Will cast his eyes about, taking in the glass garden just a wall away, the Stark family crypt across the way, the towering remnants of a castle. The soldiers guarding the Heartwood Grove, the lordly castle of Winterfell to the east, the stables and the maester's tower to the west, the dark woods beyond the Hunter's Gate. The King's Road that traversed the shadowy forest, the immense kitchen and clock tower behind the maester's tower, and the library opposite the clock tower. In essence, all the edifices of Winterfell unfurled before him, as if he were gazing at the lines upon his own palm. I can see everything in Winterfell, including the town of Wintertown beyond the southern gate, where the cries of children resonate, and the wolf woods outside. I can perceive it all. Can you hear the howls from within the wolf woods? Yes, the northern nights are perpetually tranquil. I discern many secrets amidst the whispers of the north wind. Do you understand why you can behold such wonders? Because I have transformed into a heart tree. No, this is the green site. The green site. Will felt the name was oddly familiar. Through the trees, one perceives all that nature encompasses, witnessing the creatures of the woods and the birds soaring in the sky. The trees become your eyes, your body, your very essence. This is the green site. With further practice, you may extend your vision even further. The green site. Are you a green seer? I am not a green seer, but I am privy to the secrets of the green seers. They glimpse certain subtle truths within the fabric of time and space. Perhaps I can even create a green seer. Are you a god? Will exclaimed, his voice rising in pitch with shock. I am not a god. If you are not a god, how can you possess knowledge of the green seers? I am not a god. I am merely an old fellow who has yet to succumb to death, but I know I am not a deity. And I long to encounter one, yet I have never done so. You are a god. In Will's memory, within the world of ice and fire, the green seers were the epitome of existence. This individual possesses the ability to conjure the green prophet, yet he remains devoid of any recollections. I am not a deity. If one must assign me a definitive identity, perhaps I could be regarded as the supernatural being you describe. However, if it is life, how can it be deemed supernatural? Alas, this conundrum is rather intricate, my dear. Shall we refrain from discussing these vexing, unanswered queries? Let us engage in practical matters. First, take a glance at your feet. Will directed his gaze downward, where his roots delved deep into the heart of Winterfell, with the entire subterranean realm entwined in the gnarled roots of the heart tree. What did you behold? I witnessed the geothermal springs beneath, revealing that Winterfell was established atop these springs. No wonder the city exudes warmth. Without those springs, as winter descends, the inhabitants of Winterfell would perish from the cold, as would the common folk of the southern winter market. I glimpsed the spring's source. What do you see beneath the spring? Beautiful jade, an abundance of it, and a tomb constructed of dark stone, housing numerous dragon bones. Could it be a dragon's sepulchre? Before the dragon tomb, I observed a gravestone, upon which rested a slender black sword. Indeed, feel its essence. Are the dragon bones warm or cold? Scorching hot, huh? I comprehend now. The temperature of the subterranean springs emanates from these dragon bones. Yes, young one, what is the hardest substance in existence? Dragon bones. And what is the most resilient? Dragon bones. What is the lightest? Dragon bones. Do you not yearn for a sword, as light as a feather, yet indestructible? Forged from dragon bone. Indeed, I desire it greatly. Wilcail's heart raced with fervor. Contemplate how one might descend into the depths to procure the dragon bone sword from the gravestone. I see it now. Enter through the Stark family tomb. Unveil the hidden passage. Traverse the jade cavern and discover the spiral staircase leading directly to the dragon tomb below. Yes, your soul's power is extraordinary. Yet descending to retrieve the dragon bone sword bears considerable peril. Do you dare to take the risk? I hesitate to take such a gamble. But what dangers might I encounter should I descend? The dragon bone sword is a priceless treasure, yet one must possess life to wield it. The undead, the spirit of the dragon, dragons, the ancestors, the children of the forest, giants. Chapter 9. The Chosen One's prophecy. Winterfell is built upon a vast geothermal spring. The water flows within the walls, its warmth often unnoticed during the summer months, deemed inconsequential by many. Yet, in the bitter cold of winter, this warmth can be life-saving. Lady Catelyn's chamber is the warmest of all. Within her room, the walls are infused with the flowing spring water. Hailing from the southern town of Riverrun, Catelyn grew up in temperate seasons. The harsh northern chill of Winterfell has not altered her accustomed way of life. Even after many years of marriage, she still longs for the warmth of Riverrun. In stark contrast, Ned's chamber remains frigid, devoid of the comforting flow of spring water within its walls. As night fell, Ned seldom lingered in his chamber, for Catelyn found it difficult to slumber in the frigid air. Rising from beside her, Ned approached the window and opened it, allowing the cold breeze to caress his robust physique, a sensation he found rather pleasurable. However, Catelyn experienced a searing pain, a consequence of Ned's earlier impact. The northern man had yet to master the art of gentleness over the years, yet her spirits remained buoyant. Ned, I wish to conceive another child, a girl, so that we may have 3 sons and 3 daughters. Little Rickon would have a companion. Ned's voice was low and contemplative. Very well, let us have another. Are you not pleased? Catelyn inquired. Do you truly believe that the Night's Watchman came to deliver an oracle? He came with a prophecy, yet he also seeks to escape. Indeed, one cannot wholly trust that fellow's words. Do you wish to slay him? The Night's Watch is sorely lacking in numbers. An additional member would bolster our strength. As long as he returns to the wall, I shall spare him. Those who flee the Night's Watch meet only one fate: execution. Catelyn, do you believe the Watchman's tales of the others to be true? On the morrow, we shall know. Our raven shall return then. Intuitively, do you think it true? Most likely, the Watchman concocts this tale to facilitate his escape. What of you, Ned? Do you believe it? I am genuinely concerned it may be true. Even if it is, there is no need for alarm. Maester Luwin has stated that the others cannot cross the wall, for it is protected by magic. But how long have the spells on the wall endured, etched in ice and stone? For thousands of years. Are those enchantments still potent? Once cast, such magic remains effective indefinitely. Ned, please close the window. The cold air has chilled the room. Oh, very well, he replied reluctantly. He relished the sensation of the brisk wind against his chest after their intimacy and was reluctant to close the window. The metaphors of prophecies are often perplexing. Many times, people are unaware of their true significance, and even sorcerers frequently misinterpret them. What the seers perceive is not always the truth, Ned remarked. Presently, there are few sorcerers on our continent. This is not Ashai. Ashai, the shadowy land of the eastern continent, lies at the farthest reaches of the Dothraki Sea, a city of magic. From Winterfell to Ashai, it would take no less than a year and a half by sea. Overland, it could take twice as long. Robert shall arrive in a few days. You and Maester Luwin spent an entire afternoon with that will. What did you inquire of him? Catelyn sat up, drawing the pelt of a shadow cat over her neck to shield her elegant throat from the cold breeze still pouring in through the open window. Ned, you would not wish to know. Do share. I asked Will about the dead ice wolves. He has seen such a scene within the fragments of his dreams. Well, what did he say? Eddard finally closed the window, blocking the frigid wind that had been sweeping into the room. Catelyn exhaled in relief, her grip on the fur blanket loosening, causing it to slip and reveal a glimpse of her alabaster neck. Earlier in the day, in the sacred woods, Will had mentioned that this was an ominous omen, and I sensed a deeper meaning in his words. Thus, in the afternoon, I sought out Maester Luwin to inquire further. He explained that a doe bears no antlers, hence the stag that had slain the direwolf must be a buck. The antlers, broken and lodged in the direwolf's neck, certainly indicated that it was a buck that ended the creature's life. Eddard remarked, what is there to investigate? Ned, your sigil is the direwolf, while Robert's is the stag. Eddard chuckled, adding, Caitlin, you worry too much. Even if the entire world were to betray me, Robert would not. We may clash and exchange harsh words, but in the end, we always reconcile. Maester Luwin echoed this sentiment, asserting that King Robert would not harm you. Yet Will's implication was that he did not claim King Robert would kill Lord Eddard. He merely observed that the direwolf had perished due to the stag's antlers. What does that signify? The prophecy suggests that the direwolf died because of the stag, not that the stag killed the direwolf. Eddard paused, realizing that one event could be interpreted in two entirely different ways. He pondered, would he sacrifice himself for Robert if someone threatened the king's life and authority? The answer was unequivocally yes. Thus, the direwolf's demise was due to the stag, rather than the stag being the slayer of the direwolf. Caitlin, you and Maester Luwin are overthinking this. I do not believe in the prophecy's implications. It's nonsense. Perhaps, Caitlin's gaze flickered. What else did you inquire about? And what did you conceal from me? How many fragments of prophecy did that black-clad will truly witness? Do not place too much faith in his words, Caitlin. He may be a charlatan. Once the raven returns, we shall uncover his true nature. Dear Ned, perhaps Will is gradually becoming a greenseer. If he is indeed chosen by the gods, we shall need his assistance. Only in solitude would Eddard refer to Caitlin as Caitley, an affectionate nickname. In public, however, Caitlin would call him by his given name, Ned, without hesitation. Her love was open and selfless, unashamed of others' mockery. She was willing to sacrifice everything for him. The sole thorn in their relationship was Jon Snow. Eddard's only outburst towards Caitlin occurred when she insisted on sending Jon away. Aside from Jon, their intimacy was profound. Very well, I believe Will is a greenseer. What else have you heard from him? He said that the figure that fell from the ruined tower was not a shadow, but a person. He even recognized the face. Who? Bran. He did not say that in the woods. Indeed, because he spoke it aloud, we would not believe him. It is as if the words of the man about the others resonate, for to this day, apart from you and me harboring doubts, none among the likes of Bachelor Luwin, Captain Yora, Desmond, or Hullen believe in his claims of the other's emergence. At the dining table, Theon Greyjoy openly accused him of being a fraud, a coward, and a deserter. Do you now find yourself convinced? Beyond the others providing a pretext for his flight, Bran's fall from the broken tower, and the death of the direwolf due to the stag, these are matters we detest hearing. Voicing them only deepens our disdain for him, offering him no advantage. Thus, he has no need to deceive us with such tales. Ned, in the name of the old gods, do engage earnestly with the Chosen One. My eyes do not deceive. The Chosen One possesses many prophecies and omens yet unspoken. Chapter 10. The Flame Bearer, what are you doing? The ancient voice was deep, as if on the verge of slumber. I am observing the subterranean tomb of House Stark, Will replied. The roots of the heart tree have transformed into Will's sensory tendrils, pervading the damp, dark, and frigid depths, infiltrating the crevices of the grand stone corridors. Are you not afraid of adventure? You fear the undead. Everyone fears the undead. I too fear adventure. But why must you reveal to me that beneath the tomb of House Stark lies a dragon's grave? Knowing of the dragon's resting place is one thing, yet you chose to disclose the countless precious gems and the dragonbone sword within. You are aware of my profession, that I am a thief prone to restlessness at the mention of treasures, are you not? I know not of you. You have not come to the sacred grove to pray, and thus your existence is unknown to me. As for your discourse with Ed, you both voluntarily chose to chatter before me. I had no choice but to listen. You speak falsehoods. The ancient spirit of the forest never lies. It simply enjoys dozing. And I have slumbered for long, perhaps an entire summer. You must understand, this summer has lingered for 9 years. Do you claim to be the ancient spirit of the forest? You must be the deity of the woods, the god of trees. I am so ancient that I have forgotten my true name. All I recall is that the children of the forest affectionately call me the Old Spirit, along with some loathsome giants. Have you lived for millennia? 10 millennia? Thousands of years? 10,000? Surely, I cannot have lived that long. Does the passage of time hold significance? I have never kept track. I only know that my sole purpose is to wait. What do you await? The clarity of what I await has grown hazy, yet when that which I await returns, I shall know. You wait for me, a formidable being endowed with innate power. The aged voice chuckled softly, akin to the boundless solitude of a desolate mountain. Though I can scarcely recall my purpose for being here, I am certain that I am not waiting for you. Then why do you urge me to traverse through the tomb of House Stark? It cannot merely be for the sake of acquiring the dragonbone sword, can it? I remember you mentioning that beneath lies a great secret, and that the construction of Winterfell in this location holds significance. The clever lad, you speak wisely. The secrets of the hot springs and the dragon's tomb are not truly enigmatic. However, the genuine secret lies in the audacious courage of adventurers who dare to uncover it themselves, rather than relying on the words of others. Secrets divulged by others are often not secrets at all, but rather traps. If the allure of a dragonbone dagger has already enticed you into peril, the greater secrets are currently beyond your capacity to bear. So why reveal this to me, you may ask? It is because of the invasion of the others, dear child. You are the first to encounter them. Should we fail to halt their advance beyond the wall, the entire continent shall become a realm of death. You would perish and become a dreadful other, while I would wither into a lifeless tree, transforming into a wraith-like entity. Yet, I am not ready to embrace death, for I have matters awaiting my attention. Once my life becomes entwined with this heart tree, my vision extends far beyond, though my body remains incapable of movement. Are you a shapeshifter? Your soul inhabits this heart tree. The tree is you, and you are the tree. Indeed, it seems so. My flesh and blood have melded with this heart tree, not merely my spirit. What a tragic fate it is for one's body and soul to be bound to a tree, unable to wander freely. I would not wish for such a destiny. No one desires that for you. Your bloodline dictates that you cannot merge with the fishbeam tree. You are not a child of the forest. However, with your spiritual prowess, mastering the green sight is still within your grasp. Then you are a child of the forest? I am an ancient forest spirit, as they call me. The green sight enables one to inhabit the bodies of animals, perceiving the world through their eyes. Do not deceive me. I understand what green sight is. It is one of the abilities of shapeshifters. Child, both the green sight that inhabits animals and the one that inhabits trees are indeed green sight. Common shapeshifters may only inhabit animals, while the more formidable among them can also inhabit trees. Every living tree is a sentient being, possessing consciousness akin to that of humans. So, am I a high-level shapeshifter? You are not yet a shapeshifter. Your current vision is a gift from my assistance. When you can inhabit trees independently and perceive the world through their eyes, then you shall be a shapeshifter. Do you wish to become one? Certainly. Winter has arrived, and I yearn to traverse this harsh season. I do not wish to perish within its grasp. Then proceed to the underground dragon tomb and extract the dragonbone dagger. When this blade pierces the flesh of another, it will instantly reduce them to ash. It bears two names, originally known as the Shadowbane. It later became the Flamebringer. Can your words be trusted? You have mentioned that secrets shared by others are merely traps, and yet this time you have chosen to confide in me. How can I place my faith in your words? Yet the voice disregarded Will's skepticism, continuing its discourse. The dragonbone dagger lies dormant, awaiting your arrival. It will sense your presence, having been confined for too long, yearning for rebirth. As soon as it detects life, its blade shall ignite, dispersing the surrounding wraiths, allowing you to behold it and lead it forth. Old demon, as far as I know, dragon bones are too hard to be forged into swords. They can only be shaped into sword hilts through meticulous polishing. The slender dragon bone blade is crafted from a blend of dragon bone and steel. Or is it forged solely from pure dragon bone? Light as a feather, fire's emissary. The voice of the old demon sighed. Light as a feather, indeed. It must be pure dragon bone. Who forged it? Who possesses the skill to create fire's emissary? Numerous legends abound, yet the specific truth eludes me. Do you choose not to disclose it, or do you truly not know? I am only aware that fire's emissary hails from the ancestral lands of House Targaryen, Valyria. It was crafted by a master blacksmith, proficient in pyromancy and capable of commanding great dragons. In Valyria, all masters of Valyrian steel are adept in the art of fire magic. Those who lack such mastery remain mere apprentices. Valyria? The fabled birthplace of the finest swords in the world, now a desolate realm reduced to ruins and death, a land lost to the cataclysm of the Empire's demise. Will's voice grew faint, fatigue overwhelming him. As he felt his eyelids growing heavy, his senses dulled. You have lingered long enough. Your innate soul power is formidable. Yet you must rest, lest your spirit be diminished. I am fine. I can endure. I have yet to fully comprehend the subterranean structure. Will's voice dwindled, finally fading into silence, as if he succumbed to the depths of slumber. Time passed, and a warm, gentle presence roused Will from his deep sleep. A wave of horror washing over him. It was impossible for someone to approach him unnoticed while he slept. What had transpired? Was he truly so fatigued? Had an enemy attacked, he would have met his demise. A cold sweat broke out upon him, yet he remained still, eyes closed. The essence of a wolf lingered nearby. Devoid of hostility, a sign of goodwill. A small wolf's tongue licked Will's face. Additionally, a human presence hovered close by. Will slowly opened his eyes, and the wolf ceased its affectionate gestures, its sharp little teeth glimmering softly before him. Nay, Amelia, a girl's voice called out. The wolf then leaped away. Chapter 11, Wild Spirit Arya. Nay, Amelia, a name belonging to a heroic queen who conquered all of Dorne and established a unified kingdom, a superheroine of the Rhoynar. Good morning, Arya. Your little wolf is truly beautiful. Thank you for sparing my life earlier. Will sat up, a smile gracing his face. Daylight had broken outside. The young girl before him was exceptionally lovely, her features exquisite, rumored to mirror the beauty of his aunt, Lyanna Stark. Yet her eyes brimmed with a wildness that stood in stark contrast to innocence and purity. Those who encountered Arya would inevitably overlook her beauty, instead captivated by the fierce spirit reflected in her gaze. The small wolf by her side, though devoid of malice, bore an air of readiness to bare its teeth, embodying a restless warrior spirit. Truly, a wolf mirrors its master. Greetings, Shadowed One. In my heart, Nymeria stands as a hero, much like Daemon Targaryen is to my brother Jon. Oh, who is Daemon Targaryen? That name is unfamiliar to me. Will regarded Arya with keen interest. This 11-year-old girl, though still bearing the remnants of childhood, possesses an astonishing audacity, her eyes ablaze with a wild spirit, exuding an aura of fearless defiance. Yet, she may be oblivious to the exceptional quality she embodies. Daemon Targaryen conquered Dorne at the tender age of 14, unmatched in valor. And my brother Jon relishes narrating his heroic tales. Both Daemon and Nymeria are remarkable champions. Oh, so it seems you and your brother Jon aspire to be great heroes as well. Indeed, I have heard whispers of your being a chosen one, a deserter, a night's watchman, and that you excel in stealthy nocturnal escapades. How is it that you remained unaware of my presence at your bedside? This suggests that such rumors are unfounded. Will chuckled, and also indicates your adeptness in stealth, having entered without a sound. Lady Arya, may I inquire what brings you to my chamber at such an early hour? I wish to hear tales of the others. You claim to have encountered them. Yet Jory and the others insist you are a fraud. Are the others indeed real? What do they look like? Do they possess claws like shadow cats and fangs reminiscent of wolves? Do the others feast upon children? The others I have seen are far from the charming, entertaining horror stories told by your nurse. If the others are real, do you not fear them? I fear not. Why is that? These adults tremble in fear of the others, knowing that ordinary swords cannot slay them. Ah, do you require enchanted blades? Arya's eyes sparkled with curiosity. From her expression, one could only discern astonishment and intrigue, devoid of any trace of fear. Valyrian steel can vanquish the others, as can obsidian, also known as dragonglass. Dragonglass. Do you possess any? Show me, please. No, not even a shard of dragonglass. Then you certainly lack Valyrian steel. Indeed, in all of Winterfell, only Lord Eddard's ice is Valyrian steel, although our commander, Mormont, possesses a Valyrian steel sword named Longclaw. Can Longclaw withstand all the others? Certainly not. What then shall you do? I heard Robb mention that the ravens will return tomorrow, and you are to be sent back to the wall. Will you fight the others? Will they slay you? Nay, I shall live a long life, for the others fear fire. Burning them is the solution. Beneath the wall lies a forest abundant with firewood. Will chuckled, I shall incinerate them. Awakening to Arya's fervent desire for tales of the others, his spirits lifted early in the morning. He rose with pleasure, approached the window, and beheld Jon, Robb, and Theon practicing with wooden swords in the training yard below, while Bran honed his archery skills, drawing and aiming his bow. Their instructor, a robust figure with graying temples, was none other than Ser Roderick Castle. And who is that instructor? Ser Roderick Castle? Indeed, his swordsmanship is quite commendable, Arya. The morning is splendid. Why do you not practice your swordplay? My parents do not permit me to learn swordsmanship. They wish for me to study embroidery with Sister Modin. Embroidery? Oh, how dreadful. No, Arya, you should learn to wield a slender and narrow sword. It is not the embroiderers who become great heroes, like Nymeria. I understand. But we do not possess slender swords here, only the broad swords favored by knights. Fear not. You can ask the blacksmith Mikken to forge you a fine thin sword. Mikken's swords are exceptional. Mother would never consent. Do not inform Mother. Instead, approach Father. If he remains opposed, remind him of Aunt Lyanna. Tell him that winter is coming, and you wish to learn to protect yourself. He will surely allow you to pursue swordsmanship. Really? Truly? Why does mentioning Aunt Lyanna sway Father to agree to my training in swordsmanship? A pertinent question, but before I divulge the answer, would you consider me your closest friend? I would. Arya's expression was earnest. Will smiled, knowing well that Arya preferred the company of common folk, merchants, butchers, servants, thieves, and wandering minstrels, over the so-called noble knights, whom she found insufferable with their pretentious, flowery lies and mutual flattery. You must swear by the old gods that you shall not reveal our conversation to anyone. Not even Jon Snow. Very well, I promise. Arya possesses a character of unwavering integrity, much like Eddard Stark himself. Aunt Lyanna, much like you in her youth, detested embroidery and the role of a lady. She yearned for archery, galloping steeds, and the thrill of combat. Yet, your grandfather, Eddard Stark, forbade her from practicing archery, insisting she engage in embroidery. The more he pressed, the more rebellious Aunt Lyanna became. In opposition to anything your grandfather arranged, she defied him, including the marriage to her betrothed, Robert Baratheon, which was also orchestrated by your grandfather. You are aware of the subsequent events after Aunt Lyanna's demise. Your grandfather Eddard Stark felt immense remorse before his passing, as did your father, Eddard Stark. They believed that had they permitted her to train in arms, she might not have become so defiant, leading to a tragic life. Nonsense. My aunt was taken by Rhaegar. Her character had nothing to do with it. That is true. But consider, had your aunt been a formidable warrior, Rhaegar would not have so easily taken her. If she possessed skills akin to Nymeria, Rhaegar could not have approached her. Arya's eyes widened. How do you know all this? Father rarely speaks of Aunt Lyanna. Arya, Arya, Arya. A woman's voice called out. Arya's complexion paled instantly. Hush. It is Sister Modin. Our morning lessons are commencing. The cursed etiquette of a lady, the damned embroidery, and the detestable Sister Modin. Pay her no heed. Seek out your father instead, and inform him of your desire to learn the art of swordsmanship. If you truly wish to pursue it, he shall undoubtedly acquiesce. But what if he refuses? Then you shall run away from home to give him a fright. Where would I go if I left home? To the Great Wall with you, for it has been far too long since I last saw Uncle Benjen Stark. Will was taken aback and hastily replied, Arya, all you need to do is hide beneath the heart tree in the Godswood for one night. Once your father finds you, your mission will be accomplished. Did my aunt also hide beneath the heart tree in the Godswood? Will rubbed his nose and nodded. Yes, Arya, Arya. Several servants have begun to search for her. I must depart now. Farewell, my friend in black. Arya lowered her voice, whispering, Nymeria, be silent and follow me. She tiptoed out of Will's room with the stealth of a wary and agile little cat. Arya, my young friend, you shall become a great assassin, Will thought to himself. Let me assist you in your endeavor. Chapter 12. Words and Sword of Will. The guest room where Will resided was situated at the rear of the stone keep, with the Godswood directly behind and the training grounds before it. To the left lay the armory, while the spacious kitchen, capable of accommodating hundreds for a meal, was positioned to the right front. Outside the kitchen stood the pointed bachelor's tower, the towering library, and the clock tower. These stone structures were interconnected through the castle's enclosed passageways. From the window of the guest room, one could see Eddard Stark and Lady Catelyn observing several children practicing their swordplay from the outer railing of the main keep. Will descended the stairs, and to the right of the staircase was the dog kennel, filled with over 100 fearsome hounds that inspired trepidation. Will gently whistled a few notes, causing the two guard hounds to shift from their aggressive stance, their fierce green eyes gradually losing their intensity. The hounds regarded Will with suspicion before slowly lying down, lulled by the enchanting melody of his whistle. Beyond the kennel was the Hunter's Gate, which led to the King's Road, a thoroughfare that traversed the continent, connecting the northernmost wall to the north, the Riverlands, the lands of the Crown, and the capital, King's Landing. Outside the Hunter's Gate lay the renowned Wolfswood. The Wolfswood Mountains stretched for thousands of miles, extending from Winterfell's territory all the way to the newly gifted lands beyond the wall. While the woods were indeed home to wolves, they were not the direwolves found beyond the wall. The direwolves were as large as ponies, twice the size of the strongest hounds of House Stark. Their ferocity and combat prowess are beyond imagination. Will emerged from the dog kennel, where several kennel workers looked upon him with a mix of suspicion and awe, realizing that the reputation of Will as a notorious thief was well-deserved. If he could not even manage the guard hounds, then the illustrious thieving career of this body's owner, Will, spanning over 2 decades, would have been in vain. Will strolled leisurely to the training grounds, intending to become acquainted with Jon Snow. He observed Jon Snow, Robb Stark, Theon Greyjoy, and Bran as they practiced their swordplay. After watching for a while, he found it somewhat dull. She and Greyjoy exclaimed with fury, Coward, do you dare to try? Will shook his head, contemplating that it seemed impossible to avoid Jon Snow's attention by not offending anyone. Perhaps it's best to refrain. My swordsmanship is inadequate and unremarkable. Furthermore, the habits we cultivated outside the wall dictated that our swordplay determined life and death, without regard for victory or defeat. Sir Roderick Castle coldly declared, Brothers in Black, our swordplay is a matter of life and death. Not necessarily, Will replied. My interpretation of life and death differs from your understanding of victory and defeat. Oh, I would be most eager to learn. Sir Roderick Castle, the venerable instructor from Winterfell who had trained many knights and valiant soldiers, found Will's words challenging to his knightly dignity and hurled a wooden practice sword at him, which Will caught deftly. Sir Roderick then instructed Jon, "Give him your shield." Jon approached and handed his shield to Will. Will shook his head, saying, "Thank you, but it is unnecessary." In the corridor of the towering keep, Eddard Stark and Catelyn observed the unfolding scene below with calm expressions. Sir Roderick coldly remarked, "Brothers in black, do not presume that having slain wildlings outside the wall grants you superiority. It is merely the truth I speak," Will said, performing a flourish with his sword to gauge the condition of his injury. If it had not healed sufficiently, he would be unfit for combat. However, Will rarely applied force when wielding his sword. He eschewed the northern knight's heavy slashes, finding them laborious and overly expansive, which would reveal his intentions upon execution. As he tested his sword, Will felt no discomfort in his hand. He tapped the sword hilt against his injury, feeling no pain. This perplexed him, for he was a physician, hailing from a family of healers, and he understood that his wounds would not heal so swiftly. He tore away the bandaging from the student of Maester Luwin, discovering that the wounds had completely healed, the new flesh a slightly brighter hue than the surrounding skin. Will was astonished and elated. How could such severe abrasions and frostbite have mended overnight? This surely was not the remarkable efficacy of Maester Luwin's yarrow powder and healing salve. He was well acquainted with their effects, and the owner of this body had used them numerous times without such miraculous results. "Fear not, I am aware of your injury, and I shall not strike with force," Sir Roderick stated indifferently. "It is nothing, my hand is fine," Will replied cheerfully. It must be the heart tree's influence, he pondered. Last night, he had transformed into a heart tree, merging with the heart tree of the Weirwood Grove, and in nature, the regenerative capacity of plants is unparalleled. The rapid healing of his injuries must be attributed to the extraordinary powers he acquired in his transformed state. This truly was a fantastical and supernatural realm. Under the guidance of the heart tree, he had cultivated the ability of green sight, which had inexplicably bestowed upon him the regenerative powers of the heart tree, silently mending the wounds and frostbite on his right hand. Yet, he wondered whether this regenerative ability still resided within him, or if it was contingent upon his current form as a tree. Sir Roderick Castle secured the shield strap tightly with his left hand, grasping a wooden sword in his right. When he struck the shield with the sword, a resounding thud echoed through the air as he charged towards Will. Will smiled faintly, planting his toe on the ground before kicking up dust, which burst forth, striking Roderick's face with a gritty assault. By the time Roderick attempted to raise his shield in defense, he was already blinded and choking on dirt. As he blinked to locate his adversary, Will's sword was poised at his throat from behind. "Sir, you are dead," Will declared with a grin. Roderick Castle's face flushed crimson, and in a fit of rage, he discarded the wooden sword, tore off the shield strap from his left arm, and hurled the shield to the ground before storming off. Will shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, "See, this is what I mean by the art of killing with a sword. In a duel, anything around you can serve as a weapon." "How despicable," sneered Theon Greyjoy. "Sir Roderick Castle is no coward, yet he is vanquished, while I remain alive," Will replied. He gazed toward the castle keep. "My Lord Eddard, why do I not see Lady Arya practicing her swordplay here? What would a girl need with swordplay?" "She is learning etiquette and embroidery under Septim Mordain," Catelyn interjected, frowning. "Oh, what a pity. Last night, I dreamed of Arya honing her skills. Her swordsmanship surpasses that of your children. Neither Robb's spear, Jon's longsword, nor Bran's archery can compare to her prowess. As for Theon Greyjoy," Will pointed, "10 of him could not best her. My Lord Eddard, in the fragments of my dream, I glimpsed Arya's future. Winter is coming, and she is the most formidable among your children. No matter how hard Robb, Bran, Rickon, and Jon train, they will never surpass her." Catelyn turned to Eddard, who remained silent as a mountain. His daughter Arya, much like his sister, preferred martial pursuits over embroidery. Wild and unrestrained, whenever he and Catelyn were absent, none could rein her in. The tragedy of his sister was a regret on her deathbed. Their father lamented not allowing Lyanna to pursue her passions, which rendered her brief life nearly devoid of joy. With winter approaching, let Arya pursue what she loves. The memory of his sister Lyanna's unfortunate fate struck Eddard with pain. She had passed at the tender age of 16. Arya and Lyanna were strikingly alike, both in appearance and temperament, as though Lyanna had been reborn. The only distinction lay in Arya's fierce spirit, while Lyanna's gentle autumnal gaze had deceived many. Even 15 years after her passing, King Robert Baratheon could not forget her. Eddard's thoughts raced as he made a resolute decision. Chapter 13. Do not draw the sword lightly. Eddard turned to Catelyn. "Catelyn, Do you not believe in the divine revelations of the chosen ones? What of this occasion? Arya is but a girl, Ned. Catelyn spoke with a gravity that intensified her tone. Who says that girls must only engage in embroidery? As long as the child finds joy in it, should we not also embrace it? If the child is happy, are you not happy as well? The chosen one, standing in the courtyard below, appeared poised to undergo a transformation into a shapeshifter. In his dreams, he often glimpsed fragments of prophecies, a clear indication of the onset of this metamorphosis. I trust his prophetic visions. He claimed to have seen Arya's future, one in which, should she pursue martial arts, her skills would be unparalleled. My heavens, Ned, Catelyn exclaimed, Arya is a girl. Indeed, she is a girl. But have you heard her wolf's name? Nymeria. She was a heroine of the Rhoynar from 4 centuries past, who, after the Rhoynar were vanquished by the dragon legions of Valyria, led a fleet of 1,000 ships across the narrow sea, landing on the banks of Dorne's Greenblood River. After marrying Mor's Martell of Sunspear, she united the 6 kingdoms of Dorne, establishing a singular Dorne empire. Even today, more than 400 years later, the descendants of Nymeria, the Martell family, remain the absolute lords of Dorne. Arya idolizes Nymeria, yet Nymeria was no delicate seamstress. Catelyn gazed incredulously at Eddard. Eddard, do you comprehend what you are saying? Eddard replied slowly, Catelyn, Arya carries the blood of the direwolf. She is unlike Sansa. He turned to the guard standing nearby. Align, go to the silent room of the maester and summon Arya. The phrase blood of the direwolf is a traditional expression within House Stark, as both his brother Brandon and sister Lyanna were considered to possess such blood by the family elders. The guard captain Align bowed and said, Yes, my lord. I shall fetch Lady Arya at once. Will bowed as well, declaring, My lord Eddard, I swear by the old gods. What you are doing is right and aligns with the divine will. Eddard Stark asked, Brother Cao, do you feel that your shape-shifting abilities have awakened? Perhaps, Cao replied. I sense something different within me. The Night's Watch is colloquially known as the Brotherhood of the Black, a term embraced by all, from kings and lords to wandering minstrels and poets. Hey, you are the chosen one, right? Care to duel with me? Shouted Theon Greyjoy. If we are to decide a victor, so be it. I am accustomed to life-or-death duels. Will understood that Jon would soon join the Night's Watch, and it would be beneficial for him to witness their swordsmanship principles in advance. Then let it be a fight to the death, Theon declared. He positioned his shield, ensuring a solid defense, intent on denying Will any opportunity to execute his dusty tricks. He placed his wooden sword atop his shield, advancing step by step towards Will. Will stood his ground, casually holding the wooden sword, nonchalantly facing Theon. This wooden sword weighed the same as a real broadsword, hollowed out and filled with lead, allowing practice that would not ruin the feel of a true blade. Will was unaccustomed to the broadsword. His weapon was a thin, sharp blade, seemingly fragile but as lethal as a viper. The slender sword thrusts forth with precision. Its diminutive point of contact generates sufficient pressure to penetrate the armor of an adversary, creating a small aperture within their flesh, perhaps near the heart. Even the protective neck armor is no match, as the fine blade can seamlessly slip through the interstices of the plates, piercing the throat of the opponent. The original owner of Will Chao's body, Will, was a master of the slender sword. After honing his skills in the harsh environment beyond the Great Wall of Despair for 4 arduous years, his swordsmanship reached a level of refinement where any superfluous or ostentatious movement had been eradicated. The essence of his lethal technique, forged through countless brushes with death, was unleashed with lethal intent. There exists a stark contrast between the swordsmanship of victory and that which pertains to life and death. With vigilant defense, Scene advanced step by step into striking range, aiming a blow toward Will's neck. Will leaned back, his feet rooted firmly to the ground. Scene's blade whisked past him, and Will propelled himself forward, colliding forcefully with Scene's shield, sending both man and shield flying through the air. As Scene scrambled to regain his footing, Will effortlessly kicked the sword from Scene's grasp, twirling his wooden sword gracefully, the tip poised delicately against Scene's still-rising face. "You are dead, Scene," Will stated calmly, punctuating the moment with a soft whistle. Scene Greyjoy's countenance paled, yet his gaze burned with murder, a flicker of malice in his eyes. Will, however, paid no heed to Scene's disarray. Had he wielded his slender sword, he could have pierced Scene's throat with ease. The wooden sword, burdened by lead, hampered the swiftness and the agile, captivating maneuvers of his attack. "Jon, how did I manage to best the remarkably skilled Ser Roderick Castle?" Will inquired, observing the composed Jon Snow. "Deceit," Jon replied. "You forsook your honor. Between honor and life, which would you choose?" Will queried. "This is not a duel of life and death, Jon. I advise you to perceive each practice as a duel to the death. Embrace this understanding, and you shall gain a different appreciation for the sword. What sort of understanding? One should not strike easily. Suddenly, Will pivoted slightly, sidestepping, as a wooden sword pierced through his chest. He extended his left hand to grasp the wrist of an assailant wielding a sword, while his right swung the wooden sword with a resounding crack, striking the assailant squarely in the face. A cry of agony erupted as the ambushing Scene Greyjoy fell to the ground, blood streaming from half of his face. In the pursuit of survival, even in slumber, Will kept one eye open. The occurrence this morning, when Arya had stealthily entered his room without his notice, was exceedingly rare. He understood it was related to his exhaustion from the previous night. Jon, how did I first triumph over Scene Greyjoy? Strength. Your perception is commendable, Will replied, giving Jon a thumbs up. You possess the ability to contemplate, yet I must assert that your swordsmanship is commendable. However, you shall never surpass Arya. At the tender age of 3, Arya trailed behind me, brandishing a stick as she practiced swordplay. I recognized her remarkable talent, Jon Snow remarked, his previously grave demeanor lightening as a rare smile graced his face. He felt a sense of joy witnessing Theon Greyjoy suffer from a surprise attack, and he was equally pleased that their father permitted Arya to train with swords, for it was her greatest passion. Among the 6 siblings, Arya and Jon shared the closest bond, with a profound understanding of one another. Jon consistently encouraged Arya in her martial pursuits, being the sole individual who had secretly instructed her in the arts of swordsmanship, archery, and horsemanship. Now, Arya had acquired a solid foundation in riding and archery, hitting the target 10 times out of 10 from a distance of 50 paces, far surpassing Bran and several soldiers in skill. Stealing a glance towards the castle's upper reaches, Jon caught sight of Catelyn's disapproving gaze. He lowered his eyes, the smile vanishing as he resumed his stoic expression. Robb, let us practice swordplay. I wish to compete with the Night's Watch. Robb was eager to engage. Robb, you are no match for me with a sword. I have heard you are more adept with a spear, so wield that, Will suggested. Chapter 14. He is our brother. Arya's eyes were fixed on Septa Mordane, who animatedly described the techniques of embroidering beautiful flowers and red fish on a tapestry, detailing the intricacies of pattern layout, preliminary sketches, color selection of threads, and the art of stitching. Arya absorbed none of it, her gaze drifting to her homework from the previous day, a scarf whose design was askew and an eyesore to behold. She found it utterly unappealing. Stealing glances at the other girls, she pondered how to remedy her predicament. She dreaded the thought of Septa Mordane pointing to her scarf and declaring she possessed the hands of a blacksmith. If only she could exchange her scarf with one of the girls nearby, perhaps she could deceive her way through the assignment. However, those girls were friends with Sansa, and Arya felt utterly out of place among them. Sister Sansa sat enthralled among a group of girls, including Lisa, the daughter of the castle steward, and Beth, the daughter of the stable master, alongside several other noble girls, all of whom embroidered far better than Arya. The sound of footsteps heralded the arrival of a woman seeking the septa, who instructed her to wait before stepping out, leaving the girls gathered together. Arya sat alone in a corner, as though belonging to an entirely different realm. Once Sister Mordane departed, the girls came alive, clustering around Sansa, whispering and sharing laughter. Arya caught snippets of their conversation, her curiosity piqued when she heard Jon Snow's name. Approaching them, she asked, "Ladies, what are you discussing? I heard you mention Jon Snow." Sansa replied. Lisa remarked that Jon is quite handsome, with his dark, curly hair possessing a certain charm, though it is a pity he is a bastard. Whenever one sees him, he always appears so aloof and unyielding. Little Beth laughed, saying, "No matter how handsome Jon may be, he remains a bastard. Who would fall for a bastard? Though Jon Snow is Lord Eddard's son, I would rather wed a free man. You wish to marry Robb Stark, don't you? Alas, he will never return your affections. Robb Stark is destined to marry the daughter of another lord, little Beth. Your infatuation with him is futile," Lisa chuckled. A loud slap echoed through the air as Arya suddenly struck Beth across the face. "I will not allow you to speak of Jon Snow in such a manner. So what if he is a bastard? He is my brother, 100 times better than you, the daughter of the stable master. You wretched girl." Sansa exclaimed, "Arya, have you lost your mind? I will not permit you to speak of Jon Snow that way. Anyone who dares to repeat it shall feel my wrath." Arya retorted fiercely. "Jon Snow is merely a bastard, cold and detached, filled with insecurity and sensitivity. So what?" Sansa shouted. "Arya, I will not tolerate your disdain for him. He is our brother," Arya warned Sansa. "I have said it. Jon Snow is a—" Arya lunged at Sansa, and the two sisters tumbled to the ground. Arya pinned Sansa beneath her, declaring, "I will not allow you to speak of him like that. He is our brother. This is your final warning, Sansa." With a furious shout, Arya raised her hand, though she did not strike. Her eyes burned with rage, and her trembling palm hovered in the air. The other girls watched in shock and fear, hesitant to intervene. Some shouted for Sister Modin, while others urged, "Arya, let Sansa go." A few sought refuge, while others dashed outside to find Sister Modin. A commanding voice suddenly rang out. "What is happening here? Where is Sister Modin? Arya, get up. Lord Eddard wishes to see you." A strong hand lifted Arya entirely off the ground. "Arya, what are you doing?" "Sansa is your sister," said Sir Alan, the captain of the guards, as he separated the two sisters. "I despise her." Arya gasped, still seething. "Sansa, are you all right?" Alan asked as he positioned Arya behind him to shield her from Sansa. Sansa, coughing, was supported by the other girls as they helped her up. "I will tell Sister Modin, and I will inform Mother." "Just wait for your punishment," Sansa said, her cheeks flushed. "Go ahead and tell. I will never call you sister again." "I don't want you to." Alan chuckled. All right, it's over now. Arya, let us go." As Arya turned to flee, Alan was prepared, swiftly grasping her arm. "Do not run away. This time it is not a punishment. Something good awaits you." Nymelia, Arya called for her ally. She had just caused trouble and could not believe it was anything favorable. Alan sighed, feeling a headache coming on. Outside, the voices of Sister Modin and the direwolves echoed together. "Illyria, Lord Eddard has granted you permission to practice swordsmanship," Ellen said eagerly. "But that little wolf's presence complicates matters. It is so small that it cannot be struck, yet a bite from it is no trifling matter. That little creature is a direwolf." "I do not believe it," Illyria retorted, kicking and biting at Ellen. "It is true. It was the black-clad brother, Cao Dali, who conveyed a prophetic message to Lord Eddard, persuading him to allow this. Lord Eddard instructed me to fetch you." "Namely," Illyria called again. This time her voice halted the small wolf that had rushed in to assist. The wolf, which had been baring its teeth at Ellen, instantly subdued its fierce demeanor, scampering over to Illyria's side, looking up at its young mistress with a tilted head, a look of curiosity adorning its face. Namely, due to her restlessness, Sister Modin forbade her from entering the quiet room. Yet Sansa's little she-wolf was permitted entry. As it behaved obediently, Illyria shoved Ellen's hand away, scooped up the small wolf, and darted past Sister Modin, who had just entered. Sister Modin shouted, exasperated, "Illyria, where are you running off to? Stand still. Come back. I swear I will inform your mother." "I swear." Illyria's voice echoed back from a distance. "Sister Modin, I have returned your embroidery needle and weaving tools. They are on my seat." Beneath the towering stone corridor of the castle, sounds of combat emerged from the training yard. The crackling of wooden swords clashing resonating through the air. Illyria excitedly rushed to the window to peer down, witnessing Robb valiantly wielding a lance against her black-clad friend. Her friend displayed remarkable agility, deftly evading and seizing Robb's thrusting practice spear, his wooden sword slicing down the shaft, striking Robb's fingers, causing him to yelp in pain and release his grip as the spear was skillfully wrested away. "Bravo!" Illyria exclaimed joyfully, her black-clad friend having triumphed over Robb, filling her with delight. At the south gate of the castle, Halwyn, the son of the gatekeeper and stable-master Huron, rested his hand on the hilt of his sword, observing the sparring in the yard while chewing fiercely on a dark loaf of bread, as if he bore a grudge against it. "Halwyn, that black-clad lad is far too arrogant," remarked a companion with a languid smile. "Are you truly going to allow him to return unscathed to the wall?" "Fuko, you two have been trained by Sir Roderick," Halwyn replied coldly. "If I intend to deal with that lad, I shall not fall behind. Simply say the word, and my brothers will be at your side," Fuko replied nonchalantly. "Tomorrow, in the Wolfwood, shall we?" Before the Micken blacksmith shop beneath the south gate, the affairs manager Desmond and two knights watched from afar as Cao Dali engaged in several bouts. "Sir Desmond, the black-clad brothers are exceedingly brazen. They outwitted Sir Roderick, injured Kian, and even disarmed Robb in Lord Eddard's presence. It is utterly outrageous," a burly knight remarked, shrugging his shoulders. "Tomorrow, he shall return to the Great Wall, and a mark must be left for him. Otherwise, upon his return, he might boast of our northern knight's ineptitude. I can already envision that fellow, brimming with pride, boasting before his companions." Another knight remarked. "We shall bid him farewell tomorrow," Desmond stated. "Lord Ed is also concerned about him returning alone. What if he flees southward? Thus, cavalry will undoubtedly be dispatched to escort him, and we might as well accompany him." "Very well, that shall be our course of action," the two knights chuckled. Chapter 15. Anticipation of tomorrow breakfast. A long table, capable of accommodating 100, was adorned with steaming bread, hand-pulled beef and lamb, honey, milk, grape crystal juice, bone broth, snowbird eggs, an array of fresh vegetable salads, and fragrant scallion meat floss. Additionally, there was renowned wine from the city of Milan on the eastern continent across the narrow sea. In the north, due to the frigid weather, even the ladies could indulge in a few cups. The men, often with a wineskin at their belts, would sip to ward off the chill, treating it as casually as one would tea. Lord Eddard Stark and Lady Catelyn took their seats at the table, flanked by Robb, Jon, Theon, Bran, and Rickon on one side, while Sansa, Arya, Sister Maya, Maester Luwin, Financial Officer Vaon, and Sir Roderick, the training master, sat opposite them. Will of the Night's Watch was also present, seated beside Captain Jory Castle, his deputy Alan, stablemaster Hullen, and steward Desmond. Eddard Stark preferred dining with his closest men, a tradition he imparted to his children. He often reminded them that one cannot expect those devoid of familiarity and respect to serve one loyally. Treating subordinates as family, sharing meals, drinks, and training allows for deeper understanding of their individual characters. However, the most crucial aspect lies in affording them the opportunity to discern the true nature of their leader. When no esteemed guests were present, Jon would dine with his father and siblings. In the presence of noble guests, he would retreat to dine with the servants, cooks, stable hands, and craftsmen in the adjoining room, to spare the esteemed guests any feelings of indignity. In Westeros, bastards are not legitimized, thus Jon Snow does not belong to House Stark. He has no claim to inheritance, status, or property, and cannot bear the Stark surname. The name Snow carries a stigma, representing a shared surname among all fatherless children in the North. Although Jon has a father but no mother, he is nonetheless conventionally labeled with the surname Snow. During the 3 centuries of Targaryen rule over Westeros, the controversial King Aegon IV was notably the only monarch to legitimize his bastards. Among the 4 most representative bastards, their mothers held illustrious statuses, earning them the historical title of noble bastards. At least 3 of the legitimized bastards were formidable figures. One reigned during the Blackfyre Rebellion, while the other 2 became sworn adversaries, ultimately transforming into shapeshifters and, through rigorous training, achieving the status of prophets. Among them, the prophet Brynden Rivers served as the prime minister to 2 successive kings and later journeyed to the Wall in the north, becoming the Green Seer, his essence embodied in the 3-eyed raven, who would later instruct Bran in mastering shape-shifting abilities. Throughout the 3 centuries of Targaryen rule over Westeros, Brynden Rivers stands out as the most illustrious bastard in history. However, it is evident that Jon Snow did not share Brynden's fortune from a young age. He faced discrimination not only from Lady Catelyn, but also from his elegant and beautiful sister Sansa and other members of the family, despite Eddard Stark treating him with fairness. The pervasive customs of disdain for bastards proved insurmountable, even drawing scorn from Beth, the stablemaster's daughter. Will poured himself 2 cups of fine wine from the distant lands of Meereen, a luxury few have the opportunity to savor. He pushed 1 cup across the table towards Jon Snow, several people away. Jon looked up, and Will raised his glass in salute. Grateful yet cautious, Jon first gauged his father's expression. Eddard Stark maintained his customary stoic demeanor, cold on the exterior, yet warm within. When he turned his gaze to Catelyn, he found her eyes filled with the usual disdain. To Jon, "Brother, let us drink," Will exclaimed with a smile. Jon lifted his cup, eager to taste the renowned wine from Meereen, its sweet aroma tantalizing him. Robb chuckled. "Will, why do you toast Jon alone? I too wish to partake." At this, Catelyn's expression hardened, prompting Robb to quickly silence himself. In the morning, aside from a few knights and captains of the guard, the remaining children and women were not permitted to drink. Eddard had procured fine wine today, owing to Will's influence. Once Eddard Stark had made up his mind about someone, he would spare no expense in hosting them. That was simply his nature. Will grinned, "Because Jon is the cleverest, he has not challenged me." He gestured towards Theon, whose half-mangled face would require at least half a month to heal. "Robb, how is your finger?" "All well," Robb replied, displaying his hand to the assembly. Theon remarked, "One day, Black Brother, I shall defeat you. I am still young and have time on my side." Arya laughed. "Theon, no matter how much you practice, you will never surpass my black-clad friend. Brother Cao, after the meal, could you teach me the trick to disarm Robb?" "Of course," Will responded, raising his glass to Arya. Pouring herself a generous cup of honeyed milk, Arya clinked her cup against Will's. "Cheers. Cheers." Will raised his glass, beckoning Jon to join him. Thus, the 3 of them toasted together, draining their cups entirely. Captain Jory Castle tore off a large piece of beef and stuffed it into his mouth, mumbling, "Brother Cao, you are the chosen one, able to glimpse fragments of the future. What of your own tomorrow? Can you see it?" "I cannot," Will replied. "Surely not," Ellen chuckled. Lord Eddard has said you are beginning to transform into a warg. Can you not control the spirit of some creature now? Perhaps a dog, or a fuzzy caterpillar. A few of the knights let out a light laugh, their disdain evident. I am not capable yet, Will stated with poise. Desmond spoke slowly. Brother Cao, you are to return to the wall tomorrow. With your prowess, cannot you foresee a smooth journey ahead? Will answered. The fragments of my visions are not of my own choosing. They are divine will. The old gods grant me visions only as they see fit. If they choose not to reveal it, I am blind to it, just like an ordinary man. The will of the gods is elusive. Ellen interjected, Brother Cao, you must remain cautious. The King's Road has a stretch that traverses the Wolfwood. However, you needn't worry about the direwolves now. Captain Jory has led the cavalry to scour both sides of the King's Road, confirming no further traces of direwolves. The one Bran and the others encountered was indeed a solitary wolf. I am not concerned about the direwolves, Will replied. But you cannot foresee your own tomorrow, can you? Brother in Black? That makes you a false chosen one. You shall never become a warg, at best a mere pretender, Theon declared emphatically, his gaze resolute, as he chewed vigorously on his bread. Chapter 16. A Night for Dragon Mounds. Scholar Lewin laughed. Theon, what is a false warg? Is that your own invention? It is the first time I have heard such a term. A warg is either one or not. There is no such thing as a false warg. Sansa, Arya, Rickon, Robb, and even Jon, who rarely smiled in the presence of Lady Catelyn, could not suppress faint smiles. It is always delightful to witness someone earnestly express their misguided conclusions. Theon Greyjoy did not perceive his self-evident conclusion as foolish or rash. He relished making such unexamined assertions. As if he were missing a string on his guitar. A false warg implies a fraud. He is a charlatan, and I see that clearly. I have encountered many like him. Theon continued to speak without restraint. Captain Jory Castle, Vice Captain Ellen, and Sir Roderick the instructor could not help but smile. Theon often made these impulsive and unrealistic judgments with an air of finality. To put it plainly, he often appeared somewhat neurotic. It should be noted that Lord Eddard and Lady Catelyn had already showcased fine wines at breakfast to entertain their guests, establishing Will's esteemed position in their eyes. They treated the Cao brothers as esteemed guests, despite their incongruous status and standing, for Lord Eddard Stark is known for his generous hospitality. The icy demeanor and unyielding nature of Eddard Stark, akin to the coldness of Winterfell, are mere facades. Particularly, Lady Catelyn seemed to harbor a superstitious inclination towards Will Cao. She yearned for him to remain by Lord Eddard's side as a knight. Fortunately, Lord Eddard did not acquiesce, otherwise Will's rank would have eclipsed even that of Jory Castle and Ellen, surpassing the esteemed positions of the stablemaster Hullen and the master of coin, Vayenpool. He could have even requested Lord Eddard to bestow upon him a surname. The resolute denial of Will Chow's earnest demeanor by Theon Greyjoy elicited laughter from all present. Theon often behaves thus, vehemently refuting established facts to distinguish himself. Tomorrow, the Raven will return with all the details from Lord Commander Mormont regarding the Night's Watch. Coinciding with Will Chow's return to the Wall, the sworn brothers of the Night's Watch, unless met with death or special decree from a king or lord, cannot depart from the Wall. The wine of the inn at the crossroads was so exquisite that Will Chow, unable to resist, surrendered to intoxication. Once Jory and Ellen had thrown him onto the grand bed of the guest chamber, he fell into a deep slumber until nightfall. A familiar, aged voice echoed in Will Chow's ear. Cunning lad, it is time to awaken. Will opened his eyes, invigorated, inhaling deeply to fill his lungs with air. Old spectre, did you discern my pretense of inebriation? I perceive and hear all that transpires in Winterfell. For me, Winterfell harbors no secrets. After that lengthy repose, I am well rested. Indeed, even if you had me run all night, I would possess the strength. Thieves are favored by the god of night. As night falls, my vitality surges. Now, let us be off. Will rolled off the bed, donned an ill-fitting broadsword, and opened the rear window, deftly climbing out. His fingers grasped the protruding edges of the stone wall, allowing him to descend effortlessly to the forest floor of the Godswood. The Godswood lay just behind the guest castle. Guided by the ethereal essence of the heart tree, Will traverse the stillness of the night, scaling the northern wall and arriving at the tomb of House Stark. The tomb was unguarded. The large iron gate posed no obstacle for Will as he unlocked the massive iron chains. Before him lay a dark, abyss-like staircase. A chill emanating from the entrance. Will secured the iron gate and descended into the underground tomb. He soon discovered that his vision had sharpened, perhaps due to an evolution bestowed by the heart tree the previous night. It was as if the wound on his right hand had healed completely overnight. He quickly acclimated to the darkness within the tomb, his eyes adjusting to the dimness. In the realm of shadowy stealth, illumination is unnecessary, for light would betray one's presence, transforming stealth into conspicuousness. In matters of military reconnaissance, such illumination would merely signal to the enemy's sentinels, urging them to strike him down. Will possesses the talent of the Night's Eye, and this ability was notably enhanced after the heart tree underwent a transformation last night. In a brief moment, Will's eyes fully acclimated to the darkness. To the right of the tomb stood imposing stone statues, towering higher than an adult, with massive male figures resting iron swords upon their knees, while beneath them lay the stone sculpture of a crouching ice wolf. This sanctuary served as a final resting place for the ancestral lords of House Stark, where intruders faced dire consequences. Will moved swiftly, his mind vividly capturing every detail within the tomb. The roots of the heart tree, which had entwined the walls, had acted as his eyes the previous night. Like a gust of wind, he arrived before the last statue, his black attire drenched in sweat, steam rising from his head. The likeness of the statue felt vaguely familiar. It was the statue of Brandon, the city builder from the Age of Light, 8,000 years prior, guided by the ancient heart tree, older than Brandon himself. Will grasped the arm of the statue holding the enormous iron sword and twisted forcefully. With a series of crackling sounds, the great sword crumbled into rust, instantly transforming into a pile of powder. The statue was pushed aside with a series of loud clacks, the sound echoing through the pitch-black tomb and reverberating down the cavern. Will was unperturbed, knowing that even if the patrolling guards happened to hear a faint noise, they lacked the courage to unlock the sealed tomb door. A faint glow emanated from the depths of the cavern. A fist-sized night pearl was embedded in a circular hole in the stone. The chill around Will dissipated as warmth rose from the opening below, knowing that it was filled with fire-infused dragon bones. Will leaped into the cavern, nimble as a nocturnal creature, landing soundlessly as if upon a thick carpet. Before him lay a low tunnel, its end obscured from view. He understood that at the tunnel's terminus was a spiraling staircase leading downward. Beside the spiral was a hot spring, culminating in a vast dragon tomb. This low passage paled in comparison to the grand heights of the Stark family mausoleum above. Will could only crouch, unable to stand upright, though countless gemstones adorned the stone walls, illuminating his path. Merely detaching a single gemstone could suffice for Will to purchase a villa and take several wives in the vicinity of King's Landing. His hand extended without hesitation, and just as he plucked a golden amber gem, a sudden rustle of air heralded the appearance of a boy with silver hair, moon-like face, starry eyes, and gray-brown irises, materializing before him. Chapter 17. The Gemstone Wraith. Dragon Tomb sheath. Though Will had mentally prepared himself for the supernatural, he was still taken aback. He unsheathed the two short blades strapped to his legs and waist, instinctively arching his back like a cat. Every cloaked figure in combat readiness carried at least one short blade in addition to a longsword. Will, however, possessed two, one secured to his leg and the other at his waist. In his flight for survival, he lost his sword, yet his trusty dagger remained at hand. In close combat and confined spaces, a dagger proves far more effective than a lengthy sword. Within the forest, particularly in the dense thickets of the Phantom Grove, such conditions favor the use of a dagger rather than a sword. Opposite him stood a slender youth, clothed in a garment emblazoned with a blood-red handprint, reminiscent of the leaves of the heart tree. The boy's gray-brown eyes evoked a sense of familiarity within Will. You are the ancient forest spirit merged with the heart tree? Will had encountered those gray-brown eyes on several occasions, each time leaving a deep impression. Just yesterday, while praying beneath the heart tree in the Divine Wood, those very eyes had locked gazes with him amidst the heart tree's weeping, blood-red tears. I am the corporeal manifestation of the heart tree's soul energy. What you perceive is merely my ethereal form. This is how I appeared in life, the youth declared. Will crouched low, both hands wielding daggers in a combat stance. Yet the ancient forest spirit stood taller, easily upright in the low cave, evoking an unsettling sense of unreality in Will. It seemed as though this boy were not but a projection of light. I seek to claim certain treasures, Will announced. To the nobility, these treasures may seem insignificant, for many noble households are piled high with gold and riches, the ladies adorned in priceless emeralds, pearls, and rubies. Yet to Will, these gems represented immense wealth. You may take them, but know that these jewels harbor spirits of the departed. Should you awaken them and break their slumbering curse, you shall confront the curse of the undead. Are you versed in necromancy? No. Are the spirits residing within the jewels? Indeed, the gems encrusted in the walls harbor spirits, some containing more than one. Many treasures stolen from tombs have brought misfortune upon their families, for they awakened the spirits within the jewels or fell victim to the curse laid upon them by the tomb's master. will cast a glance at the seemingly endless array of treasures embedded in the walls, his heart seizing in trepidation. Such a multitude of spirits, if roused, would spell doom for anyone. It is no wonder that tales warn against the greed for treasures within tombs. The ancient artifacts and jewels you covet may contain slumbering spirits or curses from their masters. Once awakened or ensnared by a spell, one must pay the price for their avarice. Are these spirits residing within the jewels the ancestors, the children of the forest, or the souls of dragons? Indeed, are they not currently in slumber? Human mages of the Age of Light sealed their souls within these gems using spells. They also serve as a legion guarding the dragon tombs. You would not wish to awaken this army of the undead, would you? Suddenly, Will, as if stung by a scorpion, swiftly returned the amber to its circular socket, for he felt an ominous presence emanating from the amber. A pair of dark eyes, like those of a shadowy lynx, had fixed upon him from within the amber. The amber was returned to its original place, abruptly severing the connection between the ominous presence akin to a shadowy lynx and Will's soul force. It was as though the sensation Will had just experienced was but a mere illusion. A cold sweat enveloped him. Such a ferocious specter, fortunately, it could not break free from its confinement. Will exhaled deeply, only to realize that his limbs had grown weak. Outside the great wall lurked the others, while within it lay an army of spirits sealed within countless exquisite jades, alongside the enigmatic dragon tomb beneath the earth. What did these connections imply? The others, the spirits, the dragon tomb. Memories from before his crossing haunted him, of how the others beyond the wall would amass an army sweeping across the continent, ultimately breaching the wall under the command of the Night King, laying waste to the entire north. Daenerys, the mother of dragons, and Jon Snow would meet their demise, while only Arya, the Hound, and the imp Tyrion would safeguard the offspring of Daenerys and Jon, allowing them to escape. Even Bran, who had become a prophet, would perish amidst the clash of the great dragon Rhaegar and the undead dragon Viserion commanded by the Night King in the skies of the north. Countless heroes would fall in the battle against the others: Jaime, Yora, Brienne, Grey Worm, Podrick, Ser Varys, Sam, Sansa, Jon Snow, Daenerys, and her loyal companion Missandei, along with the dragons Rhaegal and Drogon, the bastard son of King Robert, Gendry, and the noble families of the north loyal to Jon. Alongside Daenerys's unsullied and Dothraki cavalry, all would be obliterated. Yet here, beneath Winterfell, a long-buried ancient army of the undead lay hidden. Should anyone dare to trespass into this dragon tomb and succumb to greed upon seeing these exquisite jades, they would awaken this army of the undead. If this army and the others could be commanded by the Night King, who then could control and lead them? Will's mind raced with questions. When the children of the forest reappear, and the King of Winter commands a three-headed dragon, witnessing and presiding over the re-establishment of the millennial blood pact between humanity and the children of the forest, when the Emperor of Man sounds the horn of winter, and the Forest King chants the elven incantations to awaken the giants and dragons from the icy grips of eternal winter, then a necromancer from the magical realm of Ashai would emerge, retrieving the Sword of Light from the dragon tomb to present to the Emperor, orchestrating this army of the undead against the Night King and the God of Winter. This would be humanity's sole method of triumphing over the others and the Night King, as well as the key to breaking the icy curse of the God of Winter, restoring the verdant sea of the elven world. Who is the Emperor of Man? Who is the Holy Arbiter? Who is the Forest King? Where lies the Horn of Winter? Are the giants and dragons imprisoned in eternal winter by the God of Winter? Was the eternal winter once the verdant sea of elven forests? Are the children of the forest essentially forest elves? Is this army of the undead buried here specifically to confront the army of the others? Does the dragon tomb conceal the Sword of Light of the Fire God? Could it be that the dragon tomb itself is the sheath of the Sword of Light? Will's questions cascaded in rapid succession. The Chosen One, time is running short. The longer you linger here, the more your vitality will coalesce in this place, until it reaches a threshold that shatters the seal of the undead. Once a single undead is unleashed, it will awaken all others. Devoid of a necromancer's control, these beings will mercilessly slay every human they encounter. Hurry to the dragon tomb and extract the flame messenger from before the gravestone. The final words echoed through the air, as the youthful form of the forest elder dissipated into the ether. Will could not afford to delay. The White Walkers were approaching. Analyzing the information provided by the forest elder, it appeared that the Night King was merely a pawn of the Frost God. Did the Frost God intend to transform the entire continent into his frozen dominion? In this fantastical realm, Will found no refuge but to rise in defiance. The Jade Undead. The Dragon Tomb Scabbard. Who constructed these? With agility akin to a monkey, Will propelled himself like a shadow towards the passage's end. Chapter 18. The soul judgment. The further he advanced, the more he sensed the walls on either side opening their myriad eyes, some cold and unfeeling, others fierce and menacing, some azure like frost, others crimson like blood. Upon reaching the midpoint of the cavern, an unsettling sight emerged. Skeletal arms of the undead reached out from within the pearls. Jade and rubies, brandishing bone blades poised to slash and stab, sealing off the passageway. Will's scalp prickled, his neck stiffened, and cold sweat drenched him. Had he been deceived? The forest elder had never mentioned the presence of the undead ahead. How was he to confront them? Will was utterly unprepared. Retreat was his only option. He was determined not to perish at the hands of the undead, nor to become one of them. He had ventured into this fantastical world, unwilling to meet his end over the conflict between humans and White Walkers. Had it not been for his desire to acquire the flame messenger for self-preservation, he would not have descended into the dragon tomb. With the White Walkers confirmed to be advancing, an escape rendered impossible. His only recourse was to return to the Wall of Despair. If he could obtain a flame messenger specifically effective against the White Walkers, it would be akin to gaining another life. Thus, the risk of adventure was indeed worthwhile. Yet ahead, various shades of jade revealed skeletal hands of the undead, wielding bone blades and spikes that appeared sharp and menacing. The path was obstructed. There were too many bone blades and spikes, and they seemed to multiply. Retreat. Will decided swiftly. He was not a knight of this world, beholden to that accursed code of honor and spirit. As he spun around, horror gripped him. Behind him, the skeletal blades and spikes had emerged from the gems embedded in the wall's circular openings, alongside bone swords and ghostly white bone spears. Several eerie, pale crystalline bone spears barred his escape, aligning menacingly towards him while advancing slowly. The undead hands gripping the spears resembled white smoke, stretching infinitely. There was no turning back. Had he fallen prey to the forest elder's manipulation? Was he lured here to become a sacrifice for the undead? Why did I never doubt the words of the old forest spirit? Sweat poured down Will's forehead like rain. With only one path ahead, he resolved to fight for his life. Will was well versed in human anatomy. Having encountered numerous skeletal specimens, he harbored no fear of corpses. During his time as a physician in medical school, he had dissected various bodies. The psychological barrier was one he had long since overcome. Thus, he felt no trepidation toward the bone blades and spikes protruding from the jade. Rather, he feared the resurrection of the spirits, breaking free from the jade. For he knew he could not slay the undead unless he possessed knowledge of necromancy. With a mighty roar, Will unleashed his fear, summoning courage in the face of desperation. There could be no retreat. He must advance. This was a matter of survival. He wielded two short blades, striking at the joints where the bone blades and spikes connected. The expertise of a doctor aided him in executing precise cuts, targeting the skeletal joints for maximum effect. With each strike, it felt as though he was cleaving through air. The bone blades and spikes before him appeared almost transparent, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The cave was once again illuminated by the radiant jade, revealing a clear view. No bone blades or spikes remained. It was as if the myriad of bone weapons had merely been a figment of Will's imagination. Turning back, he found that the bone blades, swords, and spears behind him had also disappeared without a trace. The enchanting jade remained beautifully set in the circular holes of the stone wall, arranged in neat rows. An illusion, a manifestation born from the aura of the undead. While contemplating this revelation, Will had reached the end of the cave. His mind raced even as his feet continued to move forward. It was no wonder the old forest spirit remarked upon the unprecedented strength of his soul power. Even Bran, who possessed the potential to become a seer, could not have entered this tomb. The illusion created by the aura of the undead had nearly clouded his mind. The fusion of two souls' power was indeed beyond the reach of ordinary beings. Before him lay a glossy black spiral staircase. A wave of scorching heat washed over him, causing a chill to creep down his back. The temperature within the jade cave was not cold, yet the heat emanating from the spiral staircase was so intense that it made Will feel as if he were enveloped in icy air. Like a shadow, he raced down the spiral staircase. The black crystalline stones that formed the staircase emanated a coolness, providing slight relief to Will. The air was searing, akin to flames. Each breath feeling as though he inhaled fire. Will felt as if he had transformed into a piece of burning charcoal. Yet, his pace quickened, even as his internal organs felt as if they were on the verge of combustion. Within the dragon tomb lay the Sword of Light. The will of the Light King Rollo, also known as the Heart of Sacred Flames, a deity of shadows and fierce fire. Thus, the extreme temperature here was hardly surprising. The Sword of Light is the bane of the Night King and the object of dread for the Frost God, imbued with the essence of fire magic. As Will approached the dragon tomb, its circular form loomed like a colossal black beast, akin to a fortress hewn from obsidian stone. Before the fortress stood a black crystalline stele, upon which rested an unassuming, dull black short sword, narrow and slender, with a long, pointed tip. According to the information provided by the ancient forest witch, this unremarkable narrow blade is the ancient Bane of Shadows, now known as the Flame Envoy. Observing its shape, Will preferred to refer to it by its rightful name, the Bane of Shadows. However, contrary to the claims of the Heart Tree, the Bane of Shadows did not ignite upon his arrival to disperse the undead. In fact, the sword remained utterly inert. The ground was searing, making it feel as if he stood within a boiling cauldron, while several geothermal springs erupted around the tomb, their frigid waters continuously siphoning away the intense heat emanating from the dragon tomb, preventing Will from succumbing to faintness. It was revealed that this was the true cause of the hot springs in Winter City, not the temperature of the dragon bones, but rather the heat radiating from the Sword of Light encircled by the dragon bones within the tomb. Will grasped the hilt of the Bane of Shadows. It was neither cold nor hot, maintaining a temperature of the ambient environment, unaffected by the extreme heat of the tomb. He tugged at it with all his might. Yet the sword did not budge. An ancient voice seemed to awaken from an eternal slumber. Before the God of time and space, every life is eternal. And in the face of the world's evils and conflicts, only the holy judgment prevails. Young man, regardless of the deity you once worshipped, are you willing to forsake your previous beliefs and enter my hall of holy judgment, to believe in the God of time and space? This world was indeed fraught with troubles, for no matter where one went, various gods and supernatural forces demanded a revision of faith, as if their deities were the only true gods, while all others were mere impostors. Yet, regardless of the god one venerates, the paramount concern was to swiftly escape this sweltering place. I am willing, Will declared. He was neither obstinate nor fearful of the new or old gods. His true objective was to retrieve the sword and exit, kneel and recite the tenet of the Hall of Holy Judgment. Testing his memory? This posed no challenge for the academically gifted Will. Before the God of time and space, every life is eternal, and in the face of the world's evils and conflicts, only the holy judgment prevails. Chapter 19. The Night Dragon Sword. Unmatched sharpness crack. A faint sound echoed as a subtle fissure appeared in the steel of the dragon tomb. Will rose, grasped the hilt of the sword, and gently pulled. The black blade emerged from the steel. The entire sword felt as light as a feather, almost ethereal in his grasp. Prior to extracting the Bane of Shadows, Will had estimated it to be a short sword, but upon removal, he realized that the portion embedded in the steel was equal in length to that which protruded. It was neither too long nor too short. A perfectly proportioned dark narrow sword suitable for one's waist, with sharpened edges and an undeniably elongated and pointed tip, an ideal weapon for an assassin. The blade lacked a sense of sharpness. Based on Will's experience, he could not perceive its keen edge. A first-rate sword, when held, exudes an aura of sharpness as if it possesses a life of its own. Yet, this Night Bane did not exhibit such qualities. With a series of cracking sounds, the dragon's tombstone continued to fracture, ultimately breaking down into a multitude of black crystals. Obsidian? Will felt a twinge of doubt, as he had never encountered obsidian, only possessing vague memories from a previous existence. Suddenly, the oppressive heat within the dragon's tomb abated. This was peculiar, as if the fiery magic of the Sword of Light within the tomb had been absorbed by the Night Bane. In mere moments, the unbearable warmth transformed into a gentle warmth, the searing sensation in the air dissipating into a comfortable atmosphere suitable for the human body. Although Will was perplexed, he sensed that it was connected to this sword. This sword, dark and devoid of a visible edge, did not seem to fit its former name, Night Bane, or its current title, Flame Bearer. He resolved to name the sword Night. With his right hand gripping the sword, Will extended his left hand to test the legendary sharpness of Night. Even though his fingers were several inches away from the blade, they suddenly felt a stinging pain, as if an invisible sword aura had cut them. Startled, Will quickly withdrew his left hand and examined his fingers, which bore faint white marks resembling cuts from a blade. The sword's sharpness was imperceptible to the eye, unassuming in appearance, yet its lethal quality was unparalleled. One need not even touch the blade to feel its sharpness, as if a life force akin to a thorn emanated from it. Will was elated. Such a razor-sharp sword, yet lacking a sheath, hung at his waist. The sharp edge threatened to shred his dark attire into fluttering fragments. He scanned the surroundings, taking in the entire crypt, yet found no sign of a sheath. With his left hand, he drew the broad steel sword from his waist, crossing it with Night to test its power. A soft hiss echoed as his left hand instinctively recoiled, the broad steel sword snapping into two segments. One half remained in his grasp, while the other fell, the broken tip embedding itself into the ground, yet failing to penetrate the black stone, clattering to the floor instead. Knight's sharpness had severed the broad steel sword, as if it were merely slicing through hardened earth. Will was once again astonished. He had anticipated that Knight's sharpness would only create a gash in the broad sword, yet it had cleaved it in two. It could sever a hair. Sliced through iron like mud. Words of praise for legendary swords flashed through Will's mind. Nightbane, Flamebearer, these two previous names suggested that Knight possessed attributes of fire magic. Such an exquisitely sharp sword, forged from dragon bone and unmatched in sharpness, now appeared to undoubtedly be a magical sword. A sword capable of countering ordinary metal blades. The words Holy Tribunal flickered through Will's thoughts. The mysterious and ancient voice that had resonated when he first drew the sword had remained silent since he knelt to pledge his oath, offering no further response. Perhaps this sword is indeed the treasured artifact of the so-called Hall of Sacred Judgment, though the nature of this enigmatic organization remains elusive. In my recollections of this fantastical realm, there exist numerous mysterious factions, nearly a dozen, while even more abound across the narrow sea. Each continent is graced with 2 or 3 such entities, yet the name of the Hall of Sacred Judgment is conspicuously absent. The deity venerated by the Hall is the god of time and space, whereas the principal god of the Sword of Light is the god of flame. It is perplexing how the wills of these two distinct deities could coexist within the same crypt without contradiction. However, we'll soon find solace in this thought. For even Eddard Stark and Catelyn Tully Stark reside under the same roof, cherishing their love while adhering to different faiths. The sword, originally named the Dark Knight Bane, upon reflection, bears a significance that resonates with that of the Sword of Light. Will is beset by numerous unanswered questions, yet he chooses to set them aside. Having secured the Dark Knight, he resolves to exit. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the spiral staircase and glancing back, the heat of Dragon's Tomb once again wafts forth. Grasping the Dark Knight, he ventures into the Jade Cavern, his gaze captivated by the exquisite array of jewels, devoid of any trace of the undead. Will surmises this is due to the presence of the Dark Knight in his possession. As the Dark Knight emerges, the oppressive heat of Dragon's Tomb dissipates, akin to a servant recognizing its master. This suggests that the predecessor who named this sword the Flame's Herald may not have comprehended its true might. Exiting the Jade Cavern feels akin to strolling in the warmth of one's own bedroom, a profound sense of security enveloping him. Yet, upon emerging from the cavern, the entirety of Eddard Stark's family tomb is chillingly cold. Will sheathes the Dark Knight into the broad scabbard of the Oathkeeper, its length fitting perfectly. Though the scabbard is rather wide, a minor concern, as it spares the blade from harm. In the depths of the Stark family tomb, bereft of the light of jade, the Dark Knight surprisingly emits a faint luminescence, as if to illuminate its master. Will observes intricate floral patterns adorning the sword's guard, exquisite and elaborate, resembling architecture, flames, human visages, or perhaps a fusion of these motifs. When gazed upon closely, one discerns 3 layers of light and shadow, yet upon further scrutiny, these 3 layers seamlessly coalesce into one. The engravings on the guard and hilt are interspersed with countless shadowy blossoms, remnants of the meticulous forging process of Valyrian steel. While other renowned swords boast dragonbone hilts as their pinnacle feature, this dragonbone sword instead employs Valyrian steel for its hilt. Will returns the stone statue of Brandon Stark, the builder of Winterfell, to its rightful place. Brandon's knees no longer bear a colossal sword, and his once outstretched hands are now devoid of a hilt. The ground is littered with the rusted remnants of a giant sword. This constitutes a grave oversight. Should anyone venture into the depths of this tomb, they would discover that the statues of all male Stark ancestors bear a giant sword resting upon their knees, hilt in the right hand, tip in the left. Yet this particular statue stands apart, for its giant sword is conspicuously absent. This flaw may forever remain unknown to anyone, yet it is possible that, for some reason, someone from House Stark or another visitor might soon discover it. Wilcaw was reluctant to leave it unresolved. He needed to devise a means to remedy this issue. Perhaps he could retrieve the great swords from the other statues and place them in the hands and upon the knees of the builder. However, the familiar voice of the forest's ancient spirit stirred something within Wilcaw, prompting him to test the supernatural forces of this world. If the priests who worship the god of light can resurrect the dead, then he would attempt to invoke the supernatural power of his newly acquired master. He knelt on one knee, declaring before the god of time and space that every life is eternal, and in the face of the world's sins and strife, Only holy judgment prevails. I, Wilcaw, disciple of the holy judgment, beseech the god of time and space to restore the iron sword shape upon the statue of the builder. Brandon Stark, at the entrance of the dragon tomb. Indeed, due to the passage of time, the iron sword has lost its substance, existing merely as the form of an iron sword, reduced to a pile of unscattered iron dust. Chapter 20. A letter from the wall. In the early hours of the morning, Captain Jory Castle knocked at the door. My lord Eddard. Ser Roderick wishes to speak with you. Eddard Stark replied, Please, let the Ser enter. He and Catelyn had instructed Ser Roderick that whenever the ravens from the wall returned, he was to come and see them. Ser Roderick entered, the metal rings of his scholar's collar clinking softly. Catelyn was propped up on the large, soft bed, her head the only visible part of her. From her smooth neck and disheveled mane of red hair, it was evident she was not dressed. The room was warm, a sanctuary that belonged to Catelyn, while Eddard's chamber lay adjacent. The letter from the wall? Eddard inquired, sitting upright from his slumber, his robust physique revealing faint scars from past battles. Yes, my lord, Ser Roderick responded, extending a small cylindrical parchment sealed with wax. Eddard broke the seal and unfurled the letter. What does it say, Eddard? Catelyn asked, sitting up, one hand clutching a blanket made of lynx fur to shield her modesty. As we suspected, Eddard replied, handing the letter to Ser Roderick. Are there no others beyond the wall? Catelyn pressed. Indeed. Commander Mormont states that his men have found no signs of the others beyond the wall. Is Wilcaw a deserter? Catelyn inquired further. She understood her husband's character. He was a man of integrity and unwavering bravery, viewing many matters in stark black and white. Yet, it is the shades of gray that often symbolize the truth. Yes, the others may merely be an excuse for his flight. Will you execute him? According to the law, Eddard had the authority to do so. Ser Roderick interjected. The letter from Maester Aemon urges you, my lord, to send Wilcaw back, and Commander Mormont also prefers that you do not execute him. Wilcaw and Gary are both elite rangers. Commander Mormont specifically dispatched them, along with Ser Waymar Royce, to patrol the haunted forest, tasked with protecting the recently sworn Ser Waymar. Brother Cao possesses unparalleled reconnaissance abilities within the Legion, excelling in swordsmanship, while Gary is the most seasoned ranger, having guarded the Wall of Despair for 40 years. His familiarity with the Shadow Forest, the ancestral peak of Fist, and the fangs of Frost and Snow exceeds even his knowledge of the lines on his own palm. Ed remarked that Commander Mormont intends to dispatch a second band of rangers to patrol the Shadow Forest and retrieve the trio led by Sir Royce, hoping to glean insights from Will regarding the unfolding events. Will's loyalty is beyond question, as noted by Scholar Aemon in his letter. He believes Will must have encountered some dire misfortune. Should Gary and Royce be deceased, they require Brother Cao to return and lead the rangers in recovering their bodies. Stated Scholar Ruin. Catelyn inquired about Scholar Aemon's perspective on Will's status as a chosen one. Aemon posits that when an individual faces adversity in certain aspects, the likelihood of awakening other latent talents significantly increases. Having collaborated with the shapeshifter Bloodraven Brindan Rivers, he considers Will's identity as a chosen one plausible, Ruin added. Glancing again at the letter in his hand, Ed recounted how, in a bid to avert a royal tragedy, Scholar Aemon donned black robes to avoid contesting the throne with the royal brothers. Prime Minister Brindan Rivers faced execution at the hands of King Aegon V for his role in the assassination of the then claimant, Aenys Blackfyre. However, acknowledging that Brindan's objective was to extinguish the Blackfyre rebellion, the king permitted him to wear black and accompany Aemon, leading 200 Crow Guards as an honor guard to the Wall of Despair via sea route. Scholar Aemon is profoundly knowledgeable and highly esteemed. I hold great admiration for him, Ruin remarked. The generations of the Night's Watch at the Wall hold Scholar Aemon in great reverence, and Commander Mormont heeds his counsel. Catelyn sighed with relief. Women's intuition regarding the supernatural often surpasses that of men. She firmly believed Will to be a true chosen one, a shapeshifter with immense potential. And should he ultimately become a prophet, it would not be surprising. She wished her husband would not resort to rigid adherence to the law to condemn Will. Her husband, Rue, was too steadfast and lacked flexibility. Ed, since both Commander Mormont and Scholar Aemon have requested you to return Will and uncover the truth, it suggests he bears no guilt of escape, she said. The suspicion of escape certainly exists. While the death penalty is evaded, the living punishment is inescapable. However, it appears I need not intervene. During breakfast yesterday, Jory and others asked Will to predict their fates for the next day, and I sensed they intended to put Will through some trials. I did not hint at it. A bit of physical discomfort is inconsequential for a black-cloaked man like Will. Ed, this is not your usual upright demeanor, Catelyn remarked. Will outwitted Lord Roderick. And denying these young men their reprisal would keep them restless, Ed replied. Do the men of the North not dare to challenge Will openly? Catelyn retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Certainly, however. Will's victory over Ser Roderick was achieved through dubious means, Ed asserted. He had resorted to cunning tactics to best Robb, whose spear required the force of a galloping steed to unleash its true potential, whereas Will and Robb engaged in foot combat. Catelyn, I neither summoned them nor deterred them. Rest assured, they shall not take Will's life. At the dining table, Jory and others discussed Will's chosen abilities, mocking him, merely to indicate their intent to settle the embarrassment of Ser Roderick and Robb at Will's expense. You need only indulge in your honeyed bread in silence. And they shall know how to proceed, Ed continued. Maester Luwin chuckled lightly. My lady, you are quite protective of this black-cloaked brother, yet Jory and Alan will exercise discretion. Catelyn raised her voice slightly. Maester Luwin will accurately foresaw the children discovering the direwolf beneath the heart tree in the Godswood. He precisely detailed how the direwolf met its demise by a stag's antler, while he conveyed to Lord Ned the stag's lamentation for the 3 wolves heading south. We received the raven bearing the king's message, informing us of the passing of Jon Arryn, the Hand of the King. With the position of Hand now vacant and the kingdom in disarray, the king ought to have remained to attend to state affairs, yet he forsook his duties, journeying thousands of miles to summon Ed to King's Landing to assist him in governance. The fulfillment of so many prophecies leaves me with no reason to doubt Will. Maester Luwin, yesterday Bran was still climbing the remnants of the tower, which greatly concerns me. Ned, while praying beneath the heart tree, ponder the prophecies of the Chosen One. Maester Luwin replied, My lady, it is challenging for me to keep an eye on Bran. His agility surpasses my reach. It would be prudent to have Alan accompany him during this time. Maester Luwin, you may take your leave now. After breakfast, I shall converse with Bran, Ed stated. As you wish, my lord. Maester Luwin bowed respectfully to Catelyn and Ed before exiting her chamber. Outside, the sounds of soldiers training echoed, heralding the arrival of dawn. Ed approached the window, gazing at the dim morning sky over the north, his thoughts drifting beyond the castle walls. After the long summer, winter approaches. Catelyn, King Robert arrives the day after tomorrow, accompanied not only by the Queen but also by lords, the King's Guard, and the Lannister brothers along with their retinue. Catelyn, catching sight of Ed's deeply furrowed brow, removed the shadow-cap blanket that covered her chest, and stood up. Ned, if King Robert makes a request, will you go to King's Landing? Chapter 21. The dance of water in the early morning, within the kitchen hall, Will appeared at the doorway. Everyone noticed his meticulous attire, indicative of a man preparing to refuse the wall's call. His hands were expertly bandaged, leaving only a few fingers exposed, ensuring no hindrance when drawing a sword or performing tasks. Despite it being summer, the chill lingered. Snow still blanketed the grasslands beyond Winterfell. As one ventured further north, the temperature continued to plummet. The Night's Watch, due to their unique circumstances, had cultivated the habit of binding their hands. In the desolate expanse of the wall, a realm beset by frigid winds, the act of wielding a sword with bare hands becomes perilous. In the depths of night or beyond the wall, one's hand could become ensnared to the hilt, flesh and metal conjoined by the bitter cold. Thus, coarse cloth is wrapped around the hilt to augment friction, facilitating a firm grip while also providing warmth. Moreover, in the event of injury, one need not fear the cold congealing flesh and blood to the weapon. In such low temperatures, contact with cold steel renders the hand wraps indispensable, particularly in regions like Frostfang and the teeth of winter, where a mere spit would crystallize before it touches the ground. Grasping a metal hilt or drawing a bow with bare hands is tantamount to courting death. Those of noble birth, knights in service, or landed gentry clad in black are afforded the luxury of specially crafted deerskin gloves, thin yet warm. However, Will cannot indulge in such fineries as deerskin collars, mole gloves, wolfskin cloaks, mink coats, or bobcat boots. Instead, he dons traditional black attire, complemented by practical hand wraps, sufficient to ward off the chill on this side of the wall. Will not only secures his hands, but also wraps the hilt of his sword. His blade, forged from Valyrian steel, is intricately adorned, a masterpiece among masterpieces. Leaving it unwrapped would draw the eyes of all. His choice to wrap his hands stems from this very reason. Merely wrapping the hilt, while leaving his hands bare would appear incongruous. The Night's Watchmen have a custom of wrapping both hands and hilts. Eddard and Catelyn have already taken their seats, joined by other lords and officials. Upon sitting, Will is presented with a steaming cup of milk by Arya from across the table. The young girl's smile is sweet, yet all notice the wild spirit in her eyes. Will, are you returning to the wall? She inquires. Will smiles. Indeed, the ravens from the wall arrived this morning. My time to depart has come. Arya, my little friend, have you mastered the art of walking on your hands, as I taught you before I became inebriated yesterday? I have, she replies. How many steps can you take now? 10 steps. Excellent. When you can traverse from one end of the castle to the other on your hands. I suggest you begin your training with the longsword. Why? Girls shouldn't learn longsword. I can hardly lift one. The purpose of learning the longsword is to build a foundation for mastering the rapier. The longsword will strengthen your arms, and once you have trained with it, transitioning to the rapier will reveal that swordsmanship is akin to a graceful dance. You will soon grasp the intricacies of rapier technique without relying on brute strength. The art of slashing and cleaving is mere force. Will finishes the steaming milk in a single gulp, causing Sir Roderick, the instructor beside him, to blush. Northern soldiers, riders, and knights favor broadswords, their techniques centered on cleaving with power, bold and commanding. In their hands, swords resemble cleavers, with the sole distinction being that cleavers lack the finesse of thrusting techniques. Feeling fatigued from the rigorous training with the sword, one might find solace in a playful game of hide-and-seek with the enchanting Neamelia. Should you manage to capture her elusive tail amidst the chase, the swords of others shall prove ineffective against you, yet your own blade would effortlessly ensnare them. Will smiled brightly, as if oblivious to the skilled knights and guards surrounding him. Jon's gaze wandered, flitting between the faces of the steward, the knights, Lord Eddard, Lady Catelyn, and the two captains of the guard, Jory and Ellen, while he nibbled on his meal. The heavy grunt from Theon Greyjoy was soon accompanied by a sharp reminder of the pain from his facial scars, twisting his expression in discomfort. Catelyn inquired, Will, how do you know that the ravens have already returned with news? With a grin, Will replied, My lady, I am a devotee of the old gods. This morning, I prayed beneath the weirwood tree, and it was the tree that imparted this revelation unto me. Catelyn remained unconvinced. Master Lewin, you must have informed Will, have you not? Not at all, my lady, Lewin countered. Catelyn turned to Eddard, pondering how Will could possess such knowledge, especially since preparations were already underway for the journey back to the wall. Let us all partake in our meal, Eddard interjected. Will, if you require anything for your journey, do not hesitate to speak. The journey from Winterfell to the wall spans 1,000 miles, with relatively good safety. Though caution is advised when traversing the King's Road through the Wolfwood, where one must be wary of wolves, bears, wild boars, and shadowcats, each beast a potential harbinger of death. My lord, I require provisions, beef, lamb, bread, honeyed milk, and of course wine. Additionally, I would be most grateful if you could dispatch a cavalry escort to accompany me into the Wolfwood. The ascent into the Wolfwood from Winterfell is arduous, necessitating several days of travel. Jory raised his hand. My lord, I am willing to escort Brother Will into the Wolfwood. Eddard nodded. Brother Will, I shall ensure that provisions are prepared for you. Upon your departure, I will send a raven to Commander Mormont, requesting that he dispatch rangers to meet you at Castle Black. Ultimately, Eddard feared that Will might abscond alone. By notifying Commander Mormont, news would reach him within a fortnight. And even if Will attempted to flee, Eddard would be aware of it in due time, ensuring Will's capture in the north. At that point, even if he were a prophet, he would meet the fate of being apprehended and executed by the Northern Knights. Will shrugged, my lord. You remain reluctant to trust in the honor of a ranger. Perhaps it is more akin to the honor of a rogue, Theon jeered, seizing the opportunity to jab at Will, his narrow eyes gleaming with mockery. Will merely smiled, choosing to rise above Theon's taunts. Will, from whom did you learn your swordsmanship? Arya's question rang out most frequently at the table, while Sansa remained silent, gracefully attending to her meal. I have studied under many masters, including the swordsmen from Bravos across the narrow sea, where numerous duelists wield the slender blade. But why, you may ask? Arya's eyes sparkled with curiosity about the world beyond. The Bravosi, diminutive in stature and strength, relied not on brute force. Instead, they boasted a plethora of elite swordsmen roaming the realms, unmatched in their prowess, practicing a technique known as the Dance of Water. Arya, captivated, declared, Father, I wish to hire the finest Bravosi fencing master to teach me the Dance of Water. Very well, I shall grant your request. Eddard resolved to allow Arya to pursue martial training, fully intent on honoring his word. Inwardly, Will smiled, having achieved his aim. Should Arya begin her training in the Dance of Water now, by the time she and her father journeyed to King's Landing, history permitting, she would have practiced for over a year by the time of Lord Eddard's misfortune. The 2-month journey from Winterfell to King's Landing would provide Arya with invaluable time to hone her skills. Many of Bravos' wandering swordsmen were also exceptional assassins, valuing honor and loyalty to their masters. Will, having roamed the lands for 20 years, had mastered various weapons, including the broadsword, the longsword, and lance techniques. And by fortunate chance, he had also learned the dance of water. The most formidable swordsmen and assassins across the continents hailed from Bravos. Chapter 22. Challenge. The charge of the lance. Eddard Stark and Catelyn stood in the corridor of the keep's third floor, their expressions impassive as they observed Will and Jory, along with their entourage of 6, mount their steeds. Beside them stood the elegant and beautiful Sansa, with her flowing red hair and striking blue eyes, the dashing Robb Stark. The agile Bran with his delicate features aspiring to become a member of the Kingsguard, and the somewhat haughty Theon Greyjoy, whose slight smirk hinted at a condescending superiority towards those of lesser status. Jory and the others had already mounted, while Will remained unhurried by the horses, despite being an unwelcomed figure in black garb. Yet, 2 young ones came to bid him farewell, the lean, fierce Arya, unafraid of the world, and Jon Snow, whose maturity belied his years. Arya, remember to play hide and seek with Nymeria and catch her tail, Will advised with a smile. This was essential for developing the agility needed for exceptional swordsmanship. Capturing the tail of a direwolf was no trivial task, but as Nymeria was ever by Arya's side, she could indulge in this playful pursuit whenever she wished. I will remember, my friend in black, and I shall miss you, Arya exclaimed, leaping to embrace Will. From her attire, one might mistake her for a boy. However, this little girl possessed a spirit that surpassed many a grown man. She was fiercely loyal, befriending butchers and vagabonds alike, her young heart seemingly imbued with an innate belief in equality. On the 3rd floor, Sansa furrowed her brow and remarked, "Mother, look at what Arya is doing. She displays no semblance of a noble lady's reserve or dignity, embracing a man in black with no title. She has only known him for a few days." Eddard Stark remarked, "Arya has been this way since she learned to walk. The hounds and blacksmiths within the castle, the servants and vagabonds, the minstrels and wandering singers in Winterfell, all have been her friends. And now, she has added a man in black to her circle." Theon chuckled, his gaze condescendingly fixed upon Will, who was below, and added, "And he is a thieving man in black." Robb shot Theon a stern look and replied, "Theon, Will is now a ranger of the Night's Watch. His skills in reconnaissance and tracking surpass all others among the rangers." Theon laughed derisively, indeed. He managed to scout all the way to Winterfell. Quite impressive. Downstairs, Jon did not embrace Will nor extend his hand. He merely stood quietly, his eyes radiating warmth. In just 2 or 3 days, Will's friendship and kindness had surpassed that of those he had known for over 10 years. Will genuinely respected him, unashamed of his status as a bastard. Jon Snow realized this during their first breakfast together. Unlike Arya, he was reserved and contemplative, and Catelyn stood on the 3rd floor, observing him. He could feel her disapproving gaze piercing through his back without needing to look up. Will approached Jon and embraced him, whispering in his ear, "Brother, I know you wish to become a Night's Watchman. Speak to your father. I await you at the wall." Jon's calm eyes sparkled with understanding. Will patted his shoulder, released him, and with a slight wink, advised, "Tomorrow, a fellow named Tyrion Lannister will accompany King Robert here as a guest. He may prove to be a worthy friend. Heed his counsel, brother." In response to Jon's puzzled expression, Will mounted his horse and raised his right hand to Eddard and Catelyn, who maintained their lordly composure and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Will you come to my home again, brother Will?" Arya inquired, following as Will began to walk away. "Arya, I promise we shall meet again," Will turned with a smile. "Thank you, brother Will, for helping me persuade my father to allow me to practice swordplay. Though Septa Mordain insists I am a foolish child, I am well aware of my own desires. Arya, remember we are true friends. If ever you have a burden, go to the Godswood and speak to the Heart Tree. I may just know," Will declared loudly. He spurred his horse into motion, the hooves thundering as he galloped out through the southern gate. Behind him, Jory and 5 other riders swiftly followed. By evening, the group of 6 riders had traversed 100 miles from Winterfell, having completed the flat stretch of the King's Road, and ahead lay the rugged ascent into the hills. "We have traveled far enough for today. The terrain is vast and open here. Let us make camp," Jory suggested. Will surveyed the surroundings, noting that it was not an ideal camping site, as there were no barriers should the wind rise at night. "Very well," Will conceded. In truth, regardless of his agreement, Jory had already dismounted after declaring the camp, and the other 4 free riders followed suit, swiftly commencing the setup. "There's no need for assistance," Jory said to Will, who remained motionless atop his horse. "Surely, we will soon mount again," Will replied with a smile. Jory and the 4 riders exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting surprise. Indeed, shortly thereafter, a banner of the Ice Wolf appeared along the mountain path, with Desmond bearing the grand flag and accompanied by 2 gleaming armored young knights who descended the slope. The knights bore small charged shields on their left arms and held training lances aloft in their right hands. The lances, devoid of tips, pointed skyward. These training lances were specially crafted to shatter upon impact with an opponent's armor or shield, ensuring the safety of the lance wielders during practice. My remarkable brother in black, your martial prowess is formidable. Having bested my old comrade, Sir Roderick, with ease, you disarmed and wounded Theon Greyjoy with a single counter, and subsequently, with your sword against a lance, you nicked Robb's finger, seizing his weapon. Your swordsmanship is exceptional, and it is said your horsemanship is equally impressive. You are the finest skirmisher within the Black-clad Legion, and I presume your lance technique is equally superior. By chance, we meet here, and my knightly friend wishes to challenge you to a contest of lance charging. Do you dare accept? Rest assured, these are training lances, and no harm shall come to you. Desmond approached at a slow trot, his voice resonant. The performance was about to commence, yet prior to its onset, Will had already discerned everything. The ancient heart tree of the sacred wood was a worthy companion. I am most willing, Will replied. The terrain here is spacious, perfectly suited for a cavalry charge. Although I have not practiced lance charging in quite some time, I would gladly indulge the knights in some sport. Thanks to Lord Eddard, I have brought along ample fine wine. Would you care for a taste? Chapter 23. Battle. The preeminence of lance technique in the north. The profound significance of life ultimately resides in the attainment of others' respect. There are myriad paths and forms through which respect may be earned. However, irrespective of the manner, strength remains the pivotal element. Demonstrating strength can manifest in various ways. After befriending the heart tree of the sacred wood and inadvertently becoming the heir to the hitherto unheard of Hall of Sanctity, Will resolved that his new life would embrace the simplest means to garner the respect he rightfully deserved, speaking the truth, even if it sometimes wounds, and acting with integrity, even if that too may cause pain. Let the understated, subtle, silent endurance of these noble virtues be cast aside. The Hall of Sanctity, once perceived as a formidable and mysterious bastion, was now represented solely by Will, the singular heir of this enigmatic and powerful organization. To unveil the truth, this organization had inexplicably vanished thousands of years ago, and now Will embodied the so-called Hall of Sanctity. The Hall of Sanctity was Will. A formidable organizational creed. Before the deity of time and space, every existence is eternal, and in the face of the world's malevolence and discord, only the sanctified judgment prevails. The sanctified judgment. This signifies the decree of the sage. Discord and evil require sanctified judgment, and it is solely through this judgment. The term only emphasizes exclusivity. This statement embodies an air of unparalleled supremacy, asserting that regardless of your alignment, be it virtuous or malevolent, the determination of right and wrong rests solely with me, only the sanctified judgment. However, the stark reality reveals a significant lack of confidence in this proclamation, as the requisite strength is absent. The manpower consists of merely one individual, Calwile, the weapon, but a single sword, the knight's edge. With just one person and one sword, while, upon grasping the truth, is struck by an absurd realization. It appears to be a grand jest orchestrated by the deity of time and space out of sheer tedium. Moreover, after validation, while confirms this jest, kneeling before the stone effigy of the city builder Brandon Stark, he implores for a miracle to restore the shattered sword, now reduced to mere iron filings, to its original form through the enigmatic powers of the deity of time and space, yet receives no response. The scattered iron filings remain as they were, devoid of any divine intervention. This situation mirrors the helplessness and profound disappointment akin to Melisandre, the Red Priestess, who perceives no vision within the flames. Thus, in Calwile's heart, the grand aspiration to revitalize the sanctified Judgment Hall has long since met its demise. Although before departing from Winterfell, the heart tree guided him to excavate a wooden box beneath its roots, containing a rather simple map. And the heart tree conveyed to Weil that the deity of time and space is also a revered god in its eyes. Strangely, the box dissipated into ash in Weil's hands, yet it did not evoke within him a sense of belonging to the sanctified Judgment Hall. For he had not witnessed a miracle, the restoration of the iron filings into a magnificent sword. Nevertheless, Weil found himself captivated by the cultivation of the heart tree's verdant vision, willingly embracing its legacy. Upon becoming the solitary commander of the sanctified Judgment Hall, the only notable shift was the heart tree's attitude towards him, which transformed into one of profound respect, akin to a soldier addressing a commander or a vassal before a lord. This change brought forth a sense of confusion and discomfort within Weil. Yet he soon began to relish this newfound sensation. The ancient heart tree's humble demeanor imparted to him an unprecedented sense of respect that one ought to receive as a human. It was remarkable and refreshing to consider that the heart tree, which the Stark family revered as a conduit for the old god's will, displayed a hint of deference towards him. This revelation instilled in Will a new perspective on life, to cast aside the virtues of modesty, restraint, silence, and patience, and to embrace the straightforward pursuit of the respect he rightfully deserved. He recognized that honesty, though at times painful, was essential, like the blunt remark made to a pockmarked face about the spiciness of Sichuan pepper, or the necessity of action, which could be even more hurtful, as demonstrated when a spray of mud struck the esteemed and skilled Sir Roderick, only for Will to have his sword poised at the back of Roderick's neck by the time his eyes opened. Now, Will found himself once again confronted with the necessity of action. Desmond and 2 knights, accompanied by a dozen hounds and several hunting dogs, were in the Wolf Woods when they fortuitously crossed paths with him. One knight challenged him to a jousting match. Without hesitation, Will accepted. He resolved to unseat Harris Morland, who was clad in full armor with a closed visor, relying solely on a narrow slit for vision. Although jousting practice does not inflict real harm, since the lance lacks a pointed tip and is designed to shatter upon impact without causing injury, particularly when one is clad in armor, the situation was different for Harris Morland, who was fully equipped. Should Will strike him, the armor would shield him. If he were unseated, the helmet would protect his head and neck as he fell. Compared to Harris, Will appeared almost as if he were unadorned. Yet, he felt no trepidation, while the knight beside him exhibited signs of unease. Jory and the other 5 knights were well aware of Harris's unrivaled prowess in the northern jousting technique, having participated in numerous competitions, and they wore smiles as they exchanged crude jests, eagerly anticipating Harris's triumph over Will to alleviate their suppressed frustrations. Harris was indeed a formidable talent, summoned by Jory and Desmond, yet his pride and sense of honor prevented him from confronting the unarmored brother in black. However, after hearing about Will's illustrious exploits, the northern jousting champion Harris was successfully persuaded by his companions. "Will, would you like to ride Desmond's horse?" Harris inquired. He and the hounds had set up camp earlier, having departed the previous night to hunt the beasts, each knight possessing 2 steeds. They had already rested well and felt quite prepared. "No need," Will replied. "Your horse has traveled all day and is weary. You would be at a disadvantage by not switching. My steed is full of vigor. In jousting, the power of the horse is paramount. I'll unseat you regardless." "I relish the sight of the disappointment on the faces of you northern warriors," Will declared, his tone reminiscent of someone casually ordering another drink. Harris Morland was exceptionally skilled. Upon Eddard Stark's departure to King's Landing with King Robert, he would become the new captain of the Winterfell Guard, entrusted with the personal protection of Robb Stark. He is the true embodiment of a man from the north, an exceptional equestrian, and a master of martial skills, particularly renowned for his lance charges. Regardless of the perspective, it seems that Will is destined to lose. Yet, Will remains remarkably composed, showing no sign of realization even when facing imminent danger. At Desmond's command, Will and Harris turn their horses and gallop 100 meters apart before coming to a halt. They each raise their left arms, securing triangular shields, while their right hands brandish long lances, firmly wedged under their right elbows. With a single command from Desmond, Harris squeezes his legs and his steed surges forward, resembling a dragon in flight, its hooves kicking up remnants of ice and snow, mingling with the soft earth, creating the illusion of a dragon's tail trailing behind. A man like a lion, a horse like a dragon, Harris, the unrivaled master of lance techniques in the north, truly lives up to his reputation. Cheers and applause erupt from Desmond and the others, while 200 meters away, Will leisurely approaches for the lance clash, already conceding 9/10 of the battle with this lack of fervor. Chapter 24. The misguided lance. It is not that Harris Morland is taking advantage of Will's lack of armor. Rather, it is his unwavering tradition to don this complete set of gear, regardless of the number of adversaries he faces. Whether confronting Will alone or 2 or 3 opponents, he adheres to the same protocol. In both one-on-one and multiple adversary scenarios, Harris remains steadfast in his attire. He does not shed his armor and helmet merely because his opponent is unprotected, nor does he retreat or demand a one-on-one duel when outnumbered. Harris is resolute in his principles. He welcomes both brawls and duels, clad in his full regalia. Though the visor of Harris Morland's helmet bears only a narrow slit for vision, it does not hinder his ability to assess his opponent's movements. He is accustomed to this. As he gallops forward, he observes that although Will's horse runs slowly, it maintains an impressive rhythm, embodying a natural grace. Harris's perception is akin to that of a maestro discerning musical tempo upon hearing a melody. Will's horse may be deemed slow, yet the harmony between the steed's gait and Will's movements exudes a near-perfect cadence, showcasing Will's remarkable equestrian prowess. It is noteworthy that this horse has been under Will's command for merely a day. The synergy and rhythm they achieve together is a testament to Will's undeniable skill. Given Will's exceptional horsemanship, Harris briefly contemplates whether to unseat him in the first round. A worthy opponent deserves respect. Perhaps it would be prudent to allow Will to survive the initial clash, only to challenge him more fiercely in the second. The mere rarity of Will's riding talent warrants that Harris pause to share a toast with him. However, this is a competition, and thus the fleeting thought of sparing Will in the first encounter is swiftly dismissed. Let us, then, cast Will from his steed on the very first charge, allowing him to soar through the air. This may inflict some harm upon him, yet the ground is cushioned by a layer of withered grass. And though the earth is frozen, it shall not deliver a grievous impact. The members of the dark-clad legion have all become formidable warriors, though many novices remain inept. However, it is a common truth that newcomers in any legion are often of little merit. Harris Moran rides with the swiftness of a tempest. Akin to a dragon or a shadowy lynx, his rhythm and cadence resembling a fierce storm. In contrast, Will appears to frolic lightly through spring meadows, admiring the blossoms. In the blink of an eye, the two steeds collide. Will ducks low, pressing himself against the horse's back, as Harris's lance thrusts over his head. A raucous laughter erupts from Jory, Desmond, and their companions. In that initial clash, Harris Moran completely overpowers Will's spirit and initiative. The dark-clad brothers have no opportunity to retaliate, as Harris's thrust is too swift for them to draw their weapons. The two horses collide with great speed, and at the moment Harris's lance approaches, Will spurs his horse, maintaining a steady rhythm, and the steed surges forward. He appears utterly daunted by Harris's onslaught, too intimidated to counterattack or even raise his shield in defense. Instead, he shamefully hunches over the horse's back, as if he has vanished in an instant. The two steeds thunder past one another like lightning and wind. After their first encounter, both riders must return to their starting points for a second charge. A chorus of sharp boos fills the air. Those who hesitate to engage in direct confrontation are indeed cowards. The dark-clad brothers cunningly evaded the first round, amidst the jeers directed at them. Desmond and Jory maintain their composure, for Harris Moran is the foremost master of lance combat in the north, his technique distinct from that of other knights. While other riders typically charge forth, then pivot to engage in another assault, Harris Moran defies this norm. Should his first thrust miss, he frequently manages a second strike. In the rapid fury of the charge, a missed blow would usually deny a second opportunity due to the speed of the horses. Yet Harris Moran achieves what seems to defy the laws of nature with his second thrust. In that fleeting moment of intersection, even the most skilled horsemanship cannot decelerate the galloping steeds. Neither Harris nor Will can achieve this. Thus, the instant they pass each other is brief. As their horses cross paths, Harris, having missed his first strike, deftly flicks his right hand, sending the lance hurtling from beneath his arm, the grip transforming into the point, like a javelin soaring towards Will, who has just risen from his mount. Simultaneously, Harris gently clamps his right arm, securing the lance's tip from flying away. He neither looks back nor turns his horse, but rather focuses solely on his weapon. Jory, Desmond, and 5 others collectively erupted in applause. It was a moment of sheer astonishment for them. Only Harris could execute such a masterful thrust with the lance, and without even a glance backward. He struck true every time, as if he possessed eyes at the back of his head. Of course, Harris could not literally have eyes there. He simply had an uncanny ability to gauge distance through the speed of the horses, the rhythm of the encounter, and the opponent's reactions. His skill in the instant of the horses intertwining to counterstrike was already a legend in the north. This technique bore a name both formidable and fitting, the counterthrust lance. Much like the deadly backhand thrust that Will had known before crossing over, Harris's counterthrust lance was nearly impossible to evade, even if one were aware of it. With a thunderous crack, splinters of wood flew as a black-clad adversary was not seen tumbling from his mount. Instead, a lance shattered upon impact, its broken shaft soaring high and far. Amidst the sound of the splintering lance, the two steeds bolted away, creating significant distance. Jory, Desmond, and the others stood in stunned silence. Harris's lance had shattered at the grip, leaving him empty-handed, clutching only fragments of wood. The grip he held was a specially treated front end, designed to splinter upon a heavy impact. In stark contrast, Will's lance remained intact as he pivoted his horse. The counterthrust lance collided with Will's sweeping strike. This charge-specific lance differed greatly from the dual-wielded pistols. It was robust, akin to an arm, requiring the strength of one's limbs to wield effectively. Due to its size, it was prone to striking true in a clash. In the midst of their intertwining steeds, Will wielded his lance like a club, sweeping it backward. The force of his sweeping lance collided violently with the shaft of Harris's counterthrust lance, resulting in a fierce impact that caused Harris's training lance to fracture at its specially crafted juncture. Yet, inexplicably, Will's lance remained unbroken, despite being of the same training caliber. That fellow is just lucky, Jory muttered. Will still possessed his weapon, while Harris stood disarmed. Jory, Desmond, and the others were left speechless, their mouths agape. While they could retrieve their weapons to continue the fight, in terms of victory, Harris had already lost. Harris's furious voice rang out. Haihua, this is your doing. Desmond, bewildered, quickly grasped the situation. These two lances were not the same. He glanced at the knight Haihua, who wore an expression of embarrassment. The two lances he had prepared were originally intended to toy with Will. As the saying goes, an eye for an eye. The black-clad man was cunning, and it was only fitting that he experienced the taste of being outwitted. It was unexpected that Will, at the onset of the competition, steadfastly chose to wield the lance that Harris held, as if he possessed foreknowledge of its uniqueness. With a nonchalant demeanor, Will remarked, Harris, I have selected the authentic lance originally intended for you, which has merely lost its tip. Thus, should I charge at you during your first thrust, it is plausible that your lance may already be shattered. However, a good friend had forewarned me of your remarkable wrong horse lance technique and imparted the means to counter it. Hence, I took a gamble, and by the grace of the god of time and space, I have fortuitously succeeded. Captain Jory, Supervisor Desmond, Hawar Knight. It appears I have triumphed over you as the foremost of the North in this lance competition. Chapter 25. Oath Knight. Hawar was an Oath Knight without lance, one of the elite guardians by Eddard Stark's side. While Jory, Desmond, Harris, and others were astonished by Will's prophetic assertions, Hawar abruptly drew his sword, pointing it menacingly at Will. Will, you speak nonsense. You may deceive others, but not me. Oh, Will replied, given your cunning nature, it is unsurprising that you would not trust others, thus requesting to use Harris's lance as a precaution before the competition. You could not have known that Harris's lance was genuine beforehand, for this knowledge resided solely with me. Ah, so my insistence on using Harris's lance was merely fortuitous. Hawar retorted. Indeed, you merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck. When your lance shattered Harris's, you naturally realized that your lance was indeed authentic, not a training piece. Quite true, Will conceded. Harris's wrong horse lance is renowned throughout the North. Everyone is aware of its prowess, as you are. It is only natural, and not due to any prior revelations from friends about Harris's technique. You insinuate that we should attribute your actions to divine prophecy, aiming to create an illusion of being chosen by the gods. You've seen through me, Will chuckled. During your charge, you had already devised a method to counter Harris's lance, deliberately modulating your horse's speed to gather strength, using your lance as a staff at the moment of collision. Your calculated sweep fortuitously struck Harris's lance, and your desperate ruse succeeded. Otherwise, you would now be lying on the ground. Sharp eyes indeed. Thus, your claim of a friend instructing you on how to counter Harris's technique is merely a web of deceit, an attempt to conjure an aura of foresight that would inspire awe and convince us of your status as a chosen one, a prophet of sorts. However, you have still been unmasked. Indeed, you have seen through my facade, Will laughed. Your perceptiveness and ability to read the winds of fortune are of no avail before me. Will, it is said that your swordsmanship is unparalleled, having subdued our Sir Roderick with ease. Very well, I challenge you to a duel. A duel? How discordant that sounds. As the evening drew near, Will remarked, Sir Haihua, we can duel with swords tomorrow. I have been on the road all day and am quite fatigued. I have just engaged in a jousting match with Sir Harris and, by chance, emerged victorious. Do you not consider it somewhat dishonorable to challenge me to a sword fight now? Sir Haihua paused momentarily and replied coldly, Very well. I shall grant you a night's rest. Tomorrow, we shall duel. Thank you. My dear brother Will. I must remind you that this duel will not be with wooden swords, said Sir Haihua. As you wish, Will nodded slightly from his steed. Sir Haihua snorted, turning his horse towards the hillside. Behind the slope, outside the woods, they set up their camp. Sir Harris spoke, Brother Will, might you accompany me to my tent? I would like to share a drink with you. No, thank you, Sir Harris. I wish to rest early. Tomorrow morning, Sir Haihua is to duel me in swordsmanship. Very well, as you desire, Harris nodded politely, then urged his horse onward up the slope. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Jory and the others rose early. boiling water and preparing food, warming wine in cups to drink. Jory looked around but could not find Will. A search of the tent yielded no sign of him. Fuko, you were on watch last night. Where's Will? He had dinner and then went alone into the woods on the hillside, replied Fuko. Alone? Indeed. He mentioned that this place was not sheltered from the wind and sought a more protected spot to sleep. Then hurry and check on him, Jory urged. Should Will have fled during the night, they would have to forego breakfast to capture him. Yet Jory was not overly concerned about Will's escape, as he reasoned that if he attempted to flee, he would not get far. Once the news spread, no matter how skilled he was, he would be apprehended before reaching Carlin Bay and face execution. If Will were truly clever, he would not attempt to escape. Fuko mounted his horse and galloped towards the hillside. Behind the slope, several tents housed Desmond and others. The hunting dogs were already awake, their tails wagging in recognition of Fuko. As he searched, he found no sign of Will or his tent. Will? Fuko shouted. The hunting dogs were released to scour the area, yet they found no trace of Will. The commotion roused Desmond and Sir Haihua from their tents to assist in the search, but still, there was no sign of him. Down the slope, Jory received word of the situation. The sound of hooves echoed as several horses ascended the hillside, entering the woods to investigate. Will's horse remained. If he had indeed fled, the woods would provide him with the best cover. Meanwhile, Harris continued to sleep soundly in his tent. As the group scoured the area with the hunting dogs without success, Desmond grew anxious and rushed to rouse Harris to assist in the pursuit of Will. Harris, bleary-eyed, opened his eyes and regarded Desmond, saying, "That fellow is clever. He would not run away." "How do you know?" Desmond retorted. Before he donned his black attire, he was a habitual thief, a scoundrel devoid of honor. He possesses the ability to harness power to shatter my flawed weapon. He is indeed an astute individual. For a clever person would never allow others the opportunity to bring about their own downfall. Harris muttered this before turning over to resume his slumber. Hey. But we cannot find him right now." Harris sat up reluctantly, chuckling. "Oh, do not seek the raven. Can you find a single raven amidst the woods? If you cease your search, he will emerge on his own. Your futile efforts will only amuse him, for he will regard you as a mere jest." "Humph, you speak too highly of a night's watchman." "I do not speak in vain. The rangers beyond the wall are men of steel, capable of remaining motionless for days in the bitter cold. It is commonplace for a squad to patrol and return to camp after 3 months. What do they eat in the frost? How do they procure sustenance? They must also scout for wildling encampments. Their skills in wilderness survival far exceed those of we who dwell within castles, especially this fellow. Are you not aware of his particular expertise? Gather everyone back. Partake in food and drink, and he shall soon reveal himself. He won't be too fearful to face me in a duel, will he?" Came the sudden interjection of Haihua, laced with mirth. Upon hearing this, Harris shrugged, shook his head, and sank back into the plush carpet. Chapter 26. The Hall of Sacred Judgment. Desmond heeded Harris's advice, and half an hour later, everyone returned. On that frigid morning, several brothers mounted their horses without properly donning their garments to search for their comrade. Upon hearing the command to return, they preferred to enjoy warm water, hot wine, and hearty food, gathering around the fire to bask in its warmth. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of footsteps echoed from deep within the forest. Desmond commanded a few hounds to restrain their dogs, and Harris, clad in a light garment, appeared with a smile, exclaiming, "That scoundrel Will has returned. Shall we wager?" Before long, Will emerged at the edge of the woods, his back laden with a long black pack containing all the necessities for a night's rest and a long journey. "Hey, my sword has been taken," Will called out. He raised the empty sword sheath in his hand and strode over, drenched in sweat, steam rising from his head. "I spent the night atop a large tree. In a haze, I heard strange noises. When I opened my eyes, I saw a figure attempting to steal my sword. I reached out, but all that remained was this sheath. My sword was taken by that person. Did you catch a glimpse of who it was?" Though dawn had broken, the woods remained shrouded in darkness, obscuring vision. It was a very slender shadow, moving with incredible speed, leaping and bounding among the trees like a monkey. "I pursued him for quite some time, but could not catch up, so I had no choice but to return." Will's expression was one of deep dismay. A black-clad figure without a sword is indeed a perilous situation. Harris remarked, "Everyone, check to see if your belongings are intact." Will's inability to catch that person in the forest speaks volumes of their agility. It is well known what Will Caro was involved in previously. The spread of such unsavory matters is remarkably swift. An experienced thief had his sword stolen by another thief, indicating that the assailant possessed remarkable skill. A person like Will, who surrounds himself with traps while he sleeps at night, was nevertheless able to have his sword taken with ease. Although Will was ultimately startled and managed to grasp the sword's sheath, the thief's abilities should not be underestimated. Haihua chuckled. Behold our illustrious brother in black, who dares to sleep alone in the forest, yet allows his sword to be taken, only to depart unscathed. The sword, a fine piece of Valyrian steel gifted by Lord Ed, is not something an ordinary family could possess. Even a common butcher, if he pooled his family's wealth, would struggle to acquire a decent sword. For the children of commoners, true weapons are only obtained when they enlist in the military. Prior training in swordsmanship is conducted with wooden swords. Many of the real swords they might carry are of poor quality, some with visible flaws or rust. We'll turn to Desmond. Is there a Hall of Judgment in the north? A Hall of Judgment? I have not heard of such a thing, Desmond replied, his expression one of confusion. Will continued. When I decided to abandon the chase after that person, I called out, "Hey, brother, the sword is yours. Leave a name behind," before vanishing. The figure replied, "The Hall of Judgment," in a woman's voice. No wonder the shadow was slight. It turned out to be a young woman. The Hall of Judgment? Jory furrowed his brow. Will, are you certain you did not mishear? I am quite certain. Will replied. Sir Harris, Sir Haihua, have you heard of the Hall of Judgment? Both men shook their heads in unison. Will edged closer to the fire, approaching Harris, where he seized a steaming slice of roasted beef. A delicacy brought from Winterfell that could be grilled or steamed in the wild for a delightful feast. He drew his trusty knife and expertly sliced the beef into pieces, lifting them with the blade's tip to savor. Sir Harris, when the time comes for my duel with Sir Haihua, may I borrow your sword? As you wish, Harris nodded. Everyone gathered around the fire to enjoy breakfast, while the hunting party and a few members dined at another fire. Suddenly, a member of the hunting party exclaimed, "Alas! My sword sheath is missing, only the sword remains." Everyone turned to see the individual emerging from his tent with a sword, the sheath nowhere in sight. Desmond remarked, "How strange. Why would someone take the sword without the sheath?" "Let us check to see if anything is amiss," suggested Haihua with a grin. "Surely not. Last night, we had dozens of hunting dogs beside our tent. Who could have approached?" Harris scoffed. "Sir Haihua, the hunting party is always accompanied by hounds." He rose to his feet. "I shall go see if my sword is still there." Due to the night's rest, everyone had naturally removed their swords. While Harris had a habit of hanging his on the tent wall, he rose to have a meal. Yet he was still clad in the same night clothes he had worn to bed, without even donning his leather armor. And he did not pay any heed to his sword as he exited the tent. Concerned, Jory and the other 4 companions swiftly arose, mounted their horses, and descended to the tents below to ascertain if anything had been misplaced. Sir Haihua also stood up and returned to his tent to investigate. In what seemed like an instant, everyone had departed, leaving Will alone by the fire, eating. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the air, emanating from Haihua's tent. Will, with a mouthful of beef and bread in hand, turned in astonishment to see Haihua standing at the entrance of his tent, brandishing a broken sword's hilt. "My sword, worth 10 golden dragons and 30 silver stags, has been shattered. I shall kill him." Desmond and Harris emerged from their tents, witnessing that Haihua's exquisite sword, second only to Valyrian steel, had been reduced to a mere hilt. Desmond, stirred by the sight, drew his own sword, feeling a lightness in his hand, only to find a broken hilt while the blade remained in its sheath. Gazing at the hilt in disbelief, Desmond's eyes widened, his mouth agape as if he could swallow a horse. Harris, startled, hastily drew his sword, and with a soft sound, the blade emerged, radiant and intact. Will stood up in shock from the fire, desperately swallowing a mouthful of food. Harris spoke in a low tone, "My Lord Desmond, Sir Haihua, remain calm. Let us examine if any clues have been left behind. Could it be the work of the Hall of Judgment?" Will, choking on his food, interjected, "The Hall of Judgment." Desmond exclaimed, "Indeed, it is the Hall of Judgment." His broken sword tumbled from the sheath, revealing finely etched characters on the blade, inscribed with a sharp object, "Hall of Judgment." Will leaned closer to inspect, remarking, "Look at this script, delicate and slender. It is clearly the handiwork of a woman." Chapter 27. A delightful affair. The cut is smooth. This sword has been severed by something. Harris gasped in shock. Desmond remarked, "I have never witnessed such a peculiar occurrence. Nor have I ever heard of it. Even Valyrian steel cannot be severed in such a manner. My sword is worth 10 golden dragons and 30 silver stags." Haihua exclaimed. As he touched the cut on the hilt, it bore no marks, smooth as a mirror. "Magic, surely the Valyrian steel sword has been imbued with some magical force," Will asserted. "Otherwise, what could cleave a sword as if it were mere soil? Since the cataclysm that obliterated Valyria, no one has been able to forge a sword capable of slicing through iron like mud. The few renowned enchanted swords are now lost to time, Harris pondered deeply. Down the slope, Jory and the others gasped in disbelief. Their swords, untouched while sheathed, were all found severed at the hilt when drawn. Desmond declared, "Sir Harris, the hunt must be cancelled. Perhaps King Robert, who delights in game, should venture into the woods himself. I entreat you to escort the brothers will further north. Our sword has been severed, and we must return to convey the news to Lord Eddard." Lord Desmond. The sudden emergence of the secretive Hall of Justice may well be known to Bachelor Ruin. The vast collection of ancient tomes in Lord Eddard's library could potentially reveal some insights. Harris reminded Desmond. Will remarked, "Lord Desmond, Sir Harris is accompanying me north. Yet we are armed with but a solitary sword." Desmond exclaimed, and one of the members of the hunting party rushed forth, offering his sword to Will. "Brother Will, the enigmatic individuals merely broke our sword without inflicting harm. Thus, I surmise they harbor no murderous intent. However, their peculiar actions elude my understanding. Perhaps linked to some clandestine ritual of the Hall of Justice, or perhaps they are issuing a warning. We are not far from Winterfell, and Lord Eddard must be informed of this matter post-haste." Desmond's expression turned grave. Will nodded in agreement. King Robert is to arrive at Winterfell today, and a mysterious shadow of the Hall of Justice has suddenly materialized 100 miles north of Winterfell. This organization possesses a magically enhanced sword capable of slicing through steel, and despite the encampment of so many, only the black-clad brother will has perceived a figure from their ranks. The Hall of Justice operates with a cryptic and unpredictable nature, reminiscent of the faceless men of Bravos. The situation is dire. Lord Eddard Stark must be made aware of the sudden appearance of this hall within the north. It remains uncertain whether this organization is friend or foe, yet their presence in the north necessitates the discreet dispatch of personnel for investigation. Jory approached swiftly, conferring briefly with Desmond, who decided to leave Foucault and Sir Harris to escort Will northward while he and Jory would return with the rest. Foucault took a sword from a member of the Hound team, one he deemed unworthy. Half an hour later, Will, Harris, and Foucault, mounted on 4 steeds, journeyed north, while Desmond and Jory led the remaining personnel and hunting party back to Winterfell. A mysterious shadow of the Hall of Justice loomed over Desmond and Jory's hearts. Winter is approaching. Is the North about to face a trial? Harris and Will rode side by side, followed by Foucault and a pack horse. Will, had the Hall of Justice intended to strike us last night, none would have escaped unscathed, Harris remarked. Not necessarily, Will retorted. Why so? Murder makes a sound, unless it is a swift kill. Even if one were to slay silently, the scent of blood would rouse the hound's alertness. Given that a large hunting party lies just beyond your tent, isn't it easier to sever a man's throat than to break a sword's hilt? Not always. Some enchanted swords possess unique powers solely against metal, proving ineffective against flesh. Magic bears various attributes: fire, steel, ice, and many more. Harris gazed at Will with astonishment. Brother Will, you possess considerable knowledge. Before donning this dark attire, I had long roamed various places, indeed encountering many peculiar individuals and witnessing numerous strange occurrences. Many events defy explanation. Even sorcerers might not possess the answers. There is a proverb that suggests the truths perceived by the otherworldly are not always veritable truths. Harris urged his steed, addressing Will. Brother, I trust Lord Ed's judgment. You are the chosen one. Could you perhaps pray to discern what transpired at our encampment last night? Will shook his head, replying, Knight Harris, what revelations the chosen may behold is entirely contingent upon the will of the old gods. If the old gods grant me no vision, I see nothing. I cannot compel the old gods for omens. Foucault interjected, Lord Harris, the fact that each of us emerged unscathed last night indicates that we are not foes of the Holy Tribunal. If we are not adversaries, why then sever our swords? The Hound Squad and the swords of your lordship remain intact. Foucault spoke with deference. But what does this signify? Harris inquired, urging his horse onward. Will suggested, perhaps the Holy Tribunal holds a favorable disposition towards you and the Hound Squad, or perhaps their ranks are filled with women, and you, Lord Harris, are notably handsome and formidable. Harris chuckled. Well, perhaps so. Nevertheless, regardless of perspective, the members of the Holy Tribunal are entirely dissimilar to the faceless men of Bravos. As for their reasons for severing our swords, only they possess that knowledge. Brother Will, you of the black robes neither take wives nor bear children, dedicating your lives to guarding the wall. Do you not desire women? In Higa town, there are women and wine, yet we must sneak away discreetly, lest Commander Jammerment and Chief of Staff Bowermarcy catch wind of it, Will Chow remarked. As the topic of women arose, the 3 men lightened in spirit, sharing laughter more frequently. Will, your practice of the green sight last night was commendable. You have made considerable progress. now capable of briefly inhabiting the fishwood. You may now attempt to exert control over Lord Harris's steed to hone your ability to command animals. The voice of the heart tree, entwined with the ancient wood, humbly resonated in Will's ear. Will gazed skyward. The northern sky was vast and somber, and all around him, he beheld no trace of the heart tree. The being that called itself the old forest witch, fused with the heart tree, was immobile, yet its spiritual essence could traverse to the wall. However, that was its limit. As for the south, it could not advance a single step. First, because the southerners venerate the new gods, and second, because the fishwood within the southern sacred groves had largely been felled. When Will first prayed beneath the heart tree, his spirit was drawn to the wall, though upon return, he felt as though he had endured a nightmarish ordeal. Last night, the heart tree conducted soul power training and exercises in the green vision with Will. One of Will's practical exercises involved stealthily approaching the tents of Desmond and his companions, enhancing their slumber with soul power, ensuring they remained in a deep sleep. He then entered their camp under the cover of night, deftly severing their swords without arousing the attention of the hounds or their handlers. In dealing with Jory and others, he first had to hypnotize the duty-bound Foucault. Upon successfully completing this task and returning to the tree, Will felt a delightful exhilaration, as if he had experienced a youthful spring dream. His greatest joy would be to send the noisy bunch back to Winterfell, and he wished to keep his nocturnal endeavors a secret. The saying, "A common man bears the burden of possessing treasures," rang true for him. The Knight of the Sea was determined to challenge him to a duel, while Jory and his companions watched like hawks. Normally, 2 escorts would suffice. Yet this crowd seemed eager to witness his downfall. Will, focus your mind, yet keep your body relaxed. Use your mental energy to control Harris's horse. Approach it with ease, and you will realize it is not as daunting as you imagine. Don't you wish to see the world through the horse's eyes? Will reflected. But I am currently on the move, not lying in bed. The heart tree, an ancient being, could hear his thoughts. Your soul power is formidable. There is no need for stillness to channel your mental energy. Do not view yourself as an ordinary shapeshifter. You are quite extraordinary. Unleash your potential and attempt to control Harris's horse. You will find it far more satisfying than embodying a slippery fish. Chapter 28, A Friend Will. Do you know Theon Greyjoy? The one you injured with your practice sword? Harris chuckled. Of course. He is young, yet quite the rascal, Harris replied. Foucault chimed in with a grin. Indeed, my lord. Every time I change shifts with the brothers and visit the tavern, I almost always see him there. That lad is particularly smitten with Rose. Theon is not merely infatuated with Rose. He harbors affections for Beth, the daughter of Hullen, Bessa, the daughter of Poole, as well as the tavern's serving girl and the blacksmith's sister. Harris laughed heartily. I also heard that he once lured Bran to the tavern, only to be soundly thrashed by Robb. Robb nearly broke his leg with a practice sword. Ha ha ha. Foucault laughed uproariously, nearly losing his composure. Yet within 2 days, Theon returned to his usual self, boasting in the tavern about having bested Robb. Foucault gestured animatedly, recounting how Theon claimed he lifted Robb off the ground and threw him down fiercely, kicking him before Robb could rise. When the ladies pressed him about whether Robb retaliated, he replied that by the time Robb got up, he was long gone. He was no match for Robb. Will, with a hint of disinterest, remarked, indeed. Everyone knows he was beaten by Robb, but he is accustomed to boasting in the tavern. Foucault chuckled. Harris remarked, Brother Will, what troubles you? You appear quite fatigued. I did not rest well last night, and at dawn, I lost my sword and traversed a considerable distance, leaving me somewhat drowsy. Then perhaps you should indulge in a brief nap while mounted. I am aware that you rangers can slumber even on horseback, Harris chuckled. Very well, you may converse. I shall take a moment to rest. Will yawned widely. Harris and Foucault proceeded at a leisurely pace, ascending the terrain where villages became increasingly sparse and the air turned ever chillier. As they advanced, the King's Road narrowed considerably. In the distance, to the left of the King's Road, lay the ominous expanse of the Wolfwood, the famed forest of the north. Should one venture westward, one would reach the deep woods of the Glover family, miles away, while a northern trek would lead to the impregnable wall, stretching for thousands. To the right, a seemingly endless expanse of frozen earth unfolded, a consequence of the cooling climate heralding the approach of winter. The harvest season had recently concluded, leaving behind small patches of lifeless late-harvest fields. Nearby, a brook lay strewn with remnants of ice and snow, while trees stood bare and lifeless, embodying the desolation of the season. As they continued, Harris's steed suddenly reared, nearly unseating him. My Lord Harris, the path is treacherous. Exercise caution, Foucault advised. The King's Road had shed its former grandeur, resembling a mere woodland trail, strewn with dead branches and leaves. while moss began to emerge along the edges. Harris steadied his horse, exclaiming, "Strange, there are no loose stones on the path, yet this horse nearly stumbled." Foucault replied with a smile, "Humans falter as horses may stumble." Ahead lay a small stone bridge, where rainwater had converged into a stream flowing beneath. All the waters in this vicinity meandered eastward, ultimately joining the White Blade River. The terrain to the left steepened gradually, and Harris's horse exhibited signs of unease, shifting restlessly, snorting nervously. "What ails this horse?" Harris inquired, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, grasping the reins tightly. "Is there a wolf or some other beast?" Foucault also placed a hand on his sword, craning his neck to peer into the woods on the left. The ancient wolfwood, home to a sparse population, was primarily a hunting ground. Towering trees cast a shadowed canopy, while thickets of black thorns created a haven for ferocious beasts. After a moment of stillness, with no apparent threat, Harris lightly spurred his horse, and they resumed their journey. Yet, despite the horse's regained steadiness, an unsettling feeling lingered, prompting Harris to remain vigilant, fearing unforeseen peril. By midday, they arrived at a small town to rest. Werewolf had also rejuvenated, tending to the horses, which now showed no signs of distress. As they departed in the afternoon, the King's Road was nearly devoid of other travelers, becoming increasingly arduous, winding alongside the edge of the Wolfwood. The villages and farmlands on the right gradually disappeared, ultimately yielding to an uninhabited expanse of desolate frost. The mountains to the left began to rise steeply, becoming imposing and majestic. This time, Will cleared the path. Yet Harris's horse seemed to harbor a certain trepidation, consistently hesitating to advance. After several attempts to urge it forward, Harris found the horse still reluctant. Ultimately, a pack horse was placed in between, allowing Harris's steed to regain its composure and follow behind. "Brother Will, this horse exhibits some peculiar behavior. I fear something may be amiss. We must all remain vigilant," Harris remarked. Will chuckled, "We have not yet entered the forest. Surely, there can be no danger." "My horse is unlike ordinary steeds. It possesses a certain intuition," Harris replied. "Then let us tread carefully," Will agreed, heeding Harris's counsel. On the following day, the horse continued to display signs of unease, as if it sensed imminent peril. Nevertheless, Harris, Will, and Foucault remained watchful until dusk, encountering no incidents. By the third day, however, the horse's peculiarities had entirely vanished, returning to its normal demeanor. The King's Road had transformed into a rugged mountain path, with the vast expanse of frozen earth on the right replaced by a forest imbued with a chilling, decaying leaf aroma. To the left stretched an endless vista of black oaks, thorny brambles, sentinel trees, evergreens, ironwood, and cypress. They had now entered the Wolf Woods, albeit still on the periphery. It was time for Harris and Foucault to return to Winterfell. Advancing further would lead them deeper into the woods, where the dangers would intensify. As they passed the long lake and entered the territory of House Amber, a sense of security began to envelop them. The path was treacherous, with each gust of wind. Countless icy needles would cascade from above. Within the forest, one must remain vigilant against wolves, shadowy bobcats, and hostile indigenous peoples, as well as taciturn hunters and self-sufficient farmers resembling cavemen. The stone-dwelling denizens of the Wolf Mountains, who preferred to roar yet were illiterate, posed their own threats. A fine sword, a quality leather coat, or a silver dragon could all serve as justifications for their arrows to pierce one's flesh, especially for those who traveled alone. Such dangers multiplied exponentially. However, as Will waved goodbye to Harris and Foucault, a relaxed smile graced his face. This forest felt far safer compared to the ghostly woods beyond the wall. Should Will choose not to return to the wall, but instead stealthily venture southward, Lord Eddard Stark would receive word from the planned Raven in due time, affording him ample opportunity to intercept Will in the north and seize him for execution. "Sir Harris, please inform Lord Eddard that he will receive news from Maester Eamon's Raven at the appointed hour," Will stated. "Kindly convey my regards to Lady Catelyn. Her judgment is astute. I am no coward." "As you wish," Harris replied. He unsheathed his longsword. "Brother Will, you are the first ranger to block my misguided lance. Would you accept this sword?" Will glanced at the small dagger belonging to a member of the hunting party, its scabbard already showing signs of rust. He extended his hand to grasp Harris's longsword. In the Northern Legion, he had no friends, and he had no qualms about befriending Harris. "Sir Harris, I must confess, I have resorted to trickery. Lacking exceptional horsemanship, precise foresight, robust strength, and audacity, even deception cannot shield me from my misfortunes. Well then, do you mind if I take your sword to Hearthstone in exchange for a jug of wine?" Harris laughed heartily. "The sword is already yours. Whether you choose to trade it for wine or visit the ladies of Hearthstone, It is entirely your decision. Chapter 29. The Gaunt Scout, my Lord Harris. A man in black attire does not befit your fine sword, Foucault remarked, observing Will's receding figure. Harris secured the short sword given to him by Will, belonging to his hunting hounds, to his waist. Foucault, refrain from voicing such discouraging words in my presence. He is a man in black and an exceptional ranger. He turned his horse and urged it forward, prompting Foucault to hastily lead the pack horse in pursuit. Foucault sighed inwardly, contemplating the unfortunate fate of the sword should the ranger fall victim to the savage stone dwellers of the forest. Will urged his steed to a gentle pace, slowly closing his eyes. Since mastering the green vision, he found an unexpected affinity for the forest. This sensation was subtle, imbued with a faint sense of belonging that calmed his spirit. Over the past few days, guided by the heart tree, he realized he no longer needed to completely still his body and mind. Mere concentration allowed him to control Harris's warhorse. Initially, the horse's spirited nature had met with sharp resistance when Will's consciousness sought to enter its body. However, after 3 days, he finally subdued the beast with focused mental energy. He could inhabit its form, perceiving the world through its eyes, experiencing the power of flight through its hooves, and feeling the chill of the air against its skin. With intent, he could command the horse to halt or to gallop. For the first time, he drank the cool stream water through the horse's mouth, tasted the tender grass, and felt the refreshing juice slide down his throat. Every sensation was astonishingly novel, icy, powerful. The horse embraced Will's thoughts, while Will inhabited the horse's body. The only regret was the limitations imposed by the terrain, preventing him from galloping freely to test the limits of speed. Will, the ancient spirit of the heart tree, like an insistent specter, began to speak in Will's ear once more. He sensed that this mysterious figure, claiming to be the ancient spirit, must be profoundly lonely, and he, fortuitously, had become its sole interlocutor in millennia. Ancient spirit, Will replied. As he traversed the wolf-laden woods, Will felt increasingly at ease, as if a fish had returned to water or an eagle had soared into the sky. It took you over 3 days to learn to control the galloping horse. I must admit, I am somewhat disappointed. The ancient spirit's voice bore no trace of disappointment, merely articulating a fact with slow clarity. Will analyze this from a medical perspective, concluding that the ancient spirit found satisfaction in their exchange, and the specifics of their conversation perhaps mattered little. Will said, "Old demon, I must proceed gradually. I cannot frighten the horse and injure its hoof. The horse possesses a remarkable spirit. After I emerged from its body, it seemed to comprehend that I was controlling it, harboring fear and animosity towards me. If I exert too much force, it may bolt, leading to Harris's injury, an outcome I do not wish to witness. Harris is a rare knight of exceptional character. After your duel, he expressed a desire to befriend you. When you accepted his sword, he was elated. I had intended to refuse." Will thought to himself, though he kept it unspoken. "Old demon, I am aware of matters you do not know." "What matters?" "Concerning Harris's future, he will ascend to become the captain of Robb's guard and serve as his personal attendant. When Robb embarks on war, Harris shall be his foremost archer. Alas, he will meet his demise at the Red Wedding." "The Red Wedding? What is that?" The old demon's ancient and desolate voice bore no emotion. It seemed that he could not perceive anything occurring in the south, nor could he deduce future omens from the present events. This old demon, who was one with the heart tree, was not a deity. Strictly speaking, he ought to belong to the shapeshifters. Will preferred to believe he was a mysterious humanoid from the Forest Children tribe. The southern lands were governed by the 7 gods of the south, and the heart tree demon could not breach the neck swamp to glimpse the past, present, or future of the south. However, regarding the north, he could perceive both grand and trivial matters, complete events rather than mere fragments. Yet, he was reluctant to pry. The fragments known only to prophets would automatically reveal themselves before him. To be precise, he had grown numb, until Will's arrival. Perhaps Will brought a glimmer of hope. "You wouldn't understand if I told you," Will remarked. "It is too complex, and I sense hostility emanating from the wolf woods. I cannot discern whether it is the hunters of the forest clan, the self-sustaining natives, or the howling stone folk who are watching me. Use your green sight to observe. There's an eagle perched on a tree ahead. Would you like to experience the sensation of soaring, looking down upon the wolf woods from the sky? An eagle cannot perceive the ambushers hidden beneath the foliage of the great trees. I do not wish to be struck down by a rusted arrow or have my throat severed by a dull blade. Then merge with the trees and observe one by one. This will also practice your green sight." The forest was ancient. Looking up, one could not see a complete sky, as thick leaves and the snow upon them obscured the heavens. The sound of hooves echoed through the woods, traveling far along the pebble path of the King's Road. Before mastering green sight, Will typically travel by day for half the journey, resting until nightfall, then continuing his trek through the night until dawn, at which point he would seek a place to rest. Normal individuals traveled by day for safety. However, Will had grown accustomed to traveling at night, for it was far safer. However, with the emergence of the green vision, Will resolved to depart when he pleased and to pause at his discretion, no longer contemplating whether it was day or night. He closed his eyes and sat upon his steed, allowing the horse to proceed unbidden. These northern, well-trained horses traversed with a steady gait, independent of their rider's commands. Will felt his spirit detach from his corporeal form, a translucent apparition resembling a formless wraith. He chose a grand sentinel tree, and his essence drifted towards it, merging with the arboreal body. The cold and rugged texture of the tree was profoundly discomforting to Will, which was the reason his possession could only be fleeting. It was difficult for him to fathom the sensation of the ancient spirit, enduring the elements in harmony with the heart tree, such a sense of vitality, that hardness, that chill, the dampness akin to 1,000 serpents slithering across one's skin. Will mused that few souls could withstand the prolonged possession of a tree. Perhaps the warmer trees of the southern lands would offer a different experience. Before him, a ragged little figure emerged from the dense black brambles, a small girl with large, dark eyes that accentuated her sharp, thin face. Her hair was sparse and grayish-yellow. Her eye sockets deeply sunken, arms and legs resembling little twigs, a clear indication of severe malnutrition. She was emaciated, barefoot and barehanded. She wielded a dull knife to cleave through the black thorns and dead branches. No one else was in sight. The girl's gaze was feral as she regarded Will atop his horse, as though she were staring at a corpse. This child had taken lives. She was likely a scout for some small band. Such forest teams, possessing scouts like her, were typically timid. If a few riders or 5 or more mercenaries passed by, they would merely watch them go. Yet, if confronted by a solitary individual, they would exhibit audacity and cruelty. Chapter 30. Poverty, Cruelty. Tree folk to inhabit the girl's body would grant you effortless control, suggested the ancient spirit. To possess the form of a young girl, the opposite sex. Will felt no qualms about this. As a physician, he had encountered human anatomy extensively. He was intimately familiar with the human form. Yet, he refrained from acting upon this suggestion. He did not wish to leave any lasting consequences for the little girl. While the act of possession might be simple, what would remain after he withdrew? Would she be left with psychological scars? Would fear drive her to madness? As a doctor, Will resolved to disregard the ancient spirit's counsel. He returned to his own body, finding the sensation of merging with the trees of the wolf forest quite uncomfortable. The girl in the black thorns began to retreat, and Will understood she was headed to reunite with her companions. From his mount, he called out to her concealed location. "Hello, child, I see you." The young girl, who had just risen slightly, immediately froze, crouching like a cat. Her knife raised ever so slightly, her eyes fixed on Will like a wolf stalking its prey. The short blade she wielded was well-crafted, complete with a guard. Yet it was evident that she could not afford a whetstone or oil for maintenance, and perhaps had never even encountered sharpening paper. Clearly, the edge of her knife lacked the protection of a sheath. "It is you I speak of. Come forth, little one, for I possess beef, ham, cheese, bread, and honey," Will called, tapping the bag hanging from his horse. The girl gradually lowered herself, her gaze alert like a shadowy bobcat. Then she pivoted and darted through the woods like a flash. A half piece of wolf hide was wrapped around her waist. Will bore swords, 2 of them. This mounted warrior knew she stood no chance against him. However, being spotted by a rider was of little concern. He was alone. Stragglers. They never spared, nor did they fear. Will laughed heartily, his voice echoing through the wolf-infested forest. Now that he was in this realm, he had no desire to be a mere drudge. Although trained in medicine, this did not inhibit his youthful fervor. This was a world of ice and fire. One could perish at the hands of the others, or perhaps by the same kind. Will wished to evade death from either. To his left hung the knightly broadsword gifted by Harris. To his right, the knight. Since he was alone, there was no need to conceal the knight beneath a traveling blanket. It hung at his side, for Will preferred to reserve its use. Many can wield a one-handed sword with either hand, a skill honed from childhood, necessitating the ability to anticipate attacks from both sides, yet most favored their right hand. Will could wield his one-handed sword with either hand, but he favored his left, excelling in left-handed swordsmanship as a natural lefty. He strolled leisurely towards noon, finding no one to challenge him. The girl who had fled seemed as if she had never existed. One man, 2 swords, a solitary wanderer. He easily detected the presence of the enemy scouts. Perhaps they deemed this cloaked figure too perilous, unwilling to lose their own men before seizing 2 swords and a steed. yet Will understood that what was meant to come would inevitably arrive. This path extended for several hundred miles, barring unforeseen alterations. At least 4 clans of forest barbarians awaited to ambush travelers, deciding their course of action based on the number of their adversaries. If they encountered the knights of Deepwood Castle, they would flee at the sight of the steel-clad banner. The clans of the forest had previously possessed no surnames, living a primitive existence of self-sustenance and hunting, supplemented by the thrill of ancestral raiding. The Glovers, vassals of the Stark family from the north, had acquired the majority of the lands in the Wolf Forest, and to eradicate the generations of ruthless marauders living along the King's Road, Knights of Deepwood Castle undertook relentless purging efforts. They conquered several formidable barbarian clans residing within vast settlements, bestowing upon them the nobility of counts and, in the name of the ancient gods, granted them the surnames of Forest, Tree, Branch, and Trunk beneath the heart tree of the Deepwood Fortress. Thus emerged the 4 great clans, loyal to the Glover family of Deepwood Fortress: Forest, Tree, Branch, and Trunk. Although the majority of these clans were bound by the constraints of Deepwood Fortress, many smaller tribes remained elusive and could not be entirely subdued, often difficult to locate as they frequently relocated their settlements. The Wolfwood, with its intricate terrain and sprawling ancient forests, rivaled that of a small kingdom. The northwestern Wolfwood Mountains, perpetually cloaked in snow, stretched for hundreds of miles toward the shadowy towers of the Last Wall. The Howling Stone folk of the Wolfwood Mountains had never been conquered by any force throughout generations. Thus, even under the governance of Eddard Stark, the path through the Wolfwood was far from secure, even in the peaceful times of a long summer. Though the 4 great clans had submitted to Deepwood Fortress, the individuals bearing the surnames of Forest, Trunk, Branch, and Tree would occasionally emerge to commit acts of theft and murder, reigniting the blood of robbery that coursed through their veins for generations. Will traversed the Wolfwood along King's Road for an entire day without incident. Days within the forest were particularly brief. While daylight lingered outside, darkness enveloped the woods, creating an illusion of 2 disparate worlds. The haunting howls of wolves echoed from afar and near, giving the Wolfwood its name. Will, feeling hungry, gnawed on cheese and cold hard ham and beef from atop his horse, using his short dagger not only for combat, but as a utensil for his meal. He resolved to continue his journey through the night, for a man of thievery found the darkness safer than the light. Ahead lay a winding mountain path, steep and requiring a slow pace. The endurance of his steed slowed its advance, yet remained steady beneath him. Suddenly, a twang rang out. In the stillness of the dark forest, devoid of wind, the sound was crystal clear. Whoosh! An arrow struck Will as he sat upon his horse. He swayed slightly, but did not fall. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 more arrows struck him from all sides. Will collapsed silently, but his trained horse did not bolt. Instead, it halted and raised its head. The archers possessed remarkable skill, refraining from shooting the horse, as a dead steed held little value, especially a fine one. In their eyes, a horse was worth more than a human life. After a moment, a whistle pierced the air, and 7 or 8 torches flickered to life as figures emerged from their hidden positions, disheveled and impoverished tree folk. Their weapons were a haphazard assortment, including sharpened wooden sticks. Muscular and unperturbed by the cold, they trod barefoot, clad in various animal hides, their gazes reminiscent of wolves, exuding fierce wildness. Among them was the young scout girl whom Will had encountered that morning. Chapter 31. The Mantis, the Yellow Bird, and the Eagle beneath the flickering light of the torch. The figure clad in black lay ensconced in a lengthy dark robe, with the hilt of a broad sword protruding outward while the blade remained pressed beneath. The hilt was adorned with exquisite patterns of gold and silver, intricately designed to enhance grip through friction, thus enabling a firmer hold on the precious weapon during combat, preventing it from being easily dislodged. Embedded within the crossguard of the hilt were 2 blue gemstones, a favored embellishment among noble knights. It was reminiscent of Rhaegar Targaryen, who had adorned his chest plate with hundreds of rubies fashioned into the likeness of a 3-headed dragon, only to meet his demise at the hands of Robert Baratheon's Warhammer. The rubies cascading into the river incited a fierce battle between both factions, forever marking the site of his death as the Ruby Ford. The embellishment of gemstones, gold, and silver on swords was a shared passion among the noble knights. The sword Harris, gifted to Will, though relatively understated in its ornamentation, was still a noble blade enough to stir excitement among the disparate group of men, women, and children from the Wolfwood tribe. This time, they had truly struck gold. Their eyes gleamed with envy. The sword's worth was considerable. A single golden dragon, or even a silver stag, could claim a life, and this sword, judging solely by its hilt, was worth dozens of golden dragons, assuming the 2 blue gemstones were authentic. However, the manner of the black-clad figure's demise was peculiar. The hood concealed the head, and the body sprawled on the ground bore an uncanny resemblance to a lifeless form. Why was there no blood? A burly man wielding a battle axe inquired, his head craning forward, alert. Though the edge of his axe was half-blunted, it could still sever the neck of either man or beast with ease. Whoosh! An exploratory arrow struck the black-clad figure, producing a dull thud. The body enveloped in the dark robe remained completely still. The sound of the arrow embedding itself was distinctly unnatural. "Let us take a closer look," commanded the one at the rear holding the torch. Amidst the flickering crimson glow, this individual donned armor, limited to a helmet and upper body, with the lower leg plates conspicuously absent, paired with mismatched battle boots that clearly bore the marks of plunder. 7 or 8 torches encircled the scene. The corpse on the ground remained unremarkable. A man, adorned with a wolf-headed helmet and wrapped in animal hides, reached forth to grasp the reins of a restless steed, which stomped anxiously on the ground. A fine horse was within their grasp. Meanwhile, 2 women, one tall and the other short, one wielding a dagger while the other's hand delved into a bulging pouch on the horse's back, wore expressions of exhilaration and anticipation. A tall man in his 40s extended a long, sharpened stick to pry open the lengthy black robe that enveloped the body. All eyes widened in astonishment as the flickering light of the torches illuminated the ground, revealing a figure fashioned from branches, a sleeping blanket, and clothing, all entwined together to create an effigy. The blue gemstones sparkled amidst the bizarre scene. A lean man, dragging a chain hammer, spoke with excitement, his voice trembling. He reached for the sword beneath the dummy. With a sickening thud, a short arrow grazed his cheek, piercing through the throat of a young girl beside him. The arrow's force was formidable, completely transfixing the child's neck, and warm, crimson liquid erupted from the wound, splattering between his eyes. The child's eyes widened in horror as she dropped her dull knife, clutching her neck in a futile attempt to stem the gushing blood. Gagging sounds emerged from her throat as she collapsed to the ground. The man, momentarily stunned, had yet to comprehend the chaos. Suddenly, a shadow flitted through the torchlight, and a short arrow struck his face, piercing through it. A shudder coursed through him as the wildness in his eyes faded, replaced by a surge of fear. He swung the chain hammer and turned, staggering like a drunken man, seeking his foe to deliver a blow. The piercing force of the powerful crossbow bolts struck him unprotected, nailing 2 arrows into his head. He fell backward, the chain hammer flying far from him, his body twitching on the ground like a wounded animal. His companions immediately turned, raising their weapons, snarling threats from their throats, baring their teeth like beasts. The unseen enemy lurking in the darkness was armed with crossbow bolts, propelled by mechanisms far more powerful than bowstrings, delivering astonishing penetrative force against their unprotected bodies. Surrounded by towering trees and dark thorns, the whereabouts of the enemy remained unknown. Amid the flickering torchlight, screams of women and the agonized cries of men echoed, mingling with the distant, chilling howls of wolves, plunging the scene into a hellish nightmare. The man who had held the warhorse swiftly mounted, only to be struck by a crossbow bolt in the back, tumbling from his steed. His head crashing against the rocky ground, breaking his neck, his eyes wide open, staring at the inverted world around him. All transpired with blinding speed, like a flash of lightning. "Get down! Get down!" The leader finally grasped the dire situation, followed by a horrific scream, evidently having also been struck by a crossbow bolt. Discarding his torch, he hurled it far into the darkness, plunging himself into the shadows. His companions followed suit, casting aside their torches, crouching low, their gazes predatory. Weapons raised against the unseen adversary. An unexpected massacre unfolded. One by one, the torches extinguished, plunging the entire forest into a chilling silence. In a brief span, 6 members of the raiding party lay dead, 3 men, 2 women, and a child. The scent of blood permeated the forest. The feral stench of beasts wafted from the northern rocks. Both wolves and shadowy cougars were acutely sensitive to the scent of blood. In the absence of fire's protection, the shadowy cougars became even more ferocious than the wolves. The distant howls of wolves signal the imminent approach of the shadow lynx. In places where blood flows freely, the shadow lynx appears swiftly, akin to phantoms of the forest. Typically, the arrival of a shadow lynx compels the wolf pack to retreat. A series of anguished cries resounded from the woods to the west, followed by the flickering light of a torch igniting. The menacing aura from the north came to an abrupt halt, halted by the fire. Yet, a solitary torch merely instills a momentary hesitation in the shadow lynx. "We must ignite our torches quickly," Otherwise, none of us will escape, resonated the somber voice of Will. It was not merely one shadow lynx that approached. These creatures are known for their solitary nature, but if not one, then a family could be nearby, parents accompanying their young offspring. Only when the young are small can the shadow lynx maintain a semblance of social structure. Will emerged from the western woods, brandishing a torch in one hand and the dark blade, known as Night, in the other. The blade, recently quenched in human blood, gleamed ominously, resembling a strange black light. The crouched tree dwellers beheld their intended quarry, the figure clad in black, torch held aloft, approached them. "Can you outrun a shadow lynx in these woods?" Will inquired, urging them to light their torches. "Ignite them," croaked a voice from the underbrush, belonging to the leader of the group. He had been struck by an arrow yet remained alive. Will advanced, grasping the increasingly restless horse, aware of their acute sensitivity to the presence of predators. As 5 torches blazed to life, the ominous presence from the north finally stilled. The assailants appeared to be soldiers from a clan within the Wolf Wood, clad in armor devoid of crests, likely having removed any insignia before embarking on their nefarious deeds. "Those 3 miscreants' armaments and armor now belong to you," Will stated, securing the horse to a tree. The 5 tree dwellers hastily sprinted into the western woods, torches alight. Will secured the horse and approached the leader, who had been wounded in the leg by an arrow. Fortunately, it did not sever any major arteries and was not immediately fatal. However, should the arrowhead be tainted, the risk of infection loomed. Will understood that in this world, even a minor wound could prove deadly if it became infected. The invincible warrior, called Drogo, husband to Daenerys Targaryen, a hero of the Dothraki Sea, had succumbed to a mere knife wound infected, leading to his untimely demise. As a physician, Will recognized that proper antiseptic treatment could effectively prevent infection, a simple medical principle that remains a curse in this world. The scholars in this realm are unable to procure effective anti-inflammatory remedies. The only substance they offer to ease suffering is the opium poppy's milk, which harms the nervous system and leads to addiction. Will plunged the torch into the ground and declared, "Do not stir. I am a scholar, well versed in the healing arts. I must first extract the arrow from you." He turned his gaze towards the north, where the malevolent presence of wild beasts lingered, restless. Perhaps it was the overwhelming scent of blood in the air or the insatiable hunger of the shadowy lynx's offspring that had driven them to overcome their fear of flames. As if a family of shadowy lynxes were contemplating an approach. "Brother, you must summon your men to kindle a great fire and dispose of the corpses of those 3 soldiers far away. Otherwise, we shall find ourselves in grave peril." Chapter 32, Bran, the Ruined Tower. Whispers of wind and snow. The kind-hearted and valiant Bran had never harbored hatred towards anyone. Yet now, he found himself consumed by animosity for one particular individual, a figure cloaked in black, known as Will Chow. He could vividly recall Will Chow's gaunt face, those bright, beady eyes, and the freckles scattered about his nose. He was an exceedingly repugnant creature, the most grotesque Bran had ever encountered. Due to the lies of that wretched man, his mother, Catelyn, forbade him from climbing any of the castles within the city, the Great Keep, the Scholar's Tower, the Library, the Guard's Fort, and various other locations. While he could resign himself to the absence of climbing these places, he could not abide the prohibition against the Ruined Tower, the sole pinnacle of the entire city. Standing atop the Ruined Tower, one could survey the whole of the city and gaze far beyond its borders, southward to the Wintertown, westward to the Wolfwood, northward to the Wasteland, and eastward to the Frozen Earth, a panorama of the world itself. The Ruined Tower was a watchtower erected by their ancestors. Catelyn had even assigned Ellen to accompany him daily, which led Bran to vent his frustrations upon her. However, he held no grudge against Ellen. His ire was reserved for the man in black, the loathsome Will Chow. It was said that his surname was a gift from the old gods, a notion his parents seemed to accept, yet Bran saw through that blackguard's deceit. He was a man devoid of honor, a liar, and a fraud. Theon Greyjoy incessantly berated him as a thief, a scoundrel, a deceiver, and a coward. His father should have executed him. Nevertheless, neither his mother's decree nor his father's feigned earnest discussions could extinguish Bran's fervor for climbing the Ruined Tower. He could not comprehend why both his parents placed such unwavering faith in the lies of the man in black. After all, he was destined to become a member of the Kingsguard, a position demanding both agility and strength to wield a great sword. The Kingsguard represented the highest honor among knights, a dream that belonged to Bran. In truth, there were numerous routes to ascend the Ruined Tower. It was not limited to the front face alone, for the sides, and even the rear offered ample opportunities for climbing. Today, the king, accompanied by his elite guards, the prince, courtiers, along with his father, Robb, Captain Jory, Ser Roderick, Desmond, Hyle, and Harris set forth into the woods of Wolf for a grand hunt. Dozens of forest hunting hounds, led by their handlers, followed the king's procession into the thicket. Bran yearned to join the hunt, riding his pony with bow in hand. But his parents forbade him, deeming him too young for this adventure. However, they promised that he could partake in the next outing. His sister Sansa remained in the quiet chamber of the Septa, diligently practicing her needlework, while Arya had received her slender sword, which she named Needle to honor her dark-clad friend, a man named Will. It was due to Will that their father permitted Arya to train in combat, and he had already arranged for the finest swordsmen from Braavos to instruct her, expected to arrive in a few days. Meanwhile, Bran's friend, Ellen, was disheartened by his exclusion from the hunt and the inability to stand proudly by his father wielding a sword. Instead, he was relegated to following Bran each day, which left him feeling utterly bored. He had taken to drinking, always carrying a flask with him, and today was no exception. Bran considered Ellen a fool. Merely standing before the godswood would not prevent him from ascending the tower, as there were many routes he could take to reach the summit. With all the adults engaged in the hunt, the castle was unusually serene. Yet, Bran's thoughts were restless, having not climbed the tower for days. He felt stifled and resolved to ascend it today, no matter what. He slipped quietly past the side of the keep and into the graveyard, where the Stark family's loyal guardians rested. Climbing over the graveyard wall, he descended to the remnants of the tower. There, he found a quicker path to its heights, while the foolish Ellen remained below, lamenting and drinking. Ellen would never suspect that Bran would take this route. Despite having sworn before him that he would not climb the tower until the king had departed Winterfell, Bran climbed swiftly, releasing pent-up energy. Every protruding stone on the tower was like a dear companion to him. They understood and welcomed him back. He, in turn, was well acquainted with their nuances and forms. The tower represented another realm where Bran could truly express himself. Before long, he reached the midsection of the tower, and with each ascent, his excitement and joy multiplied. The higher he climbed, the farther he could see, and his spirits soared. Upon reaching the pinnacle, he envisioned shouting Ellen's name and hearing his incredulous response. A triumphant smile blossomed on Bran's flushed cheeks as he imagined Ellen's embarrassment. Within the remnants of the tower, numerous chambers lay cluttered with enormous stones, some of which were adorned with moss. Ascending further, the rooms became overgrown with untamed grass. Rodents and crows found solace in these spaces. Bran was well aware of the locations of crow nests, the presence of snow lotus birds, and the levels where squirrels could be found. However, it was peculiar that as he approached the topmost level, he heard neither the cooing of doves nor the startled crows taking flight from their nests. Instead, Bran paused to listen to an unfamiliar and haunting sound, akin to a pained groan of an injured creature. Intimately acquainted with every layer of the tower and its avian and animal inhabitants, this strange sound was entirely new to him. After listening for a while, Bran resolved to investigate. He needed to navigate around to the front of the tower, where perhaps Ellen, inebriated, might catch sight of him. Yet, he dismissed this concern. Having already ascended the tower, he feared not being seen by Ellen. His intention was to stand atop the tower and shout down to Ellen, showcasing his prowess. Ellen, lacking the agility to climb, would have to ascend the stairs of the tower one level at a time in pursuit of him. However, by the time Ellen reached the top, Bran would have already descended from the opposite side. Ellen would never catch him, as his clumsiness was a hindrance. Bran seized a protruding triangular stone on the tower's wall, alternating his grip with ease as he swung himself effortlessly towards the front, securing his hold on the ledge. He found his footing on a projecting circle at the edge of the tower, leaning down to glimpse Ellen's swaying silhouette below. Poor Ellen. Bran nearly burst into laughter. Yet the bizarre sounds emanating from within the tower drew his attention once more. He grasped each decorative triangular point on the wall, stepping carefully along the outer eaves until he reached a window. Peering inside, he beheld two unclad figures entwined, writhing like eels, the peculiar sounds escaping their lips. Then, a golden-haired woman lifted her head, her hair parting to reveal the exquisite face of the queen. The queen's gaze met his. Time stood still. He sees us. He sees us, the queen murmured nervously, while the man beside her continued to writhe, oblivious. Eventually, he ceased his movements and turned, spotting Bran's charming visage and the bewildered expression in his eyes from outside the tower. Below, Ellen, burdened by discontent, lifted his gaze, his eyes reflecting a deep disdain for the dilapidated tower. Chapter 33. Purification by flame. Will secured the night blade at his waist, opting not to use a sheath. He had assumed the blade's unparalleled sharpness would rend his garments into tatters, yet this was not the case. The Nightblade's keen edge seemed solely effective against flesh and metal, at least for now. Will discovered through trial that without a sheath. The Nightblade did not tear his clothing and exhibited a lethargic response to inanimate objects. Uncertain whether it pertains to the enchantment of magic or the will of Will using the knight, when Will grasped the knight, a fervor for battle ignited within him. As though the knight had awakened into a sharp, sentient being, seemingly endowed with its own perception. Will understood that certain enchanted weapons possess a degree of spirituality, embodying the will of their masters. Beneath the city of Junlin, buried within the dragon tomb, lies the Sword of Light, said to have been forged by the legendary hero Azar-Yaha of the Age of Light. When Azar-Yaha endeavored to forge the Sword of Light, the blade shattered upon cooling it with water. It fragmented again when he attempted to cool it with the blood of a lion. Ultimately, Azar-Yaha plunged the forged sword into his wife's heart, using her warm blood to temper the blade, thus giving birth to the Sword of Light. The essence of his wife, her warmth, emotions, and soul, was infused into the sword, transforming her life force into that of the sword's spirit. Will remained uncertain whether the knight possessed a spirit of its own. He only knew that when he drew the sword to slay his foes, the knight seemed to come alive. It felt less like wielding a sword and more akin to grasping a cold, ruthless creature, instilling within Will a profound sense of danger and bloodlust. The knight amplified his murderous intent. Once he had dispatched the 3 soldiers, and the fervor of battle subsided, the knight fell silent, akin to the lifeless earth after the harvest has been reaped. Before Will lay the treefolk chief, sprawled upon a mound of decaying leaves. His legs shod only in battle boots, devoid of leg armor. His short leather skirt left his lower legs bare, thus sparing Will the trouble of tearing his own trousers. With a swift rip, he tore his black attire into 2 long strips of fabric, expertly binding the chief's arrow wounds to staunch the flow of blood. Wait. The chief interjected, speaking in flawless northern common tongue. Had he employed the dialect of the treefolk, Will was uncertain if he would comprehend it. Removing his helmet revealed a remarkably youthful visage, with sharp features and thick lips exuding a resilience akin to stone, or perhaps it was not resilience, but sheer stubbornness. He sat upright, emitting a series of short, sharp calls, reminiscent of the signals exchanged among the Night's Watchmen along the wall. In response, from the western woods came an echo of similar calls. Soon, 5 treefolk returned, bearing the armor, swords, daggers, bows, undergarments, and long cloth wrappings of the 3 unfortunate soldiers. It seemed that the soldiers had left nothing behind. As these treefolk approached, Will tightened his grip on the hilt of the knight. He felt uneasy with them behind him. That noble sword gifted by Harris, with its 2 blue sapphires, was enough to incite treachery from these treefolk while he tended to their young chief. The leader was remarkably youthful, verging on adolescence. The young chieftain exchanged a few words in the tribal tongue with the 5 treefolk, which Will could not comprehend. However, he observed as they relinquished their weapons, armor, and all their spoils, gathering them into a heap before swiftly departing to return with a multitude of branches. Igniting a fierce blaze, Will grasped the hand of the nightshade, finally releasing it. The presence of the shadow lynx loomed ever closer, its breath lingering nearby. As the flames roared to life, the aura of the lynx waned, and soon Will heard the deep, rumbling growl of the creature not far off. His night vision, enhanced by the eyes of night, revealed the chilling glint of the nearest shadow lynx's gem-like eyes, typically adorned with a sleek black coat interspersed with white stripes. Shadow lynxes are adept climbers, slightly smaller than cougars, yet larger than wolves, reigning supreme in the forest. While one might evade a pack of werewolves by taking to the trees, confronting a shadow lynx leaves little room for survival, even if one ascends to the treetops. The lynx can track them effortlessly and leaps several paces to bring them down. They were currently feasting upon the remains of 3 soldiers. A tree folk with a scarred face and a missing ear murmured in the common tongue of the north, "We intentionally stripped those 3 soldiers bare." Another fellow with a bulbous nose chimed in. Will noted that the 5 tree folk bore no weapons. Their short knives had been sheathed at the young leader's behest. With the fire blazing and plenty of branches available to stoke the flames, he felt a sense of safety wash over him. Now we are secure. Will called to one of the tree folk to fetch the wine from the pack on his warhorse, inquiring, "What is your name, young brother?" "My name is Muduin." "What is your surname?" "I have none." As he spoke, Muduin's demeanor relaxed somewhat. "You need to hold this in your mouth," Will instructed, placing a small stick across Muduin's lips. "What are you doing?" Muduin asked. "Bite down. I need to extract the arrow first. It will be quite painful, and I fear you may bite your tongue off." "No need," Muduin replied. "Just do it." Will frowned. "Are you truly certain?" "The arrow has penetrated quite deeply. I can handle it." "This pain is nothing," Muduin asserted, his thick lips pressed tightly together. Not like this. I cannot proceed if you're so tense, Will replied. Shrinking back, Muduin chuckled, prompting hearty laughter from his 5 companions. Amid their mirth, the hesitant Will had already removed the short arrow from Muduin's leg. His movements deft and unseen. He instructed the tree folk, whose smiles had frozen on their faces, to hold Muduin's limbs as he deftly stuffed a prepared rag into the astonished Muduin's mouth. With a swift motion, Will sprayed wine into the wound left by the arrow. Thanks to the bandages tied both before and behind the injury, no blood gushed forth when the arrow was withdrawn. With timely disinfection, there was little concern over infection from blade or arrow wounds. If a wound becomes ulcerated and festering, it is essentially beyond healing in this world. Hold him down, Will commanded. The previously timid Will transformed into a merciless figure clad in black, his tone cold, authoritative, and beyond dispute. 5 tree folk restrained the limbs and body of the wooden shield, rendering him utterly immobile. Even a mere movement of his neck was impossible. Will poured alcohol onto the wooden shield's wound, causing him to gasp in agony, his throat heaving. From the fire, Will retrieved a burning branch and ignited the alcohol. In an instant, blue flames enveloped the wound. The wooden shield let out a harrowing wail, his complexion draining of color, and his lips turning bloodless. The arrowhead was forged from black iron. In the cycle of the 5 elements, fire conquers metal, effective in both this realm and the previous one. The alcohol served as a disinfectant, followed by the fire, ensuring that once bandaged, the wooden shield's injury would heal within 3 days, remarkably effective. Even with rust on the arrow, the wound would not succumb to infection or festering. Will understood well, for metallic injuries inflicted by blades and swords, fire disinfection accelerates healing at 10 times the rate of medicinal remedies, while also preventing infection. Chapter 34. I know not the game. Ellen stood in stunned silence. He beheld young Master Bran precariously hanging from the remnants of the tower, as if he might plummet at any moment. How had Bran ascended there? Ellen could scarcely believe his eyes. He had been vigilant at the base of the tower, not neglectful in his duty. He had merely intended to step away. Yet he had not actually departed. Ellen wished to call out to Master Bran to be cautious, but feared that his sudden shout might startle him, leading to an unimaginable disaster should Bran lose his grip. From the ground, Bran appeared like a fragile leaf swaying in the wind, instilling within Ellen a heart-wrenching sense of despair, fearing the young lord might fall at any moment. Above, the queen hastily donned her garments. Her complexion was pale, reminiscent of someone who had recently endured a grave illness. Beside her stood Bran, a figure of striking handsomeness, renowned throughout the 7 kingdoms, the queen's twin brother, Jaime Lannister. One of the Kingsguard. Jaime Lannister was Bran's idol, possessing an alluring charm, a tall and statuesque presence, and a captivating smile. Anyone standing alongside him appeared coarse in comparison, as if juxtaposing stone and precious jade. However, Bran's brother Robb insisted that Jaime was no longer a true member of the Kingsguard, for he had betrayed his oath by slaying the king he had sworn allegiance to, Aerys Targaryen. Yet, in Bran's youthful heart, none could rival the striking valor of Jaime Lannister, not even his father's captain of guards, Jory, who paled in comparison. Throughout the north, apart from his father, no one possessed the noble bearing of Jaime Lannister. Jaime quickly donned his attire, though he left the buttons undone, his chest exposed, revealing robust muscles and a hint of golden chest hair. With the charming smile that Bran admired, he sauntered towards the window. Bran, what are you doing? I wished to ascend to the tower's summit to see if the king's hunting party had returned. Bran felt a surge of panic. Suddenly, the urge to flee this place overwhelmed him, and he began to move his feet. Hey, do not panic. Come in. Shall we play a game? Said Jaime. He grasped Bran's wrist. Bran yearned to escape the idol's grip, his feet slipping into nothingness. Dust and hay from the crevices of the stones were dislodged by Bran's legs, floating through the air. Look at what I've done for love, Jaime remarked. Just as he was about to release his hold, Ellen, tense and sweating at the base of the tower, shouted, Young master, hold on. He extended his hands in a gesture to catch him. His entire body taut like a drawn bow. Then, he caught sight of Jaime's face leaning out and his golden hair billowing. Sir Jaime, please hold on to young Master Bran. Hold him tight. I shall come up immediately, Ellen implored. Jaime smiled faintly, his handsome features twisting slightly. He did not respond to Ellen's cries but instead said, My dear sister, perhaps you should take a step back. I will handle the rest. How will you manage? He has seen us. And why should I leave? I am the queen. I may go wherever I please, even to the highest remnants of Winterfell. Her voice was calm and composed. The earlier panic and fear had vanished entirely, as serene as a rock in the midst of ice and snow. It was as though she had donned not a garment, but a shield impervious to all attacks. Well, you make a valid point, sister, Jaime replied, now adopting a more relaxed tone. He gently pulled Bran into the tower with one hand, while waving to Ellen below with the other, contemplating. There seems to be a Stark lackey down there. This appears to be somewhat troublesome. Bran gazed at Jaime's charming smile, his mind a blank slate. Do you enjoy playing games, Bran? Jaime's voice was soft and friendly, imbued with a captivating charm. Bran felt less tense and nodded. Have you ever played a game I know not of? Jaime crouched down to be level with Bran. His smile was sincere and filled with warmth. Bran shook his head, thinking to himself, Jaime is truly an elegant nobleman. I have played a game often, a delightful one. When someone asks you what you have seen, you simply say, I do not know. Of course, the true standard answer is, I have seen nothing. If you can maintain this for 10 days, you win my game of I do not know. The reward for the game is a golden dragon. No, this time we shall raise the stakes to 3 golden dragons. I have no golden dragons, Bran murmured. No matter, the wager will be honored in 10 days, young Bran. Let us give it a try. I shall ask you. For instance, what did you see in the tower? According to the rules of my game, what should you say? Jaime's smile was enchanting, and he exuded grace. I have seen nothing, Bran replied, his voice slightly louder. Jaime and the Queen exchanged glances, her eyes cold and indifferent. Indeed, the answer is correct. Behold, this golden dragon is now yours, a reward bestowed in advance. Do you wish to win 2 additional golden dragons? Jaime gently ruffled Bran's little head, his touch light and affectionate. Bran nodded, his tension dissipating. Then, for the next 10 days, remember that I have not seen this standard answer. If you succeed in the game of which I possess no knowledge, these 2 golden dragons shall belong to you. You believe in the old gods, do you not? Bran nodded affirmatively, as if it were self-evident. I shall accompany you to the heart tree in the godswood, where I will bury these 2 golden dragons beneath the soil. Together, we shall swear an oath before the heart tree to abide by the rules of my unknown game. Should you uphold your promise after 10 days, these 2 golden dragons shall be yours. The old gods will witness the honor of your retrieving the reward from the earth. Are you willing to partake in this game? I am willing, and I shall triumph over you, Bran declared confidently, brimming with assurance about his engagement in this game of which I have no knowledge. Jaime affectionately tousled Bran's thick red hair once more. You are truly a good boy. Let us see who prevails in the end. If you utter even a single word in the next 10 days, you shall lose, and you must also relinquish 3 golden dragons to me. Do you possess any golden dragons? Bran shook his head. Then remember not to lose. I hold you dear, Bran, and I also cherish your old gods. Let us proceed to swear beneath the heart tree. This game is the ultimate test of a man's honor. I have heard you aspire to be the most honorable knight, to become a Kingsguard like myself. Is that so, little Bran? Bran nodded vigorously, for this was the very dream that filled his small heart. That is right, let us go. A knight does not betray his oaths or honor. Together we shall descend. Jaime took Bran's small hand. The fragrant breeze enveloped them as Bran's other hand was gently held by the Queen. Bran, let us engage in this game of which I have no knowledge. I shall wager 10 golden dragons. If you swear beneath the heart tree and promise to persevere for 10 days in my ignorance, I will concede 10 golden dragons to you. What if I inadvertently speak? Then you shall no longer be a knight, nor shall you ever become a Kingsguard. Your old gods will never forgive you. Oh, Bran's eyes sparkled as he responded. I shall win, but Mother does not approve of my taking your golden dragons. Fear not, for this is a game of which I have no knowledge. We shall keep this secret together, and therein lies the allure of this unknown game. The one who endures to the end shall emerge victorious, the Queen said softly, kneeling to match Bran's height, planting a gentle kiss on his little cheek, radiating warmth and kindness. Later that evening, Eddard Stark and Catelyn were in their chamber when a knock echoed at the door, followed by the voice of the captain of the guard. Jory, my lord. Alan wishes to speak with you. Is it imperative that he speak now? Yes, my lord. Alan states that this matter pertains to young Lord Bran and the Lannisters. A brief silence enveloped the room. Allow him entry. Alan stepped inside. My lord Eddard, Lady Catelyn, this afternoon. Young Lord Bran climbed the remnants of the tower from the direction of the graveyard. Eddard and Catelyn silently observed Bran, their expressions solemn. A bead of sweat trickled down Bran's brow. I stood guard at the entrance of the Weirwood Grove, facing the remnants of the tower, while young Bran had evaded my gaze. What had transpired between Bran and the Lannisters? Eddard's voice resonated with authority. His and Catelyn's concerns were palpable. As the young lord neared the tower's summit, the formidable Jaime Lannister suddenly appeared within the tower, seizing Bran by the wrist, leaving him suspended in midair. Should Jaime release his grip, Bran would plummet. Both Eddard and Catelyn momentarily stiffened, and Catelyn gasped softly. "My lady, fret not. I called out Jaime's name just in time." And he pulled the young lord back into the tower. What business had Jaime atop the crumbling tower? The staircase was perilously fractured, presenting a treacherous ascent. "The enigma lies here, my lord." Jaime emerged from the tower hand in hand with Queen Cersei, escorting the young lord. Catelyn and Eddard exchanged glances, and Catelyn began donning her outer garment, while Eddard rose to discreetly retrieve Bran, cautioning against alarming the king and the Lannisters. "Yes, my lord." Chapter 35. Tension mounts. Bran was lifted from his warm bed by Eddard. "Where are you taking me?" "To a splendid place, my lord Bran." Eddard replied with a cheerful grin. Bran's direwolf trailed behind, smaller than its siblings, yet possessing the keenest of senses. Eddard and Bran arrived at Eddard and Catelyn's chamber. Catelyn signaled with her eyes, and Eddard bowed out. Catelyn cradled Bran. "Little Bran, did you sleep well?" The direwolf settled on the ground, its gaze alternating between its young master and Eddard and Catelyn, tilting its head in a manner that suggested it was curiously pondering the situation. Eddard remarked, "Bran, you climbed the high tower again this afternoon." The smile on Bran's face, once brightened by his mother's teasing, quickly morphed into anxiety. For his father's tone carried an edge. Bran stepped from his mother's embrace to stand before his father, feet together, eyes cast downward, murmuring, "I'm sorry, father. I want to do it again." The staircase of the crumbling tower was treacherous, and both Jaime Lannister and Queen Cersei had reached the tower's apex. "Did you witness what they were doing inside?" "I saw nothing, father." Catelyn noticed Bran's gaze fixed on his toes, a telltale sign of deceit. "Eddard, you are too stern. You frightened the child," she chided, moving closer to crouch and envelop Bran in her arms. "Bran, do you understand why your father and I forbid you from climbing the crumbling tower?" "I understand," Bran replied, lifting his eyes to meet his mother's. "You fear I might fall." "Indeed, for it is perilous, and also due to the prophecies. I heard Ellen say that this afternoon you were in grave danger." Suspended in midair. Had Jaime's grip faltered, you would have already met your demise. Catelyn pressed a kiss upon the soft hair of the child, lingering for a considerable moment before stepping back, steadying Bran by his small shoulders. "Son, is there something you are concealing from your mother?" "Why?" Bran's face flushed, for his mother always penetrated the veil of his secrets. Indeed, he had lied, yet it was a game of nightly promises, sworn beneath the heart tree. Although Bran harbored a dislike for the heart tree, feeling that a tree ought not possess human eyes, nor should its leaves resemble the palms of humanity, their vivid crimson hue struck him as peculiar and ominous. Eddard inquired, "Bran, is there anything you cannot share even with your father and mother?" "I cannot speak of it. It is a knight's vow, and I too have pledged beneath the heart tree," Bran replied, unable to meet his father's gaze. "If there are troubling matters you withhold, you are aiding others in confronting your parents." Eddard's tone grew stern. He was convinced that Jaime and Cersei could not merely be visiting the ruined tower for the sake of sight, for there was little to behold. The towers of King's Landing dwarfed the crumbling structure of Winterfell. Moreover, the tower itself, with its broken stairs, posed a significant danger. Why would the queen, of her exalted rank, willingly court peril? The oracle had foretold Bran's fall from the ruined tower, and without the oracle's warning, the likelihood of Bran's descent being linked to Jaime and Cersei was high. Absent external forces, it would be exceedingly difficult for Bran to lose his footing. Moreover, just days prior, Catelyn received a letter from her sister, which stated that the queen had murdered Lord Jon Arryn. The Lannisters, with their insatiable ambition, were the most untrustworthy family in the realm. It was Jon Arryn who, to stabilize Robert's reign, had allied with the powerful and wealthy Tywin Lannister, advocating for Robert's marriage to Cersei, only to meet his demise at her hands 15 years later. Bran lowered his head. Catelyn said, "Bran, I understand now. Are you playing a game that cannot be spoken of? It must be quite entertaining, yes?" "Oh, no. Wait, it pertains to the honor of a man, does it not?" Bran lifted his gaze, his eyes sparkling, for his mother always seemed to discern his innermost thoughts with precision. He nodded vigorously. Eddard's breath became heavy. How could this child be so swayed by the Lannisters? Where had his usual cleverness gone? Upon encountering a Lannister, he had become wooden and unresponsive. Then, if your mother were to propose a method that would not compromise your honor, yet allow her to uncover the secret, would you be willing to try it? "Certainly." Bran exclaimed, "Let us engage in a game. It is called I Guess, You Blink. What this means is that I shall attempt to guess the answer, and if I am correct, you will blink. Should I fail to guess, I will concede, and you shall triumph." "Indeed." Eddard crouched down, tempering his wrath, and spoke as gently as he could. "Child, there is no need for you to utter your vow. The old gods and the new shall bear witness together, and your honor shall endure." "Very well," Bran replied, his eyes brightening, his voice growing stronger. "I say, brother, have you grown weary of the maidens of Winterfell? Are you now yearning for the wall? That place where a mere spit can turn to ice, unfit for any man to linger?" Chuckled Jaime Lannister, clad in golden hair and armor. With a gilded sword at his side and a saddle of pure gold upon his steed, he strode leisurely down the thoroughfare of Wintertown, accompanied by 5 members of his family's personal guard. Beside him was a bleary-eyed dwarf, whom he affectionately dubbed brother. With a broad forehead, wide face, and a bushy black beard, he bore a disproportionately large head atop his diminutive frame, raising concerns that it might topple and crush his nearly invisible feet. This motley crew garnered the attention of the entire street. "I merely wish to relieve myself at the world's end," the dwarf remarked nonchalantly. His black silk coat adorned with the Lannister sigil, a golden brooch depicting a roaring lion. This dwarf was none other than Tyrion Lannister, the younger brother of Jaime. Known infamously as the Imp. "Has not Rose's dimples yet allowed you to indulge?" Jaime laughed. The 3 guards clad in crimson capes of House Lannister joined in hearty laughter. Everyone knew who Rose was. She was the most sought-after handmaiden in the brothel. She embodied every man's fantasy. "That is quite different, my dear brother. I have resolved that upon the return of Eddard Stark's brother, Benjen, tomorrow, I shall venture to the wall with him. That ancient bastion, standing for 8,000 years, is worth a visit in this lifetime. Do you not intend to accompany us back to King's Landing? Nay, this way you may enjoy your journey all the more. Particularly my dear sister." Suddenly, the sound of hooves echoed, and a troop of cavalry appeared ahead, led by the renowned Knight of the North, Ser Harris, famed for his unmatched lance in various tournaments. The cavalrymen behind him were all armed with iron lances, short swords at their waists, and shields hanging beside their saddles. Ser Harris obstructed the path of Jaime Lannister and his entourage. "Ser Harris, what is your intent?" Jaime inquired, his demeanor flippant yet laced with disdain. "I have come by the command of Lord Eddard to apprehend you," Ser Harris replied coolly. Clang, 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 clang. Jaime Lannister and his 3 family guards unsheathed their swords. The sound of hooves clattered as Tyrion, his complexion paling, turned to see that the road behind them was also blocked, a line of northern cavalrymen glaring at them, their long spears poised, advancing with ominous intent. "By the order of Lord Eddard, all Lannister men are to be captured alive for questioning. Any who resist shall perish." The northern cavalry roared in unison, raising their lances, flanking from all sides, pressing forward. Chapter 36. The green vision of the Wood Shield tribe will rode slowly through the shadowy wolf forest, his eyes gently closed. Perceiving his surroundings with greater clarity than if they were open, he did not traverse the King's Road within the forest, for through the green vision, he discerned 2 scouts from the Roaring Stone, people lying in ambush among the oak trees ahead. Among the inhabitants of the Wolf Forest, the Roaring Stone people were the most formidable warriors. Residing within the Wolf Mountain range, they had never been subjugated by any force, be it the children of the forest, the Undulls, the First Men, or the Stark family. The vast Wolf Mountain range stretched for hundreds of miles, densely forested and steep, with few paths leading upward. The northernmost mountains of the Wolf Forest were connected to the Shadow Tower, where the Night's Watch stood guard at the wall. Beside the Shadow Tower lay an unfathomable chasm, a natural barrier separating the north from the icy wilderness beyond. Snow blanketed the peaks of the Wolf Mountains year-round, and forest wolves did not inhabit those heights. Only the Shadow Mountain cats, cougars, and snow wolves could endure such harsh conditions. The Roaring Stone people did not cultivate the land. They hunted, raided, and descended from the mountains to trade furs, meat, and herbs for essential goods, such as salt. In a day, Will would reach Long Lake, and beyond it lay the final stronghold of the Amber family, Hearth City, a place the Stone people dared not openly plunder. Hearth City was the last settlement in the northern reaches of the kingdom. The territory of the Amber family was extensive, stretching from the northern lake, east of the King's Road through the Wolf Forest, all the way to the eastern shores of Seal Bay. Although their domain was vast, its population was sparse. The rendezvous point for the Rangers, as agreed upon by Eddard Stark and Lord Commander Mormont of the Night's Watch, was near Hearth City. However, the purpose was not merely to escort Will. Rather, the Rangers would confirm his return to the fold and send a raven to Winterfell, thus resolving this matter. Will sought to evade detection by the Stone People's scouts, so he avoided the King's Road and instead ventured through the woods of the Wolf Forest. With the green vision, the forest within a radius of several miles held no secrets for him. Ever since his encounter with the Wood Shield's forest team a few days prior, his ability to harness the green vision had improved daily. Riding northward alone, Will had little to occupy himself with aside from honing his skills. Practicing the green vision bestowed upon him an array of pleasures previously unknown, and his rapid progress was greatly attributed to the entirely new life experiences it offered. He became enamored with the different, peculiar perspectives granted by the green vision. During these days, in addition to merging with trees, he had also embodied the warhorse beneath him, the chill bird in the woods, the pitch-black carrion beast, and the eagle soaring above the forest. Small creatures such as squirrels, pheasants, foxes, and tree rats, as well as a wounded male wolf ousted from his pack due to a failed claim to leadership, had all been successfully inhabited by Will. Whenever he encountered difficulty in possession, the presence of the ancient spirit would manifest nearby, guiding him on how to wield the power of the soul to seize another's corporeal form. Will later contemplated that the entire North might indeed lie within the cognitive reach of the ancient heart tree spirit. Intrigued by the secrets of this enigmatic entity, he refrained from voicing his inquiries aloud. The ability bestowed upon him by the green vision allowed Will to traverse the wolf-infested woods as if he were striding along a grand thoroughfare. Although the impending invasion of the others was an inevitability, it was still a year away. During this time, Will was determined to prepare adequately, clutching a map he had obtained beneath the heart tree in the sacred grove. Even the most naive of souls would eventually come to realize that he was the prophesied sovereign of the sacred judgment hall, destined to ride upon a three-headed dragon. Witnessing the alliance between the emperor and the forest child while presiding over the ensuing ceremony. Despite the clarity of the prophecy, Will remained oblivious to the specifics of his future endeavors. He understood only that upon entering this fantastical realm, there was no path of retreat, only the ascent towards an uncertain destiny. Suddenly, Will halted and turned back, gazing along the route he had traversed. His green vision revealed the sight of the bloodied young chieftain, Mudun, who had parted ways with him mere days prior, leading a band of over 100 individuals through the forest in a desperate flight. This motley crew, clad in furs and largely barefoot, consisted predominantly of robust men wielding an assortment of crude weapons, each as varied as the individuals themselves. The primitive and underdeveloped nature of this nameless tribe was evident. Trailing behind them, Will discerned three distinct pursuing factions, one mounted and in pursuit along the King's Road, while the other two consisted of well-equipped pikemen and sword and shield bearers, with the pikemen positioned centrally and the swordsmen to the left, shouting their battle cries as they chased after Mudun and his followers. However, within the confines of the forest, the speed of Mudun's unarmored band was hardly inferior to that of the mounted cavalry navigating the King's Road. As for the pikemen and swordsmen, they remained further behind. The path leading into the wolf woods along the King's Road was treacherous, narrow, and steep, littered with moss, stones, and fallen branches. It was far more conducive to a cautious walk than to a galloping ride. Observing the banners, he noted the oaken trunks, the black thorns, and the sentinel trees, all emblematic of the Glorver family, vassals of the three great noble houses, representatives of the wood, branch, and tree families, who were now united in their pursuit of Mudun's tribe. To the right, the cavalry contingent along the King's Road was modest in number, with the forest significantly diminishing their advantage. Will counted 25 riders, while the central pikemen numbered 50, and the swordsmen matched that count. The soldiers of the three noble houses relentlessly hunted down the tree-dwellers of Mudun's tribe. The cavalry to the right and the swordsmen to the left advanced, with the pikemen positioned behind, forming an effective encirclement. Yet, regrettably, Mudun's people exhibited greater agility and speed in their escape, making it difficult for the pursuing soldiers to close the gap. Nevertheless, even as the distance stretched between them, the pikemen showed no signs of relinquishing their pursuit. The trees, trunks, and branches are all part of a noble lineage that has dwelled in the wolf forest for generations, masters of the art of tracking. With even the slightest trace, they can pursue relentlessly. It appears they are poised for a prolonged hunt, determined to annihilate the members of the Wood Shield tribe. Will turned his horse around and galloped towards the Wood Shield's contingent. Days prior, he had endeavored to persuade Wood Shield and his 5 subordinates to accompany him to the Great Wall to become members of the Black Robes, but Wood Shield had declined. His reason was that there were elders and children in the tribe who could not be abandoned for a life of luxury. Indeed, a life of luxury. For Will had painted a vivid picture for Wood Shield. During times of hunger, there would be bread, cheese, and steaming venison stew enriched with onions and carrots. In the cold, there would be a hearth, black robes, fur trousers, sturdy boots, wooden cabins, and soft hay-stuffed bedding. While on patrol, there would be fine steeds, armor, swords, and camaraderie. When faced with enemy assaults, there would be brothers, legions, superiors, and comrades. To join the Black Robes at the Great Wall would be akin to entering paradise. During breaks, one could slip away to Crown Town for a drink, where a lovely maiden awaited. At that moment, both Wood Shield and his 5 subordinates were stirred with intrigue. Yet ultimately, Will's persuasion fell short. Now it seemed that Wood Shield's company of 100 included a significant number of women, making up a third of the group, all young and agile. Based on Will's experience, it was likely that Wood Shield's tribe had been ambushed and besieged by the members of the 3 noble families. The elders and children that Wood Shield could not abandon had likely already been slain by the soldiers of the 3 families. Chapter 37. The encirclement is complete. Will had yet to meet with Wood Shield's party when the right-wing cavalry of the 3 noble families, leveraging their slight speed advantage, began to overtake Wood Shield's group. The cavalry, also descendants of the Wolf Forest, possessed unparalleled skill in maneuvering their steeds within its confines. As the balance shifted, it would not be long before the pursuing right-wing cavalry could maneuver to the front side and strike Wood Shield's party head-on. The left-wing infantry, equipped with swords and shields, was not far behind. Once the cavalry intercepted, the infantry would swiftly catch up, sandwiching Wood Shield's group and ensuring its inevitable collapse. In the ensuing battle, it would not be long before the rear ranks of pikemen arrived, putting Wood Shield's forces in grave peril of annihilation. Recognizing the dire situation, Will spurred his horse into a frantic gallop through the wolf forest. Soon, a group of beings resembling wild beasts came into view. More accurately, they appeared as desperate refugees. At their forefront was the muscular and agile Wood Shield. Observing his lithe form, one would hardly believe he had been struck by a crossbow bolt mere days ago. Wood Shield. Will drew his long sword, not the knight, but the noble blade gifted by Harris. The knight hung at Will's right side, unsheathed and nearly invisible beneath his black robe due to its dark hue. The individuals surrounding the wooden shield brandished their weapons, unleashing a primal growl directed at Will. The wooden shield commanded them to cease. "My lord, I beseech you, in the name of our ancestors' deities, do the words you spoke to me days ago still hold weight?" In solemn affirmation, Will declared that his previous statements remained valid. "My lord, however, it appears that our numbers are somewhat excessive this time. We could accommodate twice as many." Will replied. Currently, the black-clad figures were in dire need of manpower. The Wall of Despair stretched 300 miles, punctuated by 19 military fortifications. Each fortification represented a crucial defensive point along the wall, necessitating personnel to ensure safety. Presently, only 3 fortresses were manned: the westernmost Shadow Tower, the easternmost East Sea Watch, and the central Black Castle. The remaining fortifications lay abandoned, some decayed to the point of being uninhabitable. The acute shortage of personnel rendered most defensive positions unguarded, allowing the wildlings beyond the wall the opportunity to scale it and scout the terrain. At the height of its power, the Night's Watch boasted over 10,000 soldiers ready for combat, with garrisons stationed in all 17 fortifications. Now, however, the numbers had dwindled to fewer than 1,000. Excluding the support staff, which included carpenters, blacksmiths, farmers, hunters, cultivators, and livestock tenders, only about 500 to 600 were truly capable of fighting. A battle-ready force of 500 to 600, divided into 3 segments to guard the 300 miles of the wall, demonstrated just how precarious their situation had become. This dire need for reinforcements from the north and King's Landing was exacerbated by the fact that, year after year, no volunteers willingly joined the Night's Watch. Consequently, the criminals languishing in various dungeons became a coveted resource for the Night's Watch. The formidable cavalry known as the Ranging Company was responsible for escorting those willing to serve on the wall from the dungeons to their new posts. Turning to his tribe, Wood Shield addressed his people. "This noble lord is Will Call, a ranger within the Night's Watch of the Wall of Despair. He has saved my life, as well as the lives of Roya and his 5 companions." Wood Shield gestured to the wound on his leg, still marked by the charred remnants of a bolt. Though the internal injury had healed, thanks to Will's intervention, we all understand that injuries from blades can easily become infected. Should that occur, we are left to either beseech the mercy of the old gods or await our demise. Over 100 members of the tribe regarded Will Call with fierce skepticism. They clearly harbored doubts about this dark-clad figure atop a steed, yet they placed their trust in their youthful leader, Wood Shield. The young leader was not foolish. He recognized that failing to seek protection could very well lead to the extinction of his tribe. A boy capable of commanding a tribe exemplifies remarkable leadership skills, combat prowess, and a charisma that is beyond the ordinary. Once the nobles under the banner of Deep Forest Fortress resolved to extinguish a small tribe within the Wolf Forest for any reason, the tribe faces a dire fate, either retreating to the northern territories of the Howling Stone people or facing annihilation and disbandment, absorbed by other tribes. There lies no alternative path. The duration a small tribe could survive within the Howling Stone domain remains uncertain, perhaps a day, perhaps a year. We swear by the old gods, declared Will, that from this moment forth, as long as you join the Brotherhood of the Black Cloaks, we shall be brothers in life and death. My lord. An aged tree folk interjected, the pursuing nobles of Lord Amber have arrived. Even if we were to join, it would be too late. The sound of hooves echoed as the cavalry of the three great families outpaced the wooden shield formation, maneuvering to encircle them from the front. Brothers, Will implored. I ask you, are you afraid of death? Not afraid, came the resounding chorus of over 100 voices. The women's cry sharp and piercing as the edge of a blade. Brothers, Will continued, as long as you pledge your allegiance to the Night's Watch, no one within the kingdom shall dare to harm you. To slay a member of the Night's Watch is to defy the law. Yet in the Wolf Forest, the kingdom's laws hold little sway, especially against the nobles under the Lord of Deep Forest Fortress, the elder treefolk remarked. Then I shall stand with you in battle. United in life and death, Will proclaimed, raising his long sword high. The wooden shield warriors leapt onto the branches of the great trees, standing upon the limbs, raising their swords and shouting, united in life and death. United in life and death. The resolve of the wooden shield tribe surged, dispelling the fear that had previously gripped them. Courage had returned to their hearts. Ahead, 25 cavalrymen from the three great families slowed their advance, forming a line as they approached the wooden shield formation. They did not rush to charge, but instead aimed to buy time for the swordsmen and spearmen to catch up. Several impulsive and reckless treefolk, unable to bear the confinement, lunged forward to engage. Will spurred his horse to intercept them, pointing his longsword, urging them to fall back. These wild treefolk, emboldened by their instincts, surrounded Will, brandishing their weapons. The young leader of the wooden shield tribe timely intervened, for they were a disorganized rabble devoid of tactics or formation, each warrior strong in isolation, but collectively diminished into a scattered force. Do not panic, everyone, Will instructed. I will speak with their commander. Let the long spears and polearms form the front line to confront the cavalry, while the swordsmen and dagger wielders position themselves behind in 2 rows to face the enemy's sword and shield bearers. Archers and crossbowmen should center and provide support from the flanks. Stay calm and heed my command. The wooden shield leader promptly reiterated Will's words in their tribal tongue. The treefolk complied immediately. This marked their first lesson in formation. Will signaled to the wooden shield to restrain his subordinates as he urged his steed forward. The commander across the field, upon noticing Will's dark attire, warhorse, and noble sword, raised a hand, commanding his troops to halt. This was a well-trained cavalry force. Though few in number, they were formidable. The cavalry blocking the path remained patient, waiting for their adversaries to make a move. Their companions, swordsmen and pikemen, already audible in the distance, their banners unfurling, encircling the area. Chapter 38, Blood Battle, Defeat. Will bowed slightly and proclaimed, Scout Will of the Night's Watch Legion pays his respects, my lord. The cavalry leader, adorned with a black thorn emblem upon his chest, was a knight of the Branch family, his eyes betraying an indifferent demeanor beneath his visor. Human heads dangled from the horse's bridle, some belonging to the elderly, others to children. More severed heads adorned the saddle, both male and female. What is the meaning of this, brother in black? The leader inquired, hand resting upon the hilt of his sword. Will replied, my lord, the tribal chief, Wooden Shield, is my friend. He has pledged to bring his entire tribe to join our Night's Watch Legion. They are now part of the Night's Watch at the Wall, their grievances, sins, and merits absolved in this world. The leader paused, then burst into laughter. Brother in black, I must first see your token. Will unfastened the black token of the Night's Watch scout from his waist and tossed it to the leader. The leader grasped it, glancing at the emblem depicting a black raven perched on the shoulder of a dark-clad knight, who gazed toward the wall, leaving behind a solitary, diminutive silhouette. The leader returned the token to Will, stating, Brother in black, you may depart. I shall take them with me. You may only leave alone. Will insisted calmly. I must take them with me. The leader replied coolly, Brother in black, look behind you. He gestured towards Will's rear. Will did not turn, maintaining his gaze fixed upon the leader. They are vile thieves, murderers, who dared to slay my 3 soldiers and seize their armor, swords, daggers, and bows. Now, these weapons lie in the hands of these brigands, and the armor is donned upon their bodies. The sword in the hands of that wooden shield is precisely the fine blade crafted by our branch artisans. Am I being clear enough? The unfolding events indeed aligned with Will's expectations. Upon encountering Wooden Shield and his companions, he had observed the sword in Wooden Shield's grasp, as well as the weapons and armor wielded by several of his men. Days prior, Will had dispatched the 3 archers who had ambushed Wooden Shield's party, inadvertently supplying Wooden Shield and his 5 subordinates with their weapons and armor, thus igniting this turmoil. The swift disappearance of soldiers from the 3 noble families was unforeseen within mere days. Scouts had accurately located the gathering point of Wooden Shield's tribe and struck with lethal precision. Will asserted, "My lord, they are now part of the Night's Watch." His gaze fell upon the gruesome trophies hanging from the knight's steed, severed heads of the elderly, children, and women. Shifting his focus to the cavalry behind the knight, he noted the macabre display adorning their horses, a similar collection of heads. Will's right hand gripped the hilt of knight, which trembled slightly as if imbued with a life of its own. The knight's mount exhibited a subtle unease, instinctively stepping back, its front legs lifting as it pawed the ground. It is a curious truth that animals often sense impending threats far more acutely than humans. Will observed the knight's horse's mild agitation, while the knight himself remained oblivious. The knight's reinforcements, swordsmen and pikemen, had successfully encircled the 100 or so men behind Wooden Shields, trapping them in a deadly embrace. With a mere command, the cavalry and infantry would charge simultaneously. The knight tightened his grip on the reins, raising his long sword skyward, and calmly declared, "Brothers in black, this is your final chance. Depart." The moment his sword descended marked the signal for assault. "Very well," Will responded. With a fierce kick of his spurs, his steed surged forward, propelled by pain, swift as the wind. His left hand twirled the long sword in a flourish, while the knight in his right hand was drawn, unseen by all. Just before the knight's sword could fall, his horse, startled, bolted as if sensing the invisible aura emanating from knight. This abrupt flight caught the knight off guard, forcing him to turn away from Will. In an instant, Will's steed closed the distance, and with a swift upward slash of knight, it sliced through flesh like butter, penetrating the horse's hindquarters, then seamlessly continuing into the knight's back. The armor yielded as if it were mere earth, yet the blade met resistance upon reaching the knight's spine, a brief pause before continuing its relentless advance. As Will surged past, the knight's horse became a 3-legged creature, one leg and a portion of its body severed, veering off at an angle. The knight's upper body split in 2, intestines and blood spilling forth, his lifeless form collapsing into a gruesome heap upon the ground. Will wielded his sword with fervor, plunging into the ranks of cavalry, faces pale with shock. With a deft leftward slash, he cleaved through the armor of a dazed soldier, the noble sword of Harris biting deep into the shoulder blade, sending the soldier tumbling to the earth, his body crashing down alongside Will's prized blade. With a flick of knight, he shattered 3 advancing pikes. Then, with his legs firmly clamped, his horse surged forward, low to the ground. Knight swept horizontally, cleaving one man in half, blood splattering as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. The steed pressed on, and in Will's right hand, Knight shimmered like a beam of black light, as if countless pitch-black eyes were awakening in unison. The entire cavalry was struck with fear, having never encountered an adversary wielding such a bizarre black sword. This weapon must be a legendary magical blade imbued by a sorcerer. The cavalry swiftly turned their steeds and fled in panic. Bang! A warhorse collided with a massive tree, causing it to tremble violently and shed countless frost and snowflakes. The horse let out a mournful cry, its neck snapping as it fell to the ground with a thunderous crash. The rider was thrown into the air, his back crashing against the trunk with a sound akin to the cracking of leather, before plummeting to the earth, blood gushing from his mouth, a viscous, dark crimson liquid. Wyler reined in his steed, watching as the cavalry fled for their lives. The knight in his hand trembled slightly, as if imbued with excitement. Perhaps there was a spirit of the sword within the knight, he pondered. The blade gleamed like an autumn light, unmatched in sharpness. Behind him, the Wooden Shield troops, engulfed in a fierce battle and gradually falling into despair, found their spirits and strength bolstered by Wyler's triumph and the collapse of the enemy cavalry. As if aided by divine intervention, the fully armed sword and shield soldiers and spear wielders began to falter, retreating to the brink of collapse. The infantry faced inevitable defeat. Wyler urged his horse forward, shouting, "Wooden Shield, tell your brothers to cease their assault." The Wooden Shield emitted rhythmic shouts, and the attacking tribal tree folk began to withdraw. Wyler commanded, "Soldiers of Lord Amber, lay down your weapons, remove your armor. I grant you leave to depart, and allow you to take your wounded and fallen comrades with you." The blood-soaked sword and shield and spear soldiers appeared ashen, their spirits waning, eyes brimming with resentment. They had been defeated by a group of lowly tree folk wielding inferior weapons, a disgrace indeed. Many soldiers' chests heaved, their expressions filled with indignation. They refused to surrender. "I swear by the old gods," "If you do not lay down your arms, you shall perish," Wyler declared, his voice as cold as bone marrow. The knight slowly rose in his hand, a stream of black light swirling around it, its edges gleaming like a silver blade. Among the sword and shield and spear soldiers, many felt their defiance wane, replaced by trepidation. The wooden shield and his subordinates raised their weapons menacingly, baring their teeth, their gazes feral, like a pack of bloodthirsty beasts. Clang! A tall sword and shield soldier struck his sword and shield against the rock, cursing at Wyler, his eyes reddened. He bent down to lift a groaning comrade from the ground and hurriedly departed. Chapter 39. The First Battle of the Western Lands, the first of the North outside Winterfell. At the southern gate, on the streets of Wintertown, Tyrion urged his horse forward, positioning himself between Jaime and Ser Harris. "Do not strike, Ser Harris, we will accompany you. Lay down your weapons, you regicide." Harris pressed the spear against Tyrion's chest, preventing him from advancing. Jaime laughed. "Harris, are you still a man of the North? Or have the men of the North all turned soft?" His face bore a radiant smile, the honor of a knight igniting in his eyes, as his gilded sword shimmered in the sunset. At the tender age of 7, Jaime fearlessly leapt from a 100-foot cliff into the sea, a feat no other noble child dared to attempt. Naturally, he was later punished by his father, Tywin Lannister, as his twin sister, Cersei, had informed on him. From a young age, Jaime exhibited an unyielding courage. By the age of 12, tales of his valor began to circulate through Casterly Rock, and by 17, he had grown tall and handsome, renowned as the fairest of the Westlands. His swordsmanship was unparalleled, defeating noble knights who dared to challenge him, and he was universally acknowledged as the finest swordsman in the region. As for killing, that grim title belonged to the monstrous Gregor Clegane, the true terror of the West. In times of conflict, Jaime preferred to wield his sword as a means of resolution. Ever since Tyrion became aware of the world around him, it seemed his brother had never known fear, not even of the omnipresent specter of death. Tyrion was well aware of this truth. Jaime was unafraid of dying. Yet, this very fearlessness was a source of concern for Tyrion. He dreaded the prospect of Jaime resorting to violence. In the current circumstances, employing force would be nothing short of self-degradation. Tyrion approached problem-solving with a markedly different philosophy. He would never resort to physical confrontation if he could avoid it. Even if spat upon, he would remain unprovoked, adhering to the principle of turning the other cheek. A reluctance to engage in combat did not equate to an unwillingness to resolve issues. Tyrion preferred to employ his intellect, relishing the sight of his adversaries pleading for mercy at his feet. This inclination also lent a deeper meaning to his moniker, the Imp. His methods of retribution were as fearsome as those of a demon, while his diminutive stature stood in stark contrast to the malevolence he could unleash. Any dilemma that Jaime found insurmountable would, in Tyrion's capable hands, become a simple matter. Jaime affectionately referred to his brother as a little sorcerer, capable of conjuring magic. He admired and cherished his dwarf brother. The entire Lannister clan regarded Tyrion with disdain due to his grotesque appearance. However, Jaime consistently took pride in being Tyrion's elder brother, standing resolutely in front of him whenever he faced attacks. In Tyrion's heart, Jaime was the only family member he felt a genuine bond with. Their father, Tywin Lannister, and sister, Cersei Lannister, could only offer Tyrion a profound coldness and an inescapable loathing that seemed ingrained in their very nature. Tyrion extended his short arms, hoping to intercede in the conflict between Jaime and Harris. At that moment, he finally recognized the real reason behind the mockery of his dwarf form. Despite having always understood it, his arms were simply too short. Jaime effortlessly maneuvered around Tyrion. "Harris, uphold the honor of knighthood and duel with me," he declared, his sword slicing down towards Harris. Suddenly, from an unexpected angle, a lance thrust forth, striking the neck of Jaime's warhorse. The steed neighed in agony, rearing up as more lances pierced it, transforming the horse into a veritable pincushion. Jaime was thrown to the ground, his golden sword slipping from his grasp. Harris's lance pressed against his throat. "Bind him." Jaime thrust aside Harris's spear, delivering a punch that felled one assailant, before seizing another and crashing to the ground atop him, raining blows upon his face. Yet, more soldiers dismounted, and one brandished a dagger, slicing into Jaime's arm. He rolled to his feet, simultaneously drawing a dagger from his belt. With deft agility, he twisted the soldier's weapon-bearing hand with his left, while his right plunged the dagger into the soldier's mouth, emerging through the nape of his neck. As the blade withdrew, blood spurted forth like an arrow. "Jaime, do not resist," Tyrion shouted. Thud, thud, thud. Sounds of flesh meeting flesh echoed behind him. 3 loyal Lannister guards fell victim to countless spears, some piercing through their fronts and protruding from their backs, their tips stained with blood. Others thrust from behind, piercing through their chests, the spearheads emerging like the savage fangs of a beast. No, no, no. Jaqen, Meryn, Tiger, no. Tyrion cried, realizing that as long as they did not resist, there remained a chance for survival. Harris issued a sharp command, and the soldiers encircling Jaime stepped back, forming a circle. Tyrion found himself confronted by two soldiers who pressed spears against his chest, their gazes laced with mocking amusement as they taunted him with his nickname, the Imp, denying him passage. Harris, come. Let me behold the North's finest, in the honor of knighthood, Jaime declared, the blood from his dagger dripping slowly. Harris dismounted, unsheathing his longsword and launching a fierce strike at Jaime. Jaime nimbly evaded, blood seeping from his wounded arm, gradually staining the armor on his right. Harris thrust forward. The clash of steel rang out as Jaime advanced, blocking with determination. Retreat was not in Jaime's nature. His dagger met Harris's longsword, and as they grappled, Jaime's weakness became apparent, pain radiating from his injured arm, yet he remained indifferent to it. The longsword began to overpower the dagger, its tip aimed at Jaime's chest. Suddenly, Jaime smiled faintly, and with a violent cough, he expelled a mouthful of blood, splattering Harris's face. Taken aback, Harris faltered, and Jaime leaped, aiming his dagger at Harris's neck. Harris dodged low, but Jaime, swift as a shadow cat, kicked off from Harris's armored chest, sending him crashing to the ground, the armor clinking against the earth. With agile footwork, Jaime advanced, delivering a fierce slash to Harris's face, but Harris parried with his longsword. A kick struck Jaime's body, forcing him back, while Harris regained his footing, raising his longsword, now wielded with both hands, coldly declaring, Kingslayer, your final chance, surrender your weapon. Jaime smiled. In an instant, Harris lunged, striking, stabbing, sweeping, and cleaving, wielding his sword like a great blade, each attack more urgent than the last, forsaking defense for relentless offense. The sounds of clashing steel rang out as Jaime found himself in disarray. His dagger felt too short, each block fraught with the peril of being cleaved by the longsword. An inch in length, an inch in strength. James retreated repeatedly as Harris swung his longsword fiercely, sending the short dagger from James's grasp flying. The blade pierced the armor covering James's chest, and Harris commanded, bind the regicide. James, realizing the futility of resistance, burst into laughter, exclaiming, Is this truly the might of the North? Chapter 40. The Imp. Tyrion remarked, Sir Harris, I feel compelled to remind you that while it is well known that a Lannister always pays his debts, there is an equally pertinent adage, vengeance is a dish best served cold. I am well aware of that, little imp, Harris replied, mounting his steed. You may leave now. I shall not depart until you release James, Tyrion asserted. Come if you wish, Harris retorted. Tyrion followed closely alongside him, remaining compliant, as no one dared to harm him. Sir Harris, both Lord Eddard and King Robert are hunting bears in the Wolfswood. To where do you intend to take us? Who, beyond the king and Lord Eddard, possesses the authority to judge us? Harris offered no reply, galloping ahead and leaving James and Tyrion to the cavalry. In the pitch-black dungeon of Winterfell, visibility was virtually non-existent. Tyrion inquired, James, why did Eddard send men to capture you? How should I know? James retorted, speak truthfully, and I may be able to save you. Harris had no intention of imprisoning Tyrion alongside James. It was Tyrion who insisted on sharing a cell. James confessed, Eddard has learned of my affair with Cersei. What transpired between you and Cersei? I was atop the broken tower when Bran, who was climbing, saw us. I was about to throw Bran from the tower when Aaron below caught sight of me. Tyrion furrowed his brow, grateful for the darkness of the dungeon, which concealed his expression from James. James fell silent, acutely aware that Tyrion's quiet demeanor often heralded ingenious plans that he himself could not conceive. James, what I can ascertain with certainty is that Eddard has not divulged your liaison with Cersei to Robert. Had he done so, you would not be here now. Therefore, when Lord Eddard enters, comply with his inquiries and beseech him to safeguard your secret with Cersei. What did you say? James questioned incredulously. You want Eddard to keep the secret for me? Indeed, but Eddard is not preserving your secret for your sake, rather for the sake of his dear friend King Robert, to protect the kingdom's honor and the family's dignity. James mused, so, Eddard discreetly removes my rival to shield the royal families and the Lannister name's disgrace. I suppose I owe him my gratitude. He seeks to prevent turmoil in the realm. If he disclosed the truth to Robert, and Robert executed you and Cersei, how do you think Father would react? If I were to perish, perhaps Father would award Eddard a golden medal, but if you and Cersei were to face dire consequences, Father would fight for the family. Without a clear cause, Father cannot best Robert and Eddard, The nobles of the other 6 kingdoms would rise in rebellion against the Lannisters. Tyrion countered, "No, no, no, you misunderstand our father entirely. His wars are waged not only with swords and spears, but also with whispers and letters. In the early stages of this conflict, my father would wield not blades or spears, but rather the messenger raven and written correspondence. Ultimately, your demise alongside Cersei would herald the end of this kingdom's era of peace, a fate that a man of Eddard's earnest disposition from the north would find abhorrent. He would surely wish for Robert's realm to endure, ideally for a millennium of tranquility. Even if your assertions hold merit, what then? You would be compelled to petition King Robert for a position at the wall as a Night's Watchman." "I refuse to become a Night's Watchman," Jaime declared emphatically. "You might as well assist me in ending my life now." "You are presented with 2 options," Tyrion interjected. "The first is to genuinely serve as a Night's Watchman. The second is to apply for the role." "What do you mean? I do not comprehend." "To truly serve as a Night's Watchman, there is no need for further elaboration. To merely apply allows for the possibility of abandoning the path midway, to deceive Eddard and the king, only to flee en route to the wall. Various interpretations exist. It could be termed as a detour, or simply going missing, though it might also be called an escape. The rebel Igor Hightower once set forth for the wall, only to arrive on the shores of the narrow sea, where it is said he now leads a prosperous life as a revered and feared prophet. His ties to the famed mercenary group, the Golden Company, are profound, with its leader being a descendant of the rebel demon Blackfyre. Igor Hightower and Demon Blackfyre are both acknowledged bastards of Aegon IV, legitimized by their father, granting them the right to claim the throne, which ultimately led to the rebellion between the Blackfyres and Igor, as they believed themselves entitled to the crown. "Do you wish for me to seek refuge abroad?" Jaime's incredulous tone betrayed his disdain for his brother's suggestion. "Jaime, you must choose, to live as a free man in exile or to serve as a Night's Watchman at the wall," Tyrion stated. "I will remain in Westeros." Jaime's heart remained tethered to Cersei, whose beauty shone like the sun in his eyes, rendering all other women pale in comparison. He understood that in this lifetime, no other woman could occupy his heart. "Then you must go to the wall." "I will not go to the wall. Becoming a Night's Watchman means forever forsaking Cersei." "Very well, let Eddard and the king display your and Cersei's heads upon the city walls, while your grieving father plots daily for vengeance. Thus, the Lannister and Stark families shall become eternal adversaries." Jaime lapsed into silence. After a considerable pause, he uttered, "Tyrion, safeguard Cersei for me. At present, Cersei's only protector is you." "Jaime," Tyrion replied. "No matter what Eddard says later, acquiesce to his demands, and Cersei will be secure. I can refuse to acknowledge Bran's accusations. You are capable, yet once Eddard decides to disclose Bran's vision to Robert, the truth of the matter becomes inconsequential. For the dignity of the crown and Robert's wrath will overshadow all else." Tyrion coldly remarked that both you and Cersei would be reduced to ashes by the king's fury. In his rage, Robert might promptly declare war against the Lannisters. An enraged Robert is far from a rational man. Following a suffocating silence in the shadows, Jaime's voice cracked. "Tyrion, are you suggesting I traverse the narrow sea to join the Golden Company of the Blackfyres? I merely present an example, Jaime. Once the situation here stabilizes, you could return under various grandiose identities. With your talents, it is destined that you will return in splendor," Tyrion replied. "Should you choose to become a man of the Night's Watch, you will never again see Cersei, nor escape that nightmare. However, becoming a free man across the narrow sea offers that possibility. Perhaps one day, clad in silks and accompanied by a fleet of goods and numerous servants, you could return to King's Landing as the governor of Pentos. The faceless men of Bravos possess the secret arts to alter one's appearance effortlessly, albeit at a hefty price, which may seem astronomical to ordinary folk. However, for us Lannisters, the pain of having too much gold is ever present. You must arrange for someone to ferry me across the narrow sea," Jaime declared, suddenly enlightened and resolute. Tyrion always seemed to find the most astute solutions, did he not? "Rest assured, wherever you may be, there is no problem that gold cannot resolve." The brothers reached a consensus and began to conspire over the matters ahead. Time passed, and soon footsteps echoed in the dark dungeon, torches igniting anew. Jaime and Tyrion rose, and in the flickering light appeared Maester Luwin and Ser Harris. Eddard Stark did not show himself. "Jaime, this is a letter from Lord Eddard." Maester Luwin politely handed the missive to Jaime. Upon opening it, Jaime read that in a few days, Lord Eddard and King Robert would return from the hunt in Winterfell, and Eddard hoped that by then Jaime would be gone. He wished Jaime to serve at the wall, becoming an honorable and noble man of the Night's Watch, dedicating his life to safeguarding the peace of the realm. In exchange, Eddard vowed not to disclose Jaime and Cersei's affair to King Robert. Aside from Eddard's absence, everything unfolded as Tyrion had anticipated. "My lord Jaime, is there an issue?" Maester Luwin inquired. Jaime lifted his gaze and smiled faintly. "Maester Luwin, please inform Lord Eddard that I shall comply with his wishes." Ser Harris stepped forward, discarding a package at Jaime's feet. The parcel revealed a golden sword, a black inner lining, and a dark cloak. From his scholar's robe, adorned with hundreds of small pockets. Maester Luwin produced pen and paper and handed them to Jaime. "The day is waning, my lord Jaime. Please leave a letter for King Robert," and then set forth. Chapter 41. An unyielding oath of perseverance in the Forest of Wolves. Torches were ignited. The tree dwellers of the Wood Shield tribe, accustomed to perceiving their surroundings in the nocturnal gloom, wore expressions of joy that had long been absent from their faces. The soldiers of the three prominent families retreated entirely, leaving behind their swords and armor, while carrying away their wounded comrades and fallen brothers. The knight of the Branch clan, who had been dismembered by Weir, was also wrapped in a cloak and carried away. The ground was strewn with an astonishing array of fine weapons and armor, treasures beyond their wildest imagination. A slender youth presented Weir with his long sword, a delightful smile gracing his features. He appeared somewhat elfin, possessing a natural cleverness that endeared him to Weir. "What is your name?" Weir inquired. "They all call me Squirrel," came the reply. "Would you care for my company?" "It would be my utmost pleasure to serve you, my lord," Squirrel declared, executing an exaggerated bow devoid of a hat and lacking the airs of a gentleman. His comical demeanor and theatrical gestures elicited laughter from several nearby tree dwellers. Weir chuckled as well. He found Squirrel's humor refreshing amidst the wildness of his kin. "Squirrel, do you have a surname?" Weir asked. "I wish it to be Forest, my lord, for I cherish the woods, or perhaps Oak, my lord." Squirrel's understanding of surnames was amusingly limited to trees. "I am surnamed Cao. This name was bestowed upon me by the old gods when they heard my prayers beneath the heart tree. If it pleases you, I would gladly share the brilliance of the old gods with you." "Really?" Squirrel's eye sparkled. "By all the old gods, I would be most honored." In his exuberance, Squirrel performed a somersault, his agility reminiscent of a nimble squirrel. "Squirrel, you must have a formal name. Let us call you Kinner or Chow." "What does that mean, my lord?" "Kinner signifies clever, handsome, delightful, suave, agile, and quick-witted, among other virtues. For convenience, we shall simplify it to Kinna Chow. My lord is quite the scholar." "Thank you for the name. Ha! By all the old gods, I now possess a name." Kinna was overjoyed. "Kinna, please summon Wood Shield. I have matters to discuss with him." "At once, my lord." Wood Shield and his subordinates were engaged in a loud and chaotic debate over the selection of armor and weaponry. With an abundance of choices available, everyone had their share. Yet this led to complications as greed began to rear its head. Some chose armor and long spears, yet were reluctant to part with fine swords, while others desired to possess quality short knives, if not more than one. Meanwhile, Kinna and Weir stood to the side, appearing as outsiders. Kinna had already selected a long sword and a short knife, opting not to choose any armor. The tree dwellers were oblivious to the imminent danger that loomed once more. The cavalry of the three defeated families will return this time with greater numbers and mounted archers. They possess a magical sword, believed to be crafted by a sorcerer, which makes close combat with them perilous. Thus, we must rely on skilled archers. Furthermore, it is likely that the hunting dogs of Deep Forest Castle will emerge in full force. The well-trained hounds of Wolf Forest can unearth you from the depths of the earth. Once the hounds are on your trail, escaping their keen noses is an impossibility. The reckless tree folk, intoxicated by an unprecedented victory, have temporarily forgotten the dangers and recent hardships they endured. Muduin and Kona rushed to Will's side. Will inquired Muduin, "How many of our people are injured?" "More than 20, Muduin replied. "Once the war concludes, the first order of business is to assess the wounded accurately." "Yes, my lord." "How many severely injured cannot move?" "5, my lord." "Muduin, do you know how we handle severely wounded brethren outside the Black Cloak's last stand?" "I do not, my lord. If I were gravely injured and the enemy approached, I would personally slit my brother's throat, and he would do the same for me." "No, my lord. I would not act thus. I would ensure my family escapes until the very last moment. But this way, everyone will suffer and perish. It is not yet the final moment, my lord. Hence, I shall not abandon my family." Muduin met Will's cold gaze with unwavering determination. Will recognized the unyielding obstinacy in Muduin's eyes, which explained why this young man commanded the unwavering loyalty of the tree folk, regardless of age or gender. Something within Will stirred, a calling of the healer's duty to preserve life. Will responded softly, "Muduin, To sever the throats of gravely injured kin is not an act of cold-heartedness, but a necessary rationality for survival. To become a member of the Black Cloaks, one must accept the ironclad military regulations of the Legion. My lord, I will follow you to become a Black Cloak, swearing by all the gods. For you have saved me twice, and this time you have saved my entire kin. I will devote my life to you, yet I cannot abide by this decree. It is a Legion rule. Regardless of whose rule it is, I cannot act this way, my lord, for it is not the final hour. Mutuin. The defeated enemy's cavalry will soon summon reinforcements, along with forest archers and tracking hounds. We must depart immediately. Are you certain that the 5 incapacitated family members must accompany us? Yes, I am certain. If you cannot act, I can. No, my lord cannot either. I must bring them with us until the last moment. Mutuin, your stance is ultimately more cruel. My lord, when my father passed away, he grasped my hand and urged me to kneel beneath the heart tree, swearing that as long as I draw breath, I shall not abandon a single member of our kin until the final moment, regardless of whether they are afflicted by illness, grievous injury, or any other calamity. I shall not betray my vow, my lord. Will fell silent for a moment. Very well, you shall immediately command our kin to march northeast, aiming for Long Lake. Discard all superfluous weapons. We require swiftness in our march. Corna, I need wine, torches, and bandages. Wooden shields, summon 2 robust brothers to assist me. Since we cannot abandon our family, I must tend to their wounds, cleanse, treat, and bandage them, and then carry them with us. My lord, the regulations of your black-clad legion. Regulations? To hell with that wooden shield. You have persuaded me. From this moment forth, we shall not forsake our own until the very last. Wooden Shield immediately knelt on one knee, taking Will's right hand and placing it upon his own head. My lord, in the name of all the old gods, I swear that Wooden Shield and his followers shall forever remember your kindness and shall follow you to the end, never breaking this oath. Upon witnessing this, Corna promptly knelt as well. We'll surmise this might be a ceremonial oath of honor among the primitive treefolk, placing one's palm atop the head of their leader. The other treefolk soon followed suit, kneeling before Will and voicing a united vow. My lord, Wooden Shield's followers swear in the name of all the old gods. We shall forever remember your kindness and follow you to the end, never breaking this oath. Chapter 42. Arya learns the sword injury can render me stronger. Arya, King's Landing. Beneath the castle, in the training yard. What is in the cage? Arya inquired. It is a cat, replied the elegant fencing instructor from Bravos. Oh, Arya joyfully lifted the cloth covering the cage. I adore cats. Liar, she remarked, it is clearly a rabbit. There were 3 wild rabbits in the cage. The fencing instructor smiled with satisfaction. Arya, at any time, do not heed what others say, but observe their actions. If there is a cage, lift the cloth and behold the truth with your own eyes. One of the secrets of swordsmanship. Cover your ears and observe the truth with your eyes. Your trickery is rather juvenile, Arya pouted. Not juvenile. Many deceptions in life merely lie beneath a layer of cloth, yet few dare to lift it. Swordsmanship is no different. The fencing instructor chuckled. The fencing instructor, with a small mustache and lean frame, wielded Bravos' renowned thin sword. To the northern guards, that sword appeared as a mere child's toy. What purpose do you have in capturing 3 wild rabbits? Will you not teach me swordplay today? Swordplay? No. You are not yet qualified to practice swordsmanship. The instructor opened the cage and tossed the 3 wild rabbits onto the ground. They darted away in 3 different directions. Namely, who sat at Arya's feet, remained still, showing no interest in the frantically fleeing rabbits. The direwolf regarded the rabbit's frantic escape with a haughty gaze. It is said that a rabbit struck by an arrow moves with great speed. Now, these 3 hares are so frightened by the ice wolves that they appear nearly as swift. Arya, go and catch them before this hourglass runs out, and I shall teach you a sword technique. Without hesitation, Arya darted out to pursue the 3 wild rabbits, a task that seemed rather straightforward. Several family guards in the training yard shook their heads in disapproval. Only a wild child like Arya would heed the nonsense of this Bravo charlatan. To learn swordsmanship is one thing, but to chase after rabbits throughout the courtyard is quite another. From the 3rd floor of the guest hall to the south of the training yard, Cersei observed Arya chasing the rabbits with loud cries, her brow furrowing slightly. Sansa, what is your sister doing? In her hands, she held a silk shawl embroidered by Sansa, having just praised her needlework. Your Majesty, Arya is learning swordplay from a wandering instructor from White Harbor, Sansa replied cautiously. A sword instructor from White Harbor? Indeed. It is said he hails from Bravos across the Narrow Sea and was once the chief swordsman of the Sea Lord of Bravos. He claims to have traveled through various city-states across the Narrow Sea, teaching swordplay and dance to earn a modest living. A month ago, he crossed the narrow sea to Westeros, and soon after arrived at White Harbor. Supposedly, he was to visit King's Landing next, but before he could embark, he was retained by the vassal Lord Wyman Manderly, who then sent him to Winterfell. He has many friends in the swordsmanship community at White Harbor, most of whom are bravosi, and he is quite well regarded among them, as Lord Wyman's letter indicates. White Harbor is a vast port city located to the south of Winterfell, the fief of House Manderly under House Stark. It is the fifth largest city in the Seven Kingdoms of Westeros and serves as the North's primary trade port. Situated at the mouth of the White Knife River, the largest inland river in the north. Due to its geographical position, White Harbor enjoys extensive contact with both the south and the lands across the narrow sea, attracting numerous mercenaries, wandering knights, bards, singers, and swordsmen who flock to this thriving metropolis, which is also home to many silversmiths and goldsmiths. Cersei regarded the slender Bravosi swordsman in the training yard with a smirk. Indeed, Bravos has many formidable swordsmen, but I am convinced this man is merely a fraud seeking sustenance. Do you feel the same, Your Majesty? Sansa asked, her voice a mixture of surprise and delight. From the moment he arrived, I sensed he was no true swordsman. I wager that Ser Jorah Mormont could defeat him with ease. He is far too thin. His sword resembles more a needle than a weapon. My father's guards look down upon him, though they dare not express it in his presence. Oh, have you witnessed his swordplay? Cersei inquired. No, Your Majesty, Sansa replied. Has he taught Arya swordsmanship? No, Your Majesty. Every day he makes Arya stand on one leg atop a tall wooden post for an entire hour, and also instructs her to walk on her hands with her head down and feet up, devoid of any semblance of ladylike behavior. She must ascend and descend the stairs repeatedly. Today, however, was particularly peculiar. He had someone catch a wild rabbit and commanded Arya to chase it around the training grounds for amusement. Such antics, could your parents possibly condone this? Mother might disapprove in her heart, yet father has remained silent, and none dare to send him away. Arya truly is a rather wild child, incomparable to you, Sansa. You are virtuous, beautiful, and capable, and I hold you in great esteem. In a few days, you and your father shall join us in King's Landing, and I wish to host you splendidly. Might you share what Lord Eddard Stark enjoys eating the most? For instance, does he prefer the Dornish summer wine or the sweet wines of Myr? The golden wine from the arbor is famed throughout the Seven Kingdoms and even finds its way across the narrow sea. My father favors strong spirits and has a fondness for the sweet wines of the Vale. Ah, I shall remember that. You are so well behaved. Come, sit beside me. Let me admire your braid. Such lovely red hair. Did you design this style yourself? It is truly exquisite. Sansa, what other habits does your father have? What sorts of antiques or jewels does he fancy? Sansa felt a mix of excitement and nervousness as the queen held her small hand. Her Majesty was so beautiful and kind, and Sansa resolved to become as remarkable a queen as she. On the very first day of King Robert's arrival, he proposed that she marry Prince Joffrey. Sansa felt a surge of delight. She answered every question Cersei posed with enthusiasm and candor. Sansa, in King's Landing. Aside from King Robert, who else does your father correspond with? On the training grounds, Arya had captured 3 wild rabbits, but was now covered in dirt. She joyfully ran to her instructor, who was perched with his feet up in the sun, humming a tune. Arya, you have lost. The sand in the hourglass has run out. What? I did not lose. I caught them. The swordsmanship instructor stood with a proud demeanor, striking Arya's wrist with his wooden sword. She yelped in pain, dropping the rabbit, which scurried away once more. What are you doing? You nearly broke my wrist. Arya shouted, glaring angrily at her instructor. The mustachioed teacher paid her no mind and chuckled. Arya, let me share with you the secret of swordsmanship. You must remember this well. True swordsmen believe that every injury only serves to make them stronger. Thus, a swordsman fears not the pain of wounds. Moreover, you have taken far too long to catch the rabbits. The sand has run out. Therefore, I shall no longer indulge your complaints, Sirius. Today, I wish to learn swordplay. Arya shouted in frustration, and her voice echoed across the training grounds, drawing curious heads from the windows of the keep and the guest tower. Oh. The swordsmanship instructor chuckled. Our Arya's wolf blood has been roused. Oh, very well, let us proceed. He tossed a training wooden sword to Arya, who deftly caught it, the sword sinking in her grip. It felt as heavy as lead, with a lunge and thrust. The instructor finally began imparting the true art of swordsmanship that Arya had long yearned to master. Imitating her teacher's form, Arya executed the lunge and thrust with remarkable finesse, as if she were a seasoned swordsman. Yet, the weight of the sword caused its tip to droop. No, hold the sword straight, tuck in your chin. The instructor's wooden sword tapped Arya's chin and wrist, eliciting tears in her eyes from the pain. With each injury, I grow stronger, Arya reminded herself. This mantra was one her teacher repeated daily, and she had memorized it well. Visualize your adversary. Who do you despise the most? Yes, a swordsman must possess spirit and focus. Imagine your most hated foe standing at the tip of your sword. Correct, engage your core. Crack. The instructor's wooden sword struck Arya's abdomen, twisting her face in agony. The leaden sword truly inflicted pain. Nevertheless, with each pang, I become stronger. Arya silently recited her mantra, and remarkably, the sensation of pain lessened slightly. Place your left hand behind your back, pressing against your spine, and keep your stance firm. Crack. Her left hand and calf received sharp blows, the pain piercing to the bone. From experience, she knew that by evening, the struck areas would be bruised. This was not Arya's first encounter with such punishment. In every endeavor, whether it was walking on her hands or balancing on one leg, any misstep would result in a strike from her teacher's wooden sword. Yet, injury only served to fortify her. Arya remained silent. Good. Hold that thrust for 2 hours without faltering. Huh. This was your own request to learn swordsmanship. If your form deteriorates, we shall start anew, my little Arya. If you prefer to return to hunting hares, ha ha ha, I know you have 3 wildcats prepared. I shall not hunt hares, nor wildcats. I wish to learn swordplay. Oh, very well. Since you believe you are ready to learn the sword, do not move. This is your first sword form. Eddard, would you please fetch a high stool? Arya, ascend the stool. When you can stand for 2 hours without faltering, I will teach you the formal sword technique, the dance of water. Arya leaped onto the stool, lunging and thrusting, gritting her teeth as she straightened her arms. The wooden sword felt unbearably heavy. Hey, where are you going? Arya called out in discontent. I am, of course, off to fetch my little wine and sweets. What? Do you have any objections? The swordsmanship instructor, beaming with a smile, raised his wooden sword, seemingly eager to find any flaw in Arya's form to strike. He casually tapped any part of Arya's body, and by evening, that spot would be bruised. Not at all. Arya immediately focused all her attention on maintaining the thrusting posture, the visage of her most despised person, her swordsmanship instructor Cilio, appearing before her. Cilio hummed a tune as he walked away, suddenly halting to turn back and say, Arya, you may choose to continue catching wild rabbits, then wild cats. Once you can capture a wild cat within the stipulated time and walk upside down through all the stairs of the main fortress, I shall teach you the dance of water. Should you regret this now, should you falter, merely call out. Arya, standing on the high stool, maintained an impeccable thrusting stance, her fury manifesting in an emphatic utterance. No. Chapter 43. Oath above life in the wolf forest, the Wood Shield tribe dashed forward, moving through the darkness with the agility of shadowy bobcats. As they headed northeast, the trees grew sparser. The Wolf Mountain Range lay to the northwest, while the King's Road traversing the Wolf Forest extended directly north. Their path, however, was towards the northeast. In no time, the first wave of the tribe had distanced themselves from the King's Road. The black thorns, oak trees, sentinel trees, and black iron trees diminished, the space widening, the terrain flattening, and the path becoming increasingly navigable, thus allowing for greater speed. The second group to retreat was led by Wood Shield and Kona, accompanied by Will and 10 of the strongest tribesmen, tasked with escorting 5 severely injured tribe members whose wounds Will had expertly bandaged. Lacking modern medicine, Will resorted to using his sword hilt to render the 5 critically wounded unconscious, akin to administering a sedative. Without a surgical knife, he found the darkness to be more effective than any scalpel. Wine and fire replaced alcohol and antiseptic. In the awestruck gazes of Wood Shield and the others, Will skillfully fashioned bandages from cloth soaked in burning blue flames, tending to the wounds of the 5 tribesmen. The cloth, saturated with strong spirits and ignited, provided a means of cauterization without immediately igniting, the blue flames consuming only the surface, thus sterilizing the fabric. After wrapping the wounds twice, the flames would extinguish. The temperature of this blue flame was not excessively high, allowing Will to work deftly, unimpeded in his speed. The Wood Shield tribe, having never witnessed such medical prowess, stared in wide-eyed disbelief, their mouths agape. Their reverence for Will transcended mere words. It was evident that their encounter with him was a divine decree. The wounds of the injured were inflicted by metallic blades, and Will, unveiling his dark cloak, procured a thread, employing a long thorn from the black bramble, found by Kona, as a makeshift medical needle to suture the larger lacerations. The threads were, of course, sterilized in the manner of Will's wine and fire. After Will's diligent efforts, if the Wood Shield tribe possessed resilient life force and the 5 individuals harbored a fierce will to survive, generally speaking, as long as they could awaken. They would not succumb to death. Certainly, if time permitted, the opportunity to administer a blood transfusion would significantly enhance their chances of survival. However, time was of the essence, and Will lacked the necessary tools for such a procedure. In his previous life, Will had encountered ancient Chinese medical texts that detailed the use of chicken and duck intestines as transfusion conduits, along with hollow thorns serving as transfusion needles. He resolved to study this further when time allowed, exploring its feasibility. In this fantastical realm, while the civilization had advanced in glassmaking, iron forging, embroidery, and shipbuilding, the requirements for blood transfusion tubing and hollow needles were exceedingly high. The scholars of this world were also unfamiliar with the concept of blood transfusion, making it virtually impossible to procure such items in the north, unless one personally visited factories that produced embroidery needles and ironwork for customization. Delicate embroidery needles and sewing needles were already available in this world and were quite common among the nobility. Fortunately, the 5 individuals were all flesh-wounded and had not sustained injuries to their bones. Their inability to walk stemmed from excessive blood loss and the extensive nature of their wounds. Will had done all that he could. Now their fates rested in the hands of the gods. "Kona, did Lord Will bestow upon you his surname?" inquired the leader of the Wood Shield, who walked ahead. In the darkness, the Wood Shield guided Will's warhorse, which bore 3 injured men, while 2 others were carried on the backs of 2 robust tribesmen. Additionally, 9 agile and battle-ready tribesmen flanked them, vigilantly guarding against potential attacks from beasts lurking in the shadows or rival tree-dwelling tribes. "Yes, I am now called Kona Chao," exclaimed Kona, his voice brimming with pride. "I too wish to receive a surname from Lord Will, but not in some random place within the wolf forest. It must be beneath the heart tree." With the ancestors' gods as witnesses, the Wood Shield asserted, "We also desire surnames, something particularly unique. I hope it is a name befitting a hero," declared a burly man wielding a mace, his voice resonating like a deep rumble, as if his nose had been flattened. His name was Mace, and he was as strong and unyielding as the weapon he bore. The Wood Shield remarked, "Have you ever encountered a knight more formidable than Lord Will? His martial prowess, horsemanship, benevolence, and medical skill, along with the honor of receiving a surname bestowed by the ancestral gods, are unparalleled." The others did not respond to the Wood Shield's words. The members of his tribe were accustomed to a taciturn demeanor, with the exception of young Kona. This lively lad bore the blood of the Flatlanders, not purely that of the tree-dwellers, which accounted for his spirited nature and laughter. Many of the typically reticent members of the Wood Shield tribe had teased Kona about his loquacity. Silence did not imply dissent. All 10 warriors wholeheartedly agreed, believing their youthful leader was indeed correct. Mace was the captain of these 10 brave souls and the strongest warrior of the Wood Shield tribe. Wood Shield leader, if we find the heart tree, I hope Lord Will permit me to adopt his surname as well. I trust this will not cause him discomfort. What say you, brothers? Indeed, Mace's companions replied in unison. As we prepare to leave the forest and join the Brotherhood of the Black Robes, it is essential to possess a surname. Otherwise, we would be looked down upon by the self-important commoners and the haughty southerners, Konar remarked. Muda spoke, addressing his brethren. My primary concern lies with the safety of Lord Will, who remains behind. You all know I would willingly trade my life for his. Rest assured, Lord Will is blessed by the old gods, as evidenced by the surname bestowed upon him by the deities themselves. Thus, we need not worry about him. Let us hasten to catch up with the others. Once we reach Long Lake, we will have exited the territory of the deep forest fortress. Taking a northeastern route will allow us to evade the scouts of the Howling Stone folk. Those who bear the markings of the Shadow Mountain Cat across their bodies will undoubtedly covet our superior weapons. If we were draped in black robes, they would think twice before approaching us, Mudu added. Chief, why doesn't T. Lord Will accompany us? If we move swiftly, we could enter the domain of the Hearthstone people before the cavalry from the deep forest fortress finds us, said Dingtu Hammer. Lord Will has his own plans. Mudu responded. Alone? How can he contend with the cavalry that will inevitably return? This time, their ranks will surely include the forest archers. Lord Will's magical sword is effective only in close combat, and would be rendered ineffective against the archers, Dingtu Hammer argued. Lord Will be safe. We shall wait for him on the northern shores of Long Lake, Mudu insisted, though a seed of worry began to take root in his heart. However, Will had instructed him that this was a military order. The first duty of those who pledged to follow him was absolute obedience to such commands. Military orders supersede life itself. This was the first iron rule that Will wanted Mudu to remember. Yet, Mudu harbored doubts about this statement, believing that only oaths should hold precedence over life. Thus, he preferred to regard Will's command as an integral part of the oath he had sworn to uphold. Chapter 44. The Art of Power and Cunning in the Nocturnal Wolf Forest. A bitter stench of decay and an icy chill hung in the air. This was the result of years of dead branches and fallen leaves accumulating in the ancient woods. The further north one ventured, the thicker the frost and snow upon the trees, and the cold pierced like needles. The forest is perilous. Yet compared to the sinister aura of the ghostly shadow forest beyond the Great Wall of Despair, the atmosphere of the wolf forest felt considerably safer. Not long ago, two howling stone folk, though they faintly heard the sounds of battle resonating from the distant woods, remained motionless atop a lofty tree trunk, their bodies swathed in puma hides. Seemingly asleep. Hush! A whisper brushed against their ears. Of course, this was impossible. It must have been a figment of their imagination. As devotees of the Shadow Mountain Cat, the stone folk possessed agility and swiftness akin to their revered creature. Their sleeping quarters consisted only of caves or treetops. The mountain winds howled, occasionally sweeping through the woods, echoing like the cries of spirits, harmonizing with the unique howls of the wolf forest, creating a lullaby for the howling stone folk as they drifted into slumber. Hush, hush! A voice called out to them, resonating clearly as if right beside them. Two scouts abruptly turned and stood up, their stone axes already drawn. Their reflexes were as swift as those of mountain monkeys. Perched upon the tree trunk, they appeared as if they were standing on level ground. A figure clad in black, standing beneath the tree, had silenced them with a mere hiss. He gestured towards the ground and then vanished like a wraith, as though he had never existed. This silhouette was not unfamiliar to the scouts, for their leader possessed the same uncanny speed. He could slip into their midst while they remained wide awake. Akin to a silent, shadowy bobcat. Could it be their leader warning them to remain vigilant against ambush? Certainly not. Their leader would never don black attire. He favored battle garments crafted from mountain lion or wolf pelts. Cold sweat drenched the scouts. They descended the tree, moving as stealthily as two foxes. Beneath the tree lay a substantial bundle. Upon opening it, the scouts were taken aback to discover over a dozen gleaming blades and two shields. The shields, fashioned from oak and edged with iron, were crafted with utmost professionalism and finesse. Someone had delivered weapons to them, an exquisite cache indeed. The scouts felt a mix of astonishment and joy, yet a shadow of doubt lingered, fearing it might be a ruse from their enemies. Let us go, one scout urged. Even if it were a trick, these weapons were worth risking their lives for. Though the Howling Stone folk were formidable in combat, their own weaponry was primitive and outdated. They lacked the technology for smelting iron. Their armaments came only through trade or plunder. Half an hour later, the two scouts, armed with these celestial weapons, had traversed a considerable distance, finding no signs of ambush or any lurking adversaries. They had entered the true territory of the Howling Stone folk, a land they had delineated without the consent of other tree-dwelling tribes or the nobles of the wolf forests. The nobles beyond the forest scorned the idea of entering this domain to contest life and death. Even in victory, the spoils would amount to nothing more than decaying trees, fallen leaves, and a few lethal beasts, leaving only coldness and desolation. Not far behind, a ghostly shadow trailed the increasingly elated scouts. The closer they approached their encampment, the more their spirits soared, for this foretold that the spoils would indeed be theirs. The northern nobility, having resided for generations in the northern reaches, knew little of the Howling Stone folk who called the Wolf Forest Mountains their home. However, the further north one traveled, the more reverence was bestowed upon the heart tree as a sacred emblem and the ancient gods as the object of faith. This provided Will with a bridge to the beliefs that would lead him to the Howling Stone folk. His extraordinary companion, the heart tree elder, a strange and mysterious being that embodies both a humanoid life form and an ancient heart tree, possesses an almost immortal essence and is intimately acquainted with the histories of all tribes in the north. He resembles an invisible deity, a tangible god of sorts. Though not divine, he is well versed in the customs and totems of the Howling Stone people. The Shadow Lynx is revered as their sacred beast, believed to be the offspring of the ancestral gods upon this earth. The others, another intelligent being of cold and darkness, command the legions of the undead. In the face of the others, all human and humanoid lives become targets for their assault, including the Howling Stone people. It is imperative for Will, who foresees a cataclysmic future, to rally all available forces against the others. In the presence of haughty lords and foolish nobles, Will's status is as lowly as fallen leaves. Even the knight Harris, who holds him in high regard, is unable to place his trust in him. However, inspired by the recent conflict with the nobles of Deep Forest Castle, Will contemplates approaching the Howling Stone people. Consider this. had merely slain 3 soldiers of the deep forest nobility who were ambushing travelers, yet this provoked a 100-man legion to obliterate the Wood Shield unit. Despite this, he and the Wood Shield unit managed to vanquish the nobles' 100-man legion, killing their family leader and disarming their infantry, inevitably inciting the nobles' wrathful revenge. They cannot abide the defeat by the insignificant and lowly tree folk. Their noble honor and knightly spirit demand retribution. Although Deep Forest Castle lies hundreds of miles away, the forests within and beyond, along the King's Road, are dotted with small villages and towns allied with the great nobles, housing minor tribes, knightly orders, free riders, and mercenaries. Should they grant the defeated men of the 3 great nobles a night and a day, they could rally the knights, free riders, and mercenaries from the small tribes along the way, all eager for bloodshed and noble rewards, quickly gathering a sufficient cavalry to pursue once more. Even if the Wood Shield tribe escapes the territory of Deep Forest Castle and reaches the northern shores of the lake, the vengeful cavalry from Deep Forest will pursue. When conflict arises, the Knights of the Amber family will undoubtedly support the Deep Forest family, as they belong to the same noble class of the North. Nobles will not speak on behalf of the lowly tree folk, that is certain. Once nobles decide to fight for their so-called honor, even the identity of the Black Cloaks becomes powerless. Thus, the composed will realizes he truly requires reinforcements. If he could establish contact with the Howling Stone people and garner their favor, it would be no simple task. Yet, Will has more sophisticated plans than merely supplying weapons. He recalls a famous saying from Tywin Lannister in his past life: "Many battles require neither blades nor guns. The quill and parchment will suffice." The Red Wedding orchestrated by Tywin Lannister was a masterclass in subterfuge. With merely a raven and a quill, he orchestrated the near annihilation of the invincible Grey Wolf, Robb Stark, and his loyal bannermen upon the battlefield. This was the art of political maneuvering, a strategy of cunning and intellect. Will intends to employ this very strategy to approach the unyielding hill tribes of the Howling Stone, but time is not on his side. One night, one day. Chapter 45. Bloodline of the Ashen Tribe. The Wolfwood Mountains stretch for hundreds of miles, characterized by their towering heights and treacherous terrain, shrouded in mist and adorned with perpetual snow. Within these mountains, the Howling Stone tribes are scattered, each comprising a modest number of individuals, ranging from dozens to hundreds. Due to the harsh conditions, frigid climate, and scarcity of food, the fertility of the entire group has historically been low. Among them, the Ashen Tribe is the most renowned. Named after their chieftain, Ashen, the members of this tribe bear the surname Ashen. Historically, the leaders of this tribe have favored the complete eradication of their enemies, reducing everything to ashes. It is unclear when they adopted Ashen as their surname, but the tribe has become synonymous with this legacy. The Ashen exert a formidable control over the access to the King's Road below the mountains, often preying upon small bands of merchants or solitary knights. The Ashen hold 2 groups in particular in disdain: the black-cloaked men from the Wall and the Knights of House Amber from Hearthstone. Both are formidable adversaries, and the Ashen have suffered significant losses in encounters with them. Fortunately, the natural fortifications of the mountains provide refuge, should they be unable to win. They retreat into the bitter cold of their domain, where neither the Black Cloaks nor the Amber Knights can pursue them deeply into the mountains. A tacit understanding has since developed, allowing the Ashen to generally avoid conflict with the Black Cloaks and the Amber forces, while they will ambush others, such as scouts from the nearby Deepwood Fortress, without hesitation. Talon Ashen is the new young leader of the Ashen Tribe. His visage, hands, and body are adorned with the juices of snow lotus and wildflowers, intricately painted with the patterns of the Shadow Lynx, the tribe's totem. The Shadow Lynx is revered as their divine beast, considered the progeny of their ancestral gods. When they encounter a Shadow Lynx in the woods, they drive it away with fire but do not slay it. The deceased of the Ashen Tribe are not buried. Instead, they are cast into the paths of the Shadow Lynx, allowing it to consume them. During bountiful seasons, when hunting yields plentiful game and grain stolen from the villages below is sufficient, the Ashen will even offer the Shadow Lynx meat. As for enemies captured in battle, they are only kept as servants, with the rest being fed to the Shadow Lynx. The ancient tree spirit, who imparted the green sight to Will, disclosed the entirety of the Ashen Tribe's circumstances to him. Using blades as bait, Will followed 2 scouts of the Howling Stone and located a settlement of the Ashen Tribe nestled in the mountains. He then withdrew quietly. Although he could track them with the green sight, it required immense mental fortitude, and at Will's current level, he faced limitations in distance as well. Following the 2 scouts at a leisurely pace allowed for minimal depletion of both physical and mental energy. Inside the cavern, the chieftain, Tyron Ash, reclined upon several massive mountain lion pelts, a warm fire of glowing coals crackling beside him, rendering the cave as cozy as a spring day. Two enormous war hammers hung upon the stone wall, their heads adorned with glimmering bronze spikes several inches long. The presence of such formidable weaponry here raised questions about how Tyron had acquired them, perhaps through a stroke of fortune during a raid, or commissioned from a blacksmith in the nearby Hearthstone city. As Tyron slumbered soundly, a sudden awareness jolted him awake. He turned to see a youth with a face as round as the full moon and eyes resembling bright stars. His silver hair and pointed ears lending him an ethereal aspect. Strangely, the warriors outside his cave, encamped in their tents, remained oblivious to the boy's silent arrival, as if he moved like a cat upon soft cushions. "Who are you?" Tyron inquired, his heart rife with uncertainty. The boy approached, a mysterious aura and a faint luminescence surrounding him. "Ash, you possess the blood of giants," he declared, despite sensing no malice from the youth. Tyron instinctively placed a hand upon the dagger at his waist, the weapon appearing no different from a short sword in his large grasp. "Stop," Tyron warned the enigmatic boy. Towering nearly 3 meters, he nearly grazed the cavern's ceiling. Yet among true giants, he was but a dwarf. "Your ancestress was a giantess, and your ancestor was a human hero. Only female giants may wed humans, for if a male giant attempts to mate with a human woman, the violence of such union would rend her womb before conception could occur. Thus, the lineage of giants among humans has grown increasingly rare and diluted." The boy continued. "At the foot of the mountain, beyond the Wolf Woods, the Amber family of Hearthstone City shares your lineage of giant blood. Among humans, the descendants of giants are dwindling, their bloodlines thinning." The boy sighed softly, drawing nearer to Tyron, and seated himself before the fire, seemingly unperturbed by any threat Tyron may have posed. "Are you a divine emissary? The Green Prophet?" Tyron inquired gravely, releasing his grip on the dagger. The spirit of the mountain-dwelling stone people drew strength from the worship of ancient deities, the god of ancestors and the primordial gods. The Green Prophet was one of the divine messengers. The boy emitted no breath or no warmth, and moved without sound, attributes that aligned with Tyron's traditional perceptions of the Green Prophet's spirit. Unlike the sorcerers among his kin, whose presence often exuded an unsettling charm, this boy radiated purity, untainted and immaculate. His voice possessed an oddly calming power over Tyron, with the strength to rend mountain lions. Tyron's hand resting on the dagger was merely a habitual motion. Should this peculiar youth have been human, Tyron could have crushed his skull with one hand, as easily as one would crush an apple. "Ash, there lies a vast expanse of land below, yet even if it remains unclaimed, it shall elude your grasp. Should you dare descend the mountain, the nobles below would annihilate you and your kin, in the presence of the Ash's imposing form and the palpable threat of violence. Even the most courageous of beings, whether human or humanoid, would tremble in fear. The wrath of Ash could make even the mountain lion and snow wolf cower, retreating with their tails tucked between their legs. O prophet, teach me," Ash respectfully proclaimed. The Green Prophet is a divine envoy, while the Shadow Lynx represents the deity's followers. Together, this man and beast hold a status equivalent to that of gods in the hearts of the Roaring Stone people. Within the depths of the mountains lies the stronghold of the Ash tribe, flanked by stone statues, one depicting the Green Prophet and the other the Shadow Lynx. Beneath the sacred tree in the divine woods, the guardians of the Heart Tree are also stone effigies of the Green Prophet and the Shadow Lynx. Yet, the statue of the Green Prophet resembles a sorrowful elder weeping crimson tears, while the living Green Prophet is a strikingly beautiful youth with silver hair and pointed ears. On the morrow's dawn, a figure clad in black, riding the Shadow Lynx, shall arrive to bestow upon you the lands of the Ash tribe. He is the scion of the old gods, the deity of time and space, and a messenger sent to restore the glory of the ancient deities among the Roaring Stone people. He is destined to be the esteemed one of the Holy Judgment Hall. Ash, to follow him is both your mission and that of the Ash tribe. The notion of a black-clad divine envoy arriving on the Shadow Lynx sent a tremor through Ash's heart. The Shadow Lynx, their sacred beast, reigns supreme in the forests and mountains, capable of scaling trees, traversing ravines, and conquering waters and heights. Indeed, as a divine envoy, he could effortlessly command the Shadow Lynx. He has already presented you with a splendid array of swords and blades as a token of their meeting, and he shall grant you fertile lands for your women to cultivate, harbors where your men can fish, and the rights to trade fairly and peacefully. This is his second gift to the Ash tribe, but I have not yet received the initial gift of swords and blades. Your gift shall arrive momentarily, the youth replied, casting a glance towards the cave's entrance. Following his gaze, Ash too turned towards the entrance, whereupon he heard the heavy footsteps and the voices of the guards stationed outside. The excited voice of the scout, Blackia, echoed, "Brothers, we have struck a small fortune, having found an exquisite collection of swords, and two finely crafted oak shields." Astonished, Ash shifted his gaze back to the youth, only to find the space by the fire empty. The boy had vanished as if he had never existed. With a startled gasp, Ash awoke, realizing it had all been a dream. Rising from the mountain lion's pelt, he looked towards the entrance, where Blackia and his companions, along with the guards, entered, beaming with smiles as they bore the splendid swords and 2 oak shields. Chapter 46. The qualification battle of Joffrey's Iron Guard morning had broken in Winterfell. At the training grounds, with a sharp sound, Joffrey drew his sword, its hilt adorned with emeralds and its scabbard embellished with golden filigree. The blade gleamed brilliantly in the light. "Arya, step aside. I wish to spar with you, little man," he directed at the diminutive sword instructor. "Fear not. I shall not sever your head." The sword instructor, Syrio, smiled as he stroked his little mustache. "Are you certain, your highness? Come then, let me witness your skills." Joffrey's right lip curled upwards, revealing his disdain for the diminutive swordsmanship instructor. Though merely 13, Joffrey stood tall, with golden locks and fair skin, strikingly handsome. Towering over his instructor, under the stern demands of his father, he began training in swordsmanship at the tender age of 6. After 7 years of rigorous practice, even the most skilled guards were no longer his match, save for the newly appointed captain of his guard, Sandor Clegane, arranged by his mother. He prided himself on his prowess, believing himself invincible in the art of the sword. "Excellent," said Syrios, a devil-may-care smile gracing his face as he angled his body, pointing the training sword toward Joffrey's face. In response, Joffrey swung his sword fiercely, intent on cleaving his opponent's wooden weapon in 2. However, Syrios' strike was merely a feint. After drawing Joffrey's sword away, his wooden sword danced like a fleeting butterfly, landing blows upon Joffrey's wrist, elbow, and knee in quick succession. With a cry of pain, Joffrey's sword slipped from his grasp, his wrist, elbow, and knee feeling as though they had been struck by a hammer, causing him to kneel involuntarily. His handsome visage contorted in agony, his left hand clutching his right wrist tightly, his complexion pale, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. He raised his gaze, his beautiful eyes filled with venomous resentment, but the figure of his swordsmanship instructor had vanished. "Sandor, kill him," Joffrey screamed hoarsely, expending all his strength. Nearby, Arya clapped her hands in delight, laughter bubbling forth. Similarly, Robb Stark, Bran Stark, Jon Snow, and Theon Greyjoy, who were also training in the yard, bore smiles upon their faces. Yet, the instructor, Roderick Castle, remained impassive. The voice of the diminutive swordsmanship teacher echoed from behind Joffrey, who had already repositioned himself. "Your Highness, you have lost." Clang. Sandor Clegane, who had remained silent since entering the yard, unsheathed his long sword. The small instructor, Syrios, leaped aside, concealing his training sword behind his back, and remarked, "What? Do you wish to test my water dance as well? Sandor, kill him. I command you to kill him." Joffrey's face twisted in fury. Sandor stepped forward with purpose, delivering a vertical strike aimed at cleaving Syrios in 2. Syrios crouched low, slipping beneath Sandor's elbow, as Sandor turned to deliver a horizontal slash. A resounding clash rang out as Syrios' broad sword intercepted Sandor's longsword. "Sandor, do you possess any honor as a knight?" Roderick Castle's sword held steady against Sandor's spinning blow. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, sword against sword, leg against leg, neither yielding ground. Joffrey had risen to his feet, his expression one of profound agony, convinced that his wrist, elbow, and knee had shattered, though they had not. Arya, who faced such pain daily, remained silent. "Dog, kill them all. Spare none," Joffrey commanded with a wave of his left hand, encompassing Arya, Robb, Bran, Jon, Theon, Ser Roderick, and the swordsmanship instructor in his decree. "Kill them all." "Oh, who has upset my dear nephew?" A voice taunted as the diminutive Tyrion approached with haste. He stood before Joffrey and delivered a resounding slap across the boy's face. "Who do you intend to slay, my beloved nephew?" Joffrey gazed at his uncle, who was half his height, with incredulity. The venomous malice that had once filled his eyes was now tinged with fear. Though he could have easily kicked Tyrion over, he merely raised a hand to shield the stinging side of his face. With a mix of indignation and trepidation, he cast a glance at the onlookers before abruptly turning away. "Hound, your master has departed. Shouldn't you hurry to follow?" Tyrion remarked. The Hound and Ser Roderick simultaneously pushed apart. The Hound sheathed his sword, glaring at Tyrion with resentment. In response, Tyrion let out a whistle. He turned to regard the swordsmanship instructor, offering a slight bow, an elegant smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the great hall of the castle, as a heavy object struck the ground, followed by a cacophony of shattering porcelain. Then came the furious bellowing of King Robert, by the seven hells. Do your Lannisters think of me as their king? To leave without a word, merely a flimsy note. Where has the honor of his knights gone? Ah, I see. The Kingslayer has long since forsaken that honor, daring only to plunge his sword into the mad king's back. He has rolled away now. Perhaps one day he will do the same to me. The hall was filled with lords and knights standing against the walls, all silent and trembling. Lannister, Lannister, Lannister. I have had enough of the Lannisters. Servants, attendants, guards, even the woman who shares my bed, all are Lannisters. Who among them is not a Lannister? Good riddance, I say. Go far away, and you, foul woman. The king glared at Queen Cersei, tearing James's note into shreds and casting it to the ground, then trampling it underfoot. Wine. I demand wine. Bring forth drink for your king. A young man in a red cloak bowed his head, promptly pouring wine for Robert. Robert downed it in one gulp, exclaiming, "Look at this. Every time I want a drink, it's always Lannisters serving me. Why are there so many Lannisters? Why don't they just perish? I loathe the Lannisters." Queen Cersei stared expressionlessly at her toes. Both Eddard Stark and Catelyn kept their gaze fixed on the gray carpet before them. By the seven hells, have you all gone mute? It's merely one Lannister who has departed. What of it? He has gone to guard the realm as a member of the Night's Watch. We ought to toast to his noble sacrifice. Come, Ned, let us drink to that, and then you must provide me with a man. Winterfell stands ready to serve your command. Your grace, Eddard Stark replied respectfully. Behold, this is my good brother Ed. Now, one of my king's guard has fallen short, and you must find a replacement for me, After all, you are the lord of this place. Find me a knight from the north, the most loyal, the most skilled in martial prowess, of impeccable character, and also the most handsome, without delay. Your Majesty, I fear the climate of the south may not be suitable for a knight from the north, Cersei coldly remarked, lifting her gaze to meet Robert's eyes. Look, the Lannisters are once again imparting their wisdom to me. Ned, summon one of your knights to show this woman that the Knights of the North are not merely names of renown. One knight stepped forth, kneeling in the center of the hall. Your Majesty, your Grace, Lord Eddard, I, Ser Hightower, vow to remain landless, to take no wife, to father no children, and to forsake all worldly comforts, devoted solely to the protection of the king, with unwavering loyalty for all my days, never to break my oath. I disagree, Cersei retorted coldly, unless he can best Sandor Clegane. The Clegane family has served the Lannisters for generations. Robert laughed heartily. Cersei, your earlier statement is treason against the crown. I am the king, and I shall do as I please, without needing your consent. However, your latter words carry some weight. Summon your Sandor. Where is he? Dog. Joffrey, having returned to the hall, whispered into Sandor Clegane's ear, if you do not slay Hightower, I shall kill you. Go dispatch him. Sandor Clegane's expression remained impassive, as if he had not heard his young lord's threat. He stepped forward to stand beside Hightower, kneeling on one knee. His right side bore the marks of weariness, while his left was a grotesque sight. His ear was burned away, leaving only a hole, and though his eyes remained intact, they were surrounded by grotesquely twisted scars. The skin hardened like leather. The charred remains of his jaw revealed glimpses of bone. An imposing hooked nose adorned his hideous countenance, his dark, fine hair cascading long, swept from right to left, concealing the left side of his head where the scarred skin was particularly disfigured, devoid of hair. Sandor, Ser Hightower, let me witness your swordplay, King Robert said with a cheerful demeanor, his wine cup empty once more. Whoever wins, I shall drink with him. Yes, your Majesty. The Hound and Ser Hightower rose together, stepping back to face one another, and with a sharp sound, both drew their long swords simultaneously. In that moment, with all eyes upon them, Eddard realized he could not intervene. Hightower was his sworn knight, yet he was not the most skilled swordsman among the guards. His abilities were but average. Becoming a member of the King's Guard was the highest honor for a knight, but the sacrifices were considerable, landless, without a wife or children, forsaking all worldly pleasures, devoted entirely to the king, unwavering in loyalty. In the hall, the two circled one another, swords drawn. The crowd in the courtyard gathered, drawn by the sound of Robert shattering objects and his ensuing roar that echoed through the main hall of the castle. Among them were Bran, Jon, Robb, and the sword master Syrio. Tyrion, short and stout, was the last to arrive, his approach more of a shuffle than a run. His ascent up the castle stairs was rather comical, yet the servants dared not laugh, while the maids discreetly stifled their giggles behind their hands. With his short legs, He had to use his hands for assistance on the higher steps. Upon entering the main hall, Tyrion witnessed the spectacle of Serhail lifting his sword to strike at Sandor Clegane, known as the Hound. The Hound, with a formidable stance, parried the blow and retaliated with a powerful shoulder check that nearly sent Serhail tumbling. "Kill him, Hound!" Joffrey exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. However, the Hound did not pursue the attack, but instead twirled his sword gracefully, maintaining a steady gaze on Serhail as he retreated 2 steps, allowing Serhail to regain his footing. Serhail's face flushed with embarrassment as he bellowed and charged once more, his sword aimed at the Hound's throat. Clad in armor, including round steel knee guards and iron bracers, the Hound notably lacked his infamous helm and neck guard. Amidst gasps from the onlookers, the Hound suddenly bent backward, his expression cold and composed, as Serhail's blade narrowly missed his throat. Syrio whispered to Arya, "This Serhail is a fool. His opponent is well protected. Yet he attacks with every ounce of strength. A single misstep will expose his vulnerabilities." Arya watched the duel intently, gripping her training wooden sword so tightly that her knuckles turned white. With a swift movement, the Hound evaded Serhail's strike, transitioning his sword from one hand to both. And with a fierce yell, he delivered a powerful blow to Serhail's arm. The armor on Serhail's arm crumpled inward, trapping it, and without such protection, his arm would have surely been severed. As Serhail staggered, the Hound's sword arced upward, slicing from his abdomen to the visor of Serhail's helm, leaving a shocking gash. Thanks to his armor, Serhail was spared a fatal wound. Queen Cersei scoffed, "Is this truly the caliber of knights from the north?" Just as Serhail contemplated surrendering, he suddenly stiffened, raising his sword with both hands in a fierce thrust toward the Hound's chest. The Hound deftly sidestepped, pivoting his body, and with a swift twist of his weapon, he deflected Serhail's attack. Maintaining his momentum, he spun behind Serhail, delivering a powerful kick to the back of his knee, causing Serhail to collapse to one knee. The Hound plunged his long sword downward, piercing through the joint of Haihua's neck armor, driving deep into his shoulder, and continuing its relentless descent, penetrating his lung and stomach, nearly transfixing Haihua's entire form before he wrenched the blade free. Blood, warm and vivid, cascaded in rivulets along the gleaming sword's spine, dripping from its tip. Clang! The sword slipped from Haihua's grip, clattering to the ground as he swayed, akin to a drunken man, blood oozing from the crevice of his helmet's neck guard. "Bravo! Well done, dog!" Joffrey exclaimed, rising to applaud. King Robert shot a fierce glare at Joffrey, whose hands froze mid-applause, and he sheepishly returned to his seat, though the smile on his face remained unabated. Haihua's body toppled, armor and helmet colliding with the ground, producing a metallic resonance. The Hound turned, sheathing his bloodied sword, then knelt on one knee before Robert, bowing his head and placing a hand over his heart in salute. The expressions of Eddard and Catelyn darkened. Haihua was their sworn knight, one of Eddard's personal guards among the Elite 18. "Enough, enough, Hound. Depart," Robert commanded, extending his cup, prompting a nearby cupbearer to refill it immediately. This cupbearer, Lancel Lannister, the eldest son of Kevan Lannister, cousin to Cersei, was strikingly handsome, with a refined demeanor, bearing a resemblance to Jaime Lannister. Kevan Lannister was the younger brother of the patriarch Tywin Lannister and uncle to Cersei. The captain of the guards, Jory Castle, and another attendant emerged. One retrieved Haihua's long sword while the other hefted Haihua's body, swiftly retreating. A maid, head bowed, diligently wiped the blood from the floor with a cloth. Footsteps echoed as a fully armored knight approached, kneeling on one knee. "Your Majesty, Your Grace, Lord Eddard, Harris Moreland requests to spar with Sandor Clegane." Robert glanced at Eddard and remarked, "Today's youth are as stubborn as we were in our youth, never yielding. However, let us defer this for today, Ned. Will you not lend me your finest knight?" The king addressed Eddard by his familiar name, Ned, mirroring Catelyn's affectionate tone, a testament to the genuine camaraderie between them, devoid of any political pretense. Eddard replied, "Your Majesty, before you stands a knight capable of serving in your Kingsguard, Harris Moreland." The queen scoffed. "The Kingsguard must be not only loyal and dependable, but also possess exceptional martial prowess. If the North is to offer knights akin to Sir Haihua, I dare say King's Landing is not lacking in loyal and skilled knights." "Silence, you foul woman," the king thundered in rage. "The Seven granted me a mouth, not merely for sustenance, but for the freedom to speak the truth," Cersei retorted coolly. Eddard interjected, "Your Majesty, let Sandor test Harris's swordsmanship." The queen makes a valid point. Loyalty must be accompanied by exceptional skill in the Kingsguard. Although Harris's swordsmanship is average, his prowess with the lance is unparalleled, truly deserving of the title of the North's finest. "Ah, Is this fellow truly the esteemed Harris, the foremost lance-wielder of the North? Indeed, your majesty. Sandor, do you dare to challenge Harris to a duel with lances? Sandor Clegane stepped forth from Joffrey's side, kneeling on one knee. Your majesty, as you wish. Sandor is willing to compete with Ser Harris Mullen in a lance duel. Serving as a guard within the palace is far removed from the battlefield. After all, the essence lies in swordsmanship. Cersei smirked silently, her lips curling in mockery and derision. Very well, Sandor, for the sake of Lord Eddard. Let us see how you fare against the so-called foremost lance-wielder of the North. Harris replied calmly, Your Majesty, while my swordsmanship may be considered mediocre in the North, I believe I can hold my own against Sandor Clegane. I request your majesty to allow me to engage in a contest of swordsmanship with Sandor. Robert glanced at Eddard, who nodded slightly, and Robert proclaimed, Very well, I permit you to first compete with swords, followed by lances. Robert's intention was clear. He wished to ensure that the duel with lances would not result in a fight to the death. If a death were to occur in the sword contest, how could they proceed to the lance bout? However, Harris Mullen had other thoughts. Haihua was his comrade, and he was there to avenge him. And that would be through swordsmanship, for it was with a sword that Sandor had taken Haihua's life. Joffrey rose, gesturing towards Sandor as if to signal his demise. Clash. Sandor Clegane and Harris Mullen drew their swords. Harris Mullen immediately lunged forward, aiming a fierce slash at Sandor. Unbeknownst to him, Sandor Clegane was well aware of Harris's formidable reputation. Understanding that he was no match for Haihua, he dared not underestimate him and also advanced, gripping his sword with both hands, striking fiercely at Harris. The clash reverberated loudly as their swords met, sparks flying. Chapter 48, Taming the Shadow Lynx and the Breath of Night's Dragon Wolfwood. Will had managed to tame a magnificent shadow lynx. This solitary creature had neither mate nor cubs. All shadow lynxes are lone wanderers. Will spent the better part of the night slowly gaining control over this lynx. Yet he remained uncertain whether it would resist fiercely once he mounted it. As he approached, the shadow lynx lifted its head, displaying a combative posture. Though it could sense the presence of an intruder, it could not see. Its inherently aggressive nature prevented it from fleeing in panic, though it remained somewhat uneasy. The approaching foe bore no tangible form, only consciousness. The moment Will's consciousness penetrated the shadow lynx, it leapt as if ignited by fire, bolting away, fiercely resisting the terrifying force that invaded its body, until it was utterly exhausted. No matter how robust the shadow lynx, relentless sprinting and roaring would eventually wear it down. Yet, this sentient beast was ultimately subdued. Apart from the consciousness that entered its body, the shadow lynx chose to surrender not only because of this, but also due to the presence of a more formidable consciousness shadowing it relentlessly. No matter where it fled, that potent essence manifested as a sorrowful, blood-stained eye, materializing in its vicinity, among the trees, in the sky, on the ground, and all around it. This eye, imbued with mysterious power, was vividly immense, stripping the shadow lynx of any will to resist. Upon its submission, the mesmerizing eye gradually dissipated, akin to mist in a gentle breeze, vanishing into the ether. As Will's consciousness permeated the shadow lynx, he felt as though he had become the creature itself. The forest unfolded before him with remarkable clarity. Everything within his sight transformed into transparency. He could distinctly perceive the flustered squirrel behind the rocks, as if he were seeing with his own eyes. Even through the massive iron tree, he could envision a mole burrowing into the earth, not through mere sight, but by harnessing the shadow lynx's innate abilities. In the forest, the lynx's hearing surpassed its vision, allowing it to penetrate the barriers of trees and rocks. This sensation was both extraordinary and enchanting. While meticulously attuned to the shadow lynx's muscles, bones, and the flow of its blood, a resurgence of strength began to awaken within the creature. The energy expended in its recent fervent sprint was replenishing at an astonishing rate. Simultaneously, Will felt his own body brimming with vigor. His hearing and sight sharpened, and his night vision became clearer, enabling him to see farther. However, to mount the shadow lynx and command its movements was a starkly different endeavor from merely harnessing mental power while remaining still. He had to divide his focus, managing both the lynx and himself. Although the ancient tree spirit had instructed him to multitask from the beginning, controlling other creatures or embodying the life of trees, he also needed to remain anchored in his own identity, able to possess other beings without the need for physical stillness. Despite his inner trepidation, the colossal shadow lynx had already submitted, prompting him to attempt riding it. The lynx, slightly smaller than a mountain lion, yet larger than a forest wolf, surpassed both in combat prowess and possessed a wider array of skills, adept at climbing trees, swimming, and launching surprise attacks. Its coat gleamed with a deep black hue, adorned with white or gray stripes, reminiscent of a zebra, though less pronounced in contrast. Will's consciousness took command of the shadow lynx, a creature of mountain lion proportions, if not even larger, akin to a superhuman possessing the bloodline of giants among men. The shadow lynx approached Will with measured steps, and he could distinctly sense the growing humility of this fierce creature. Initially, he had harbored concerns that the sight of his human form might awaken the primal instincts buried deep within its bloodline, inciting it to rebel once more. However, as it drew nearer, its submission became increasingly evident. This was not a capitulation forced by overwhelming mental prowess, but rather a manifestation of its innate will. Will was slightly taken aback, yet soon comprehended the underlying cause. Through the lynx's eyes, he perceived its trepidation towards the dragon's sword, Nightfall, which he bore. This revelation illuminated his understanding. Whether it be the shadow lynx, the warhorse, or any other formidable creature like the eagle, the dragon reigned supreme as the true monarch among beasts and birds alike. The dragon's sword, Nightfall, fashioned from dragon bone and imbued with the power of sorcery, naturally emanated the essence of the dragon. Such creatures, possessing a modicum of sentience, were acutely sensitive to this draconic aura. Wild beasts were invariably far more attuned to such matters than humans. Will recalled his confrontation with the Branch Knight commander when a surge of murderous intent coursed through him, causing the dragon's sword at his waist to tremble slightly. The commander remained oblivious, yet the warhorse beneath him grew restless, and upon the unsheathing of the dragon's sword, it bolted in terror. In retrospect, it was his murderous intent that had awakened Nightfall, thereby unleashing an even more potent draconic breath. With this realization, Will felt a profound sense of assurance, understanding that he could now wield the shadow lynx with greater ease and authority. He issued a command, and the lynx submitted at his feet. Ascending onto its back, Will felt it rise and move forward with the steadiness of a steed. In the memories of his past life within this icy, fiery world, he recalled the formidable Varamil beyond the Great Wall, who could not only command shadow lynxes, ice wolves, and eagles, but also engage in battle atop a 13-foot-high snow bear, simultaneously controlling 3 ice wolves and a shadow lynx to fight alongside him. In comparison, his own abilities paled significantly in contrast to Varamil's prowess. Now, managing a single shadow lynx, compelling it to submit in fear, was facilitated by the draconic breath emanating from the sword at his waist. At dawn, the scout, Black Ash, concealed himself upon a tree trunk, resembling a severed piece of wood. Not far from him, his companion, a bull Ash, lay ambushed in the earth. Surrounding them were the burning guards of their leader, Tyran Ash, who had come to lay in wait for an unexpected visitor, the identity of whom Tyran had not disclosed. Everything seemed absurd. This was at the foot of the mountains, deep within the wolf forest, where even the bravest knights of Hearthstone City would not dare to tread. Yet, the leader had proclaimed that a mysterious figure would arrive, and that it would be at dawn. The dawn in the forest arrived much later than in the outside world, and the darkness was not uniform. Haya was lost in thought when a faint hiss startled him, nearly causing him to leap in surprise. He had heard the same sound the previous night alongside Eber on King S Avenue. Instinctively, Haya aimed his bow at the source of the sound, a reflex honed by rigorous training. Then, he was struck dumb, as if electrified or instantaneously frozen into a sculpture. He beheld a figure clad in black, their face obscured by a dark hood, astride an enormous shadow lynx, the likes of which he had never encountered. Its size rivaled that of a cougar, if not larger. The figure spoke slowly. Haya Ash, summon your leader, Talon Ash. And you, Eber in the snow, and all of you, the burning guard hidden behind rocks and snowdrifts. Come forth, do not remain in ambush. Chapter 49. The Divine Judgment of the Shadow Lynx. Giant Hammer. The Shadow Lynx was regarded as a divine beast by the Roaring Stone people. A figure in black rode upon this magnificent creature, which, unbeknownst to it, was perceived by the humans before it as an inviolable deity. Its bloodlust and fury surged, emitting a threatening, low growl. However, Will did not issue a command to attack, and the shadow lynx remained still, save for its growl. Haya, Eber, and the burning guard emerged from their hiding places. The shock imparted by the figure in black was ineffable, instilling within them a sense of humility akin to witnessing a true deity. This mysterious figure, mounted on their quintessential divine beast, seemed to know all their hiding spots and even called out Haya and Eber by name, resembling an ancient beast god. Chosen One, Aberrant, Prophet, regardless of the title, they were all progeny of the gods. In a world where deities exist, where faith in the divine prevails, gods can be both revered and exploited. Blood magic, sorcerers, cultivators, and aberrants all harness divine power to manifest miracles in the world, thus cultivating followers and acquiring influence. We'll perceive this as a form of political strategy, the art of utilitarianism. Before Haya could return to report, Talon Ash, the chieftain of the Ash tribe, approached, wielding 2 enormous bronze hammers and clad in a fur robe. With each step he took, the ground trembled slightly beneath him. Alan Ash appeared as a moving mountain. Towering at 3 meters, his colossal form barefoot upon the snow, creating an illusion of small boats beneath his feet, though separated by his fur robe and leather attire. Will could still sense the terrifying muscles and formidable strength concealed beneath Alan Ash's garments. The shadow lynx tightened its tail, its 4 limbs coiling with latent energy, a natural response to pressure. Even cougars and forest wolves would flee with their tails tucked upon encountering Alan Ash. Few shadow lynxes were unperturbed by his presence, and even fewer dared to engage in battle. Alan Ash glared with his enormous eyes. Witnessing will slowly unveil his black cloak, revealing a somewhat gaunt visage adorned with inky black hair, a porcelain complexion, and thin lips. His facial features bore the gentle contours typical of those hailing from the southern plains, starkly contrasting with the rugged and unyielding demeanor of the Roaring Stone people. A pair of ebony eyes sparkled like precious gems, akin to stars in the dark night. A cold and cruel aura, imbued with a decisive intent for slaughter, flickered subtly within his dark pupils. This prompted Tyran Ash to cast a glance at the ominous black gemstone eyes of the Shadow Panther. Indeed, he was the holy judgment sovereign, as foretold by the Green Prophet, arriving astride the Shadow Panther. Should the Green Prophet's words contain even a hint of error, you would have already fallen into my trap and met your demise. If a divine heir capable of commanding the Shadow Panther cannot discern my scouts and the ambush of the Burning Guard, then he is unworthy of my allegiance. Why? Will replied with a hint of detachment. The abilities of divine heirs vary. I, Alan Ash, seek to follow a divine heir of genuine strength. Any divine heir may earn my friendship, but to command my loyalty, they must first demonstrate their might. Will responded, if I were to launch an attack, your scouts and the Burning Guard would already be dead. Is that so? That remains to be seen. I somewhat regret my mercy. Divine heir, you have passed my initial test, yet to have the Ash tribe follow you, you are still lacking. Alan Ash's words took Will by surprise. He had anticipated that the ancient tree spirit and the worship of the gods would easily win over the Roaring Stone people. However, he did not expect that this tribe, accustomed to the harsh wilderness of the Wolf Forest mountain range, would have a leader with such a remarkably clear and composed mind. Was it the giant's blood within this fellow that bred overconfidence, or was he not the foolish blind adherent to the divine that most would become? 99% of people, upon hearing about gods and beliefs, would lose all clarity and judgment, surrendering their very essence and wisdom, as if divine decrees were the absolute truth. Yet, many times, even sorcerers, prophets, divine heirs, and cultivators misinterpret divine intentions. Therefore, only those who maintain a clear and discerning heart before the divine are truly wise. This is not a disrespect towards the divine or faith, but rather a pursuit of understanding and realizing the true essence of the divine, rather than succumbing to foolish blind obedience. Alan Ash's words reminded Will of a familiar saying from the world he once traversed. Great strength often accompanies great wisdom. Will coolly inquired, Alan Ash, is there anything else you wish to validate? Through the words of the ancient tree spirit, Will had already promised Alan Ash the most coveted rewards, arable land, fishing ports, and the rights to trade fairly with the peaceful folk. Nevertheless, this did not cloud Tyran Ash's judgment. Will began to perceive this formidable figure with newfound intrigue. This individual, robust in physique, possessed a mind far from simple. I wish to witness the prowess of the holy judgment sovereign, Tyran Ash declared, his voice reverberating, causing the snow atop the branches to tumble down. As you wish. Will, fully focused, grasped the night dragon's sword at his waist, which trembled slightly in response to its master's will. The shadow lynx beneath the master's command emitted a low growl, baring its sharp fangs at Alan Ash. Its eyes, dark and gleaming like precious gems, sparkled with a cold, razor-like glint. Infused with Will's determination and battle spirit, the shadow lynx felt no fear toward Alan Ash. Instead, it was consumed by a primal urge to tear him apart. Black Yash cautioned, Leader, what if we harm the divine beast? Although the shadow lynx, as large as a mountain lion, was exceedingly rare, even the mightiest of mountain lions could not withstand the leader's wrathful strike. With the strength of a single blow capable of collapsing boulders, the leader was universally recognized among the Stonefolk tribes as the foremost warrior, imbued with immense power. The tribe's sole shaman believed that the giant bloodline within the leader had awakened within Alan Ash, giving rise to his giant-like form. Divine Son, revered judge, draw your sword, the leader urged. Yet, Tyrant Ash remained unperturbed by Black Ash's warning. The sword was already at hand. Alan Ash furrowed his brow slightly, noticing the Divine Son's gem-encrusted broadsword hanging at his waist, yet it remained sheathed. The Night Dragon's sword, as dark as ink, lay at Will's right side, concealed by his black robe, rendering the presence of the knight undetectable. Lacking a scabbard, the sword required no unsheathing. It was poised, fingers wrapped around the hilt, the clasp on the tight leather releasing with a click. Alan Ash, Black Ash, and Ebul Ash all noticed the noble gemstone sword gifted by Harris on Will's left side. Will's sword remained in its sheath, his hand not resting upon its hilt. This display of pride instilled a fleeting moment of hesitation in Alan Ash. Suddenly, he let out a thunderous roar, and for the first time, Will experienced the true meaning of a voice like thunder and a presence like a galloping steed. That was Alan's might. The snow-laden trees around them trembled and shed their icy burden. Alongside Tyrant Ash's roar, the Shadow Lynx's furious growl resonated, its power rivaling that of the forest's king. Equally formidable as Tyrant Ash's might. With a rush, Tyrant swung his bronze hammer, as large as a boulder, toward Will, the hammer broader than Will's own chest. Before Tyrant, Will appeared as a mere diminutive creature. Tyrant was swift, yet the Shadow Lynx was even more agile, darting beneath the swing of Tyrant's hammer, leaving a shallow gash on Tyrant's thick leather leg guard as it clawed him. Will's knight struck like a fleeting shadow, gliding past the edge of the bronze hammer as if slicing through tough leather, with a heavy, sluggish sensation in his hand, not due to the hammer's hardness, but rather because of the force behind Tyrant's swing. The two narrowly missed each other. The massive bronze hammer had a piece sheared off, akin to a slice taken from a watermelon. Before Tyrant could pivot, the Shadow Lynx had already turned and lunged, sinking its teeth into Tyrant Ash's hindquarters. Once the instinctive fear of Alan Ash was quelled, the Shadow Lynx's agility and its diamond-like offense and defense far surpassed that of Alan Ash. The shadow of Will's knight once again struck out, slicing diagonally through the thick mountain lion cloak on the back of Alan Ash, akin to a sharp blade cutting through soft snow. This strike also penetrated the close-fitting chainmail of Tyrant Ash, tearing through the thick padding beneath, leaving a line of blood on his dark back. Had Will thrust directly, Alan Ash's body would have been pierced through by the knight. Chapter 50. Oaths of protection and loyalty. The Black Ash, Abel Ash, and the Burning Guard all cried out in unison. Leader, be cautious. The Shadow Mountain Cat darted high and low, evading with agility akin to the wind, and with Will's mental prowess augmenting its movements, its advance and retreat, as well as its attacks, were merely a matter of Will's thought. The feline's fangs tore through the thick leather of Tyrant Ash as effortlessly as ripping a sheet of thin parchment, and with a hiss, the fangs embedded themselves into the iron-like skin of his rear, piercing flesh. Tyrant Ash remained composed amidst the peril, executing a swift kick. Despite his towering stature, his movements were succinct and rapid, and one could only imagine the force behind such a strike. If it connected, the Shadow Mountain Cat would surely tumble several times. However, the kick met only empty air, and aside from the sharp sting and chilling sensation on his back and buttocks, the looming aura of death dissipated abruptly. Will's diagonal strike unleashed the deadly essence of the Dragonbone sword in that moment, instilling a subtle sense of dread even in the hearts of Black Ash, Abel, and the Burning Guard. The will to kill, embodied by the dragon, was unmatched, even with merely a Dragonbone sword. Tyrant Ash turned, only to find Will retreating several paces away atop the Shadow Mountain Cat, leaving behind paw prints in the snow resembling plum blossoms. The knight had vanished from Will's grasp, concealed within the black cloak of the dark-clad figure, secured to the leather belt. From Will's exterior, one could only discern the jeweled broadsword hanging at his left waist. Though adept with both hands, being left-handed, his left hand wielded the sword with greater prowess. He had just employed his right hand. The knight had been hidden beneath his cloak on the right side. Tyrant Ash, you are already dead, Will remarked nonchalantly. Tyrant Ash glared at Will, his chest heaving violently, his countenance fierce, resembling an ancient, savage beast fixating on a diminutive creature. The mountain cat did not tear away large chunks of your flesh. It merely left 2 rows of small punctures on your rear, Will continued. It seems you'll have to be more mindful when you sit down in the coming days. Tyrant Ash examined the massive bronze hammer in his hand, noticing that a section of the right-hand hammer had been sheared off, the edge smooth and even. Initially incredulous, his expression morphed into one of bewilderment, tinged with a hint of naive surprise. Will had not anticipated such a brutish giant could exhibit such a lively facial expression. This fellow appeared to possess a certain sensitivity. It truly was incongruous with his formidable size and strength. Shouldn't a hulking brute be a simpleton, brawn over brain? The type who lunges at others without waiting for a full sentence to be uttered before throwing a punch? Yet, Tyrone Ash was evidently different. His emotions were rich and profound. I could slice your 2 bronze hammers into pieces as easily as one might carve a watermelon. A hint of arrogant mockery graced Will's lips. Tyrone Ash's vivid and animated expressions prompted a subtle re-evaluation of Will's perception of the giant's brutish and singular emotional realm. A magical sword, Tyrone Ash proclaimed, his voice resonating thunderously. Crafted from the hardest, most resilient, and lightest dragon bone, I have named it Nightfall. Will responded, Tyrone, I have just spared your life. Your trial was but trivial. So, do you submit or not? With a thud, Tyrone knelt on one knee. His dual hammers planted firmly in the ground. The immense weight of the hammers, combined with the force of their descent, sent ripples across the snow-covered earth. While the snowflakes kicked up by the hammers danced high into the air, Tyrone Ash of the Ashen tribe was willing to yield. Black Ash, Evil Ash, and 10 valiant warriors of the Burning Guard knelt in unison before Will. Will vowed, I am Will Cao, a devotee of the old gods, following the god of time and space among them. I am the heir to the holy tribunal chosen by the god of time and space. Tyrone Ash, the gods and the god of time and space have revealed to me that winter has come, miracles are manifesting, and the world shall undergo tremendous change. Before the god of time and space, every life is eternal, and in the face of the world's sins and strife, only the holy tribunal can prevail. I Will Cao, in the name and will of our ancestral gods and the god of time and space, vow from this moment forth to protect every member of the Ashen tribe with all my might. If I have grain, the Ashen people shall have sustenance. If I have game, the Ashen people shall have meat. By my winter's hearth, there shall always be a place for the Ashen people. The enemies of the Ashen people shall be my enemies. The friends of the Ashen people shall be my honored guests. From this moment on, I Will Cao, shall never break my vow. Now, I require to hear your oath of allegiance. Will rode his shadow lynx to stand before Tyrone Ash, extending his hand and placing his palm atop Tyrone Ash's head. Tyrone knelt, the height of Will on the shadow lynx equaling his own. The lynx's jet-black gemstone eyes remained fixed on Tyrone Ash's throat. Without Will's command, it could only endure the tantalizing scent of blood upon Tyrone's back and thighs. Tyrone Ash swore, Master Will, in the name of the ancient gods and the god of time and space, I vow from this moment forth to follow you, Master Will, unwaveringly, through winter's chill and summer's heat, regardless of foes surrounding us, mountains crumbling, seas drying, the sun rising in the west, or the moon setting in the east. I shall never break my vow. Upon the completion of the Ashen oath, Turn Ashen, the Black Ash, the Ebol Ash, and the 10 valiant warriors of the Burning Guard collectively pledged allegiance, proclaiming, Lord Will, in the name of the ancient forebears and the deities of time and space, we swear from this moment forth that the Black Ash, the Ebol Ash, and the Burning Guard shall forever follow you. Regardless of the harshness of winter or the swelter of summer, irrespective of the multitude of foes, the collapse of mountains, the desiccation of seas, the rising of the sun in the west, or the setting of the moon in the east, we shall never forsake this oath. Though this place lacks the heart tree and the fish-leaping wood, the gravity of this vow remains undiminished. However, upon encountering the fish-leaping wood, we shall reaffirm our oath according to the ancient rites of the old gods. Similar vows are taken when a king bestows knighthood upon warriors, when knights pledge fealty to their lords, and when lords elevate vassals to the status of nobles, all invoking the names of the divine. Yet, the oaths of the Howling Stone folk differ from those of other peoples. They adhere to the immutable ancient vows of their ancestors, marked by unwavering resolve and fervent devotion. As all stood and faced Will, their hostility dissipated, giving way to smiles. Will felt an inexplicable connection, a resonance of spirit and blood with them, a sensation that reinforced his belief in the power of the oath and the manifestation of divine miracles. This was a fantastical realm where the will of the gods traversed the earth. Will declared, Very well, Turn Ashen, summon your warriors. We must embark on a hunt. Hunt. Turn chuckled, revealing a mouthful of gleaming fangs. My lord, with divine beasts to ride, why fear a lack of worthy prey? Hundreds of steeds, an abundance of fine weaponry, and with fortune on our side, perhaps even hundreds of excellent suits of armor and a plethora of bows and arrows. Not to mention ample provisions and exquisite wines. Do you desire these? Will smiled and replied, If you wish for them, gather your 100-man contingents from the flanks 2 miles away, and we shall set forth immediately." The eyes of Turin Ashen and his companions sparkled like stars on an autumn night, akin to famished shadowy bobcats catching sight of a delectable antelope. "Is it far?" Turin inquired. "Sound your horn freely. The enemy is far enough not to hear us. We shall await them on their inevitable path." Turin cast a glance at Black Ash, who drew forth a black horn adorned with the likeness of a shadowy bobcat, and blew a resonant call that shattered the tranquility of the forest. This was the horn of assembly for battle. To elucidate on the divine beliefs within the realms of ice and fire, it seems there may be a lack of familiarity with many elements, leading to a perception that this narrative diverges significantly from the television adaptation, lacking the essence of the Game of Thrones. Allow me to clarify for better understanding. The Northerners worship all ancient deities: the tree god, mountain god, river god, beast god, and the god of time and space, because when the Undulls invaded Westeros, the North remained unconquered. The Undulls first landed on the shores of what is now the Vale of Arryn, with the Jon Arryn lineage being the successful invaders, true-blooded Undulls. The Undul Knight, Eddard Arryn, vanquished the ancient king, Robert Royce II, becoming the inaugural king of the Vale, henceforth known as Arryn Vale. Legends, though unverified, narrate that during the Age of Heroes, another knight bearing the same name, Eddard Arryn, known as the Winged Knight, rode a colossal eagle to slay the last of the Mountain Kings, the Griffin King, thus claiming dominion over both the mountains and the Vale. Subsequent chapters of this tome shall recount the return of the vanished Griffin King and the reappearance of the lost Eagle Knight, akin to the revival of the long-gone dragons. The Stark lineage steadfastly defended the neck, thwarting the Undul incursions into the north, thereby preserving the ancient faith of the first men. The Stark bloodline is a continuation of that ancient heritage, while the subjugated southern kingdoms succumbed to the worship of the new gods brought by the Undulls, known as the Seven. In conclusion, the inhabitants of the north uphold the worship of the old gods, revered as the ancient deities of the first men, while the conquered southerners have embraced the new pantheon, the Seven, which includes the Father above and the Mother below, among others. Chapter 51. A gripping duel in Winterfell. Within the Great Hall, the air echoed with the resounding clash of swords. Each collision sparked a flurry of embers. The fierce and relentless engagement left both blades marred with cracks. The Hound's sword was longer and sharper, its surface adorned with intricate patterns, a testament to its masterful forging. In contrast, Harris wielded a broader, heftier blade, mirroring the sturdy nature of the Northman. The Hound's weapon was agile, while Harris's was formidable. Arya observed intently, her gaze unwavering. This was a true contest between the swordsmanship of the North and the South. It was her first glimpse of such elite combat, filling her with exhilaration and fervor. Wishing for a second pair of eyes to absorb every nuance of the swordplay and engrave each offensive and defensive maneuver into her memory, Harris, resolved to make the Hound pay for his blood debts, exerted himself into every strike. His swordsmanship was exquisite, his strength formidable and enduring. Honed through rigorous training with a lance during cavalry drills, unmatched by any of the thousands of northern warriors. After several exchanges, both combatants were slick with sweat, their breaths labored, and once more, their swords clashed violently. The Hound staggered visibly, while Harris remained steadfast. However, Harris's wide blade bore numerous nicks, whereas the Hound's sword, crafted of superior quality, displayed only minor fissures. Harris had lent his prized sword to Will, resorting to this makeshift weapon while his custom blade was still being forged by the smith, Mikken, whose apprentice tirelessly worked on the sword blank day after day. Cersei furrowed her brow, while Joffrey shouted, "Dog, do not disgrace me." The Hound remained oblivious, his swordsmanship surpassing that of Harris. His instructor, Syrios, stroked his small mustache, wearing his characteristic amiable smile. Leaning closer to Arya, he whispered with a chuckle, "Two brutes are brawling. Their swordplay is utterly crude. You must not aspire to emulate such techniques. Observing is permissible, however." Arya retorted, "Harris and the Hound are both exceptional swordsmen." "Incorrect." Syrios responded with a twinkle in his eye, his tone light and teasing. "What you witness is battlefield swordsmanship, do you understand? In the chaos of war, one must cleave with force. It is merely a contest of brute strength. What you are about to learn is the highest form of swordplay, an art, a dance, a symphony. Striking should be as fluid as a flowing stream, thrusts as swift as a bee, and cuts as delicate as a butterfly. Each movement must be graceful, akin to a fairy gliding upon the waves. Look at them, panting and shouting, wielding their swords with reckless abandon. Do they not resemble two brawny bulls clashing upon the frozen ground?" Arya, embodying the essence of youthful exuberance, could not help but giggle at the imagery of the bulls. Meanwhile, Queen Cersei and Prince Joffrey cast their gazes in their direction, with Joffrey's eyes glinting maliciously. Arya shot him a defiant glare, her nostrils flaring in disdain, the corner of her mouth curling in contempt. Catelyn's gaze pierced through the crowd, casting a reproachful look at the young girl. Feeling the scrutiny, Arya shrank back, pulling Sirio's hand as they retreated to a more secluded spot beside the towering Jon Snow to witness the duel. Harris, aware of his superior strength over the Hound, unleashed a flurry of powerful strikes, compelling the Hound to raise his sword in defense. With each block, the Hound wobbled, and after 7 or 8 relentless blows, he began to falter, clearly at a disadvantage. Seizing the opportunity, Harris shouted triumphantly and executed a vertical slash aimed to disarm the Hound before delivering a fatal thrust. In a split second, the Hound, realizing he could no longer defend, transitioned to a one-handed grip for better evasion. He swiftly sidestepped Harris's strike, their bodies colliding as they maneuvered. The Hound's elbow slammed into the back of Harris's neck with all his might. He had long awaited this chance. The resounding clang of armor echoed as the Hound's steel elbow struck Harris's thin neck guard, nearly snapping his neck. Stumbling forward, Harris lost his grip on his sword, which flew from his hand. The Hound, with a fierce cry, pivoted and lunged forward, leaping into the air, sword poised to deliver a devastating blow to Harris's unsteady head. Though Harris wore a helmet, the force of the strike could dent it, crushing his skull and leading to his immediate demise. No, Arya screamed, for Harris was her dear friend. Harris stood with his back to the Hound, his steps faltering, as it seemed he was destined to meet his end at the hands of the North's foremost knight. In the delicate balance between life and death, Joffrey's face lit up with glee, Cersei's lips curled into a smile, Eddard's complexion turned ashen, and Catelyn's honor faded. The northern knights and nobles exchanged anxious glances. Jon Snow, Robb Stark, and Bran Stark all stood aghast, their expressions a mixture of sorrow and outrage. If it were merely a contest of swords, the Hound would have surely held back. Yet, his intentions were unmistakably lethal. Bound by the chivalry of knighthood, all present could do was watch helplessly as Harris fell victim to the Hound's lethal strike. "Stop! By the 7 hells!" roared Robert, his voice echoing like thunder, reverberating in the ears of all present. "Enough! Stand down, this is an order." The king had meant for the duel to showcase skill, not to allow a Lannister's Hound to slay 2 northern knights in cold blood. At the king's command, northern knights and Arya rushed forth to save Harris. However, it was too late. The Hound's descending blade could not be halted midair. Even if he wished to withdraw his strike, he was beyond the point of restraint, fueled by a singular desire to deliver a fatal blow. No one could save Harris, not even the king's furious bellow. The Hound soared through the air, his sword aimed directly at Harris's head. A resounding crash echoed as, in a last-ditch effort, Harris steadied himself, pivoted sharply, and met the Hound's strike with his invincible right arm. The blade struck his arm, cleaving through the armor, embedding itself into the bone. As blood gushed forth from the wound, Harris's formidable strength and the protection of his armor absorbed the Hound's lethal blow. The sword became ensnared in his arm, and though wounded, his right arm remained powerful. With a swift motion, he forced the Hound to relinquish his grip on the sword. With the blade lodged in his arm, Harris stepped forward, extending his right hand to seize the Hound by the neck, pressing down with relentless force. His left hand, already brandishing a dagger drawn from his belt, thrust upward towards the Hound's throat. The Hound bore no neck armor, nor did he wear a helmet to shield his head. Bowed by the immense pressure, he was vulnerable as Harris's dagger, infused with fury and a thirst for vengeance, struck with the speed of lightning, poised to pierce through the Hound's throat and exit at the nape. A sharp clang resounded as a flash of silver glinted against Harris's wrist. The dagger veered off course, grazing the Hound's neck and drawing blood. The Hound had narrowly escaped a lethal fate. Enraged, Harris refused to relent, twisting his wrist to strike again at the Hound's neck. Another sharp clang echoed as a slender, shimmering blade intercepted Harris's dagger, deflecting it away from its deadly target. It was a cunning force that caused Harris's movements to morph once more as the dagger glided past the Hound's neck. The Hound, narrowly escaping death twice, bent low and slipped from Harris's grasp, rolling on the ground to seize a longsword. With a sudden surge, he rose and slashed diagonally at the delicate neck armor of Harris. Clang, clang, clang. The narrow blade struck the Hound's knee, wrist, and sword body, interrupting his advance and altering his sword form, resulting in the longsword slicing through empty air. The Hound, adapting his swordplay, launched another assault. The gleaming tip of the narrow sword poised at his throat. "Do not move, my lord." The The king has commanded that all cease. The hound, sword raised, dared not budge. Having barely registered how this slender blade had come to threaten him, Harys stepped forward, thrusting the dagger towards the hound's face. Clang, clang, clang. The rapid sounds echoed like a string of pearls. The tip of the narrow sword deflected the dagger, striking both sides of Harys's neck armor, the impact causing discomfort to his throat. Knight, the king commands you to halt. As Harys contemplated his next move, the tip of the narrow sword suddenly appeared before his eyes, resembling a cold star. Enough, my lord, the king has commanded twice. The words of the sword's master were delivered with a light-hearted ease, as though he were strolling amidst blossoms or savoring the vistas of the open fields, devoid of any tension. Moments prior, when the king had commanded a ceasefire, the knights of the north had rushed forward to confront Harys, and Arya had followed suit, eager to rescue her dear friend. The swordsmanship instructor, Silio, had initially been smiling, but upon seeing Arya dart forward, he swiftly stepped in front of her, drawing his narrow sword from its sheath, saying, Arya, be cautious. He cared little for others. His primary concern was for his pupil's safety amidst the chaos. Although their time together had been brief, Silio had grown fond of Arya, a wild child unlike any he had encountered before, undaunted by hardship, pain, or exhaustion, enduring suffering that would test even the most stalwart of men without uttering a word. She was a gift from the gods, his finest pupil, without exception. The dance of water, too, was suitable for delicate and graceful women to practice, though this wild child was anything but delicate. The dance of water prevailed not by strength, but by skill. Silio, Arya called out. Silio did not turn, understanding his pupil's anxiety through her voice. If he did not assist her now, this wild child would likely remain silent for a long while. Arya was a girl of action. Silio moved like the wind, his steps gliding with grace, pushing Arya back with one hand, arriving ahead of all the knights of the north, determined to save Harys. However, despite his timely arrival, his slender sword could not withstand the hound's aerial strike. The narrow sword, after all, triumphed not through brute force, but through cunning. The hound leapt with formidable force. Yet Silio found himself unable to leverage that power against him. Just as he intended to collide with Harys, the latter had already steadied himself, his arm raised high, bracing against the hound's aerial strike with the protection of his armor. Thus, Silio halted with a smile. He understood the pride of the northern knights, choosing to withstand rather than evade. Should he succeed in pushing Harys aside, he would offend the knightly spirit that Harys held so dear. As Harys withstood the hound's onslaught and drew his dagger to end the hound's life, the king's fury erupted. However, consumed by rage and hatred, Harys failed to heed the king's second command. The imposing figure of the king, with his hair and beard resembling spears, bellowed, by the seven hells. Do you all treat the king's orders as mere nonsense? I shall have your heads. Cease at once. The king's roar resonated with wrath, prompting Eddard and others to kneel on one knee, while the northern knights and nobles quickly followed suit, all the courtiers bowing in submission, except for Queen Cersei, Prince Joffrey, the Hound, and Harys, along with the sword instructor. The rest knelt in deference. King Robert, a man of exceedingly sensitive pride, held his authority as supreme. Both the Hound and Harys disregarded the king's command, inciting his ire before so many nobles and courtiers. King Robert, who had seized the throne through valor, had once wielded a hammer that Eddard Stark could barely lift. His prowess was well known. Though 16 years had passed, he had gained weight. Yet the fury of a lion still resided within him, and he was, after all, a legitimate king. With Silio's narrow sword aimed at his eye, Harys regained his composure and noticed the silence enveloping the hall. Everyone had knelt, including the Hound, while the king loomed above, glaring at him with seething anger. The queen sat to the side, a mocking smile gracing her lips, while Prince Joffrey, with a face full of malice, declared, "Father, he defies the law of the king. His head must roll." Harys, in a flurry, discarded his dagger and knelt, averting his gaze. The sword instructor pivoted, kneeling before the king with his head bowed. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Arya signaling to him. This wild child, kneeling before the furious king, still managed to engage in such antics. Silio noticed Arya praising his swordsmanship in her subtle gestures. His pride swelled like the sea. "I am the foremost swordsman of the Sea of Bravos. I am the renowned Silio Farrell. Young one, to have me as your teacher is a stroke of fortune for you. However, I must admit, my remuneration for teaching you this wild child is several times more than that of others, which is quite commendable." Silio tilted his head slightly and winked at Arya. She giggled, hiding behind Jon Snow, her small frame allowing her to make little motions unnoticed by the king. Silio felt a surge of pride. his water-dancing swordsmanship as divine and swift as the wind, effortlessly capable of overcoming brutish individuals like the Hound and Harris. He glanced sideways, seeking any lingering admiration. And there he beheld the dwarf kneeling beside Sir Roderick Castle. The dwarf, while kneeling, was not impeded from gazing about, his diminutive stature providing him an advantage. Syrio noticed the dwarf giving him a thumbs up, filling him with exhilaration. Enough now, everyone rise, the king declared impatiently, collapsing his substantial frame back into the chair, which groaned under the weight. Eddard Stark stood, followed suit by Catelyn, the northern lords, knights, and the king's courtiers, until at last, all were on their feet. Tyrion too rose, though the difference in height from his kneeling position was scarcely notable. Joffrey, manage the dogs assigned to you by House Lannister. The Hound knelt once more, bowing his head, silent and submissive, for a single word from the king could mean his demise. Yet, he belonged to House Lannister, and the queen was present. Harris, your swordplay is commendable. I understand your desire to avenge that unfortunate knight, yet let this matter conclude here. Yes, your majesty, Harris replied, kneeling again, pressing his hand to his left breast. Who is that? The short one? What is your name? Your majesty, he is Syrio Farrell, Arya's sword instructor, Eddard smiled. Oh, swordsmanship. Splendid. Yet it resembles a dance, almost effeminate. But teaching Arya, well, she is a girl. Syrio Farrell, your sword is indeed admirable, though perhaps a touch too slender. In my day, my warhammer, huh? Eddard could scarcely wield it. Now that was a true weapon for men to battle with. Eddard chuckled, your majesty. Who among the 7 kingdoms could rival your former prowess? Ha! Ned, spare me your flattery. Bring forth 50 golden dragons for Syrio. Robert's mood suddenly brightened. Syrio, overjoyed, knelt on one knee, hand on his left breast. Thank you for the royal gift, your majesty. Arya clapped enthusiastically. Syrio gave Arya a barely perceptible wink. Chapter 53, The Ambush at Wolfswood. The King's Road was uncommonly narrow. Several forest hounds sprang forth suddenly. The sound of hooves was not the familiar clatter of hard, frozen stone, but rather the deep, resonant thud of hooves upon the forest's loamy earth. A horse burst forth from the thicket, followed by a second, a third, and soon, a total of 7 steeds emerged. More forest hounds appeared, dashing alongside the horses. Sniffing the air, the lead hounds began to veer away from the King's Road, tracking northeast. The commoners have headed northeast, one of the scouts remarked. Leave a mark, another rider instructed. They were all scouts, armed with bows and arrows upon their backs. However, there were no noble crests upon their chests or collars. This was a band of hastily summoned free riders. Any noble in need of troops could enlist their services. The sole lord of the Wolfwood was the Glover family of Deep Forest Castle, whose vassals included not only the 4 great houses, branch, trunk, tree, and forest, but also numerous smaller families. The Glover family's influence rendered them the overlords of Wolfwood, governing both the larger and smaller houses within and on the fringes of the forest. Their domain extended to the banks of Long Lake. Beyond Long Lake lay the territory of the Amber family in Hearthstone. A knight from the Branch family remarked that the black-clad figures they encountered last night wielded a magical sword capable of cutting through steel as if it were clay. What do you think? A free rider chuckled. They wouldn't dare say so. It would be too shameful for them. Noble knights are accustomed to bullying us. But when faced with the bloodthirsty and savage native tribes of the forest, their true selves are revealed, quipped a diminutive rider. Indeed, they were disarmed by a group of native tribes. It is truly laughable. The noble soldiers of Deep Forest Castle have been living in luxury for far too long. Aren't noble soldiers always the undefeated champions at the banquet tables? A free rider without a helmet jested. Wrong. They are also warriors in the ladies' quarters. When it comes to taxing defenseless villagers, they are invincible. Ha! The 7 free riders erupted into hearty laughter. Amid their mirth, they left a mark and followed the hounds onward. Soon, the sound of hooves echoed as a motley band of cavalry appeared, led by the scattered riders of the Branch family from the previous night. Along their path, they summoned free riders, mercenaries, and private cavalry from small families in the name of Lord Glover of Deep Forest Castle and the 4 noble houses. In no time, they amassed nearly 200 horsemen, some clad in bright armor, others merely donned in simple chain mail, while the less fortunate mercenaries wore only leather without armor. However, upon the successful completion of this extermination mission, the rewards from the 4 noble houses would be substantial, perhaps beyond gold dragons and silver stags. One might even receive a second-hand suit of armor. Deep Forest Castle lay hundreds of miles away, and the 4 noble houses resided in the depths of Wolfwood, near the seashore. to return and bring reinforcements for another assault on the Wood Shield tribe. Those cunning peasants had already vanished without a trace. In Wolfwood, every time they sought to purge the peasants, the foot soldiers lacked the advantage of speed and had to rely on cavalry for flanking maneuvers. To prevent the Wood Shield tribe from fleeing, summoning both small families and free rider mercenaries along the way was the swiftest means. In just one night, they had gathered nearly 200 riders, half of whom were archers. This was also a precaution against the mysterious figure in black, as the cavalry of the Branch family had specifically requested that everyone bring bows and arrows. However, the mysterious figure clad in black, wielding a dark magical sword, as recounted by the Branch cavalry, was met with skepticism by the private cavalry of the small noble houses. The free riders and mercenary horsemen were even less inclined to believe. They merely spared the defeated and terrified noble cavalry the humiliation of laughter in their presence. With the reinforcements of vigorous cavalry, the confidence of the Branch family's horsemen surged. After all, no matter how formidable, that figure was but a solitary individual. Once discovered, a mere command would unleash a volley from dozens, rendering him akin to a hedgehog. As midday approached, the disparate cavalry forces arrived at the location marked by the scouts, prompting a swift turn towards the northeast. This direction led out of the wolf forest, where the trees thinned and the path became increasingly navigable, precisely the route the cavalry yearned to traverse. They were wary that the low-born tribes might seek refuge in the thickets of black thorns or perhaps retreat into the mountainous wolf forest. Should they ascend the hills, the cavalry's advantage in speed would vanish, as their steeds could not navigate the treacherous terrain. They were heading towards Long Lake, intending to breach the territory of the Amber family. It seemed they believed we could not pursue beyond the borders, chuckled the Branch cavalry captain. The cavalry erupted in laughter, mocking the folly of those lowborns who naively presumed that leaving the domain of Deepwood Fortress would afford them safety. In the face of the lowborn tribes within the Wolf Forest, the consensus among the noble lords, be it Deepwood Fortress or Hearthstone, was unwavering. Any affront to the nobility would be met with lethal reprisal, rendering territorial boundaries momentarily insignificant. Regardless of whether they hailed from Hearthstone or Deepwood, all were vassals of House Stark. Onward to Long Lake. Hasten our pace, bellowed the cavalry captain. As the trees grew sparser, the cavalry unleashed their speed. The thunderous sound of hooves drowned out the twang of a bowstring, and amidst their galloping, an arrow flew forth, striking the leading cavalry captain squarely in the face. The captain was knocked backward as if struck by a colossal force, causing the riders behind him to evade in haste, resulting in utter chaos within the ranks. Thud! The captain fell to the ground, lifeless. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Shouted the temporarily promoted lieutenant, who had risen to command following last night's debacle. Swoosh! An arrow pierced through the lieutenant's throat, and he crumpled to the earth. A captain from a private cavalry unit, recognizing the shadowy bobcat insignia on the arrow's fletching, cried out, "Form ranks! It is the Howling Stone men." The cavalry promptly organized themselves. Those with shields raised them, those wielding long swords drew their blades, and archers readied their bows. Despite the initial disorder, they swiftly formed a charge formation, showcasing the exceptional combat prowess of the mercenaries and free riders. The last few riders, upon hearing that the Howling Stone men had blocked the path ahead, promptly turned to retreat. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several black arrows flew forth, striking true into their unprotected bodies. A series of anguished cries erupted as several impoverished mercenary riders, who had been lurking at the rear of the formation, fell to the ground. Behind them, a cavalryman from the Branch tribe, tasked with covering the rear, shouted loudly. Swish, swish, swish. Accompanying this command was a torrential downpour of arrows raining down from all directions. Among the 10 or so unshielded cavalrymen, many were struck, and several unarmored warhorses also succumbed to the rain of arrows. In an instant, the cries of men mingled with the frantic whinnies of horses. All around, the ambushing Howling Stone clansmen emerged from their hiding places, completely encircling the cavalry unit. Curiously, this time the Howling Stone clansmen did not charge chaotically as they had before. Instead, they held their ground, steadfast and unmoving. This was a sight never before witnessed or even rumored among the mercenaries, free riders, and the various noble cavalry of the Wolf Forest. The Howling Stone clansmen were a disorganized rabble, devoid of tactics, military discipline, or any understanding of positional warfare. Individually, they resembled a dragon. Collectively, they were akin to a swarm of insects. Fear not. Follow me to break through, bellowed the captain of a small family's cavalry, raising his sword. He was the first to charge forward. Suddenly, he heard the furious roar of a shadow puma 100 meters away. as a figure clad in black appeared atop an unusually large shadow puma, hurtling towards him. The cavalry captain, exerting all his strength to rein in his panicking steed, shouted, "Archers, prepare!" In an instant, dozens of archers behind him knocked their arrows, ready to unleash a volley upon the black-clad figure and the shadow puma. Though the sudden appearance of the shadow puma and its rider was intimidating, a well-timed barrage of arrows would surely transform them into a pincushion. Chapter 54. A great victory. Calm under pressure. The captain of the small family's cavalry managed to steady his frightened horse, directing the archers to draw their bows. The black-clad figure and shadow puma approached with alarming speed, prompting the captain to urgently command, "Fire!" Swish, swish, swish. The arrows flew in unison. Yet, the black-clad figure and the shadow puma showed no signs of retreat or evasion. The rider, with his left arm shielded by an oak shield, did not even raise it in defense. Before the arrows could descend, the shadow puma had already leaped forward, leaving the barrage behind as it surged forth with lightning speed. The cavalry captain's horse, no longer heeding its master's commands, reared up, throwing the captain to the ground. The shadow puma let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the forest, the explosive echo rolling through the air like thunder. All the warhorses screamed in terror, bolting uncontrollably, no longer under their rider's command. "Hiss, hiss, hiss, disarm and do not kill," shouted the black-clad figure, while the ashen warriors, armed with an array of weapons, charged forward, issuing their unique threatening battle cry. Hiss, 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 hiss. A dreadful sound of slicing air filled the atmosphere. A spear, several meters in length, was hurled from a distance, piercing through a panicked group of cavalrymen. 2 riders were impaled, their lifeless bodies lifted by the sheer force of the impact. And with a whoosh, they were firmly nailed to the frozen earth. The spear quivered with residual energy, its tip vibrating incessantly. This single weapon shattered the last remnants of resolve among the nearly 200 cavalrymen, leading to their utter collapse and frantic flight for survival. A figure clad in black rode forth on a shadowy lynx, brandishing a dark blade. With a swift motion, he severed the head of a small family's cavalry captain, who had just managed to rise from the ground. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. Before the crimson liquid could even touch the earth, the shadow lynx leapt onto the back of a startled steed, sinking its jaws into the rider and tossing him into the air like a mere straw doll. The black-clad figure brought down his obsidian sword, decapitating the horse, and a torrential spray of blood erupted as the beast collapsed. Without waiting for the horse's body to hit the ground, the shadow lynx lunged at another cavalryman, whose spirit had already been shattered. Even the most fearless among them found their mounts paralyzed by terror, while the braver steeds, now uncontrollable, reared and bolted in panic. The entire cavalry unit descended into chaos, with several riders being trampled by their own frightened horses. "Yield, and you shall not be harmed," the encircling ashen warriors shouted, their composure unwavering as they tightened their grip around the beleaguered cavalry. The horses that had abandoned their riders were either subdued by the ashen warriors or met their demise in a bloody downpour of steel. Suddenly, another spear sliced through the air, a formidable force that pierced the body of a cavalryman, continuing its unstoppable trajectory to impale a frenzied horse, pinning both to the ground. The sound of neighing and cries filled the air as the cavalrymen realized they were trapped, with enemies surrounding them on all sides. In an instant, the figure in black beheaded 5 men, while the shadow lynx proved even more fearsome, slaying 3 horses and 5 men, paralyzing a dozen more steeds with terror. "Yield, and you shall not be harmed," the black-clad warrior bellowed, brandishing his enchanted sword. His shadow lynx halted its assault, devouring the carcass of a horse. The horrifying sounds of bones crunching and flesh being consumed instilling dread in the remaining cavalrymen, causing their stomachs to churn. Clang, clang. The remnants of the once mighty 100-strong cavalry dropped their weapons, dismounted, and knelt in surrender. The ground trembled as a colossal figure approached. A giant of a man whose bare feet seemed as large as small boats, his entire form resembling a small mountain. His back was adorned with numerous spears, and he gripped one in each hand. The very same spear that had pierced both man and beast was cast forth by this giant. "Yield, and you shall not be harmed." The giant roared, his presence akin to that of a dragon, his voice resonating like thunder. Even the majestic shadow lynx, the king of the mountains, paused in its feast, raising its gaping maw to cast a glance at the towering 3-meter giant before resuming its meal with fervor. The kneeling cavalrymen felt as though the ancient giants had returned, their hearts filled with trepidation. Due to territorial boundaries, direct confrontations with the Ash warriors were infrequent. and the Ash warriors themselves rarely clashed with noble forces, leaving the cavalry unfamiliar with their might. Tales shared during leisurely meals were often dismissed as mere jest. The figure steering the Shadow Lynx was none other than Lord Will, while the one hurling javelins several meters long from 100 paces away was the chief of the Ash tribe, Tyrone Ash. Lord Will, astride the lynx, bellowed, "Remove your armor, helmets, knee guards, wrist guards, leather attire, beast skins, capes, battle garments, snug leathers, waterproof boots, and the fine spirits from your belts, along with the provisions and the gold, silver, and copper coins from your pockets, and I shall grant you a chance to escape." Proud free riders, valiant mercenaries, and haughty noble cavalrymen all complied, shedding their capes, armor, battle robes, and boots, laying their treasures bare upon the ground. The Ash tribe was merciless. Failure to comply could result in a grim fate, as it was said they would flay you for leather and dispose of you in the massive black oil lamps atop the mountains. Deep within the Wolf Forest Mountains, a mysterious black oil seeped from the earth, inexhaustible and capable of burning. All tribes of the Ash warriors utilized this black oil for illumination, ensuring their tombs and sanctuaries were perpetually aglow, the fires of black oil never extinguished. It was rumored that using enemies as wicks for the black oil lamps was a favored pastime among them. Tyrone laughed heartily, striking a tall, robust captive on the head with his javelin. "Lord Will, this one is quite fine. Let us take him along. He will serve as excellent sustenance when the divine beast is hungry." Black Ash interjected, "My Lord Will, we have several days of travel ahead to the northern Great Wall of Despair. The divine beast's appetite is tremendous, requiring dozens, if not hundreds, of pounds of fresh flesh at each meal. Capturing a few strong captives to feed it would be prudent." Ebullient Ash added, "My Lord Will, the divine beast does not favor carrion, and warhorses cannot be sacrificed for its meal. It is best to select a few robust captives to sate its hunger." At this, the free rider immediately weakened, collapsing to his knees, desperately banging his head in supplication. In mere moments, his forehead was bloodied, and the scent of urine filled the air. Other strong captives trembled, no longer daring to stand out among their peers. Will declared, "The divine beast is not my steed. After this battle, I shall release it back to these woods. It belongs to the mountains and the forests. Now, cease your headbanging. Empty your pockets entirely. No copper coin shall be hidden, and you may go free." The unfortunate man had already laid bare all his possessions, his voice trembling with fear. The Ash warriors erupted into laughter. In this battle, the spoils were counted: 140 fine steeds, approximately 80 bows and arrows, 1,000 arrows, 24 crossbows, 180 swords, 57 spears, nearly 300 daggers and knives, 140 suits of armor, over 100 shields, along with a variety of cloaks, animal skins, helmets, leg guards, knee pads, wrist guards, iron gauntlets, and battle boots. Additionally, there were fine wines and inferior spirits, as well as various provisions. The enemy suffered 48 injuries, with 36 fatalities, including 7 scouts, and 151 captives were taken. Our side sustained no casualties. Tyrone Ashen, beaming with joy, boisterously inquired, "My Lord Weir, how shall we distribute these horses and weapons? All the spoils of this battle rightfully belong to the warriors who fought. My lord, this horse, with its glossy black coat and adorned saddle of black thorns, is a noble steed of the Branch Knights. It should belong to you," Tyrone declared. "No, I already have a steed from my brothers at the Wood Shield tribe by Long Lake. This horse shall be given to Black Girl Ashen," Weir replied. Black Girl Ashen rejoiced, exclaiming, "Thank you, Lord Weir." Weir continued, "Brothers, everything here is yours." A chorus of joyous shouts erupted from the Ashen warriors, their spirits lifted. This battle solidified Weir's status as the king in the hearts of the Ashen warriors. Never before had they experienced such a resounding victory or amassed such a wealth of spoils, and most importantly, 0 casualties. Prior to the ambush, Lord Weir had requested that they swear by the gods to hold their positions, advance steadily, and wait until the enemy was fully ensnared before attacking, ensuring strict adherence to commands and maintaining formation. They succeeded, for in the name of the gods, they had never fought in such a manner, albeit feeling somewhat awkward. Tyrone Ashen remarked, "My lord, all these spoils truly ought to belong to you." "No, Tyrone, I desire nothing. Distribute these spoils entirely. Consider it a gift to the Ashen warriors," Weir insisted. A resounding cheer arose from the 200 Ashen warriors. Their gazes towards Weir were filled with deep emotion. Previously, spoils would have been accounted for by the tribal elders and meticulously distributed based on merit. Such immediate division was unheard of. The Ashen tribe's gathering place lay deep within the mountains, where the elders convened, along with the families of these warriors and many more Ashen fighters. The Ashen tribe was not a wealthy one. My lord, do you truly intend to release all 151 captives? Talon Ashen queried, somewhat reluctant. They share our faith in the old gods. Though they came to slay me and my brothers of the Wood Shield, under the silent gaze of the gods. We must remain true to our word, Talon. Indeed, my lord, Talon replied, gesturing for the Ashen warriors to part. The over 100 captives, barefoot and clad in thin undergarments, shivered as they walked. Will shouted, everyone mount up. If there aren't enough horses, ride double. In a few days, you shall behold vast tracts of land, ripe for cultivation, construction, and livestock rearing. Ha ha ha. The Ashen warriors roared in unison, the clash of swords resonating like a symphony of steel. The lands surrounding Backcrown Town, once under the dominion of the black-clad legion, now lay desolate, with hundreds of miles of territory left abandoned due to the dwindling numbers of the legion. To the east lies Seal Bay, not merely a small port for trade with the outside world, but with sufficient manpower, it could transform into a bountiful fishing ground. Chapter 55. The young leader Robb Stark Winterfell. In the chamber of Eddard Stark, there were 4 individuals, Eddard Stark, Catelyn Tully Stark, Robb Stark, and Maester Luwin. A letter from Lord Glover had arrived, requesting permission to dispatch troops to hunt down the raiders from the Weirwood tribe who had attacked his 4 principal vassals, including a clan known as the Wood Shields and the Ashen tribe among the hill folk. Eddard Stark turned his gaze towards Robb. The 14-year-old Robb endeavored to project an air of maturity. His father had begun involving him in discussions at the tender age of 12, whether regarding taxation, territorial boundaries, vassal disputes, knightly promotions, or criminal punishments. Whenever his father spoke, his eyes would seek Robb's, hoping to hear his counsel. Despite 2 years of experience in deliberations and a commendable performance, to his parents, Robb still lacked the gravitas and solemnity expected. In the face of significant decisions, he often wrestled with self-doubt. Even though he had studied diligently, a hint of youthful trepidation would inevitably reveal itself in his demeanor or actions. Robb required further honing, like fine steel needing its final tempering. Robb stated, "Father, Sir Glover must not have conveyed the full truth." His eyes furtively glanced at his loving mother, yearning for a nod of approval or a look of encouragement. However, her expression remained tranquil, offering only the usual support without further indication. "Why do you say that?" Eddard Stark remained impassive during discussions, his gaze betraying neither agreement nor disdain towards Robb's opinion. The hill folk seldom encroached upon Glover's lands. Their raids primarily targeted villages within the Amber family's domain, as the proximity made it convenient for their forays. The Ashen tribe was the mightiest among the hill folk, and even the fierce and valiant Ser Jorah Mormont found himself powerless against them. How, then, could Glover venture into the Weirwood Mountains to eradicate them? Such an undertaking seemed utterly implausible. I suspect Glover is concealing the truth. He merely seeks our sanction for military action, yet he has failed to elucidate the reasons, circumstances, or consequences in his missive. Robb summoned his courage to voice his thoughts, casting a furtive glance at his father, whose expression remained as inscrutable as ever. Stealing a look at his mother, he observed that her encouraging gaze had transformed into one of approval. A wave of relief washed over Robb, filling him with newfound confidence as he turned to his father, yearning to hear a word of praise, even if but a single syllable. Yet, his father remained steadfast, concealing his emotions like the rocks of the north. Eddard Stark spoke. "There is also a letter here, delivered by the Raven from Ser Amory of Last Hearth. Their scouts have discovered a group of 200 warriors from the Ashen tribe of the Forest Dwellers and the Howling Stone people descending from the mountains, clad in distinctive armor and wielding advanced weaponry. They have formed a battalion of over 200 infantry and more than 100 cavalry, displaying 2 banners, one featuring a shadow cat, the other an oak shield. This force passed through our lands, committing no acts of pillage, which prompted Ser Jorah to refrain from action and allow them to proceed. They are heading northward, and it is reported that the Night's Watch is accompanying them, including our own Will, who is returning with them." Upon finishing, Eddard's gaze returned to Robb Stark. Maester Luwin chuckled. "My Lord Eddard, Lady Catelyn, and young Master Robb. I must confess, this is the first time I have heard of Ashen tribe warriors traversing the villages without plundering." Upon reading this letter, my initial reaction was disbelief. Yet the seal bears Ser Jorah's sigil, and the wax remains unbroken. Robb Stark's expression revealed his astonishment. He found it hard to fathom. "Father, did I hear correctly?" "Well, the Night's Watchman is with this band of forest dwellers, and their direction is towards the wall." "Indeed, a cavalry and infantry unit moving northward towards the wall, with Will among them. Here is another letter sent by the Rangers of the Night's Watch. Eddard handed the missive to his eldest son, Robb Stark, who was preparing to depart Winterfell with Sansa, Arya, and Bran, to follow King Robert to King's Landing as his hand. After his departure, all matters of the North, both trivial and formidable, would rest upon the shoulders of this 14-year-old boy. As Robb read the letter, his eyes widened in disbelief, and after a second reading, his astonishment began to fade, the expression on his face becoming more composed. Eddard perceived the youthful naivete that accompanied Robb's age. A commander, a lord of a kingdom, must master the art of concealing his emotions. Eddard read the 3 letters with the same stoic demeanor, his eyes revealing nothing of his inner turmoil, which remained buried deep within. Father, the Night's Watchmen claim they have reunited with Will. He is not a deserter, and they are returning to the Wall. Eddard nodded in acknowledgement. The letter states that Will leads an army of over 300 men, comprised of the Woodshield tribe from the Wolfwood and the Ashen tribe among the Howling Stone people. It also addresses some of our inquiries, mentioning that Will possesses extraordinary abilities, such as taming a massive shadow lynx as his steed. Both the Woodshield tribe and the Ashen warriors hold him in great esteem. As if he were the leader of the indigenous people of Wolfwood, the commander of this suddenly emerged army. From the 3 letters, it appears that Will, on his way back to the Wall, has united the Woodshield and Ashen tribes, and has also tamed a shadow lynx as his mount. The shadow lynx is revered as a divine beast by the Ashen tribe. Thus, with such a mystical creature as his steed, Will could easily garner their allegiance. But how could this possibly be true? Robb Stark did not conceal the turmoil within his heart. Do you doubt the words of the Night's Watch? Or do you simply refuse to believe them? Eddard Stark inquired. Robb hesitated briefly, aware that his father disdained indecision. I do not wish to believe it, father. Then you actually do believe? Yes, father. Do not allow personal biases and the common judgments of men to cloud your understanding of the truth. Although I have faltered in this regard, I hope you may excel beyond me, Eddard Stark advised. At last, Robb perceived a glimmer of approval in his father's gaze, causing his heart to race and warmth to spread through him. Catelyn spoke. Robb, based on the 3 letters, what is your opinion of Will? He is an extraordinary chosen one, an otherworldly being, destined to be a prophet of great influence. If he were not one of the Night's Watch, our Stark family would greatly benefit from him. Yet he is one of them, and still we require his assistance. Therefore, Robb, within the bounds of the divine will, the laws of the realm, and the honor of our family, do you have any viable solutions? Eddard Stark said. Chapter 56, Alazar Thorne, Non-Negotiable. The Wall, Castle Black. In the main hall of the castle, at the head of the long black wooden table, sits Lord Commander Jeor Mormont, the leader of the Night's Watch. His beard is meticulously groomed, lending a hint of insincere scholarly air to his stern visage. On his shoulder perches a raven, with small, dark red eyes reminiscent of 2 concealed embers. This raven is a carnivore, and its bloodthirsty and combative nature is confirmed by its crimson gaze. The skies above Castle Black are filled with snow eagles and forest sword eagles, scavenger eagles, natural enemies of the ravens. Thus the Night's Watch ravens are distinct, possessing a fiercer fighting spirit. Strictly speaking, this raven is not a crow, although it is often categorized as such. Their diet mainly consists of various bloody meats. And in terms of living standards, the ravens fare better than the men of the Night's Watch. If one were to provoke a raven by poking a stick through its cage, it would fiercely lunge to attack, causing the iron cage to rattle violently. Other small birds often fall victim to their bullying. When encountering aerial tyrants like the snowhawk, swordhawk, and carrion eagle in the wild, they may not stand a chance against these formidable raptors. However, eliminating them proves to be quite a challenge for the eagles. Typically, the ravens targeted by these majestic birds return battered and bruised, delivering messages into the hands of Master Aemon, who then tends to their wounds. The ravens under the command of Commander Jeor Mormont possess not only the qualities of typical ravens, but also an extraordinary ability that sets them apart, the gift of speech. They can articulate human language, even complex sentences. Should one dare to insult them, one's future existence may become quite unbearable, as the raven will relentlessly pursue and berate the offender with an array of harsh and scathing words. They are adept at curses, venomous remarks, and sharp insults, which reflects the coarse demeanor of the black-clad men of the Wall. They have taught this clever raven how to wound one's spirit with language. Seated beside Jeor Mormont is a blind elder, the esteemed Master Aemon, a man of noble Targaryen blood. To avoid conflict among his kin, he willingly relinquished his claim to the throne to serve as a maester for the Night's Watch. He has outlasted numerous commanders and is the most learned, venerable, and aged member of the Black-clad Brotherhood, having reached the centennial mark this year. Master Aemon perceives the world and its people not with his eyes, but with his heart. Thus, his blindness does not impede his understanding of the world and insight into human nature. He is a sagacious elder. On the other side of Jeor Mormont sits the first ranger, Bowen Marsh, whose face bears a sickly shade of red, likely due to the cold. He is quite portly, resembling a round pomegranate. Beside him rests the arrogant Ser Alliser Thorne, the instructor for the new recruits, who delights in mocking and tormenting them both physically and mentally, deriving a sadistic pleasure from their suffering. Ser Alliser Thorne is one of the few knights formally invested since Commander Mormont's tenure, possessing eyes as dark as onyx, and a habitual smirk at the corner of his mouth, exuding disdain and contempt for all matters. The knighthood is a rare and noble status here, and Ser Alliser Thorne has long taken pride in his title. Before these figures, beneath the Grand Council table, stand the black-clad Ranger Will and the returning Ranger, Ser Jeremy Lannister. In the absence of First Ranger Benjen Stark, Ser Jeremy Lannister serves as the acting First Ranger. Commander Mormont's demeanor is stern as he directs his gaze toward Master Aemon. Although Master Aemon's eyes are fixed on Will, Commander Mormont knows that Master Aemon comprehends the true focus of his attention. Master Aemon, what is your assessment of the wolf tribe that Will has brought back? Commander Mormont referred to Will's legion as the Wolfswood tribe, eschewing the customary term brothers. This indicates his reluctance to accept these savage warriors. Perhaps a reflection of his subconscious, given that Mormont was once a noble lord of Bear Island before his arrival at the Wall. Before Maester Aemon could speak, Ser Alliser Thorne interjected, stating, Maester Aemon, Commander Mormont, I vehemently oppose this. Ah, and why is that? Maester Aemon's trembling hand fumbled with the chain of his maester's collar. A necklace composed of various metals, each representing a form of knowledge. The more metals one wore, the greater the breadth of wisdom possessed, albeit more so as a symbol. They are low-born, brigands, thieves, and murderers. They lack discipline and will never become our loyal brothers in black. They will consume the provisions we have painstakingly gathered for winter. And when the cold and long night descends, they will sever our throats by the light of the hearth and abscond with all we possess. I would wager my honor as a knight that within 3 days, these savages will clash with our brothers, perhaps even drawing blood. I know these mountain folk. They are beasts clad in human skin. Beasts cannot coexist peacefully with humanity. This is the will of the old and new gods. Maester Aemon smiled. Lord First Builder Bowen Marsh, what say you? I concur with Ser Alliser Thorne. These men cannot be our brothers in black. They possess neither loyalty nor honor. We must send them away, though we need not provoke them. You all witnessed the giant from the Ash tribe. I barely glanced at him before he glared at me, baring his fangs. I suspect he might come at night to sever my throat. The First Builder remarked, touching his reddened neck as if to confirm something. This rotund and portly figure was an unusual shade of red, the cause of which remained uncertain, whether it was the chill or some affliction of the skin. Then, Your Grace, what is your perspective? Maester Aemon's smile seemed to deepen. Maester Aemon, I wish to hear your opinion. The raven, which had been dozing on the commander's shoulder, seemed to awaken, beginning its cawing. Begone. Mormont spat. Go, 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 croaked the raven, tilting its head at Commander Mormont. I want to hear your opinion. With a wave of his hand, Mormont sent the raven fluttering to the opposite window, where it perched and remarked, Wretched raven, I shall roast you, roast you, roast you. Maester Aemon stated, in any case, for the time being, we must allow Will's brothers to stay, before we reach a decision. I wish to speak with Will first. As you wish, Maester, Mormont replied. Discussion is futile. My brothers and I are resolutely opposed to this. There is no room for negotiation, none whatsoever, Maester. Secretary General Bowen Marcy's, let us proceed. Alicia Sorn rose, abruptly pushing his chair aside, striding forth with determination. The pomegranate man stood up, swiftly following in Elisha's wake. Come on, cawed the crow. Chapter 57. The long night approaches. The blind scholar Aemon gazed at Will beneath the council table. The elongated table rested upon a lofty dais, perhaps designed to signify that authority rises above the masses. Will, do you not wish to share your thoughts with me? Aemon inquired. Scholar, their refusal stems not from the loyalty of the Black Cloaks, but from fear. They dread the inclusion of my brethren. For the Woodshield warriors and Ash warriors are far superior to them, Will replied with a measured tone. My interest lies not in Alicia Sorn's trepidation, Aemon stated. Then you seek to know how I persuaded them to come to the Wall, correct? It is quite simple. It is by the will of the old gods. Scholar, unusual events have transpired within the Shadow Woods, and I have experienced certain miracles. I now revere the old gods. With the god of time and space as my chief deity, the Woodshield and Ash tribes are willing to come to the Wall, not out of fondness for this place, but due to divine decree. Scholar, winter has arrived. Divine decree? You speak of the will of the old gods, yet they do not believe in the old gods. Neither Alicia Sorn nor Bowen Marcies holds faith in them, and the vast majority of the Black Cloaks do not either. How do you propose we persuade them? I have heard you have become an aberration, that you commanded a shadow lynx to assist you in slaughtering the soldiers of Count Glover's vassals. Is that true? The armor worn by your companions was acquired from the massacre of those warriors, was it not? There was no massacre, scholar, only a brief skirmish. I spared the lives of most warriors. Count Glover lied in his letter to you. Oh, that is indeed possible. The nobility has such proclivities. Well, if we allow your brethren to remain, can they swear fealty to the Black Cloaks? The long night approaches, and from this moment forth, I shall keep vigil until death. I shall take no wife, hold no lands, and father no children. I shall wear no crown and seek no glory. I shall serve with unwavering fidelity. In life and death, I am the sword in the darkness, the sentinel upon the wall. I am the flame that wards off the cold, the light at dawn, the horn that awakens the sleepers, and the steadfast shield of the realm. I dedicate my life and honor to the night's watch. Thus it shall be. Each night until death. Do you believe they can commit to such a vow? Thus it shall be. Each night until death. Commander Mormont, acting First Ranger Jeremy Lick, and Scholar Aemon all gazed at Will, awaiting his response. Scholar, why have you come here to be a member of the Night's Watch? Is it because the long night approaches, and you have come to commence your vigil until death? Aemon was taken aback. Renowned for his vast knowledge and selfless dedication across the Seven Kingdoms, it was the first time anyone had posed such a question to him. The answer to why Maester Aemon has come here to serve as a Night's Watchman is not due to the impending long night, but rather his desire to escape the bloody strife among kin within the palace. Maester Aemon raises his head, gazing blindly at the sky. His hands begin to tremble as he counts the metal pieces on his necklace, over and over again. Will's gaze rests upon Commander Mormont as he inquires, My Lord Commander, what brings you here to take on the mantle of a Night's Watchman? Is it because the long night approaches and you have chosen to devote yourself until death? Commander Mormont's expression darkens. He has come here merely to bequeath his title to his son, Ser Jorah Mormont. The son he held in high esteem has, however, brought shame upon the family, becoming a perpetual source of pain for Jorah Mormont. A decade passed, during the rebellion of Lord Greyjoy of the Iron Islands. Jorah earned his knighthood through valor in battle. To celebrate this victory, King Robert Baratheon hosted a tournament at Lannisport, where Jorah encountered Lynesse Hightower, instantly captivated by her beauty. They wed swiftly, and in his efforts to please his wife, Jorah squandered all his wealth, leaving him destitute. To survive, he resorted to selling poachers to the Tyroshi as slaves, an act deemed illegal in the north. Eddard Stark sentenced him to death, leading his men on a relentless pursuit of Jorah Mormont. Jorah and Lynesse fled across the narrow sea to Lys, where he became a sellsword. However, while he fought for nobles, Lynesse eloped with a Lyseni merchant. Thus began Jorah's solitary wanderings across the shores of Essos, severing all ties with his family and becoming an everlasting source of anguish for his father, Jorah Mormont. Will is acutely aware of this history and knows that Jorah will become the right hand of Daenerys Targaryen. His words lay bare the commander's wounds, darkening his countenance. Will states coolly, Maester Aemon, Commander Mormont, my reasons for being here as a member of the Night's Watch are far simpler. It is not because the long night is upon us that I stand watch until death, but because if I do not, Lord Jason Mallister of Seaguard will sever my hands with a great sword. Among us, who truly comes here out of absolute honor for the impending long night? Maester Aemon, can you name even one? Maester Aemon replies, I remember many names from thousands of years ago. Indeed, I too recall them, but that was in the distant past. During the Age of Heroes and the Age of Light, when those warriors willingly took the Night's Watch for the sake of the long night, for the threat of the others, and for honor. They married not, held no lands, bore no children, adorned no crowns, nor sought glory. They served with loyalty, living and dying here as the steadfast shield of the realm, dedicating their lives and honor to the Night's Watch. Yet now, time has passed. In the present Seven Kingdoms, which of the most noble knights and warriors would forsake their lands, families, and the luxuries of life to come here as Night's Watchmen? Who would? Not a single soul. A rare moment of silence enveloped the council chamber. Even the raucous crows tilted their heads to observe Will, their dark red eyes seemingly probing a secret concealed within him. Scholar Aemon, winter has arrived, and the White Walkers are upon us. Our patrol team, consisting of Ser Gary and Ser Wymar, has been slain by these creatures beyond the wall. By a stroke of fate, I have narrowly escaped, imbued by the will of the god of time and space. Becoming a chosen one, I now inform you that in the far north, in the eternal winter, the White Walkers and Whites will emerge in relentless numbers. surging forth to breach the wall and sweep across the seven kingdoms, extinguishing all human and humanoid life. Do you believe, or do you not? With a tone reminiscent of divine utterance, he spoke utter nonsense. I have recently returned from patrolling beyond the wall, and besides wildlings, where are these White Walkers? Chastised Acting First Ranger Commander Jeremy Lyle. Scholar Eamon has been stationed here for decades. Has he ever heard of White Walkers? General Mormont scoffed. Will, perhaps you have indeed received fragmented prophecies, but that does not grant you the liberty to spout such absurdities, misleading others with divine faith. You claim the White Walkers are advancing, but your sole aim appears to be to keep us unaware of the vile serfs from the Wolfwood. Although we are short-handed at the wall, we shall not indiscriminately accept the untamed tribes of the Wolfwood, as their potential dangers are akin to those posed by the wildlings beyond the wall. We'll cast a thoughtful glance at Scholar Eamon, a slight smile gracing his lips. Very well, I comprehend the general sentiment. He turned to leave, but suddenly raised his hand, the hilt of his dark blade striking Jeremy Lyle's head, rendering him unconscious. What are you doing? General Mormont sprang to his feet, drawing his longsword. Before he could leap down, Will deftly ascended the platform, the two clashing swords. The sound sharp as the dark blade severed Mormont's sword as if it were mere parchment. Commander, only your ancestral Valyrian steel longsword, Longclaw, can withstand my dark blade. Yet you discarded it into the storeroom of the command tower because of Yura. Am I correct? Will chuckled, with a flourish of his dark blade. In the blink of an eye, he reduced Mormont's broken sword to nothing but a hilt, the dark blade now poised at the astonished Mormont's throat. Will, what do you intend to do? Mormont roared in fury. Suddenly, outside the keep, a cacophony of screams and chaotic footsteps erupted. Mormont's expression shifted dramatically. While Scholar Eamon gazed blankly at the heavens, his lips moving incessantly, as if whispering to an invisible entity. With a resounding crash, the great hall doors shattered into fragments, and a colossal figure strode in, shaking the wooden floor of the hall. Lord Will, we have secured the guard tower, the barracks, the armory, the storeroom, and the black gate passage leading beyond the wall, boomed the voice of Tarly Ash. Very well, bind Commander Mormont. Yes, my lord. Chapter 58. The Oath and the Otherworldly Sentinels. With a creaking sound, the heavy ironwood door rose slowly, revealing the figures standing before it. Sir Mormont, the commander, along with Sir Bowen Marsh, the master of arms known as the Pomegranate, Sir Jeremy Lannister, the chief ranger, and Sir Alazar Thorne, the instructor, were all present, flanked by 4 leaders of the Night's Watch, who were being held captive. Aside from Sir Mormont, who bore no injuries, the other 3 leaders displayed various wounds upon their faces and bodies. Alazar Thorne's eye was swollen shut, and his forehead was a gruesome sight. With a resounding thud, the ironwood door reached its apex, vibrating slightly overhead, causing shards of ice to fall. Lord Will rode at the forefront, torch raised high, as he ventured into the pitch-black corridor. Behind him walked Black Asha and Ebel Grey, both carrying torches, while Tarly Grey followed at the rear with his 10 flaming guard, also brandishing torches. In the center, flanked by the 4 leaders of the Night's Watch, strode Sir Mormont himself. Apart from Sir Mormont and the towering Tarly Grey, all others were mounted, clad in full armor, helmets, and battle boots, fully equipped for the impending confrontation. Even Tarly Grey, who was not accustomed to wearing shoes, had donned the customary foot wrappings of the black-clad legion at Will's insistence, encased in thick furs and further protected by leather against moisture. In Tarly Grey's grasp was the noble steed belonging to Commander Mormont, adorned with an exquisitely crafted longsword resting in its saddle. The sword, sheathed in black metal with silver inlays, featured a hilt crowned with an oak sphere, intricately carved with the image of a bear. This blade was none other than Longclaw, the ancestral sword of House Mormont, with the bear serving as the family crest. The corridor of the wall was frigid, a biting cold that sharply contrasted with the icy chill of the Wolfswood Mountains, as the warriors of the Ashen tribe felt the distinct sharpness of the air, akin to needles pricking at their skin. After traversing for some time, Lord Will halted before another formidable door, black, heavy, and again fashioned from ironwood, its thickness indiscernible to the eye. Before this door stood an iron grille, secured with a heavy iron chain, which was wound tightly and locked with a massive iron padlock. Dismounting, Will thrust his torch into the ground and unfastened a large bunch of keys from his waist. He utilized them to unlock the padlock, unbinding the chain, which clanked harshly against the iron grille, the noise grating on the ears. With a push, he opened the iron grille and commanded Black Asha and Ebel Grey to step back. Approaching the ironwood door, he felt along its wall for a while before a series of mechanical clicks echoed ominously above. Asha and Ebel glanced up to see a groove running across the entire frame of the door, densely populated with arrow slits. There were 3 such doors, Will declared, each guarded by 2 iron grills at the front and back, with arrow slots perched atop each frame. Upon triggering the mechanism, deadly arrows would rain down from above, each tipped with potent poison. I have just deactivated the mechanism of the short arrows, and now we can proceed to unlock this iron and wood door. Black Maiden, Eber, Tyran, and his valiant 10 were all taken aback. They had never conceived such a lethal arrangement, nor had they heard of such a murderous design. Poisoned arrows. Even a giant like Tyran Ashen would find difficult to withstand. To pass through this door, at least 3 locks must be opened, each intricately secured with iron chains, which themselves were interlocked with smaller locks. In summary, given Tyran Ashen's character, which is not typically brutish, such a design truly invites excessive trouble. After passing the first door, Will ordered that Sir Alicia Thorne be bound, gagged, and tossed aside at the door, before the group continued onward. The path ahead twisted, and Will instructed everyone to take the middle route. Amidst the flickering flames, the walls on either side appeared unremarkable. Yet Will warned that the walls along this stretch were lined with crossbow traps. Beneath the great wall lie numerous wormholes, interconnected, when winter arrives. The snow can reach depths of at least 15 feet. The black cloaks traverse the complex wormholes beneath the great wall to reach every castle's foundation, then ascend via staircases into the castles themselves. This passage leading outside the great wall is flanked by wormholes that can activate the mechanisms of the crossbows. Will's revelations left the 13 warriors of the Ashen tribe wide-eyed. Will, you have divulged the secrets of the great wall to these men. What are your true intentions? Mormont demanded. My lord Will, what do you wish to do with us? Questioned Bowermar. Will replied with a smile, Commander Bowermar, I intend to leave you at the second door to guard it until our return. Will, is there truly nothing that can be discussed amicably? We are all old comrades of the Rangers, having shared life and death together for years, Sir Jeremy said. This is a world where amicable discussions are futile. Will asserted, the only language of negotiation is that of swords and blades. Mormont scoffed. Will, do you really believe that with this meager force you can act at will? I advise you to reconsider your reckless pursuits, lest you find yourself hanging from the gallows at the hands of your own brethren. Your forest-dwelling allies will find no grave. I know you are relying on Maester Eamon to send a raven to the Shadow Tower's dismembered Colin, and let us not forget Captain Carterpike of Eastwatch. Is that not so, my esteemed commander? Mormont continued. And Chief Ranger Benjen Stark, he has returned to partake in House Stark's feast for King Robert, once he receives word. No matter where you and your companions flee, his wrath will consume you. Will, you have violated the Night's Watch code. Retreating now is your only path to survival. Esteemed commander, you may still depend on the recruiter Yoren, who is on his way back with 2 prisoners to join the Night's Watch, considering the time. He should be returning soon, Mormont added. But can Yoren, along with 2 untrained recruits, hope to stand against the 300 warriors of the Woodshield and Ashen tribes? Huh. Will laughed heartily. The warriors of the Ashen tribe joined in his laughter. At the second gate, Will cast aside Lord Bowen, the steward, and at the third gate, he discarded Sir Jeremy Lannister, the acting Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. Finally emerging from the dark tunnels of the wall, he found himself before the haunted woods. Tormund Greyjoy led the horse before Commander Mormont, and Will spoke. Commander, please mount. It is time for you to wield your longclaw and truly fulfill your oath. I do not comprehend, Will. Is your vow before the old and new gods insincere? Commander, I still recall that oath. The long night is coming, and I shall watch from this day until my death. I shall take no wife, hold no lands, father no children. I shall wear no crown, seek no glory. I will remain true to my duty, life and death here. I am the sword in the darkness, the watchman on the wall. I am the flame that wards off the cold, the light at dawn, the horn that awakens the sleepers, the steadfast shield that guards the realm. I pledge my life and honor to the Night's Watch, tonight and every night. Commander, do you merely treat your vow as a song? Will, please mount, my lord commander. You claim there are no others, yet I shall take you to witness them. I intend to join you in dismantling the outposts of the cunning and treacherous others, who have human allies. Are you afraid, my lord commander? Or do you already know the truth, yet persist in self-deception, refusing to delve deeper? Will's voice suddenly turned as sharp as a blade. The fierce countenance of Commander Mormont finally shifted. Chapter 59. Forward to Castle Castor, I swear by the honor of the old and new gods. Will, how can you assert that I already know the truth? What, pray tell, is your so-called truth? Mormont's voice became unusually piercing. To the west of the haunted woods and north of White Tree Village lies Castle Castor. Will regarded Commander Mormont with a look of pity. Castor is one of the few wildlings who does not view the Night's Watch as adversaries. Like the villagers of White Tree, he considers them friends. The Night's Watch patrols north, and his fortress serves as our refuge, providing us with a place to rest and the precious warmth of hot water. Are you unaware of his sacrificial practices? Will did not conceal his disdain for Mormont. Mormont fell momentarily silent. The wildlings always possess their own mysterious beliefs and standards. To gain Castor's assistance and friendship, we must not interfere with his faith. Just as the Southerners never meddle in the beliefs of the Northerners. Regardless of old gods or new, we have the freedom of faith, and so does Castor. He is a free folk who is friendly to the Night's Watch. He may be a despicable idolater, but such matters might not seem extraordinary to the wildlings. However, the deity to whom he sacrifices is none other than the others. When the long night and the bitter winter arrive, those others will lead the whites from the land of eternal winter to assault the wall and annihilate humanity. Mormont's face was as though struck by a vicious blow. His entire body stiffened. Will's merciless voice continued. He has 19 wives, more than half of whom are his daughters. But where is his son? Why does his wife bear only daughters? It is because he has sacrificed all his sons to the wise dark beings known as the White Walkers. He resides in proximity to these creatures, yet remains unharmed by them, for he assists the Night King in creating an army of White Walkers. Unlike the mindless and soulless corpses, the White Walkers require living beings for their transformation. The success rate of converting an adult, burdened by their will and fear of the White Walkers, into one of their kind through dark powers is exceedingly low. However, if the individual is a male infant, this issue dissipates entirely. Once transformed into a White Walker child, the male infant easily acquires the Night King's dark and frigid powers. While mindless corpses are plentiful, a White Walker imbued with human vitality, yet wholly belonging to darkness and cold, is exceedingly rare. Each White Walker is inherently a leader and general of the mindless corpses. Castor, then, is dedicated to crafting this army for the Night King, and this creation is his sacrifice. Commander Mormont, you are aware of Castor's sacrifices. You have always known and have thus aided in this malefic endeavor, though they dwell in the blustery lands beyond the wall. Beads of sweat began to form on Commander Mormont's brow, cold sweat. His hands trembled slightly, though it was unclear whether it stemmed from fear of the White Walkers or dread of Will's inquiry. Will, I acknowledge Castor's sacrifices, and I understand he harbors an affinity for kin, yet I was unaware he was aiding the Night King in creating an army of White Walkers. Now you are informed. Will replied coldly. What shall you do? Will you continue to oppose us, or will you join us in verifying Castor's sacrifices? Will's hand rested upon the hilt of his sword, the warriors of the Ashen Company watching Commander Mormont with keen eyes. At a mere glance from Will, they would not hesitate to reduce Mormont to mere pulp. Commander Mormont fell into a heavy silence. After a considerable pause, he spoke in a low, pale voice. Are you suggesting that Castor's fortress serves as the outpost for the White Walker army? Indeed, if my predictions are accurate, the Night King possesses intimate knowledge of the defenses along the wall through Castor's insights. However, the Night King has yet to amass sufficient power to assault the wall. For the magical foundations beneath it and the enchantments within the ice and snow are barriers the White Walkers and corpses cannot yet surmount. I shall accompany you to Castor's fortress to uncover the truth. Mormont mounted his steed, his hand firmly grasping the hilt of Longclaw, regaining the resolute demeanor of a commander. He gently urged his horse forward, which understood its master's intent. Caw, caw. A flock of white birds soared through the sky. Everyone looked up at this unusual sight. It was a flight of white ravens. Commander Mormont's voice was laced with disbelief. The appearance of white ravens heralds the coming of the long night, Will remarked calmly. It seems as if he had long anticipated the emergence of the unusual signs heralded by the appearance of the white crow, foreseeing that further omens would manifest, such as comets streaking across the sky and crimson light descending to the earth. Are you suggesting that dragons, thought to be extinct for centuries, may also reappear? The comet's red glow serves as a legendary harbinger of the dragon's return. Indeed, the world has transformed. The gods shall be compelled to exert their respective wills upon the land. The ice god wreaks havoc, and the red god shall not remain silent. The others invade humanity, while dragons, embodiments of flame, are empowered by the will of the red god. The long-extinct dragons shall sequentially emerge across various continents. The group swiftly entered the Forest of Shadows. Blackya, who walked alongside Will, was no stranger to this forest. He was a warrior of the Ashen tribe, and also its scout. The oak trees, sentinel trees, iron trees, black thorns, frozen earth, and snow of the Forest of Shadows bore no distinction from those of the Wolfwood, yet an uncanny, Sinister atmosphere pervaded the air, chilling one to the bone. It was as if a peculiar eye, hidden from view, was observing them. Blackia glanced toward Eber, who, despite his usual fearlessness, wore a stern expression, clearly feeling the forest's notably chilling aura. This sensation was a distinct and unsettling essence, invading the heart and evoking an involuntary sense of reverence. A slight unease stirred within Blackia, prompting him to turn and look at his leader, Tyran, who walked on foot, as no horse could bear his weight. Even the indomitable Tyran furrowed his brow. Upon exiting the Great Wall, amidst the same forest trees and the snow-laden ground, why did the atmosphere feel so peculiar? Blackia instinctively touched the polished, dark obsidian dagger each of them had secretly received before their departure, as Lord Will had proclaimed it was crafted from obsidian. In the depths beneath the Great Wall, in the recesses of the wormhole, Lord Will, carrying Scholar Iman, had opened layer upon layer of black doors and dragged out several decayed bags from a deep cellar, all containing these obsidian daggers and arrows. Scholar Iman recounted that records indicated that 1,000 years prior, the children of the forest, in accordance with their peace treaty with humanity, had annually gifted the Blackgarb Legion 100 obsidian daggers and hundreds of obsidian arrows, until the invasion of the Andarans shattered the covenant, leading to the relentless pursuit of the children of the forest and the felling of the revered fishbeam trees, culminating in the fracture of peace. Yet, a portion of the obsidian daggers and arrows gifted by the children of the forest had remained preserved in the depths beneath the Great Wall, in the deepest recesses of the wormhole. Were it not for Lord Will's stubborn insistence, Scholar Iman would have hardly believed in the existence of such items. In addition to each possessing an obsidian dagger, the obsidian arrows now rested within the vast satchel of Chief Tyran. Blackia's thoughts ebbed and flowed, creating an illusion as if he were ensnared in a dream. Suddenly, he and his leader had followed Lord Will, and in an instant, they found themselves beyond the Great Wall. The protective vows sworn by Lord Will and their own pledges of allegiance echoed in their ears. Blackia, what are you pondering? Lord Will suddenly turned back to inquire. Blackia was momentarily taken aback, uncertain how to respond to Lord Will's words. Do not worry. No matter how formidable the others may be, they are still but specters, mere shadows born of humanity's succumbing to darkness. We are human, and humans need not fear phantoms. Trust in me, we are thoroughly prepared. The only lament is the absence of wandering minstrels and bards to chronicle our heroic deeds and epic tales, for they shall not be sung by the world in a timely manner. It is indeed a pity. Will's teasing remarks and his relaxed smile instilled confidence and vitality into the reserved and silent 13 warriors of Ashes, prompting smiles to break upon their faces as the inexplicable pressure within their hearts dissipated. Chapter 60, Setting Out for King's Landing. Winterfell. Outside the southern gate, adjacent to the town of Wintertown, lies the straight King's Road. To the north, it leads directly to the wall. To the south, it meanders toward King's Landing. The Queen's grand procession led the way, veering southward from the intersection of Wintertown. The massive procession resembled a moving fortress. So immense was it that it could not pass through the gates of Winterfell, necessitating its encampment outside the city during their stay. King Robert rode alongside the Queen's procession on his steed, a multitude of courtiers trailing behind. Except at night, King Robert was impatient to remain within the confines of the procession, for he wished to avoid the sight of the Queen's sorrowful visage and the scorn hidden within her eyes. At the intersection of the King's Road and the town, Eddard Stark gazed at the three men before him, his emotions a tangled web. As a northern king reluctant to depart from his homeland, he found himself burdened with unspoken thoughts. Jon, have you considered this thoroughly? Eddard Stark spoke solemnly. Father, I have given it much thought. I wish to become the finest ranger in the Night's Watch, just like my uncle, Jon Snow declared with resolute determination. His appearance contrasted with that of his brother Robb Stark, who seemed more refined. Jon bore an air of maturity, marked by a quiet intensity, while Robb, with his slightly more delicate physique, exuded nobility and grace. Eddard Stark sighed inwardly, understanding that Jon, in his youth, did not fully grasp the implications of becoming a Night's Watchman. The boy was consumed by a naive sense of honor, unaware of what true honor entailed. In the realm of the Seven Kingdoms, neither noble nor commoner sought to join the Night's Watch voluntarily. Yet, as the Lord of the North, it was a tradition and honor for the Stark lineage to provide a member to the Night's Watch, a testament to the Northern King's resolve to safeguard the realm. Eddard Stark's countenance remained as unyielding as frozen stone. Jon, it is a requirement for each Stark generation to contribute a member to the Night's Watch. This is both an honor and a tradition. Thus, I grant you my consent. In that fleeting moment, Jon Snow's typically dark gray eyes, which rarely revealed emotion, sparkled with a glimmer of hope before dimming once more, returning to their usual stoic state. Although the Stark family has maintained the tradition and honor of having a descendant serve as a Night's Watchman throughout the generations, he does not bear the Stark name. Father, I wish to know who my mother is. While this may cause discomfort to the gods, I believe I possess the right to know her identity. Even if the gods dismiss me, they cannot strip me of this desire. Jon finally articulated the words he had prepared and rehearsed for a long time. His father was bound for King's Landing while he would journey to the Wall. If he did not inquire further, this burden would transform into a festering wound. In truth, this had long been a source of torment for Jon, leaving him restless and sleepless in the cold of the night. The child's eager yet defiant gaze revealed the immense courage he had mustered, yet Eddard Stark perceived more the sorrowful fragility and self-pity concealed beneath that bravery. The stigma of being a bastard had imposed upon this 14-year-old far too much additional weight. Jon, when I return from King's Landing, I will tell you everything about your mother. This is my promise to you and to the gods. Do you agree? Jon Snow's expression mirrored that of his father Eddard Stark, as frigid as the frozen earth of the north. His appearance closely resembled that of Eddard, and the mask he wore to conceal his emotions was identical to his father's, rendering it impossible for anyone to discern his true thoughts. I wish for your safe return. Father. Eddard nodded and turned to Robb Stark, who stood beside Jon Snow. Have you made up your mind to visit the Wall? To see Will? Yes, father. Very well. You are now the Lord of Winterfell. Do as you see fit. I trust you will do better than I. Robb Stark felt a surge of warmth. This was the first time his father had offered him such unequivocal praise, recognizing his abilities face to face, which filled him with elation. However, he had to conceal his excitement, as his father would not wish to see such displays of emotion. In this regard, his brother Jon excelled beyond him. I will strive to learn how to govern the North and handle disputes among the vassals judiciously, hoping not to disappoint you, father. A hint of unusual excitement lingered in Robb's words, betraying his inability to fully mask his exhilaration. Damn it, he scolded himself inwardly. Why can't I be as composed and unruffled as Jon? Eddard Stark then regarded the man clad in black robes beside Robb Stark, a clean-shaven figure with dark hair, a hooked nose, and a long, lean visage that made him resemble a slender black knife. Benjen, safe travels. You too. Benjen Stark, Eddard's younger brother, was the first ranger of the Night's Watch, commanding all the brothers of the black-clad brotherhood. The bond between the two brothers was profound, yet their parting words were starkly simple, more mundane than those exchanged between strangers. A few words sufficed to conclude their dialogue. Eddard Stark turned his horse, urging it forward to catch up with King Robert. Behind him, the guard led by Jory Castle promptly followed suit. 50 valiant warriors from the north thundered forth, their armor gleaming, wielding long spears and swords, the banner of the Ice Wolves fluttering in the wind, creating a resounding spectacle upon the broad King's Road. Let us proceed, intoned Eddard Stark. A few hundred meters ahead, the newly appointed guard of Winterfell, commanded by Harris, awaited their young lord, Robb Stark. Harris bore a bandage on his right arm. Eddard observed the tail of the King's procession, catching sight of Arya, practicing her swordsmanship with her instructor, Syrio. At the rear of the group, from a distance, Arya's voice erupted in frustration. You cheated. You told me to look left, yet struck from my right. Oh dear, my lady Arya has once again shown her folly. Do not rely solely on your ears. You must see with your eyes. I have reminded you numerous times that true vision comes from the heart. Yes, you must look with your heart to uncover the secrets of swordplay. Do you possess such insight, my foolish Arya? Syrio laughed heartily. With a resounding clash, Arya's wooden sword was suddenly knocked from her grasp, soaring high into the air and landing far into the grass. The sword is an extension of your hand, Arya. Your hand has been severed by my blow, and thus you must face the consequences. You have forfeited your right to ride, dismount, and run alongside us. You struck my sword while I was unprepared. You didn't even call for the match to begin. How despicable. Arya spat, but Syrio nimbly evaded her ire with a chuckle. A bet is a bet. Go fetch your sword and run to keep up. Eddard shook his head, a rare smile gracing his features. His daughter, though harboring a deep-seated disdain for Syrio, was nonetheless eager for his instruction. Eddard slowed his steed, watching as Arya obediently darted into the grass to retrieve her training sword, then dutifully ran behind Syrio's horse. Arya, would you care to ride with me? Eddard inquired, his heart brimming with paternal affection, for in her, he saw the reflection of his sister, Lyanna. I accept the terms of our bet, Arya shouted back as she ran. One day, father, I shall triumph, you shall see. By the roadside stood a brooding figure, his gaze fixed intently on the jovial Syrio, his hand resting upon the hilt of his sword. It was Sandor Clegane, the Hound. Clegane, Eddard addressed him. Clegane offered no response, for his loyalties lay with House Lannister and the current prince, Joffrey. He held little regard for the rest, including the King of the North. Out of necessity, he inclined his head slightly as Eddard and the guard passed by. Clegane then raised his head and began to move forward. Syrio slowed his pace, with Arya clutching her heavy training sword diligently following behind his horse. Syrio, the Hound wishes to kill you, Arya remarked. With a smile, Syrio turned back and said, very well, very well. This time you have learned to observe others' thoughts with your heart. Excellent. The principles of swordsmanship are akin to the principles of life. One must truly feel and see to understand where another's sword may strike next. Anticipating the enemy's moves is the key to achieving unexpected victory. But you have saved his life, Arya interjected. Syrio chuckled. Arya, there are individuals in this world who, precisely because you have saved their lives, may seek to take yours. Arya hurried a few steps to walk alongside her teacher's mount, her voice filled with astonishment and confusion. Master Syrio, how can such people exist in the world? All kinds of people exist. Arya, that is the essence of a true world. You must learn to accept the absurd and cruel aspects of this reality. Just as with swordsmanship, the more refined the skill, the easier it becomes to take a life. Conversely, clumsy swordsmanship may lead to fewer deaths. My sword only slays evildoers, Arya asserted. Syrio laughed heartily, causing several riders at the back of the group to glance back. Arya, sometimes what you perceive as evil may not be evil at all. The 11-year-old girl's eyes widened further. Despite her soiled clothes and grimy hands, she remained oblivious to her disheveled appearance. As long as I look with my heart, I will never mistake a good person for an evildoer. Syrio grinned and asked, Arya, if you truly encountered a great evil, do you know what you would do? What would you do, master? Here is how I would handle it. Syrio pulled on the reins, opening his mind's eye. Watch how I confront a true evildoer. He halted the horse, turning to face the approaching Sandor Clegane, the Hound. Arya immediately stood still, gripping her training sword tightly, prepared to assist her teacher in a moment of peril. Hound, do you wish to test my swordsmanship from atop my horse? Syrio said with a playful grin. The Hound advanced slowly, releasing his grip on the sword hilt, producing 5 golden dragons from his pocket. With a flick of his hand, the coins flew towards Syrio. Little one, this is all I have. Syrio caught the 5 golden dragons and remarked with amusement. So, Sandor Clegane's life is worth only 5 golden dragons. I saved him from Harris's dagger, and yet, how unbelievable. Sandor halted his horse, stating, Little man, this is all I've got. Surely, you must be worth at least 15 golden dragons, Sandor Clegane. Remember, you still owe me 10. Humph. Sandor snorted, spurring his horse forward. Syrio cheerfully pocketed the 5 golden dragons, saying, Arya, did you see? The simplest way to confront an evildoer is to face him directly, and then demand payment. Arya chimed in. So when Clegane offers me 10 golden dragons, it will be as if he is drawing his sword against me. Syrio chuckled. Indeed. Fortunately, he is a pauper, possessing only 5 golden dragons. He is exceedingly proud. He will not draw his sword against me until he has repaid the debts he owes. Why not demand 20 golden dragons, or even 100? You are quite foolish. TSK, Arya, do you believe our teacher to be a particularly greedy individual? Though I have a fondness for golden dragons, the life of Sandor Clegane, in my estimation, is worth a mere 15 golden dragons, which is rather steep. Syrio straightened his face, adopting a serious demeanor. Arya could not help but chuckle softly. King's Landing, the royal abode, the Red Keep. Beneath the Red Keep lies a pitch-black subterranean lair, referred to as a dragon's den, yet it merely houses the remains of several dragon bones, both large and small. In the 7 kingdoms, dragons have become extinct. At the head of a colossal dragon skeleton, a voice gently inquired, Have you arrived? I have, came a soft reply from the darkness. Footsteps echoed as they approached one another, refraining from lighting any torches. In their face-to-face encounter, neither could discern the other's visage. How are matters progressing? All is proceeding smoothly. Will the lion and the wolf come to blows? The latest news is that Jaime has been forced to retreat from Winterfell by the wolves. Cersei will not relent easily. Currently, it is merely the foolishly arrogant Robert who restrains both the lion and the wolf. As soon as Robert meets his end, the lion will engage the wolf in a deadly struggle. That is splendid news. Robert has a penchant for hunting. An unfortunate accident would be wholly unsurprising. Indeed, we need not act ourselves. The one who most desires Robert's demise is not us, but Cersei. If we subtly fan the flames before her, she will take action. The cupbearer serving wine to Robert is a Lannister, Cersei's cousin Lancel, a handsome man. With Cersei's absence of Jaime, and Lancel bearing a resemblance to Jaime. Heh. Just like Peter Baelish, a mere hint from us would suffice for him to ignite the flames between the lion and the wolf. Has Baelish become involved? No. Littlefinger is unaware of our plans. Yet he is an ambitious man intoxicated by power. Unwittingly, he has assisted us in many ways, successfully inciting the wolves' wariness and animosity towards the lions. The death of Jon Arryn was not orchestrated by my hand. A light laugh followed. Are you preparing to suggest to Cersei in the same manner as you did with Littlefinger? Indeed, Cersei has desired Robert's death for 16 years. All it takes is a gentle prod to pierce that veil, and she will act. She wishes for Robert's demise, and the gods can only watch, powerless. That is true. All those surrounding Robert are Lannisters. By the gods' grace, once Robert is dead, the lion and the wolf will tear each other apart, ultimately. Regardless of who prevails, Robert's two brothers will not remain idle. At that juncture, chaos will reign in the kingdom, and our opportunity will arise. However, we must proceed with utmost caution. This plan cannot afford any missteps. I have no issues on my end, but I am eager to see how well prepared your personnel are. In times of chaos, political machinations will be secondary. We require a formidable army. The army is prepared, and external assistance has been secured. Very well. I shall take my leave first. You may depart shortly thereafter. Chapter 62. The Brothers of the Great Wall. The smoke of war rising in the main hall of the Shadow Tower at the Great Wall of Despair. Commander Dennis Mallister carefully reread the parchment in his hand before addressing the 200 brothers clad in black. Our former comrade, the Ranger Will, has taken the Supreme Commander, Geo Mormont, hostage, along with the Chief of Staff, Bowen Marsh, the novice trainer, Sir Elisa Thorne, and the acting Chief Ranger, Sir Jeremy Lannister. While also placing Bachelor Aemon Targaryen under house arrest, he has imprisoned all of the Bachelor-S ravens in cages, assigning guards to watch over them. The parchment I received was a desperate plea for help, sent by the Bachelor-S attendant, Kit, through a lone snowhound, moments before his confinement. The messages of the Black-clad Legion at the Great Wall are typically conveyed via ravens, a widely recognized communication method. However, to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, Bachelor Aemon, adhering to ancient traditions, did not abandon another means of transmitting messages, the snowhound. Snowhounds possess remarkable instincts and intellect, adept at navigating the terrain, tracking, and searching in the snow. They endure frigid temperatures and exhibit great speed, assuming the crucial role of delivering information when ravens fail to suffice. At Dennis Mallister's feet lay the snowhound, still draped in its white concealment blanket, close to a warm hearth. The hound's eyes were half closed, its long snout slightly ajar, revealing its teeth, seemingly relishing the tranquility of the moment. The ever-diligent deputy commander, Colin, who had hurried back from the field with the brothers, maintained his customary pristine appearance, devoid of any facial hair upon his sharp chin. He, like Dennis Mallister, was attentive to his appearance. Commander, Colin spoke up, voicing the doubts shared by the more than 200 brothers. How could Will accomplish this alone? What of the other rangers from Black Castle? Will is accompanied by 2 tribes from the Wolfwood, the Woodshield tribe and the Ashen tribe. His warriors number over 300, comprising more than 200 infantry and over 100 cavalry, all fully armed with fine swords and armor. A wave of disbelief swept through the hall as the brothers began to murmur among themselves. Colin continued, Commander, I have never heard of a Woodshield tribe within the Wolfwood. I have only known of the Ashen tribe in the Wolfwood Mountains, a branch of the Roaring Stone people, and indeed the mightiest among them, numbering approximately 2,000 warriors. How did Will establish contact with the Ashen tribe? He and the warriors of the Ashen tribe have seized our commanders. What are his intentions? Dennis Mallister handed the parchment to Colin, who glanced over it and addressed the tumultuous assembly. Will is leading the warriors of the Woodshield and Ashen tribes in a request to join the ranks of the Black-clad Legion. In the Grand Hall of the Black Castle, a mutiny erupted unexpectedly, catching both Maester Aemon and Commander Mormont off guard, leaving the brethren of the Black Castle in a state of utter shock. Commander, we must dispatch a raven to Eastwatch to inform Commander Cotter Pike, shouted one of the rangers. We should flank them, rescue the commander and the other 4 leaders, eliminate the scoundrels of the Wolf's Wood, and then hang Will. A chorus of fervent voices echoed, swords unsheathing in a cacophony of anger. Colin leapt onto the council table, raising his hands to command silence. His authority eclipsed even that of Lord Commander Dennis Mallister of the Shadow Tower. Yet, Dennis Mallister was widely recognized as a paragon of elegance and noble chivalry. Despite his advanced years, he retained an unwavering knightly spirit. Let us remain calm and first hear what the commander has to say, Colin urged. Dennis Mallister spoke. I have already dispatched the ravens. The first was sent to Eastwatch to notify Commander Cotter Pike, instructing him to gather all brethren and approach Black Castle stealthily. The second raven went to Hearthstone, alerting Sir Amber to prepare for a potential assault from the more aggressive Stonehowlers. And I requested he send troops to sever all routes leading to the wall should the Stonehowlers descend, with some warriors of the Ashen tribe already on the move. The rest have no reason to remain idle. The third raven was sent to Deepwood Motte, through Lord Glover, to ascertain the status of the Woodshield tribe, as we are entirely in the dark about their strength and whether additional forces might be abroad. The fourth raven was dispatched to Winterfell, informing the Stark family of the mutiny at Black Castle, where the native warriors of the Wolves would have joined forces with our black-clad brethren to seize control and take our commanders hostage. This is the first significant event of its kind in millennia. The Stark family, as the guardians of the North, must be made aware should the situation escalate. We will require the military support of their vassals. As Dennis Mallister concluded, an even deeper silence enveloped the hall, the brethren thoroughly impressed by the commander's methodical strategy. In stark contrast, their earlier outbursts now seemed juvenile and reckless. Sir Dennis, a scion of nobility from the illustrious Mallister family of Seaguard, had become a squire at the tender age of 12, a knight by 18, and the champion of the melee by 22. He had served as the Lord Commander of the Shadow Tower for 33 years. The brethren felt assured that even if Maester Aemon were present, none could devise a plan superior to that of Commander Dennis. Colin, the deputy commander, was in profound admiration. In the Shadow Tower, Colin was responsible for leading the brethren on patrols, reconnaissance, and battles, while all matters of strategy and contingency were dictated by the venerable commander, rendering the presence of a necessary maester superfluous in light of Dennis's prowess. Colin descended from the council table and respectfully addressed Dennis. Commander, please issue your orders. There is no need for further discussion, no need for meetings, nor for votes from officials at all levels. All that is required is the command from the Supreme Commander, and everyone shall execute it. Dennis stated. The Shadow Tower requires only a 10-man cavalry squad to guard the tower, another 10-man cavalry squad for patrolling the Great Wall, and a 10-man officer squad to oversee the horses, dogs, and livestock. Apart from the craftsmen, all other brothers, whether cavalry or officers, must set forth to the Black Castle. This time, I shall lead the expedition myself. No, 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 Colin interjected hastily, placing his hands on the shoulders of the gray-haired old commander. Colin's right hand bore only a thumb and an index finger, the other 3 fingers having been severed by a wild man's axe, earning him the moniker Colin the One-Handed. This name instilled dread among the warriors of all tribes beyond the Great Wall. Commander, all our combat-ready brothers have departed, even a substantial number of our less seasoned officers. Thus, it is imperative that a commander remains here to manage and strategize. I may not match your prowess in planning, yet I surpass you in reconnaissance, ambush, and battle. Regardless, it is I, Colin the One-Handed, who shall lead the charge this time. Chapter 63. The exceptional skills of the black-clad scouts. You lead the charge. I shall handle everything else related to the task at hand as your war scholar. Dennis Mallister jested. With this, Colin found himself at a loss for words. Commander, you should lead the expedition, Colin conceded. Dennis possessed the remarkable ability to persuade the resolute deputy commander Colin with a single phrase, retreating to advance. Dennis continued. I require 15 valiant warriors to traverse the Great Wall, a journey of over 100 miles, marching quickly. We must arrive within a day and a night. Over the Great Wall? Colin inquired. Yes, the winds are fierce atop the wall, and the snow makes traversing it quite arduous. We need our most elite 15 brothers. The wall is broad enough to accommodate 12 riders side by side. I shall lead the charge, Colin asserted. The brothers understood Dennis's plan. They would utilize zigzag wooden ladders to descend from the Great Wall and enter the Black Castle through the King's Tower. The Black Castle offers 2 routes to ascend the summit of the Great Wall. One is a lift operated by a winch, and the other is a zigzag wooden ladder constructed against the wall of the castle leading directly to the top of the Great Wall. How will we signal? One of the brothers in black asked. Fire shall be our signal. Our brothers making their way from the ground must also reach the woods outside the Black Castle within a day and a night. At which point we will signal with fire, Dennis replied. Colin added, fire is an easily visible signal from the top of the Great Wall. Will the fire signal an attack? You will signal with fire, and we shall descend upon them from the Great Wall while you assault from the front of the Black Castle. No. We must first wait for all reinforcements from Commander Cotter Pike of the East Sea to arrive before sending anyone in to assess the situation. Colin, If you see my firelight flicker 3 times, that will be the signal to attack. What if Carter Pike's men do not arrive until dawn? I have arranged to meet them tonight at midnight in the woods outside the Black Castle. Should they arrive late, you will have to wait an additional day atop the Great Wall, as we shall launch our assault the following evening. Very well. Colin raised his hand, and 15 elite rangers promptly assembled at his side. Dennis remarked, "The rest of the brethren shall follow me as we make a rapid march along the base of the Great Wall. Leave behind all but the essential provisions and weapons. Traveling light." A chorus of agreement echoed from the assembled brothers. Amidst the sounds of men shouting and horses neighing, they equipped themselves with swords, bows, and crossbows, while the hunting dogs, capable of combat, were brought along, leaving behind the females and pups. The snowhounds that had come to deliver messages trailed behind Commander Dennis. In the stables, only the small, sickly, and injured horses remained. All the capable steeds had been taken out. The rangers mounted their horses and set off first, serving as both scouts and the vanguard. The hunting dogs and the remaining brothers followed closely on foot. In a brief moment, the vast shadow tower stood empty, enveloped in silence. From above, one could see a procession of black ants along the Great Wall, moving eastward, while another line of dark figures marched below. As Colin and his brothers reached the edge of the Great Wall, they could see their comrades below. The brethren below looked up and waved back at them from the precipice. Though at 700 feet high, both men and horses appeared as mere black dots. Night fell. To the west of the Black Castle, atop the decaying guard tower of the former military fortress at Queen's Gate, a figure resembling a squirrel shouted down from the tower, "Squirrel, is the dog meat ready? Do not shout so loudly, half-ear. Do you wish the enemy to know your presence up there?" A clear youthful voice rebuked from below. "And do not call me Squirrel. I am Kanaka, the closest brother of Lord Will." "Bah, I am coming down. It is your turn to take watch," Half-Ear replied. He jumped from the tower's peak onto the rotting wooden ladder, which swayed and creaked ominously. Kanaka was taken aback, while Half-Ear laughed heartily. Half-Ear, a scout of the Woodshield tribe, earned his nickname due to the fact that he possessed only half an ear, the other half having been severed in battle. It won T collapse. "These castles are well built. They will take many more years to fall," Half-Ear remarked as he slid down the stone wall of the guard tower. Utilizing a thick rope woven from vines that he and Kanaka had crafted, they had been stationed there as scouts dispatched by the Woodshield tribe, tasked with guarding the west side of the Black Castle against the dark-clad brethren of Shadow Tower. This arrangement had been made by Lord Will during his excursion beyond the Great Wall. They had been on watch for 2 days without seeing a single soul. If they could withstand this night, come dawn, a replacement would arrive. During their watch, Kanaka and Half-Ear had stealthily acquired a medium-sized hunting dog from the dark-clad men's kennel, leaving them with a substantial portion of the hind leg. The two of them gathered around the fire pit beneath the tower, gnawing on the dog meat, their hands and mouths smeared with grease. "I must go up and keep watch." Kona donned an oversized black robe that was ill-fitting for his slender frame, rendering it excessively baggy. Nevertheless, it provided adequate warmth for the night. Lord Will had remarked that the brothers in black excelled in nocturnal ambushes. "Not a single raven has been dispatched. The fools of the Shadow Tower cannot possibly glean any intelligence," Half-Ear stated. "Who knows?" Kona replied, patting his distended belly. "The dog meat is quite palatable. And this black robe is decent as well. That pockmarked fellow who breeds dogs nearly wished to devour us when we carried off that half-grown pup. Huh. Yet he was powerless against us. Were it not for Lord Will's decree forbidding the killing of them, I would have gouged out his eyes and roasted them." Half-Ear chuckled. He piled black stones and rotten wood high to shield the flickering embers of their small fire from prying eyes. "Kona, you keep watch for the first half of the night, and I shall take over for the latter half." "Very well." The desolate wall of despair, blanketed in ice and snow, offered visibility at night comparable to the faintly gray dawn. Kona bit into a warm piece of dog meat, alternating hands as he swiftly ascended the vine-covered guard tower. Atop the stone tower were low windbreak walls on all 4 sides, complete with arrow slits and observation points. During the day, one could see for miles, gazing upon the distant deep lakes and the grand silhouette of Long Night Castle. The latter was the largest military stronghold among the 19 fortifications of the Wall of Despair, and despite its neglect and abandonment, it still exuded an aura of past grandeur. Suddenly, as he emerged, an arrow shot forth from the shadows below, striking true and forcefully penetrating Kona's black hood. Without a sound, he plummeted from the towering height of the guard tower. Thud! He landed with a sound akin to leather being struck. Below, Half-Ear stood in shock, still chewing on dog meat, when an arrow flew towards him, piercing his throat with a soft thud. His eyes widened in disbelief. After a moment, Two figures clad in black slowly rose from either side of the dilapidated, leaning gate. One remarked, "The commander possesses remarkable foresight. There are indeed low-born scouts here." Indeed, they exhibited no vigilance. Had they lain in ambush beneath the trees across the way, we might never have discovered their presence. It is cold outside. Even if the low-born fear not the chill, they would surely seek shelter from the wind within the fortress for the night. Very well, signal the brothers behind us. The distant night calls of birds echoed across the snowy expanse. The elite scouts of the Shadow Tower's black-clad legion traversed over 100 miles in just a day, arriving here half a day ahead of the main force. Their seasoned skills in reconnaissance, tracking, hiding, and hunting far surpassed those of the untrained scouts of the Wooden Shield tribe. Chapter 64. The gruff and unsightly Carter Pike. The Wall of Despair. East. Under the night's veil. Hurry up, girls. Do not dawdle. It has been ages since the girls from Mole Village have seen the likes of Carter's hefty figure. The advancing brothers in black erupted in a chorus of laughter. The figure atop the horse, uttering coarse words, bore a sharp forehead, small eyes, a broken nose, and disheveled hair that did little to conceal the myriad of pockmarks marring his face. He was Commander Carth Pike of Eastwatch, a man hailing from the Iron Islands. Born of a tavern maid, he belonged to the line of bastards known as Pike. Much like the bastards of the North are all surnamed Snow. "Commander, General Dennis has already set out. We may not reach Black Castle in time as he requested," remarked a young brother clad in black, still possessing the innocence of youth. "Is that so? You spineless wretch, I should have assigned you to mend our brother's garments," Carth retorted, lashing out with his whip, which cracked resoundingly, startling the lad who instinctively recoiled, nearly losing his balance. "You little brat, utter another word, and I'll render you impotent. For the love of the gods, speed it up. Move faster." "Yes, Commander." The visibly inexperienced youth, still a mere boy, awkwardly began to run. Laughter erupted among the brothers, their mirth echoing through the air. "Keep your spirits high. We must reach the woods outside Black Castle before that old fool Dennis," Carth Pike roared. "Damn it, the one-handed Colin has always looked down upon us. Brothers, shall we be outpaced by an old man and a half-hand cripple? Hurry, hurry, hurry. Commander, Colin's left-handed swordplay is said to surpass that of his former right hand." "Oh, is that so? Do you believe my two-handed sword is inferior to his 1.5? Carth snapped, striking the horse of the brother, who praised Colin's left-handed skills. The horse whinnied in pain, bolting forward and nearly tossing the brother to the ground. The cavalry erupted in laughter once more. "Quickly now, do not squander your energy on laughter. It is a drain on your strength, you bunch of fools," Carth scolded, spurring his horse onward, the cavalry trailing swiftly behind him. In the distance, more foot soldiers and officials gasped for breath, yet no one dared to slacken their pace. The commander was a man of strict discipline, sharp-tongued and harsh, embodying the fierce bravery and roughness of the Ironborn. Yet he was genuinely kind to his brothers. Passing the long-abandoned waterside fort, they approached the Oakshield Bastion, located a few miles from Black Castle, where Carth Pike slowed his pace. Ahead, two scouts awaited their commander by the roadside. "Commander, no enemy scouts have been spotted at Oakshield Bastion or in the nearby woods." "Oh, a pack of wolves and wildlings." Believing they could assault Black Castle and rest easy without sending scouts. How naive, Carth mused, his small eyes nearly disappearing into the night. "Brothers, split into two groups and scout the woods outside Black Castle. Take care not to be discovered by enemy sentries, and see if that old fool Dennis's men have arrived." "Yes, Commander." The two scouts turned their horses and set off. "What? Please urge those women at the back, while the rest of the brothers shall accompany me into the Oakshield Fortress to rest and await the scouts' reports." "Yes, Commander." What obeyed the command? Carter Pike, accompanied by 30 cavalry scouts, entered the partially collapsed Oakshield Fortress. Despite its degradation, the fortress still harbored the potential to conceal hundreds without drawing attention. 10 minutes elapsed before Carter Pike dispatched 2 more scouts for reconnaissance, followed by another pair 10 minutes later. The proximity to the Black Castle made it easy for the main force to be detected by the sentinels stationed atop its towers. Carter Pike bore no concern for the untrained Wolfwood tribe. His true apprehension lay with Will, the instigator of the rebellion, a master of swordsmanship and tracking well acquainted with Will's treachery. Thus he remained vigilant. An hour later, the delayed Hound Squad arrived, accompanied by 70 infantrymen who were expected to join shortly. The scouts reported no enemy sentries beyond the woods surrounding the Black Castle. Commander Dennis's scouts had already arrived, successfully eliminating 2 enemy scouts within the abandoned fortress at Queen's Gate. Upon hearing this, Carter Pike realized the gravity of the situation. The enemy had stationed scouts at the Queen's Gate fortress to the west, making it improbable that the eastern Oak-Shield fortress was devoid of sentinels. The absence of scouts could only imply that they had detected their approach and retreated safely. It was crucial to remember that their adversary was none other than Will, well versed in the tactics of the cavalry scouts. "The enemy is aware of our arrival," Carter Pike remarked with a smirk. "I am certain that the one who discovered us is not from the Wolfwood tribe, but rather Will himself." Carter Pike's arrogance blinded him to the fact that the Eastern Scouts were members of the Ash tribe among the Roaring Stone folk, adept at burying themselves beneath the snow for days. They walked barefoot across the snowy terrain with ease. "Commander, what could possibly motivate Will to instigate a rebellion with the Wolfwood tribe?" one brother inquired. This question had long plagued them all. "How would I know? I am not well. Have you all rested sufficiently? Let us proceed to wait outside the Black Castle for Dennis and the one-handed Colin." They strode forth boldly. "Indeed. The enemy knows we are here. Why should we hide? Before Dennis and Colin's arrival, I intend to enter the Black Castle and speak with Will. I am familiar with that fellow. If his wits are still intact, he would not wish for his brothers to hang him." Carter Pike mounted his horse, ignited a torch, and led the way. The cavalry scouts followed suit, lighting their torches and trailing behind their commander. He was universally recognized among the Brotherhood of Black as the boldest, relishing in risk and often acting outside the conventional bounds. Under the leadership of Donghai Wong, his brethren arrived at Black Castle ahead of Dennis's contingent. Despite departing approximately 2 hours later after receiving news from the Raven, a fire dragon surged forth from the abandoned Oak-Shield fortress towards Black Castle, its flames illuminating the snowy night. On the ramparts of Black Castle, the one-handed Colin, accompanied by the most elite 15 rangers from Shadow Tower, spotted the fire dragon from atop the walls. Colin cursed, "The bastard Commander Carter Pike is at it again." Commander Dennis's plan was for everyone to rendezvous in the woods outside Black Castle to scout and time their assault. Yet, Carter Pike boldly brandished a torch and swaggered toward the castle, unaware that the savage warriors within, particularly those from the Ashen tribe, were not to be trifled with. It was rumored they relished roasting their enemies for a feast. Chapter 65, Frost Whites and Severed Limbs spiraling deep into the ghostly woods. An ominous atmosphere thickened. Between the ghostly woods and Castle Caster, several small rivers and villages lay scattered. These so-called rivers were merely streams formed by the melting snow, some meandering beneath the snow cover only to emerge from the ground further away. The first village encountered by Will, Ash, and Mormont was utterly deserted, a phenomenon unprecedented in these parts. The modest settlement, enclosed by simple picket fences and comprising low houses made of stone and frozen earth, had once housed 7 or 8 families, with a stream running alongside. Yet now it lay empty. The kitchen, hearth, and stove had long since grown cold. In the biting chill, the villagers' fires were never meant to extinguish, yet they had been extinguished for some time. The hearths were filled with cold ash. Inside the kitchen, a stone jar still contained some wheat flour and rice paste. In the bedrooms, blankets and animal skin rugs remained. Farming tools hung on the walls, along with self-crafted bows and traded short and long knives. Everything was in place, save for the absence of people. "Those who dwell in the forest would never abandon food and weapons if they were to leave," Ash remarked. "There are no livestock. All the animals have vanished." Ebel Ashen added, "If these people left for some reason, there should still be livestock in the pens. Yet, there is nothing. Indeed, no living thing remains." Will inquired, "Commander, what do you think?" Mormont gazed around at the surrounding woods, the foreboding air thickening like a viscous, invisible shroud. "I do not comprehend. If they were to migrate, their possessions would remain. If they were forced to flee in haste, there would be signs of a struggle. Yet, weapons lie undisturbed, devoid of any evidence of conflict. They did not encounter humans, but whites." Will stated flatly, "Brothers of Ash, prepare yourselves. There is likely more than one white lurking here." Then, Commander Mormont beheld the Brothers of Ash draw forth gleaming black daggers from their bosoms. Tyrion Ashen, said to possess the bloodline of giants, unfastened a colossal satchel from his back, producing a series of short bows crafted from a wood Mormont had never encountered, the elusive fishbeam. The arrows, too, were fashioned from the same white fishbeam, their tips sharp and glistening like obsidian, mirroring the hue of the daggers. Mormont's expression turned to one of perplexity. "Will, what manner of weaponry do they wield?" "Obsidian daggers and obsidian arrows, specifically designed for the slaying of others." "From whence do these weapons originate?" Mormont had never laid eyes upon such armaments. He had merely heard whispers of their existence. Deep within the dust of the wormholes beneath the Black Castle, came the reply. "How do you know such relics lie there?" Tyrion Ashen scoffed. "Old man in black, do you still doubt that Lord Will is the chosen one? He is the divine will of the god of time and space. walking upon the earth as the savior of this calamity. Our Ashen tribe has wholly pledged allegiance to him. Yet you, the nobles of the land, remain ensnared in your arrogant disbelief, perpetually doubting all that Lord will proclaims. Only when the long night descends and the others rend you to pieces will you find yourselves pitifully kneeling before the gods, weeping in repentance. You take pride in your noble lineage while looking down upon others, yet your hypocrisy and loathsomeness are all too apparent. Bah! Tyrion Ashen spat vehemently upon Mormont's chest. Will interjected, my lord Mormont, 1,000 years ago, the children of the forest and the first men engaged in a protracted bloodbath, ultimately reaching a peace accord. According to this covenant, they presented the Night's Watch with 100 obsidian daggers and hundreds of obsidian arrows each year, until the Undone men, marked by the 7-pointed star upon their chests, crossed the narrow sea. The Undulls waged war against the first men and the children of the forest, felling fishbeam trees, hunting the children, and conquering the 6 kingdoms. The peace pact between humanity and the children of the forest shattered, compelling the latter to withdraw from the continent of Westeros and retreat to the lands of eternal winter. The obsidian arrows and daggers gifted to the Night's Watch have slumbered for over a millennium within the depths of the wormholes beneath the Black Castle. I have now retrieved them, for the time has come to wield them. These weapons are the bane of the others. Old man in black, do you now believe in the words of our Lord Will? Black girl, with her white fangs bared like those of a wolf, glared at Mormont's throat, her tongue flicking, yearning to sever the stubborn elder's windpipe. Mormont remained silent, mounting his horse and continuing onward. As they passed through the second village, it too lay desolate, devoid of livestock. With extinguished hearths and abandoned provisions, they journeyed until reaching White Tree Village, not far from the fortress of the others and their kin, Castor. White Tree Village was the largest in the vicinity, where many villagers were well acquainted with the brothers of the Night's Watch, often trading salt, food, and iron implements. As they approached the village's edge, the scent of blood hung heavy in the air. As they entered the village, an overwhelming stench of blood lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. In the center of the village, a peculiar spiral pattern was formed by the severed limbs of humans, with a heart shape at its core, seemingly resembling a grotesque eye within this vast, sanguinary tableau. Will, Mormont, and the warriors of the Ashen tribe, accustomed as they were to bloodshed and carnage, stood in shock. This was a sacrificial rite to their god, where villagers from several neighboring settlements had been captured and slaughtered. Will spoke in a low, grave tone, and suddenly, nightfall at his waist vibrated. He swiftly drew the sword with his left hand, finding it to possess greater power than when wielded in his right. This was the first occasion he had employed nightfall with his left hand. Form ranks. They are here. They are coming. Will shouted. Suddenly, the warhorses became startled, rearing and bolting, toppling Will, Mormont, and the Ashen warriors to the ground. The horses abandoned their riders, heedless, galloping into the woods. Circle formation, Mormont bellowed. With a sharp sound, Longclaw was unsheathed, its blade shimmering with a deadly gleam. Back to back, stay calm. Our weapons are their bane. Will's voice remained steady and composed. Where are they? Where are they? Black yelled, drawing his bow, unable to discern the enemy's location. Right here, beneath the snow. They are creatures of darkness, sentient beings. Do not underestimate them. Suddenly, Will broke from the formation, leaping forward, thrusting Nightfall into the snow. A piercing scream erupted. Will quickly retreated back to the formation as a frost-white wight, with hair and beard of ice, sprung forth from the snow, towering and wielding a translucent longsword. Its azure eyes glowed eerily, the cry emanating from its being. A faint flame flickered upon its chest where the blade had struck. It was the first encounter for the group with such a frost creature, leaving them dumbfounded. In an explosive burst, the creature disintegrated into swirling ice shards. As the snow stirred, 4 more frost wights rose slowly from the ground, each bearing the faintly handsome visage of human youths, their forms encased in ice, semi-transparent, with glowing blue eyes, and wielding crystalline swords as if forged from solid ice. Chapter 66. The Frost Wights of Stark's Shadow. Commander Mormont roared, "This wight is mine. The rest belong to you." Assuming a combat stance with Longclaw, he charged towards one of the Frost Wights. The commander's unyielding spirit of leading from the front was ever present. In the heat of battle, he was always the first to confront danger. The wight approached at a measured pace, its azure eyes revealing an unmistakable intelligence, glinting with a mocking demeanor. Its frosty visage was etched with translucent ice patterns, reminiscent of human wrinkles. Through these icy markings, the faint outline of a human face could be discerned beneath. The Frost Wight stood tall, surpassing Commander Mormont in stature. Its transparent sword was equally elongated, effortlessly clashing with Mormont's outstretched claws, producing a sharp, resonant sound. An immense, unparalleled force surged through the blade, causing Commander Mormont to tremble and retreat several steps. Astonishingly, the Frost White's transparent sword withstood the might of Valyrian steel. Mormont had presumed that a single strike would shatter the White's icy blade, only to discover that its hardness rivaled that of his Valyrian steel. A wave of shock coursed through him. This Frost White was not merely a mindless corpse, it possessed a certain intelligence. As Mormont struggled to regain his footing, the creature advanced with remarkable speed, executing a sweeping arc with its sword, aimed at Mormont's chest. Mormont's heart raced in alarm. He realized the ice blade was not only extraordinarily hard, but as sharp as Valyrian steel. Without hesitation, he gripped his sword tightly and summoned all his strength to block the attack. A thunderous clash ensued. An overwhelming force surged forth, far exceeding Mormont's expectations, propelling both him and his sword through the air. Shadows of black trees whirled past his vision, accompanied by the sharp howling of the wind. With a resounding crash, Mormont was struck with such ferocity that he was hurled from the village clearing, crashing violently into the snow. The tremendous inertia sent him sliding across the snowy ground, culminating in a harsh impact against the stone wall of a villager's home. Dazed, Mormont felt as though his very insides were quaking, his bones creaking under the strain, while the intense pain, paradoxically, dulled some of his discomfort. As the pursuing Frost White closed in, it suddenly halted, a pained groan escaping its throat. Abandoning its chase of the fallen Mormont, it turned abruptly. Yet, before it could complete its motion, it erupted, bursting into a shower of icy shards. The transparent ice blade, as hard and sharp as Valyrian steel, shattered with a crisp sound, scattering fragments. Still reeling from the encounter, Mormont heard the voice of Will, steady as a mountain. "Commander, are you all right?" I'm fine," Mormont replied, though every part of him throbbed with agony, as if his bones had been pulverized. "Huh, old man, do you need a hand?" came the teasing voice of a comrade. Mormont lifted his gaze to see the Ashen clan members, their bows and black daggers stowed away, clearly indicating that the battle had concluded. The other 3 Frost Whites had been dispatched effortlessly by them. Mormont could scarcely believe it. His own claws had faltered against a mere swipe from the White, yet these Ashen warriors had effortlessly vanquished the remaining 3. Surveying their ranks, he noted with astonishment that not a single one of these commoners had sustained injuries. The competitive spirit within Commander Mormont felt a tinge of embarrassment. He was exceedingly confident in both his swordsmanship and strength. However, when faced with a Frost White, he was utterly overwhelmed. "Are you all unharmed?" Commander Mormont instinctively inquired, his tone laced with astonishment. The moment he uttered those words, regret washed over him, for his comrades erupted into laughter, clearly delighted to witness his disarray at the hands of the White. This provided them with a chance to mock the commander of the Night's Watch. "We've already sent the other 3 Whites to meet their icy deity," chuckled Ebel, a glint of pride flickering in his small eyes. "Commander, how are you faring? Still unable to rise?" The Ashen folk erupted into another bout of laughter. Their leader, the giant version of Tormund Ashen, looked down at him with a gaze filled with pity, reminiscent of an elephant observing a hapless ant. "Come." The giant Ashen extended his colossal hand towards Mormont. Gritting his teeth, Mormont steadied himself with his sword as a makeshift crutch, managing to rise but refusing the assistance of the Ashen. His back collided painfully against the stone wall, each movement sending sharp agony through his injured spine. Yet, in the face of the Ashen's mirth, he stubbornly endured, suppressing any sound of discomfort. Despite being flung by the White and crashing into the wall, he clung to his longsword, a testament to his exceptional martial prowess. Only a master swordsman could maintain such a grip, embodying the principle that sword and arm are one, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to disarm him forcefully. While remarked, "Commander, the Whites possess immense strength. Apart from Tormund Ashen, none here dare confront them directly." "You are the first," Mormont retorted indignantly, "while you never informed me of the Whites' overwhelming power, nor did you express any belief in their existence beforehand." While replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, I did not." Mormont was momentarily speechless with frustration. Blackia chimed in, "Old man, our lord while informed us beforehand that when battling Whites, the first rule is to use fishbone bows and obsidian arrows for ranged attacks. A single arrow striking a White will explode it into shards of ice. Their towering stature makes them perfect targets when they charge at us, surrounded by our arrows. The second rule is that in close combat, one must not attempt to block or defend against a White's attacks. Given their size, we can evade by rolling low and thrusting an obsidian dagger at close range. Regardless of where the dagger strikes, the white will burst into ice fragments. Ebel grinned. You see, Sir Commander, slaying a white is quite simple. Mormont found himself at a loss for words, his face betraying his humiliation. Ebel's reference to him as commander dripped with sarcasm, prompting another round of laughter from the Ashen folk, while then inquired, Commander, do you not find that white somewhat familiar? Mormont paused, taken aback. All whites were encased in frost, as if forged from ice. How could any of them appear familiar? While continued, I suspect that the first white I dispatched, the one with white hair and beard, must be the leader of this white squad, while the remaining 4 are his subordinates. Through the intricate ice patterns etched upon the faces of the 4 whites, did you not perceive a faint familiarity in the contours beneath? A sudden realization struck Mormont. Indeed, from the very onset of the battle, he had sensed a peculiar notion, albeit fleeting and absurd, which he had dismissed at the time. As the fight escalated and he found himself utterly defenseless, he had no room for contemplation. Now, with Will's unexpected remark, the fleeting doubt from before the conflict resurfaced. A shadow of Stark, perhaps? Mormont's heart raced with astonishment. Yes, there is a resemblance to a young Eddard Stark, is there not? Will remarked. Though unfamiliar with Stark in his youth, Will's observation resonated deeply with Mormont, who knew Stark all too well. How had Will discerned this? Was it due to the prophetic fragments bestowed upon him as a chosen one? At that moment, Mormont harbored no doubts regarding Will's identity and assertions. Wizards, monks, chosen ones, shapeshifters, prophets, and priests, all embodied the divine will, the essence of the godly science. While many amongst them were impostors, masquerading as divine progeny to exploit and deceive, there were also genuine sons of the gods, particularly during times of great upheaval. Mormont spoke. Indeed, my lord Will, you are correct. The frost whites I face bear a semblance to young Eddard Stark. But what does this signify? It was the first time Mormont addressed Will with such reverence, finally acknowledging the gravity of Will's presence. Undoubtedly, these frost whites possessed the bloodline of House Stark, Will asserted. The resemblance of a white to Eddard Stark was a testament to the unbreakable bond of lineage. Such traits could manifest suddenly across generations, echoing the features of their ancestors. Mormont pondered for an extended period. The wall was constructed by Brandon Stark, and since then, each generation of House Stark had sent forth 1 or even 2 of their kin to serve as Night's Watchmen, a tradition and honor that endures to this day. Could it be that the Frost God shares an intrinsic connection with House Stark? What is the surname of Castor? Will inquired. Known for providing lodging and warmth to the Night's Watch, Castor was a figure of renown, infamous for his many wives and his notoriously foul temper, leaving a lasting impression on the men of the Night's Watch. The warriors within the Night's Watch were well aware of his reputation as a friendly wildling, but were ignorant of his surname. I have only heard that his father was a Night's Watchman and his mother a woman from this very village of White Tree, now ravaged by the Whites. Castor, indeed, was the illegitimate son of a Night's Watchman. Throughout history, the majority of the Night's Watch have been young and robust men. In the absence of the right to marry and procreate, their primal instincts often lead them to the nearby villages of molefolk and the charming women of Crown's Landing to indulge their uncontainable urges. Some of these men would secretly unite with the young women from the villages beyond the wall, resulting in the birth of children. Even attempts at contraception proved futile, as the efficacy of crow droppings was exceedingly low. The vow of celibacy established by the Night's Watch 8 millennia ago during a perilous epoch, crucial to humanity's survival, was strictly upheld. Yet, over the course of these 8,000 years, the White Walkers have faded into mere legend, and the honor of being a member of the Night's Watch is no longer held in the highest regard by warriors and knights alike. Nevertheless, the ancient oath remains unaltered. In the absence of significant warfare or threats from White Walkers, the men stationed at the wall endure profoundly solitary nights. Thus, the existence of bastards among the Night's Watch has become an open secret. History progresses and transforms, yet the ancient vows endure, upheld by the forces of honor and tradition. These bastards, burdened by rigid and unyielding laws, predominantly reside in the villages outside the wall. This explains why, despite the treacherous nature of the haunted forest, several villages have thrived near the desolate wall, as the villagers rely on the Night's Watch for essential goods such as salt and iron. The current commanders of the Night's Watch are well acquainted with the renowned Lord of Castle Black, Castor. They tacitly acknowledge that Castor's father was an unnamed member of the Night's Watch, and according to customary rules, no one dares to inquire further into the identity of Castor's father. Until now, the emergence of the Chosen One, Will, representing the will of the god of time and space, shattered this silence. Will reveal the secret about Castor, He has been aiding the Night King in raising an army of White Walkers. Over the decades, all the sons born to his numerous wives have been secretly sacrificed to the White Walkers, while all his daughters have become his wives to bear him more sons. Why would Castor do this, given that Stark blood flows through his veins? Mormont inquired solemnly. I do not know. Perhaps he inherited the pain of being abandoned by his mother, or perhaps he experienced some horrific events in his upbringing. I cannot say what Castor endured while living with his mother, but I do know that his father would have shown him no paternal love, due to the laws of the Night's Watch and the need to protect the honor of House Stark. For a proud Stark scion, coupling with wildlings is hardly a matter of pride, Will replied. What shall we do now? Shall we go and kill Castor? What about his wives? Mormont asked. Greetings, Elder. It is now time for you to pledge your allegiance to our Lord Will, and your family must do the same. Lord Will is indeed the true scion of the divine, spoke Ashen, radiating fervor. Since we began to follow him, everything Lord Will has proclaimed has proven to be genuine. Yes, Elder, you must lead your family to swear fealty to Lord Will, so that together we may confront the others. We shall become the epic heroes sung by wandering minstrels and bards throughout the 7 kingdoms for generations to come. Abel Ashen clasped his fists together, creating a resounding thud. A sense of honor sparkled in his small eyes. Mormont replied with a calm demeanor. The words of my Mormont lineage are to stand tall. Our Bear Island was bestowed upon us by King Roderick of the North after he triumphed over the King of the Iron Islands in a wrestling contest. Thereafter, King Roderick granted Bear Island to our Mormont family to inherit through the ages. Though Bear Island may be barren, the Mormont family, driven by honor and vow, shall forever recognize but one king in their hearts, King Stark of the North. Beyond him, no one can compel the Mormont family to pledge loyalty, not even the scion. Tyrell Ashen scoffed. Humph. All royalty are mere mortals, and any mortal may ascend to royalty. Yet, only the will of the true God reigns supreme. You are a fool. Sir Mormont, I shall rend you asunder. Mormont, undeterred, stated, even if you were to tear me to pieces, the Mormont family shall only ever pledge loyalty to Stark. That will not change. Furthermore, I am no longer the head of the Mormont family. Since becoming a Night's Watchman, my sole allegiance lies with the Night's Watch. Will interjected calmly, Mormont, I do not require your oath of fealty. I need your unwavering loyalty to stand with me against the incursion of the others. Is there any objection? None whatsoever, Lord Will. Then, in the battle against the others, who do you believe is best suited to lead? Undoubtedly, you are the most fitting. Lord Will, we know naught of the others. I am willing to lead the Night's Watch as your right hand, following you in our fight against the others, Lord Will. Mormont spoke with steadfastness, his words as solid as stone. At the wall, in the shadow of the Black Castle, before the guard tower, at the entrance, a lone rider approached, torch in hand, advancing slowly towards the gate. Behind this individual, at a distance, a line of black-clad riders held their torches aloft. The 30 elite riders from Eastwatch had all assembled. Each was armed with bows, daggers, and longswords, while all cavalry were equipped with lances for charging. At Commander Carter Pike's behest, every rider of Eastwatch was trained to master swordsmanship, dagger work, archery, horsemanship, and lance skills. This was the only cavalry unit proficient in all these martial disciplines. Each member was required to pass the rigorous assessments devised by Carter Pike, which encompassed distant shooting, close combat, and thrusting attacks. To the left of the cavalry stood the hound team. Dozens of ferocious hounds, led by their master, bared their teeth, ready to pounce and rend the enemy at a mere command. Meanwhile, the 70 infantrymen of Dong Haiwang struggled to catch up, their labored breaths echoing in the night. The torches they raised paled to insignificance against the towering majesty of the Great Wall, resembling mere flickers of starlight. As the troops had yet to assemble, Commander Carter Pike rode alone to the gates of the Black Castle. Holding his torch aloft, he rendered himself and his steed targets for the archers stationed on the watchtower. A single arrow could pierce his throat, and he was surely within the sights of at least 30. I am Carter Pike, summon your Lord Weir. I have come to save his canine life. If he wishes to avoid being hanged by his brethren, open the gates at once, and allow me entry. I demand to speak with him. Carter Pike shouted towards the watchtower. General Carter Pike, I acknowledge you as the commander of Dong Haiwang's black-clad legion and a close friend of our Lord Weir. However, at this moment, Lord Weir cannot meet with you. Please withdraw, or I shall pierce your skull with an arrow, a youth replied, his voice clear yet as frigid as ice. Open the gates. I shall enter alone. What do you fear? Have you been so terrified by the invincible Carter Pike? Hey, youth, have you half a mind left? Carter bellowed, his lean frame resonating with a giant's fury, his voice echoing throughout the Black Castle. Weir, come forth. I am Carter. I am Carter. 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 Carter Pike had a penchant for coarse language, a trait common among the Ironborn of the Iron Islands. He embodied the very spirit of his people. Strength triumphs over toil. The phrase strength over toil is merely a genteel euphemism the Ironborn use to embellish their own image. The stark reality is, eliminate you, and your possessions become mine. In response to Carter Pike's declaration, a sharp arrow whistled through the air. This arrow's shriek was amplified by a whistling tail, intended to intimidate and instill fear in the enemy. Carter Pike, audaciously mounted on his steed, bore no oak shield. Clad instead in black leather armor with a long sword and dagger at his side. The arrow soared forth, its sound slicing through the night like a blade. Amidst the raucous cheers of his comrades, Carter Pike remained utterly unmoved, as if the arrow were non-existent. His brothers held their breath in suspense, facing the savage tribe of the Wolf Forest. In the eyes of these untamed savages, there was little distinction between king and commoner. A single strike would claim any life. On the summit of the Great Wall, the severed hand of Colin observed the foolish display of the illegitimate commander, showcasing the fearless tenets of his Ironborn. Shaking his head, he realized the situation had changed. They could no longer wait for Commander Dennis's forces to arrive with the signal of fire. At present, Carter Pike has drawn the attention of the Wolf Forest people within the Black Castle, wagering his life. It is indeed the perfect moment to stealthily infiltrate the stronghold. Brothers, we shall proceed with caution, commanded the one-handed Colin. 15 of the most formidable rangers from the Shadow Tower commenced their descent along the zigzagging wooden ladder, moving with utmost stealth. The aged ladder creaked ominously under the slightest pressure. Suddenly, a whistling arrow struck Carter Pike's steed, causing the horse to rear violently, throwing him to the ground with a harsh thud. Dazed and disoriented, Carter had barely regained his footing when a second arrow, aimed at the horse's neck, was released. However, the warhorse, sensing the peril after the first arrow, bolted in terror, abandoning Carter without hesitation. General Carter Pike, begone, bellowed the youthful archer. Your aim is commendable. Young lad, have you been practicing since you were in the womb? What is your name, boy? I am called Wooden Shield Chow, the boy replied. Wooden Shield, I shall remember you. You may spare me, but I will not show you the same mercy, Carter chuckled. Those who knew him understood that he was a man of his word, devoid of any noble honor. Rising to his feet, he dusted himself off and shouted towards the Black Castle. Will, I know not what scheme you are concocting, but I have given you your chance. Tonight, I shall breach this fortress and have you and your savage kin hanged. His audacity was palpable, yet unbeknownst to him, his brothers trembled in fear behind him. They faced a tribe of savages akin to those beyond the wall, who slaughtered the common folk as easily as one would dispatch a chicken, particularly the Howling Stone men. To them, slaying Carter Pike would be as trivial as hunting a partridge. Nevertheless, upon his return, his brothers erupted in genuine cheers, as if the Black Castle had already fallen into their hands. Carter's reputation soared once more among his comrades, reaching an almost unattainable pinnacle of esteem. Whether from East Sea Watch, Shadow Tower, or Black Castle, the Supreme Commander was elected by popular vote, one man, one vote. In the elections for Supreme Commander at East Sea Watch, Carter Pike consistently received unanimous support. He mounted the warhorse provided by his brothers and declared, "All retreat into the woods and rest. We shall await our sluggish infantry and the snail-paced Sir Dennis before launching our fiery assault on the Black Castle." A fiery assault? What inquired, his tone laced with skepticism. Of course. What is there to fear? For instance, we can burn down the guard tower and rebuild it anew. It would be a splendid endeavor, Carter replied, his laughter tinged with derision and cruelty. Meanwhile, Colin, the one-handed, stealthily led his 15 subordinates down the wooden ladder, while the King's Tower remained eerily silent. The attention of this group was evidently captivated by the brutish Carter, leaving this side utterly unguarded. Chapter 70, The Fearless Carter and the Fall of the Handless Colin, Part 2, Not a single guard in sight. Colin and his brethren had finally approached the King's Tower, arriving at the final precarious wooden ladder. As the last brother stealthily stepped onto the rickety structure, a thunderous crack echoed through the air, causing the ladder to fracture entirely at the corner joint. All the brothers plummeted downwards alongside the collapsing ladder, the tremendous force penetrating the decayed ceiling of the King's Tower. As gasps of shock and cries of alarm reverberated through the night sky of the Black Castle. Thud, thud, thud. The rangers fell into a pit below, cushioned with straw and soft padding. Before they could rise, torches ignited the darkness, and countless long spears thrust forth, pressing against their chests, throats, crowns, faces, and backs. Any movement would result in them being instantly pierced like hedgehogs, meeting a swift demise. Chapter 71. The Death of Caste. The Ghostly Forest. The villages within the Ghostly Forest share a common characteristic. A stream flows beside each one, with livestock pens situated downstream, while the villagers draw water and wash their clothes at small pits upstream. Slightly wider streams boast single-log bridges. Caste Fortress is no exception. Though referred to as a fortress, it is merely a tall structure built from stone and frozen earth, encircled by a wooden fence. To retain warmth, there exists an inner wooden wall within the stone. This double-wall structure is unique, absent in other villages. The fortress was a name bestowed upon Caste's residents by the Brothers in Black. As Will and his companions appeared beside the stream adjacent to Caste's fortress, several ferocious hounds charged forth from the towering abode, bursting out of the fenced yard, lunging directly at them. Thud! A short arrow pierced the lead dog's mouth, possibly embedding itself deep within its throat. The lead dog's body was struck as though by an invisible giant fist, halting abruptly, then standing erect, as if ensnared by an unseen rope that yanked it backward, causing it to topple over. A dreadful whimper escaped its throat as it struggled to rise, yet its legs betrayed it, helplessly flailing in the snow before convulsing. As Alan Ashen emerged at the rear of the group, the startled hounds scattered in disarray. The fierce presence of Tyron Ashen was innate, instilling fear even in mountain lions. Who dares to challenge? A stocky, short man with a robust build appeared at the threshold of the house, wielding an enormous axe with a dulled blade. Caste. A figure devoid of the Stark lineage's noble essence, bearing only the essence of a savage. His gray-brown eyes resembled those of a beast, brimming with hostility and cruelty. Will and his group traversed the single-log bridge, the snowmelt trickling gently beneath. The short blade in Black Girl's hand swung forth, severing the neck of the thrashing. Whimpering hound on the ground, blood gushed forth, splattering her hands and staining her black attire. Commander Mormont furrowed his brow. Yet, Black Girl reveled in the sanguine aroma, her expression radiating a perverse delight. She extended her tongue to lick the blood from her hands. I shall slay you, Castor roared in fury, advancing a few steps before halting, for he beheld the imposing figure of Tarly Ash behind the ranks. Tarly Ash loomed like a moving mountain. His stature was nearly 3 times that of Castor, and his breadth was equally astonishing, rivaling that of a true giant. The malevolent aura emanating from this colossal figure held Castor's gaze captive. He had never encountered such a scoundrel. Castor steadied himself, recognizing only Will and Mormont among the rest. A mere glance into the eyes of these men revealed their callousness towards murder, and it appeared that Commander Mormont held no sway over them. Familiar with Mormont, Castor knew his men were ever courteous, never resorting to the slaughter of his hound at the first opportunity, nor causing the other guard dogs to scatter in fright. This time, it was that scoundrel Will, a ranger, who walked at the forefront, with Mormont positioned to Will's left rear. Castor and Will were no strangers. He was well acquainted with the rangers of the Night's Watch, who would often patrol past his post, warming by his fire and sipping hot water. Upon their return from patrol, they would regularly rest at his abode. What is the meaning of this, Will? Your men have slain my dog. Castor seethed. Sparing your life is an act of mercy, Will replied nonchalantly. What did you say, you scoundrel? Castor fumed, yet Will observed that his massive axe remained lowered. Had it been any other time, Castor would have already raised his axe to cleave at Will. It was an order from Commander Mormont that precluded conflict with Castor. The Rangers required his supply point, and Castor was acutely aware of this, which allowed him to vent his frustrations without fear of reprisal. However, on this occasion, Castor only hurled insults, refraining from violence. Most of his attention remained fixated on the silent giant, Tarly Ash, whose gray-black eyes bore into him, as though he were a lifeless corpse. This unnerved Castor greatly. Bind him, Will commanded. Black Girl and Ebul promptly moved forward, prompting Castor to bellow, Mormont, what is the meaning of this? He swung his axe, aiming a fierce strike at Black Girl's head. In that perilous moment, Castor recognized that only Mormont could quell this unfamiliar rabble. He considered Mormont a half-friend, yet this time, the bald commander exhibited neither his former authority nor respect, merely observing the unfolding events with a cold detachment. Beneath the weight of the mighty axe, Heya lowered her head, effortlessly slipping beneath it while drawing a short dagger. The heft of the axe, a double-edged sword, granted strength yet hindered speed. Like a nimble monkey, Heya maneuvered to Cast's rear, the blade poised against his throat. Meanwhile, Ebul, grinning widely, produced a resilient vine rope, notoriously difficult to sever even with a knife. Cast hurled the axe to the ground, bellowing in anger, Mormont, you bald wretch. Will, you ungrateful black-clad scoundrel, have you forgotten my kindness? Take us to your god, replied Will, his tone unperturbed. Cast faltered, as if an invisible hand had clutched his throat. What did you say? He stammered, fear flickering in his eyes for the first time. Take me to your god, or we shall slit your throat. And no, I cannot. I must not allow you vile creatures to approach my god. Absolutely not. Cast's demeanor shifted, becoming fierce. Huh. You will all perish, every last one of you. And when the long night and bitter winter descend, I shall rise again and attain immortality. Kill him, will command it. His voice calm. With a swift motion, Heya plunged the dagger deep into Cast's neck, retracting the blade. Cast's hands flew to the ghastly wound, warm blood gushing through his fingers in a thick, bubbling fountain. His throat emitted strange, rasping sounds as his wide eyes reflected disbelief. Staring vacantly into the gray abyss, perhaps he glimpsed the deity he believed would resurrect him. Chapter 72. Tragedy. Will and little Gilly ventured southward. Will entered Cast's chamber, followed closely by Heya, Mormont, and the others. The room was centered around a roaring hearth, exuding warmth. 3 young women stood against the wall by the door, armed with hunting knives, poised in a defensive stance, yet their eyes lacked the courage for combat. One of the girls trembled visibly. By the hearth, several women brandished sticks, knives, and forks, glaring at the unwelcome intruders. They gripped their weapons tightly. Some exhibited feral snarls, contorting their faces as if their teeth and menacing expressions were magical weapons capable of warding off foes. The room featured a staircase, rising high and divided into 2 levels. The loft above served as the sleeping quarters for Cast and his 19 wives. Several older women huddled in the loft, revealing only half their faces, their expressions filled with panic and trepidation. You can no longer remain here. Either come with us to the south, or be burned alongside Cast, Will declared. We will not leave this place. The south does not belong to us, replied an elderly woman, slowly rising from her position in the loft. Her face was lined with wrinkles, her long black hair flowing, and her eyes appeared clouded. She exposed one shoulder, her skin slack and as pale as snow. I swear by the names of both ancient and modern gods that the climate beyond the Great Wall of Despair is far warmer, where at least 200 miles of desolate land await your habitation, cultivation, and livestock rearing, alongside the rights to engage in equitable trade with the peaceful inhabitants. You may barter cattle and sheep for millet, beer, cheese, or even red wine from Qingtian Island. We shall not abandon this place. Will, you killed Castor, who had shown you kindness. You must depart, for I shall set this place ablaze, Will declared. Then please burn us along with it. I shall do so, should you insist on remaining. Will, why can't they be allowed the choice to stay? Mormont inquired. This is a realm controlled by the others. Should they remain, they will either become whites or sacrifices to the cold god of the others. Rather than that fate, it is better we slay them and incinerate their remains to prevent future calamities, Will asserted. Commander Mormont said, Ladies, you are aware that Castor worshipped the cold god, sacrificing all your sons to the others. Winter and the long night are imminent. We shall seal this place, and the trading port of East Sea will refuse to engage with wildlings again. Come with us to the south. I assure you of your safety. We will not go. You will sell us into a den of harlots where anyone may ride us. I know your intentions. The Southerners are wicked. You cruelly murdered our protector Castor, a single man slain by so many of you, devoid of honor. The old woman spat in anger. I swear by the gods. Mormont raised his right hand, his grizzled beard drifting before his chest, his forehead gleaming in the firelight. I, Gior Mormont, am responsible for your safety, to escort you south, where you shall cultivate and thrive upon our lands, and none shall be sold into a den of harlots. I see the greedy glint in your eyes. You long to ride us even now, the old woman remarked coldly. Black ash, evil ash, burned 10 warriors, and tyrant ash gazed at these women with glimmering eyes. Among them were not a few young and beautiful maidens. Will stated, these are the ashen warriors of the Howling Stone Men of the Wolfwood Mountains. Should any of them touch you, I shall demand that they take her as a wife, witnesses to the ancient and modern gods. None shall be sold into a den of harlots. If you refuse to wed the ashen warriors, they shall not lay a finger upon you. Begone, Will. It was you who killed Castor, the old woman retorted. Will commanded, Black Ash, toss Castor and that dog inside. Yes, my lord Will. Black Ash glanced at a knife-wielding girl with dark hair and gray-brown eyes, reluctant to part. Had it not been for Will, he would have lunged forward, commencing the act of riding. For the last time, those willing to accompany us south, we guarantee your safety. You are free folk here, and shall remain so in the south. Will remarked that Castor had sacrificed his son to the others. Worshipping the cold god as his true deity, he deserved to die. I wish to accompany them, a timid young girl timidly expressed. judging by her age. She appeared to be merely 12 or 13, her face still bearing the innocence of youth. Gilly, do you wish to be ridden by any man? An elderly woman retorted with indignation. No, they are good people. They would never harm me. I despise you all. I loathe Castor. With that, she discarded the short knife in her hand and ran towards Will. Be careful, Will shouted. Gilly stood frozen in shock when a short knife was suddenly thrust into her back. Wretched girl, you are a wildling. You belong here, not in the south. A middle-aged woman spat venomously. You cannot betray Castor. We have all sworn an oath. We cannot descend into hell because of you. The hounds of hell will tear our souls apart. Thud. Two other women lunged forward, stabbing Gilly in the chest from either side. The astonished look in young Gilly's eyes gradually transformed into a weak, dazed expression as she extended her hand towards Will. Uncle, save me. Shocked by the sudden turn of events, Will's heart ached deeply. He dashed forward like the wind, his hand wielding the darkness. Shadows flickering as two heads flew from their bodies, blood spraying from their severed necks. Will caught the swaying Gilly in his arms, the blood of the vile women splattering across his face. Uncle, save me. Gilly's mouth trickled with blood, and she began to choke as tears welled in her eyes, resembling transparent ice crystals. I hate them. I hate Castor. With each word, she coughed up more blood. Will felt a sharp pain in his heart as the world around him blurred. He never imagined these women would turn against their own. Young Gilly was still their flesh and blood. Whoosh! A black arrow shot from Ebel's crossbow, striking the retreating middle-aged assailant in the left eye socket. A blood-curdling scream erupted as the woman toppled backward, rolling on the ground in agony, unaware that the flames from the hearth were consuming her skirts. Clang! Mormont unsheathed his long sword and charged, severing the wicked woman's head, then kicked it into the fire. The warriors of the Ashen tribe sprang into action, drawing their swords and subduing all armed women, commanding them to drop their weapons. Tyrion Ashen strode boldly into the fray, seizing the old woman from the loft and throwing her headfirst to the ground, her skull bursting open, resulting in her immediate demise. Uncle, to the south. Gilly's voice was barely audible. All right, I will take you there. I promise. Gilly's breath ceased in Will's arms, her eyes wide open, reflecting the tragic visage of Will, splattered with blood. Chapter 71. Flames of war against the king of the others. The inferno ravenously consumed Castor's fortress. 7 women had followed Castor, clinging to their self-imposed oaths. 12 women chose to follow Will southward, renouncing their vows to Castor. You must decide whether to wait here or to accompany us to the sacrificial site at Castle Castor. Will stated. The raging inferno before them would reduce the famed fortress of the dark-clad men to mere ruins. The dreams of this former Stark family's bastard would be irrevocably extinguished. After the flames reduced him to ashes, his cold god would be unable to resurrect him. He would become naught but an eternal handful of dust. We shall accompany you, Lord Will, said Gilly. This girl, also named Gilly, was 16, with soft, gentle features and eyes that sparkled with intelligence. They called her Big Gilly. The women looked up to her, and the elder ones were willing to heed her counsel. She not only spoke the common tongue, but also possessed considerable courage. Very well, but you must bring your sister, little Gilly, Will replied. He had already cleaned the blood from little Gilly, stitched her wounds, and dressed her in clean garments. She appeared as though she were merely asleep, albeit with a pallor that betrayed her lack of vitality. We cannot take her, Lord Will. She will turn into a white at night and then slay us. Big Gilly protested. As long as we slay the frost whites at Castle Castor during the day, little Gilly will not transform. All the dead in this forest shall not rise again. Provide us with weapons, Lord Will, urged Big Gilly, for we can fight as well. The obsidian daggers and arrows were extraordinarily sharp, favored weapons of the children of the forest. Their hardness was akin to that of steel. The strength of the nature-loving children of the forest derived from the natural world, and it was said that obsidian embodied the essence of nature's power, akin to dragon glass. We shall not grant you weapons, Will asserted. These women had not yet exited the haunted woods, and their willpower might still be susceptible to the white's influence. Having witnessed little Gilly's tragic fate, Will was determined not to repeat the past. I can protect you, Gilly. Simply stay behind me, Black said. He considered Big Gilly the most beautiful among all women. However, Ebel found her unattractive, preferring a taciturn middle-aged woman instead. This woman had thick lips, long fingers, and fair skin, her gaze sharp as a nail. All the women bore a certain unhealthy pallor. I will protect myself, Big Gilly replied defensively, taking a step aside to distance herself from Black. The brothers of Ash laughed heartily. Black Ash could only shrug awkwardly. He refrained from making advances toward Big Gilly. For Lord Will had previously sworn, in the name of the god of time, and all the old gods. If the women disagreed, they must not be touched. Should one violate this oath, he would be obliged to marry her. The warriors of the Ash tribe were no longer a barbaric people. They were valiant fighters against the whites, favored by the gods, destined to be sung of in epic tales. Lord will proclaim thus. Furthermore, he declared, "We are now in an era of gods and heroes. This epic has begun. The will of the gods begins to surge among humanity. And the heroes emerge one by one, with the Ashen tribe standing as one of them. This fills Black Ash, Eber Ash, Tyrant Ash, and the 10 brave warriors with great enthusiasm. They trust the words of Will, for he is the son of God, an aberrant capable of effortlessly riding the divine beast. The Shadowlynx, and a prophet as well." Commander Mormont immediately expressed his dissent, as the Brotherhood of the Black would not permit marriage or land grants. However, Will asserted that the Ashen tribe was not true members of the Brotherhood. They were merely warriors resisting the White Walkers, part of the Burning Legion of the god of time and space. Indeed, the Burning Legion, in the face of the raging inferno at Castle Castor, will proclaim to Mormont and the Ashen warriors, "Fire is the nemesis of the White Walkers and the Whites." Thus he decided to name his legion the Burning Legion. Upon their return to the Black Castle, they would raise the banner of their lord, the Flame of Fire. Half an hour later, Will and his company arrived deep within the forest, where a mound concealed a vast subterranean cavern. Although it was daytime, the vicinity was shrouded in an eerie darkness, as if night had prematurely descended. This particular White Walker was the king of his kind, and by nightfall, his power would double, while the daylight would diminish his magical prowess. "This is what Castor informed me," said Gilly. "The strength of the White Walkers derives from darkness and cold. Hence their presence is always accompanied by the long night and the bitter winter." Will declared, drawing forth his weapon, the knight. Flames erupted along the blade, marking the first instance of night igniting in fire. Yet the hilt remained smooth and cool, devoid of any scorching sensation. "Commander, I require your protection for Gilly and the others." Mormont replied solemnly, "Yes, my lord Will." He unsheathed his Valyrian steel sword, Longclaw, which shimmered under the glow of the fiery night. "Ladies, I believe we should retreat a bit. Black Ash, Eber Ash, lead the 10 guards in a fan formation around the cavern, while obsidian arrows provide support for me and Tyrant Ash." "Yes, my lord." "Tyrant Ash, you and I shall engage in close combat." "Yes, my lord." Tyrant Ash thundered as he strode towards Mormont, grasping his shoulder and lifting him off the ground. Swiftly seizing Longclaw from him and placing an obsidian dagger into Mormont's hand. "Here, my lord, you may use this." Tyrant Ash employed a respectful tone, as he sought to borrow Longclaw. Will nodded at Mormont. "Thank you, Lord Mormont." Mormont spat in disdain, retorting, "Big fellow, mind your manners next time, or I'll sever your filthy hand." Tyrant Ash grinned, his fangs protruding like a beast's. "Yes, my lord." He gently set Mormont down. The commander would have preferred that Tyrant Ash refrain from smiling. "Let us proceed, Tyrant. If that fellow does not emerge, we shall toss torches inside." "Yes, my lord Will." The smile of Tyrion Ash receded, revealing the fierce presence of a beast. Mormont felt that this expression on Tyrion's face was far more reassuring. Suddenly, a gust of snowstorm surged from the pitch-black cavern, sweeping towards Will and Tyrion Ash. "He is coming," Will shouted. In an instant, the blizzard blinded Will's eyes and rushed into his open mouth, the icy breath penetrating his throat and chilling his stomach, leaving him in terror as he felt he might be frozen into a statue. He quickly closed his mouth. With a whoosh, the flames of the night erupted brilliantly amidst the snowstorm, igniting a long tail of fire that enveloped Will in warmth, reviving his stiff limbs. The fierce flames of the night illuminated a white figure lurking behind the storm. It was a translucent frost white, standing at the entrance of the cavern, its long hair flowing behind it like a frozen banner woven from icicles. Its entire body was covered in layers of ice, with eyes as blue as sapphires. Wielding an exceedingly long, transparent ice sword, with a gentle flick of its wrist, the ice sword traced circles, summoning spirals of swirling snowstorm that surged towards Will and Tyrion Ash. Chapter 72. The White King's Death at the Gate of 1,000 Gods in a Future Day. When the Whites drove the corpses, when the Night King led the Whites, traversing the lands of eternal winter, passing through Cern, Frostfang, following the Milk River, treading over the ancestral Fist Peaks, advancing their army into the Ghost Shadow Forest, they would be accompanied by an endless blizzard. The Night King's power could amplify within the snowstorm. He summoned the Tempest, and the Tempest in turn granted him greater strength, creating a perpetual cycle. The Whites, as the Night King's warriors, could also summon the blizzard, emerging unexpectedly from its cover to slay unsuspecting humans or humanoid beings. However, the white sacrificed by Castor was evidently not very powerful. The snowstorm stirred by its ice sword only enveloped an area of mere feet. The cold god's blizzard could obscure the sky and devour entire continents, while the Night King's storm could stretch for miles, freezing surging rivers into flat, solid ice. Yet this white's ability to wield the storm was remarkably feeble. Surrounding the black figure of Ea and Abel, there was no trace of the storm's reach. Whoosh! 12 fishbone bows released obsidian arrows. The power of one thing subdued another. The obsidian arrows shot towards the frost white. The white swung its ice sword, knocking several arrows aside, slipping forward, and leaving others behind. Its agility resembled that of a master swordsman, evoking in Will the fluidity of a water dance. However, this maneuver caused the swirling snowstorm stirred by the white's ice sword to abruptly cease. Tyrion, attack from the left. Will shouted. Understood. Will charged left, while Tyrion surged right, both advancing boldly towards the white. Tyrone's stride is equivalent to 3 of Will's, and with a single charge, he covers a distance of 5 strides. The giant Tyrone resembles a mobile fortress, and before Will can approach the White Walker, Tyrone's elongated claws have already clashed with the creature's icy sword multiple times. This formidable adversary has finally encountered a true opponent. The White Walker's blade, capable of slicing through iron, finds itself thwarted by the Valyrian steel claws. In the tumult of their encounters, the White Walker is unable to withstand Tyrone's overwhelming force, retreating repeatedly. In the Age of Light, the giants are the most potent warriors in direct confrontation with the White Walkers. Within Tyrone's blood flows the lineage of these giant warriors. Unlike humans, the giants uphold true equality between genders. Women bear beards and are as fierce and formidable as their male counterparts, with some female giants possessing strength surpassing that of males. They embody a genuine equality, excelling equally in both combat and other skills, while the unique flexibility of female giants remains unmatched by the male giants. All human giants descend from the bloodline of female giants, with no male giants carrying forward their lineage. Tragically, before human women can conceive, their wombs are often torn asunder. Tyrone's strength and agility are on par with that of the White Walker. In his presence, the towering, invincible White Walker appears as a mere child, a fragile figure. Block the cave, Will shouts. Though Will possesses greater agility, his smaller strides pale in comparison to Tyrone's, due to the unique nature of the female giant bloodline. The movements of giants among humans are far from sluggish. Tyrone, having grown and fought in the Wolfwood Mountains, displays agility that far exceeds that of his giant kin. His speed rivals that of Will, yet his charging stride spans 5 times the distance. His movement speed exceeds Will's by at least 4-fold. As Tyrone's bravery surged, following several exchanges with the White Walker, his initial fear dissipated, replaced by courage and confidence. The legendary White Walker King is not as formidable as rumored. Ordinary White Walkers can be confronted by human warriors. Will, unlike his former self from a past life, recalls that his superior, Sir Wimmeroyce, was merely 17 when he battled the White Walkers, ultimately falling to 1 after a prolonged fight. Black Ash and others swiftly cut off the retreat of the White Walkers, severing their path back to the cave. Swish, swish, swish. A flurry of arrows struck the staggering White Walker's back. The White Walker, an intelligent creature of the dark, is not a mere mindless corpse. With a swift turn, it narrowly evades the obsidian arrows and immediately flees at an angle. Will's Nightblade, ablaze with flickering flames, plunges into its side. The anguished howl of the White Walker reverberates through the forest, a sound that is neither human nor beastly, but rather a haunting wail that lies somewhere between a wolf's howl and a human's cry, tinged with the chill of wind and snow. Will retreats swiftly, as the Nightblade burns fiercely within the White Walker's form. The chilling cries of the others reverberated through the woods, piercing the treetops and spreading far into the distance. In the forest, the birds and beasts quivered in terror, paralyzed with fear. The women surrounding Mormont bowed their heads and clung to one another, trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, the king of the others exploded into a flurry of ice shards, distinct from the icy remnants of the others slain in White Tree Village. These shards tinged with a faint black hue, reminiscent of charred flesh. Mormont approached, wielding a sharp obsidian dagger. Beneath the ice, the creature's form appeared more human. He picked up a black ice shard, remarking on the powerful other, whose injury had caused black blood to flow. They were once living beings transformed into these monstrosities. Will noted, why have they chosen Castor as their sacrificial offering? Mormont mused, crouching to contemplate the black ice shard. The bloodline of the North's king is indeed more potent. Will observed, picking up a piece of the night. The flames on the night had long extinguished, rendering it inconspicuous. Mormont gazed at the entrance of the mound where the king of the others resided and inquired, could there still be others within? Castor has sacrificed many young ones. Perhaps some of their lives have been transferred to this king of the others, Will suggested. Nonetheless, I have decided to venture inside. I shall accompany you, he added. Tyron Ash, who had previously driven the others back, now found them less daunting. Even dark creatures can be subdued by absolute power. That cavern cannot accommodate your stature. Will chuckled. Tyron Ash spread his massive hands, his expression lively and animated. You see, my flaws are evident, and I tend to overindulge. Tyron Ash was no mere stiff giant. He was emotionally rich and possessed a fine sense of humor, amusing all present. Even the stern and stoic Mormont cracked a faint smile. Soon after, Will found himself deep within the cavern, surrounded by numerous desiccated bones. Facing a stone wall adorned with thousands of sword-shaped holes, as if deliberately carved by blades. Suddenly, a thought struck Will. He possessed a simple parchment drawing gifted by the ancient heart tree of Winterfell, so rudimentary that he nearly forgot it. Yet it depicted a stone wall with a sword-shaped hole. The drawing also featured a small village, a stream, several trees, and a small mound. Accompanied by the words, The Gate of 1,000 Gods. Chapter 73, The Eye of Time and Space. Illuminating the light of the gods' torches. Will commanded. Beside him, Black Ash and Ebul Ash raised their torches. Will ignited their flames with the fire from the night. The flames of the night extinguished. The light from the torches cast flickering shadows upon the figures. Will attempted to align the blade of the knight with the rows of sword-shaped holes. Yet the knight remained unresponsive. The sword holes covered the stone wall like the sheaths of swords, awaiting the arrival of their rightful blades. The walls towered high, and Will stood on the ground, unable to reach the sword holes that were slightly higher, meant for the Dark Knight. If the image provided by the ancient tree demon indicated this location, then one of these sword holes must surely be suitable for the Dark Knight. Was this stone wall indeed the gate of 1,000 gods depicted on the parchment? What revelations would unfold upon its opening? Will remained oblivious to the answers. The illustration featured only one sword hole, yet here there were thousands. Was it the work of the other to deliberately pierce the wall with sword holes to sow confusion? Or was there another reason? Will could not ascertain. He only knew that if a sword hole belonged to the Dark Knight, there would surely be a tremor in response as the blade approached. What he could confirm was that all the sword holes at the base of the wall had been excluded. Regardless, he needed to explore every single hole. How he wished Tyron were present. He could effortlessly test each one. The only requirement would be for him to crouch through a few low passages, for they were now deep underground. After a considerable wait, Tyron Ashen arrived, his black robe soiled and his face and hands smeared with dirt, suggesting he had indeed crawled through some low areas. I need your assistance, Tyron, Will said. At your service, my lord, Tyron replied, a cheerful expression brightening his plump face. Will handed the Dark Knight to Tyron, who pointed the blade towards the central sword hole. The sword tip ignited with a swift whoosh, emitting a slight tremor. Insert the sword, Will instructed, his voice devoid of surprise or caution, calm in its demeanor. Yes, my lord. As the Dark Knight was inserted into the sword hole, it slid in as if a sword returning to its sheath. After a brief moment of tranquility, the stone wall began to tremble, emitting a thunderous sound from within. Tyron and the others exchanged worried glances, and Will felt a pang of anxiety. If the wall were to collapse, they could all be buried beneath the earth. After the rumbling subsided, the wall split in two and slowly opened, causing the Dark Knight to tumble, which Will deftly caught. If this stone wall was indeed a specially designed door, then the Dark Knight served as the key, and that sword hole was the keyhole. Beyond the stone door lay a vast chamber adorned with gemstones embedded in the corners of the ceiling, illuminating the space. The sight of the gems reminded Will of the passage beneath the Stark family tomb in Winterfell, where each precious stone housed at least one restless spirit. A chilling aura surged forth from the chamber, cutting through the air like a blade, evoking a sense of dread that could harm one's very heart and lungs. The Dark Knight in Will's hand erupted into flames, casting a warm glow that enveloped everyone. The frigid air flowed along the walls as if swept by a ghostly wind. On either side of the grand entrance stood two colossal three-headed hellhounds, their size rivaling that of the tyrant's Ash. Will and his companions found themselves gazing upward in awe. The hellhounds' three mouths gaped wide, their expressions grotesque and twisted, revealing ivory fangs akin to daggers. Their bodies were sinewy and devoid of fur, glistening with a reddish copper hue, adorned with a row of sharp black spines along their spines. The eyes, resembling golden orbs, seemed to pulsate with life. The malevolent aura of the hellhounds tightened Will's heart. It was his first encounter with the legendary beasts, and inexplicably, He recognized these ferocious statues as hellhounds. He noticed Blackia and Eber both swallowing hard beside him, while Tyrant's Ash breathed heavily. "Let us venture inside," Will declared, raising the night, which blazed with a warm flame, as he passed beneath the massive claws of the hellhounds. Their dark talons, resembling the wicked spikes of phantoms, pierced the ground, each talon as long as a short sword. The stone chamber within was barren, devoid of any gargoyles. Illuminated by the firelight, the walls of the chamber revealed intricate reliefs. Will raised the night, its flames casting clarity upon the carvings. The first depiction illustrated a sword-like island edifice, beneath which lay a shallow blue sea. A waterlogged priest, staff in hand, was adorned with seaweed. Beside him stood 3 brutish men clad in a blend of gray and greenish-blue robes, forcefully submerging an individual into the water. The second image portrayed the priest and the 3 men, their expressions devoid of emotion, gazing at a corpse adrift in the shallows. The third scene depicted the body being retrieved, the priest's staff resting upon the corpse's chest, as the eyes of the deceased fluttered open, water spilling from their mouth, a resurrection. In the fourth illustration, the seaweed-clad priest cried out, "O drowned god, allow your servant to be reborn from the sea as you were. Grant him the blessing of sea salt, the blessing of steadfast stone, the blessing of iron." The resurrected individual stood to respond, "The dead do not perish." The priest declared, "The dead do not perish. They shall rise again, and their might shall be even greater." Behind the imagery lay an inscription, "The will of the drowned god returns to the Iron Islands." What could this signify? Blackia, having long dwelled in the Wolfwood Mountains, found it incomprehensible. "This is the faith of the drowned god of the Iron Islands," Will explained. "The dead do not perish. The people of the Iron Islands will rise again under the will of the drowned god." "My lord Will, do you suggest that the age of gods and heroes has commenced, and these faiths are alluding to this?" Tyrant pondered aloud, his voice reverberating within the stone chamber. "I believe so. It appears that behind every hero or tyrant, there may exist the will of a deity. Could the drowned god truly be one of the divine?" Will mused. "The drowned god created the Ironborn to plunder, to forge new realms through blood, flame, and song. He is a god of force, a deity of chaos." Will replied, his tone measured. "Lord Will, after the flood god, there exist a multitude of deities." The torch held by the dark maiden neared the stone wall. Will glanced over and beheld, following the flood god, the faith in the god of light, the god of water, the god of cold, the beast god, and the Titan god. As Will scanned the surroundings, he caught sight of the faith in the god of death, the faith in the god of 1,000 faces. Beside a structure of black and white, a pair of faceless eyes fixated upon him. The gaze was strikingly lifelike, akin to that of a living being. Unable to resist, Will reached out to touch the eyes, seeking to uncover their mystery. As his fingers brushed against the faceless orbs, subtle information coursed through his skin into his mind. To his astonishment, he suddenly realized that a tome, titled The Eye of Time and Space, floated in his consciousness, containing all truths. Will gasped softly, bewildered by the phenomenon. Then his mind's eye beheld the book gradually morph into a stone chamber, its walls adorned with the faith of various deities. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the stone chamber in his mind mirrored the one before him perfectly. In his astonishment, the chamber in his consciousness vanished, transforming into the faceless eyes, which slowly blurred and disappeared, giving way to golden script, the will of the god of time and space. The Eye of Time and Space reveals the light of the deities. In an instant, a torrent of information flooded Will's mind, unveiling every secret concerning the faith of the faceless god, secrets that were no longer concealed from him. Every mortal shall face death. Every mortal must serve. Chapter 74. The Eyes of Tilion, son of the dragon language forest, Will surveyed his surroundings, failing to locate the relief of the god of time and space. The god of time and space represented his faith. He upheld the will of the god of time and space. In the presence of the god of time, every life is eternal. Yet, in the face of the world's evils and conflicts, only divine judgment prevails. This was his prayer before kneeling to receive the dragon's sword. Night's shadow. However, within the chamber of 1,000 gods, there was no relief of the god of time and space. Will's gaze fell upon the faith in the dragon god. He envisioned a prosperous city named Valyria, situated on the peninsula in the southeastern part of the continent of Essos. Across the narrow sea, where the ancestors of the nomadic Targaryen family forged a soul contract with the dragon god on the islands of the Jade Sea, acquiring the language of dragons and the blood magic to hatch dragon eggs, ultimately establishing their family's bloodline gift. Will felt an overwhelming sense of awe. He might be the only one on this continent privy to the Targaryen family's secret of dragon keeping. The will of the god of time and space. The eye of time and space revealed not only the light of the deities, but also the secrets of the dragon god's faith. Will recalled the method of obtaining the secret skill of the faceless ones. He touched the faceless eyes, which brimmed with the secrets of their cultivation. As he approached the relief of the dragon god, he extended his hand slowly, pressing it against the sculpture. And peculiar syllables and characters flowed into his mind, the language of the dragon race. Will was elated. He was inheriting the tongue of dragons. More information flowed into his mind, about dragons, about taming, about contracts and bloodlines, and the secrets of the dragon god himself. Will closed his eyes. A faint, peculiar syllable emerged from his lips, devoid of sharp edges, yet it instilled a sense of awe in Blackia, Eber, Tyran, and others. As though a chilling majesty pervaded the air, one that demanded reverence. An air of solemn grandeur, transcending all beings, wafted forth, intangible yet stirring the soul. The language of dragons. After a considerable moment, Will slowly opened his eyes, finally comprehending the profound meaning of his prayer. Every life is eternal. If time and space were a book, every event occurring within it would be inscribed on a certain page by the god of time and space. A record that would never fade. Whether it be the 1,000th page or the 10,000th, those events were as clear as a maple leaf frozen in ice. Visible in every vein through the frigid barrier. Will realize that if he wished to see that page, he could simply turn to it. The gate of 1,000 gods and the chamber of 1,000 gods were not mere portals or rooms. They embodied the very will of the eye of time and space. When Will inserted the knight into the sword's hilt, he inherited the will of the god of time and space, the eye of time and space. Yet, he remained oblivious to why the frost wraiths, having first discovered the manifestation of the god of time and space's will, failed to destroy this place. Was it that the will of the frost god was insufficient to obliterate the will of the god of time and space? Or had Will's arrival disrupted the foresight of the frost god, or even the god of time? No matter how intense the sunlight, there will always be places it cannot reach. The will of the gods may be invincible, yet it cannot encompass every trajectory of life. Just as sunlight can never illuminate every corner. Will refrained from pondering the unfathomable, understanding that this was a world imbued with divinity, while he remained but a mortal. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed the peculiar gazes of Blackia and Ash. "What is the matter with you?" Will inquired. He had merely closed his eyes for a moment. Had something occurred? "My lord Will, you just chanted an extraordinary note. We did not comprehend a single word. Yet that melody filled us with dread," Tyran Ash thundered. "Were it not for our oath to follow you, we might have preferred to keep our distance." Oh, Will had not anticipated that, in the moment of inheriting the secret of the dragon language, he would involuntarily utter it. The dragon tongue was exquisite and profound. His concentration was so intense that he had recited it without even realizing. "It is nothing. You may leave for now. I wish to remain here a little longer." Will stated. "No, we shall wait here for you," Tyran Ash insisted, his tone leaving no room for debate. "Very well, I shall be quick." Will understood that he had inherited the skill of the eye of time and space. The fire god sorcerers could perceive oracles from the flames. The drowning god's followers from the waters, the faceless ones of death from mortality, while he could glean oracles from the void. The stone chamber itself was the eye of time and space. He did not feel the urgency to peruse every page of the tome. Yet he was eager to glance at the pages that piqued his interest. His curiosity was insatiable. What other captivating secrets could lie in wait? As Will's gaze swept across the relief, he beheld the faith of the forest children, and he was utterly transfixed. Before him stood the four deities of their belief, the gods of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Among them was the winter god, worshipped by a faction of the tribe, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the previously mentioned cold deity. The cold god and the winter god were, in essence, two facets of the same divine entity. Within the confines of this stone chamber, nothing remained hidden. All was laid bare. What astonished Will was not the revelation itself, but the forest children who revered the god of spring, their diminutive stature, with fishbone bows slung across their backs, and obsidian daggers clasped in their hands. Their straight hair shimmered from silver to ashen white, complemented by high cheekbones and wide stork-like features, with eyes, one a deep emerald, the other a dark crystal, resembling magical orbs. Will had encountered such eyes before. They belonged to a human face. The imp Tyrion Lannister possessed a pair of such eyes, one emerald green, the other dark crystal, as noted in the original text, not fabricated. Regardless of his sharp, scathing words or his ruthless demeanor, Tyrion's true moniker, the imp, stemmed from the peculiarity of his eyes. His brother Jaime and sister Cersei, both epitomes of beauty with their golden hair and azure eyes, embodied the Lannister lineage. While Tyrion stood apart from his kin, not only as a dwarf, born from a tragic labor that claimed his mother's life, but also with his unnerving, non-human gaze. Will was rendered speechless. If bloodlines could exhibit traits from generations past, then it was undeniable that something extraordinary and clandestine must have transpired with Tyrion Lannister or his mother. Among humans, there existed the lineage of giants, exemplified by characters like Tormund Giantsbane and Sir Amory Lorch of Hearthstone. However, Will was unaware of the existence of forest children's blood among humanity, unless Tyrion Lannister could substantiate such a claim. Yet, the eye of time could only glimpse the deities revered by the forest children, witnessing the beings of 8 millennia past. But it could not unveil the mysteries surrounding Tyrion Lannister. Only those eyes, one emerald, one dark crystal, mirrored precisely those of the forest children who worshipped the god of spring. Indistinguishable from one another,